The family was stunned. The young branch leader of the Uzumaki clan watched as Uchiha Enhong unleashed his family's ancestral secret technique, Vajra Lock, and his eyes nearly popped out. It turned out that Enhong had crossed over to become the younger brother of Madara and Izuna, Uchiha. To prove himself, he led a night raid on the Hayashikawa granary, which led to a fierce battle with Ise. Let me tell you, the young branch leader of the Uzumaki clan on the opposite side had his eyes nearly bulging out. He looked at me, his face full of disbelief, mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside, probably screaming internally. What the hell? Vajralok. That's my family's ancestral secret technique. How can Uchiha use it? Could it be you are my father's illegitimate son who was lost in the past? Goodness, that guy's CPU was almost overheating. His mind filled with this is not scientific. Hey, why does the story start off so thrilling? Don't worry. Let's rewind time and he'll explain everything from the beginning. I, Uchiha Enhong, am an unremarkable transmigrator. One moment, I was scrolling through short videos in 2025, and the next, I closed my eyes and opened them to find myself as the younger brother of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. You heard that right. The Madara who is above all, and the Izuna who has a love-hate relationship with him. I directly soul transmigrated into the body of a poor kid who died at the age of 8, becoming the youngest child of the Uchiha clan. It has been 8 years, and I have gotten used to it. To be honest, the scenery of the Naruto world is quite nice, but it's the Warring States period full of battles every day. As the brother of Madara and Izuna, my talent is certainly not lacking. Plus, with the soul buff of a transmigrator, I awakened my Manjiki Sharingan at 16, and my strength can be considered at the level of a Kage. But hey, race the problem. Who understands the family dynamics? My two brothers, Madara and Izuna, probably because all the other younger brothers died in battle, treat me like a porcelain doll. The tasks they give me are about as challenging as taking a dog for a walk. And it's the kind of dog that can find its way home by itself. I'm a cage-level powerhouse, but I'm stuck doing logistics every day. I really could use some gratitude. I complained to Izuna, but he always brushed it off with a laugh. One day, the clan held a meeting. I followed my second brother Izuna into the main tent, where my big brother Madara was already seated. Goodness, that red armor, that long black hair, exuding an aura of 2 meters 8. His gaze sharp as knives, sitting there, who would dare to breathe loudly? Only when he saw us did his expression soften a bit. Madara opened with the main point. The Senju clan has issued a challenge. A decisive battle on the Ishikari plain next month. Let's discuss our thoughts. The people below erupted instantly, each one yelling to crush the Senju. Their arrogance was typical of the Uchiha. I shook my head watching these people. They only know how to charge in. It's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. I clear my throat. Big brother, may I say a few words? The entire tent fell silent. Although I usually slack off on tasks, the battle plans I propose are practical and effective, so I still have some credibility in the clan. Madara nodded, and I walked directly to the map, pointing to a location. We must fight, but we can't just charge in recklessly. We need to play some tricks, focusing on surprise. Here, Hayashikawa, is the Senju's granary, guarded by the Uzumaki clan. We should send a small elite team to make a long-distance raid and hit it. Let them run out of supplies on the front lines. Then the decisive battle will be much easier. Immediately someone asked, but that's the Senju's rear. How do we get there? Fewer people can sneak in, I explained, so the ones going must be experts. Madara frowned. He had already guessed what I was planning. I smiled wryly. Big brother, I can't hide it from you. What I mean is, let me lead the team. No way. The voices of Madara and Izuna rang out simultaneously, like a duet. Izuna stood up, overly excited. Are you crazy? Have you thought about how dangerous that is? What if he gets around it? I disagree. I looked at both of them and had to play the emotional card. Second brother, don't you trust my ocular technique? As long as Hashirama Senju doesn't come, no one can hold me back. You and Big Brother are too prominent as a logistics personnel. They won't pay attention to me and the most suitable for this. Besides, brother, aren't there always casualties in battles? I can't spend my whole life under your wings. Just let me go this time. Madara stared at me for a long time, his expression complex, but finally relented. You can go, but you must promise me, if things go south, your life is the priority. I felt a warmth in my heart. Thank you, big brother. Then I winked at Izuna. Don't worry, second brother, I'm not done living yet. Izuna sighed, and he had to accept it. That night, under a dark and windy moon, I stood on a hillside with 8 elite Uchihas, the night wind blowing my long hair, revealing my crimson Sharingan. I took a deep breath and shouted, let's go. The Hayashikawa granary was heavily guarded. On the high wall stood a red-haired strongman, named Uzumaki Ise, the son of the Uzumaki clan leader and the brother-in-law of Hashirama Senju. This guy was quite alert, and insisted on keeping watch himself. His subordinates even advised him that who would dare to sneak attack us here. ISE, with a serious expression, replied, "We cannot be careless." As soon as he finished speaking, I led my team out of the darkness. Our footsteps were soft, but each step felt like it was resonating with their heartbeat. Uchiha, ISE squinted, clearly not recognizing my unfamiliar face. I didn't waste words and directly form hand signs from a distance. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Boom! A massive fire dragon roared forward, the temperature distorting the air. The fire dragon crashed violently into their defensive barrier, causing a huge explosion, and the barrier shattered on spot. ISE roared in anger, leaping down from the high wall and landing steadily in front of me, looking quite handsome. "Who are you?" "Uchiha Enhong, Madara, Uchiha's third brother." ISE frowned, a look of there's an error in the information on his face. "You call this weak?" I couldn't be bothered to banter with him and unleashed another powerful move. Fire style, Great Fire Destruction. A wall of flames that blotted out the sky surged towards him. ISE was indeed skilled. He clapped his hands, and a pile of runes appeared in front of him. Sealing technique. Fire sealing. My overwhelming sea of fire crashed into his barrier like a mud cow entering the sea, instantly vanishing. He seemed a bit smug. "Our Uzumaki sealing technique specifically counters ninjutsu. You might as well surrender." I smiled. "Surrender? You've probably never seen a true display." I surged my chakra. The 3 tomo in my eyes spun and fused, transforming into a scythe-like Mangeki pattern. A tear of blood slid down from my left eye as I locked onto ISE. I technique. Soul Kagaya. Buzz. A strange wave swept across the battlefield. ISE felt a jolt in his heart, suddenly sensing an ominous premonition. Yes, this is the ability of my left eye plunder. It can instantly perceive all of the opponent's abilities and randomly steal one for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, he can't use it, while I can use it freely without consuming chakra. I felt the extra power in my body and grinned. What a nice ninjutsu. Then I slapped my hand to the ground. Ninjutsu Vajra Lock. Boom. The ground exploded. Countless golden chains burst forth from the earth like a pack of raging earth dragons, rushing towards the stunned ISE. ISE was instantly dumbfounded. He tried to use his own Vajra Lock to block, but found his body unresponsive. How is this possible? The chains tore through the high wall, and my men rushed through the gap, heading straight for the granary. ISE was just about to shout for help when I had already slashed my knife to his neck. In a rush, he blocked it, but the 2 golden chains from my side struck from his blind spot. This was originally his fighting style, but now I used it against him. It was quite frustrating for him. His long knife was knocked away, and I lunged forward. He tried to trap my knife with his palm, intending to use a sealing technique. I decisively abandoned my knife and kicked him away. This guy had rich combat experience. Although I had stolen his ninjutsu, he was still able to fight back against me using his physical skills and experience. However, time was not on his side. Suddenly, the 2 golden chains wrapped around his waist, and I seized the opportunity to deliver an elbow strike, sending him flying several dozen meters away. At that moment, 5 minutes were up. The golden chains snapped one by one, and my left eye also entered cooldown. ISE was gasping for breath, finally realizing this is the power of your Sharingan. "Uchiha, you've hidden it well." I cover my stinging left eye, feeling a bit regretful. My lack of combat experience made me less decisive in killing him, and I didn't finish him off. He thought my ability had timed out and attempted to counterattack. But just then, flames erupted behind him. The entire Hayashikawa was engulfed in a sea of fire. Success. I immediately ordered retreat. The mission was complete. There was no need to fight any longer. Our people quickly disengaged from the battle and disappeared into the night. ISE was furious, shouting loudly as he quickly bandaged his arm and led his men to chase after me. This guy was really stubborn for the sake of achievements. He was determined to catch me. I had anticipated this. The retreat path was filled with explosive tags. As he rushed in, I turned back, smiled at him, and mouthed bang. Boom. The entire forest was blown into the sky, delivering a little Uchiha shock to them. My subordinates were in awe, and I just smiled, then instructed a subordinate named Maku to take a few people back to handle some matters. We continued to charge forward. As long as we broke through this forest, my older brother and second brother support would arrive. But just then, my expression changed. A terrifying chakra suddenly appeared ahead, one that was far stronger than ISE. We burst out of the bushes and saw a silver-haired man with red eyes, standing with his arms crossed, coldly waiting for us. That face, that aura that seems to say, "Don't mess with me." Good grief, it's Tobirama Senju. This is troublesome. He's surrounded by the elites of the Senju clan, planning to catch me like a turtle in a jar. Tobirama is sizing me up his killing intent nearly overflowing. So you're not Izuna. By the looks of it, you must be his brother, right? I took a step forward. Senju Tobarama, I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. He snorted coldly, and it will be the last time. If you have the guts to come, then stay forever. My men are ready to fight to the death for me, but I waved my hand. It's not the right time yet. Then I looked at Tobarama and smiled. What if I insist on leaving? You have to let me take someone with me, right? For example, your big brother? As soon as I finished speaking, my men brought the disheveled Vortex Issei forward. Tobarama frowned. Are you threatening me with a hostage? You could say that. I placed my hand on Issei's shoulder. So, Lord Second Hokage, will you feel threatened? Tobarama's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He knew that Issei's identity was too special to be killed by him. Otherwise, the alliance between the Senju and the Uzumaki would be in jeopardy. He gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Leave the person and get lost. I ordered my subordinates to retreat first, while I slowly led Ishis out. After walking more than 30 steps, I suddenly pushed Ishis towards the door and used the force to propel myself backward. The door flashed and caught Ishis, only to find a detonating talisman stuck to his back. He ripped off his clothes and threw them into the air, and with a loud explosion, he handed Ishis over to my subordinates, while he, like a bolt of white lightning, charged towards me with all his strength. You all go back first. I will chase him alone. Damn, this old six really doesn't follow the rules. He promised to let me go, but turned around and chased after me. I ran frantically, feeling the chakra behind me getting closer and closer. Truly, it is the fastest in the ninja world. Their speed is indeed quicker than mine. At this rate, I will eventually be caught. I steeled my heart, realizing I couldn't escape, so I decided not to run. The battle-hungry blood of the Uchiha clan ignited instantly. I suddenly slammed on the brakes, turned around, and aimed my kaleidoscope Sharingan at the rushing Senju Tobarama Kagetsuchi. As soon as I unleashed this move, I swear, it felt like my eyes were about to explode and tears of blood were flowing. But it was worth it, because I could feel that Tobarama's ninjutsu was being interfered with by me. That Tobarama is also quite the veteran. He didn't even make eye contact with me. But he was still analyzing, what is this kid's kaleidoscope ocular technique? Dude, stop analyzing and just look at the effect. I clapped my hands and used water release, water wave. Good grief, it was like building a skyscraper out of nowhere. A massive wave swept him right in. The funniest part? He initially wanted to counter with a water release, but when he formed the hand seals, no response. The blank expression on his face was simply the best meme of 2025. Who am I? Where am I? Where's my water release? Can I let this opportunity slip? Just kidding. I immediately launched a combo. Water Dragon Bite followed by Hard Water Blade, and I was shoving a water drill right in his face. If that hit, he'd end up with a USB port on his head. But this old guy is really ruthless. He quickly countered with a series of explosive tags that blew us apart, just barely saving his life. But he couldn't escape. I countered with a water disruption wave, and slash. A big gash opened on his shoulder. Now, he finally understood. Your ocular technique is stealing my jutsu? Duh. I directly threw a fireball at his face, and he saw it and thought, oh, fire style? So water style can be used, right? But when he formed the hand seals, it fizzled out again. Ha. He broke down right then and there and just took off. I was exhausted, covering my eyes and gasping for breath. It was hilarious. He ran so fast mainly because my second brother, Izuna, was squatting nearby, afraid of being caught in a mixed doubles match. Once Izuna saw that I was fine, he came over and patted my shoulder, looking quite relieved. You did well, but you still lack experience. Next time, I'll have your back. I felt warm inside. Who understands the bonds of the Uchiha family? I told my second brother that this matter wasn't over, as my left eye's ability had been exposed, making it harder to deal with Tobarama next time. My second brother patted his chest confidently, saying, don't worry, leave it to me next time. I awkwardly laughed, thinking to myself, no way, this time I'm here. You can't get hurt. After we got back, the three of us brothers, me, my older brother Madara, and my second brother Izuna, directly started a bonfire party. Meanwhile, the two brothers from the Senju family were having a meeting. Tobarama went back and complained to his brother Hashirama, brother, that Uchiha third son is cheating. He stole my skills. Guess what Hashirama said? Madara's brothers are really interesting. This big brother has a big heart. His little brother got beaten up like that. And he has still laughing, pure sad mushroom vibes. He gets all emo when serious matters come up. Here, I'll be straightforward. I said to my brothers, in the end, this war will definitely lead to peace talks. At that time, Senju Hashirama will surely want us to build the village. But he will definitely be the boss of the village. Our Uchiha clan will just be working for him, and sooner or later, we'll face discrimination, ultimately ending up being laid off. My second brother, Quan Nai, blew up right on the spot, saying, "Cooperate with the Senju clan?" I don't agree. My elder brother, Ban, remained calm, but he knew very well that we couldn't get along with those Senju people. So, I directly proposed my plan. Let's not play with them anymore. Let's build our own village. Go solo. Upon hearing this, both my elder and second brother thought it was a good idea, but being a lone commander wouldn't work. So I suggested that we also need to recruit soldiers and set up a few subsidiaries. I proposed two. One is the Takarabe clan from the Land of Water. Those guys are battle maniacs, pure tough guys who don't care about life and death, and just fight if they don't agree. The other is the Bloodpool clan from the Land of Lightning. They have powerful eye techniques, but they've been trapped by the Land of Lightning and locked up in a small dark room. My older brother Ban thought for a moment and made a decisive decision, saying, "You brought this up, so you handle it personally." At that moment, I understood. He was afraid that the Senju side would find out I could steal skills and would specifically send someone to target me. This was an excuse to send me away to protect me. Sai, my older brother, he doesn't say anything, but he understands everything in his heart. So I took 3 trusted companions and made a long detour, finally arriving at that desolate Hell Valley. That place had layers of barriers, like a Russian nesting doll, and it was guarded by 3 factions: our Uchiha clan, the Daimyo's House of the Land of Lightning, and the Yue clan. I greeted the brother I met outside and brought a bodyguard called Mu directly into the barrier. As soon as I entered, the smell of blood almost made me leave. I was still complaining about the environment when suddenly a blood arrow shot straight at my forehead. I didn't even look back and just crushed it with a flick of my hand. TSK, these people, their greeting gift is quite unique. And I saw a bunch of people rushing over, each with eyes red as rabbits. The leading skinny old man, named Uchiha Kenichi, shouted directly, "Uchiha clan die." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Hey buddy, don't get excited. I'm here to bring you freedom. Hang out with me, and I'll take you out to enjoy the good life." As soon as the old man heard that I wanted to recruit them, he turned hostile right away. Did he think he could make us submit? We have the right to negotiate too. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blood dragon suddenly shot out of the blood pool and lunged at me. How could I let him hit me? I quickly dodged to the side, and he followed up with a punch. As I activated my Sharingan, his clumsy moves appeared to me in slow motion. I grabbed his wrist, delivered a knee strike, and with a loud thud, I sent him flying like a big shrimp back into the blood pool, creating a splash of blood. "Chief!" The people behind him wanted to rush forward. "Don't come over." The old man, however, was tough and shouted at his clansmen to hold back. I tell you, I was just standing there, watching that old man try to hold his ground, and I almost laughed out loud. "All right, you're tough. Keep being tough." As for me, I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I just floated back down to the ground and calmly looked at him. I said, "Old brother, although I really want to spar with a master, in your current state, I feel embarrassed to make a move. It feels like bullying a weak opponent." That old man, named Yuya Kenichi, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth but still refused to back down. He said, "The Uchiha have 2 dragons and a bug. But I think he is just bragging, right? Aren't you afraid we'll fake surrender and then backstab you as soon as we're out?" Goodness, that made me laugh. I directly laid out the reality for him. "Are you stuck in this Hell Valley? Even if you get out, the Land of Lightning will still have you wanted everywhere. Right now, besides our Uchiha, who dares to take in you hot potatoes? In the 5 great nations. Whose family doesn't have a carrot in one pit? Who would willingly let a first-class family come in and stir up trouble for no reason? And don't even get me started on the small countries. They wouldn't dare offend the Land of Lightning, even if they had the guts. This ninja world may seem big, but there's south really no place left for you." After he heard this, he suddenly stood up from the water, still wanting struggle. He glared at me and attempted to cast an illusion. At that moment, I felt a flash before my eyes, and my body seemed to start rotting and swelling. Trying to play illusions in front of me? ISNT that like showing off a big axe in front of Luban? I activated my Sharingan, and the illusion bounced right back at him. That old man immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, suffering from the backlash of his own spirit. "Not feeling good, huh?" He swayed but didn't give up, saying, "Well, what if we ally with the Senju? Don't you just want us to help fight the Senju?" I admire him a bit. Even in this situation, he's still thinking about bargaining. I said to him slowly, "Senju, it's indeed a good choice. That guy Hashirama is naive and has plenty of money, and his strength is sufficient to ensure your safety. But have you heard about the personality of the god of ninjas?" I didn't even give him a chance to speak and continued. "Who do you hate the most? The Land of Lightning, right? We Uchiha are at most just a knife. I don't believe you don't want revenge. Do you think that Hashirama Senju, the pacifist saint, would go to war with the land of lightning for you outsiders? I think it's more likely he would send you back for the peace of the two countries. So why should we trust you? Just because we can give you a chance for revenge? My voice turned cold, and the killing intent was palpable. Moreover, I can make you disappear without a trace right now. As soon as I said this, the old man fell completely silent. He turned to look at his clansmen, who understand their faces, each one filled with a longing for freedom. It's simply overwhelming. After a long while, he finally sighed and said, "The barrier of this hell valley is not something you Uchiha can decide. We can't get out, so anything you say is pointless." I laughed. It was good. You could just sit back and watch the show. After saying that, I gave a wink to the curtain, and we left, watching our stylish retreat. His group of clansmen dared to gather around, chattering away. I vaguely heard the old man sighing, the third heir of the Uchiha. Truly remarkable talents emerge in chaotic times. I just came out of the barrier with Mu, and Uchiha Kaze came to meet us. "Lord Yenhong, how is it?" "Sorted, just a small matter." I waved my hand and immediately began to assign tasks. The next step was to figure out how to get them out. "Kaze, control the other two groups at the barrier." "Where are they? How many people?" Without thinking, Kaze replied, "They are at the other two entrances. The daimyo's personal guard is on the east side, a team of 4, pretty weak, nothing to worry about. The south side has the Yue clan, who sent an elite team. The leader is named Oruyi, and he is quite strong, definitely stronger than me." I glanced at Wind. After all, he was at least a Jonin level, and Oruyi was at least an elite Jonin. "Fine, I'll take care of Oruyi." I made the decision directly. "Wind, you lead the team to deal with those people at the daimyo's residence, and make sure to wrest control of the barrier from them." "Understood. Let's go." Meanwhile, in a cave south of Hell Valley, there were 4 muscular men with dark skin, each one broad-shouldered and stout. The leader among them was Ori, and his aura was indeed extraordinary. One of the younger brothers complained, "Big brother, when can we go back? This damn place is making mushrooms grow on me." Ori shook his head. "Enough? Can a ninja endure this little hardship?" Another younger brother was rambling on about how the daimyo's residence was not worth anything and would sooner or later rebel. Ori got fired up upon hearing this and directly told him to shut up, just as it looked like a fight was about to break out. The third brother quickly stepped in to mediate, dragging the loose-tongued second brother out, claiming they were going to scout. As the two left, the second brother kept going on. "If you ask me, our boss should just take down the daimyo's residence. How great would it be for ninjas to establish their own country?" "You're crazy, second brother." The third brother was scared half to death. Just then, a ghostly voice came from behind them. "I find your idea very insightful." "Ha, right? The second brother started to say, but his hair stood on end. He suddenly turned around and saw a pair of blood-red Sharingan. "Genjutsu, activate." The other third brother reacted and tried to run, but felt a sharp pain in his neck, and everything went black as he fainted. In the cave, Ori was still troubled by his loose-tongued second brother. When he looked up, he saw the second brother walking back with his head down. "Second brother? Why are you alone? Where's the third brother?" Ori frowned, sensing something was off, and immediately warned the fourth brother, "Be careful, something's wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, the controlled second brother suddenly sprang up, wielding a katana and slashing at Ori's head. Ori reacted quickly, dodging to the side, and with a swift move, he disarmed the sword with a snap. "It's an illusion. There's an enemy attack." As soon as he shouted, the second brother turned around and tightly hugged him. At that moment, I and the curtain were already prepared outside the cave. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Wind style, gale palm. I tell you that scene. Using the wind to fan the flames, a huge fire dragon rushed directly into the cave. With a loud bang, the entire cave exploded and collapsed in an instant. Mu looked at the ruins before him, a bit worried. "Lord Yenhong, have we gone too far this time? If the people get burnt to a crisp, the barrier won't open." My heart skipped a beat. Shouldn't it be impossible? If he really is stronger than the wind, this level of attack would at most cause serious injury. I should go take a look. Just as I was about to step forward, I suddenly felt something was off and pulled him back with force. Boom! Right where he had just been standing, the ruins exploded violently. I only saw a flash of lightning in front of me, and a figure had already appeared beside me. It was Orui. His whole body was crackling with lightning, and a powerful punch was coming straight for my face. The speed was too fast. My Sharingan could barely keep up, and my body couldn't react in time, so I could only hurriedly raise my arm to block in front of me. Boom! I tell you, it felt like being hit by a speeding dump truck. My whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and with a bang, I crashed into the stone wall, cracking it. Cough, cough, cough. I feel like my internal organs have shifted. When I look up, that muscular man, glowing with electric sparks, is standing right in front of me. He glances at the two brothers behind him, who have already been turned to charcoal, and his voice is filled with killing intent. No matter who you are, no one will leave alive today. Let me tell you, the Yue clan is just a bunch of brutes who play with lightning release. Their bodies are strengthened like monsters. Aoruyi's eyes are red, looking as if he wants to eat people, staring at me fiercely. Uchiha, what do you want to do? I shook my numb arm and stood up straight, speaking in a calm tone. I want to take something from you. He understood immediately. You want to release the Bloodpool clan? So what? He sneered coldly, cracking his neck. You kill my brother, and today no one gets to leave. I couldn't be bothered to waste words, so I simply beckoned him with my finger. Come on, if you're not convinced, let's fight. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded, creating two craters, and he instantly appeared in front of me. A punch came flying at me, and the air seemed to wail. That momentum was simply that of a human cannonball. I activated my Sharingan, spinning wildly. In the blink of an eye, I crouched down to dodge his punch, while swiftly drawing a kunai infused with chakra, aiming directly at his waist. However, this guy was a pure battle maniac. He didn't T-dodge at all, raising his arm like a blade and bringing it down towards my head. It was a life-for-life approach. If he didn't care about his life, I certainly did. I quickly changed my move, positioning the kunai above my head to block while my right leg tightened, delivering a powerful whip kick to his shoulder. Boom! When we collided, the ground beneath us shattered. The kunai in my hand cracked on the spot, and the residual force of that knife hand struck my arm, making me gasp in pain as I was knocked back several meters. Orui wasn't doing any better. Although he had the lightning armor to protect him, his shoulder was bruised from my kick. Hiss, at that moment, I was thinking, should I go all out? But this kaleidoscope was truly blinding. I felt like my left eye's vision was about to drop to 0. 5. Orui didn't give me time to think. He steadied himself and was about to pursue. Just then, Mu surged from behind, slashing at his neck. Orui didn't even turn his head, sweeping his arm back like a steel whip. Clang! The knife in Mu's hand was directly knocked away. But this guy was ruthless. As soon as he lost the knife, he lunged forward and tightly embraced Orui's body. Lord Yenhong. He didn't even need to call out. I instantly activated and punched Orui in the face. But we still underestimated this guy's ferocity. Despite being held down and unable to move, he unleashed all his chakra. The lightning armor surged, and with an elbow strike, he slammed into Mu's back while using his forehead to take my punch head on. Boom! Mu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down limply. My punch also landed solidly on his forehead, leaving him dazed and his ears ringing. I seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and delivered a heavy punch covered in overwhelming chakra, smashing it hard against his chest. Boom! The thunder armor on him instantly shattered, and his entire face turned a pig liver color. Damn it! Seeing that he couldn't hold on any longer, Orui let out an angry roar, and his whole body erupted with thunder. Lightning release, thunderstorm. Countless lightning snakes exploded around him, forcing me back. I quickly grabbed the curtain on the ground and jumped out of the attack range. Orui took this chance to turn and run. Cough, cough. The curtain in my arms was coughing up blood. Lord Yenhong, don't worry about me. We can't let him escape. Huh, don't worry. I took a deep breath. He won't get away. I aimed my right eye at his increasingly distant figure, and in my gaze, the complex, kaleidoscopic patterns slowly spun. My technique, Heavenly Bodhi. When Feng and the others arrived, they saw me supporting the injured Mu, with the unconscious Ori lying at my feet. Feng tossed another guy he had captured from the daimyo's mansion to the ground and hurriedly asked, Lord Yenhong, are you all right? I'm not dead. I cover my still, stinging right eye with one hand and kick the person on the ground. Who will treat him? I might have used a bit too much force. They instinctively looked at Ori and collectively gasped. Wow, he's still alive? Ori's entire chest was caved in, and half of his head was crushed. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he looked no different from a corpse. Feng quickly organized people to perform first aid. Watching them scramble about, I couldn't help but sigh. I need to mention to my brother when we get back to hurry up and establish a medical ninja unit. Once Mu's condition stabilized, the medical ninja came to report that Ori's injuries were too severe to save, and he could only be awakened briefly. That's enough. I walked up to Ori, and he was already awake. Although it was just a brief moment of clarity before death, his gaze was still fierce. Uchiha, just wait. My big brother will avenge us. I shrugged and said, take your time waiting. Even if he doesn't come, we will eventually go find him. He was taken aback for a moment, looking at me with a complicated expression. Such great ambition. I didn't want to say much to him anymore and signaled to Foam to take action. Once the Sharingan illusion was activated, the final part of the barrier hand seal was completed. Soon, the massive barrier began to dissolve from the top, and free air finally rushed into Hell Valley. The people inside went wild, cheering and shouting. Yuya Kenichi watched all of this, feeling a surge of emotions. Some tribe members even had ulterior motives, suggesting that they might as well kill us since the barrier was already opened. However, Yuya Kenichi remained clear-headed. If we kill them, then what? Where do we go next? With that one question, everyone fell silent. He slowly led the tribe members out and, upon seeing me from a distance, revealed a helpless smile and extended his hand. Then, from now on, the Bloodpool clan will be in your care. I smiled and shook his hand. Don't speak as if it's a final farewell. The road ahead is still long. He glanced at me and suddenly changed his address. Lord Yanhong, do you have any other plans? There are still a few minor matters to handle. He didn't ask further, just lowered his voice and said, how much chance do we have against the Senju clan? I thought for a moment and told him in a voice only the two of us could hear. Frankly speaking, we have no chance at all. Cough, cough, cough. He almost choked on his breath and, with a wry smile, said, so what are we aiming for? A flicker of pride flashed in my eyes as I looked up at the sky, aiming for the day when we can break the larger barrier above us. Yuya was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, all right, just for your words, our Bloodpool clan will fight one more time. Why not? I smiled slightly. Welcome aboard. On the vast ocean, I stood alone on the deck of the cargo ship, feeling the sea breeze. This trip's destination is the Kingdom of Water. The owner of this ship is named Hualien, a wealthy woman, and I mean that literally. She weighs almost 300 pounds. Since boarding, she has shown a keen interest in me, seeking me out every day to drink and chat, which makes me feel all prickly. Here she comes again, swaying her curvy figure. Hey, handsome, it's so boring to watch the sea alone. Why don't you keep me company and have a drink? I quickly took a step back, showing a polite yet distant smile. Sister Hualien, I was just about to ask you if there are any large ships leaving the Kingdom of Water tomorrow night. She seemed a bit displeased. Are you leaving so soon? I can only make things up. This time I returned to the Water Nation to take my clan to live in another country. Is that so? She felt a bit regretful, but still took off a large gold ring from her hand and threw it to me, saying, here, this is a token. I'll arrange a ship for you. Now, can we go to my sister's room for a drink? I secretly formed a hand seal behind my back, and the next moment, Sister Hualien let out a big yawn. I'm so sleepy. Never mind, I'm going to sleep now. Phew, I finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching her leave. I stretched out my right hand, and in the palm, a blue chakra ball began to spin rapidly, spiraling sphere. Hey, I finally mastered it. This technique from Minato doesn't require hand seals, has great power, and is simply a divine skill. The boat has docked. I greeted the maid and directly got off the ship. As for Sister Hualien, my little illusion is enough for her to sleep until noon tomorrow. The Land of Water is currently ruled by the alliance of the Yuki clan and the Akatsuki clan, while my target, the Take-Torai clan, consists of a group of troublemaking battle maniacs who are always on the move, making it quite troublesome to find them. I was thinking about finding a place to gather some information, but just as I stepped out of the dock, my footsteps came to a halt. In front of me were two strong men, and 3 or 4 more appeared behind me, completely cutting off all my escape routes. I looked around and, far from feeling nervous, I actually felt like laughing. Isn't this just a coincidence? I shrugged and said, everyone, do you want to rob money or rob for pleasure? The group of robbing pirates exchanged glances, probably surprised to see such a calm target for the first time. The leader stepped forward, shouting, kid, I saw you come down from that ship. Hurry and take us aboard, and we'll spare your life. Oh, so they want to hijack the ship. I suddenly understood and took a good look at them. You guys are ninjas too, right? Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble to rob an ordinary cargo ship? Damn it, you little brat. Are you teaching us how to do our job? A burly man swung his knife and was stopped by the captain. The captain seemed to sense something was off and cautiously asked, are you also a ninja? We are from the Boathouse clan of the Land of Water, and my name is Boathouse Kai. I thought for a moment. The Zhou clan? That pirate family? No interest. You. Zhou Hai's face turned dark. I completely ignored him and directly returned their previous words verbatim. Since you're also a ninja family of the Land of Water, then it's simple. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me where the Take-Torai clan is, and then you can leave. I tell you, the leader of the Zhou family exploded right on the spot, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Just one word. Get him. Goodness. As soon as he finished speaking, the big man next to him, who had been the loudest, rushed in like he had been injected with adrenaline. brandishing a big knife and aiming for my brother Yanhong's head. When the others saw this, what could they do? They grabbed their weapons and surrounded us from all sides, turning the entire dock into a scene of murder. But what did the family know? These local bullies had run into a real dragon today. Just as the knife was about to strike Yanhong's face, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Sharingan? What a joke. Dealing with these small fries was simply a waste of chakra. With a swift motion of his fingers, he shot out like a lightning bolt and directly grabbed the wrist of the big man with a knife. I tell you, in that instant, the expression on the big man's face changed from arrogance to terror. Want to pull back? Too late. There was a crisp snap as Yanhong's hand locked on like a vice. Then he twisted hard. Kaka! The sound of broken bones mixed with that guy's scream was simply the BGM of the dock. The knife fell from his hand with a clatter. And guess what happened next? Before the knife even hit the ground, Yanhong lightly hooked his foot, and that big knife instantly became a high-speed spinning wheel. Slicing through the air with a whoosh, and with a thud, it shot back. A guy behind who wanted a sneak attack, without even blinking, was pierced right through by his own knife, not even letting out a sound before collapsing. At the same time, Yanhong's hand slithered up the big man's arm like a snake, and with a snap, he locked the man's throat. With a squeeze of his fingers, the throat bone was crushed on the spot. Then he lifted that hulking man like he was a cow and slammed him hard onto the ground. With a muffled bang, the world went quiet. Everything happened too fast. The leader of Senju'sGrain had just rushed out less than 10 meters when he turned around to see that 2 of his little brothers were already dead. He was instantly dumbfounded. The fear in his eyes could not be concealed. This was no ordinary fight. It was like dancing with a nuclear bomb. His mind buzzed. There was no thought of fighting left. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" The others were already scared out of their wits. At the command, they turned and ran, shouting, "Mama!" Yanhong coldly said, "Just one will do," to lead the way. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he chased after them like a ghost, casually pulling out the knife stuck in the corpse. A young man who was running the fastest felt a chilling wind behind him and, scared out of his wits, slammed his hands down and formed a seal. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a bang, a wall shot up from the ground. Just as the young man breathed a sigh of relief and turned to run, he heard a contemptuous sneer. Yanhong swept his left hand across the knife, and with a whoosh, flames ignited along the blade, sweeping horizontally at that wall. Uchiha fire slash. Boom! The earth wall was sliced like tofu, and the young man behind it was directly cut in half, blood mist filling the air. Yanhong stepped on the shattered wall, using the momentum to spin, and, with another slash, a head flew up into the air, its blood evaporated by the flames. After cleaning up the small fries, his target was left with only one, Senju'sGrain. Senju'sGrain was now left with only one thought in his mind. Where the hell did this monster come from? He ran for his life, but the sound of wind behind him grew closer. Finally, he steeled his heart, turned around to fight to the death. But as soon as he turned around, with a thud, he received a heavy kick to his stomach. The whole person flew back, rolling on the ground several times. Just as he spat out a mouthful of old blood and tried to get up, a cold knife tip was already pressed against his throat. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Senju'sGrain opened his mouth, unable to say a word, just staring blankly at the Grim Reaper in front of him. After a long time, Yanhong finally spoke slowly. "Congratulations, you lived to the end. One last chance. Take me to find the Takakuri clan." Senju'sGrain gasped for breath, finally finding his voice after a long while. "Master, the Takakuri clan. They have no territory. Looks like you are of no use either, but I know where to find them," he shouted desperately. Yanhong then withdrew the knife that was almost about to cut him and waved his hand impatiently. "Lead the way." Following this guy through the mountains for nearly 3 hours, it was almost dark, and my brother Yanhong's patience was running thin. "I say, are you even capable?" Senju'sGrain shivered in fear and quickly put on a smiling face. "Master, this is really not my fault. The Takakuri clan is like wild dogs, running all over the place. I just heard a couple of days ago that they were active in this area, and now I can only follow the traces to find them. If we don't find them before dark, you know the consequences." "I understand. I will definitely find them." Senju'sGrain probably feared that Yanhong would slice him up, carefully trying to make conversation while finding the way. "Master, are you looking for the Takakuri clan? For revenge?" It's like this, the Takakuri clan are a bunch of battle maniacs. They attack anyone they see, causing a lot of enemies. "So, does your Senju'sGrain clan also want to kill them?" "Not really. We mainly hang out by the sea. They go crazy inland. We don't interfere with each other." "Why I'm looking for them is none of your concern. Just lead the way." After walking for another half an hour, Just as Yanhong was about to explode, he suddenly heard a sound and quickly pulled Zhou Hai over, covering his mouth tightly. Shoo, be quiet. There's movement. Yanhong dragged him to a hollow in the mountain, and looking down, good heavens, at the foot of the mountain was a camp, where the sounds of shouting and killing shook the heavens, flames soaring up, countless shadows fighting to the death. The scene was like hell. Yanhong squinted. Family feud? Which two families? Zhou Hai stretched his neck to see. That banner's family crest. Seems to be the Gambishi clan. They're fighting. Master, it's the Takakuri clan. Found them. Looks like you're still somewhat useful. Zhou Hai immediately grinned. Master, my luck has always been good. So, since we found them, can I leave now? What's the hurry? Stay and watch the show with me. Watch the show. Aren't you going to take action, Master? Yanhong found a comfortable rock to sit on, crossed his legs. They're not my relatives. Why should I take action? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded at that moment, thinking wildly. If you're not going to take action, what were you looking for all this time? But then he saw Yanhong watching intently, his expression as if he were watching a cricket fight. Zhou Hai was inwardly panicking. This young man not only had unfathomable strength, but also had an exceptionally stable mindset. He was definitely not from the land of water, but a top genius from some great nation. What did he want in the land of water? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. So he simply shut his mouth and obediently sat beside him to watch the show. The battle below was brutal. The leader of the Gambishi clan, Gambishi Haisha, wielded a big knife, looking solemnly at the madman across from him. The leader of the Takakuri clan, Takamasa. Is this all the Gambishi clan is capable of? Takamasa laughed like a villain. Gambishi Haisha roared and slashed down with his knife, the force overwhelming. But Takamasa didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he laughed and charged forward, pulling out a bone spike from his palm to take the hit head-on. With a thunderous boom, the ground beneath them cracked. The Gambishi clan had innate divine strength, and this knife directly sent Takamasa sliding back several meters. But just as he steadied himself, Gambishi Haisha slashed horizontally again. Guess what? Takamasa actually completely gave up on defense, and the bone spike in his hand shot toward Haisha's shoulder like lightning. An exchange of injury for injury. With a sudden PU, the bone pierced the flesh. And at the same time, Zhu Ma was also struck by a blade, leaving a large gash on his waist, exposing his white bones. But he acted as if nothing had happened, getting up and wanting to continue fighting. Just then, a loud shout came from afar. The support from the Ghost Lantern clan has arrived. Dozens of figures were rushing over quickly. Zhu Ma glanced and coldly snorted. You're lucky this time. The Takebori clan retreat. These madmen, though battle-hungry, were not foolish. They ran faster than anyone when they realized they couldn't win against the joint forces of two clans. Katsushibi was so furious he pounded the ground, watching them slip away helplessly. On the other side, the Takebori madmen were racing through the mountains, each one excited beyond belief. That was exhilarating. Boss, which clan should we target next? Zhu Ma had a crazed look. Kikik, the Ice Clan, is about to unify the water country. How can we miss out on such a lively event? Whoever dares to join their alliance, we will take them down. The boss is brilliant. Just as Zhu Ma was reveling in his triumph, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a figure, zooming past them at an outrageous speed, surpassing everyone in the blink of an eye, then performing a flip and landing steadily right in front of them. Normally, a regular person would stop to assess the situation. But these were the Takebori clan. Instead of stopping, Zhu Ma accelerated. Kikik, anyone who dares to block my path will be killed. He shot forward like a cannonball, filled with fierce determination, straight toward the figure ahead. What awaited him was a pair of scarlet, blood-like Sharingan eyes. I tell you, that gaze belonged to my elder brother, Uchiha. Goodness, just as I returned, I was met with such immense pressure. Beside me, my second brother, Izuna, came up with a bear hug, excitedly asking how my business trip was. What can I say? I was exhausted like a dog, but I had to put on a front, saying I had gained a lot of insights and new ideas. Fake it till you make it. My elder brother was much simpler. He nodded and said I did well, but the pride in his eyes was hard to conceal. When I turned around, the group of battle maniacs from the Takebori clan, wow, they all knelt before me. Each one looked like a fervent fan seeing their idol, with teary eyes shouting, Subarashii. This ultimate power. Who understands, family? The scene was extremely awkward. My second brother couldn't hold back and quietly asked me, can these people really fight? I could only awkwardly laugh and say they were like this, the ultimate power worshippers. After a couple of idle chats, my elder brother directly silenced me with one sentence. The Senju clan has issued a challenge. 3 days later, at the Eastern River Plain, a grand showdown. I thought to myself, wow, the timing is just perfect, tailor-made for me. My elder brother saw my eyes swirling with chakra and impatiently told me to hurry and rest. Or I'd go blind. He spoke harshly, but I knew he cared for me. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. I don't have time to rest. I immediately called over that bunch of battle maniacs from the Take-Torai clan and told their leader, Takema, there's a fight and plenty of it. When that guy heard it, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he pounded his chest, assuring me there would be no problem. I looked at the clouds and the sky, and one thought crossed my mind. From now on, history has to bear the Uchiha name. On the other side, the Senju clan was a cacophony of drums and a sea of people. The Uzumaki clan, the Tsurutobi clan, everyone who could rally came, nearly 1,000 people. Looking like a sports event. Senju Tobarama was busy coordinating everything, and he even ran into his sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mito, who is Hashirama's wife. Mito wanted to go to the battlefield, but Hashirama wouldn't allow it. Every family has its own difficulties. The most interesting part was in Hashirama's big tent. Tobarama, being the pure hawk he is, immediately asked his brother, Brother, what should we do about the Uchiha after the war? I understood what he meant. Eliminate them all, gouge out their eyes, and eradicate future troubles. Let me tell you, this guy is ruthless. As a result, Hashirama directly shouted at him, saying that war only brings hatred, that he believed in Madara, and that we should build a village. I can only say, you really are something, the first Hokage with a love-struck brain. I haven't been idle either. I went to have tea with the leader of the Bloodpool clan. This guy is quite a character. He previously tried to climb the social ladder by marrying off his daughter as a concubine, but it backfired. Now, he's analyzing the situation with me, saying that he had a narrow vision back then and should have used illusions to turn the daimyo into our electronic pet. Wow, I was stunned to hear that. I learned a lot from his thinking. Soon, the rallying conference began. Both sides were shouting, one calling to end the war, the other to establish their claim. Either way, the meaning was pretty much the same. Just fight it out. On the day of the decisive battle, the scene was packed with people. My brother and Hashirama stood at the front like two Wi-Fi signal towers, shouting across the space. Hashirama was still rambling that this was the final battle. But my brother cut him off with a less talk, let's win first. Then boom, both of them moved at the same time. Let me tell you, this wasn't a fight between humans. It was like two Gundams clashing. One wielded a large fan scythe, the other a 6-foot-long sword, clashing with sparks flying. Hashirama threw a punch, my brother kicked back and jumped, opening his mouth to unleash a fire release. Dragon Flame Song. Hashirama countered with a wood release, wood shield technique, easily blocking it like a ghost face shield. Then came an even fiercer move, wood release, Birth of the World. Goodness, the scene was incredible, with countless tree vines rising from the ground like giant pythons, as if the entire plane was about to be overturned. My brother didn't back down either. He directly activated his half-body Susanoo, wielding 4 swords with 4 arms, and forcefully cut a path. While the two demigods were battling, us mortals also joined the fray. Izuna and Tobarama each waved their hands, and the armies surged forward like a tide. Tobarama unleashed a water release, water surge, creating massive waves, while my second brother Izuna directly used the Uchiha fire formation, creating a firewall against the water wall, instantly enveloping the battlefield in steam. Of course, I didn't have time to watch the show on the front lines. I led the Bloodpool clan members around to the rear of the Senju clan. Enichi, the son of Uya Kenichi, asked me how the preparations were going. I turned around and saw a massive group of our prepared human packages behind us. Hey, it's our turn to perform. The defenses behind the Senju clan were quite tight, and a squad leader named Junyan was rallying his men, talking about becoming the backbone of the clan. Just as he finished speaking, he saw our delivery wobbling toward them. These guys looked dazed, walking like zombies. Junyan thought they were ordinary people under an illusion and wanted to check it out. That squad leader was quick to react, just as he shouted that something was wrong. The first package exploded with a bang. Fire shot up into the sky. He was blown to smithereens. And just as he was shouting for someone to fire a signal flare, I took advantage of the chaos to slip in, swiped my knife, and took the head off the guy trying to fire the signal flare. Clean and neat. But then, the real experts showed up. Tsurutobi Sasuke and Uzumaki Mito. Goodness. The Senju clan is no fool. They left behind these two heavyweights as guards. Sasuke saw right through our plan and pretended to play along with me, saying something like, "We saw through your little trick a long time ago," specifically leaving him, who is proficient in all ninjutsu, to counter you. As Mito left, I engaged Sasuke in battle. This guy is really fierce. He played with 5-element ninjutsu like a kaleidoscope. I swung my knife, and he used wind blades to cut. I used fire release, and he directly summoned a monkey, transforming it into a length-adjustable golden rod. Damn, isn't that unfair? In a moment of distraction, my knife was caught by that monkey's transformed staff, and he kicked me away. Both of us were really going at it. He almost smashed me into the ground with a stick, so I unleashed Susanoo and sent him flying with a punch. But my eye was reaching its limit, and blood was already flowing out. He was tough too, charging at me even after breaking a rib. Fine, I won't play with you anymore. I activated my right eye's kaleidoscope. Heaven's blessing. He was still guessing, wondering which technique I was trying to steal from him. Was it the summoning technique? The next second, with a poof, his chest caved in, and he fell to the ground like a broken sack, vomiting blood. The monkey demon beside us was stunned, shouting, "Sasuke, what is going on? Let me tell you, I was right there and I was stunned. This is not some new ninjutsu. This is a debuff. That guy Enko's right eye, what's it called, Heavenly Pity? The effect is so simple and brutal, it's ridiculous. It takes a minor scratch that would normally be worth a penny, and with just one glare, he amplifies it on the spot into a fatal injury worth 500. What would just a small scrape turns into a wound multiplied by 5, and you end up in critical care right there? This thing even ignores level differences. It's simply a bug. Of course, the cost is high too. After using it, Enko himself was left gasping, kneeling on one knee, chakra completely drained, and his Susanoo shattered all around him. With his last breath, he looked at Sarutobi Sasuke, lying on the ground with his chest caved in, and simply said, "Job done." At that moment, I thought this should be the time to strike, right? But EnhongSteals stood up unsteadily and walked over to Sarutobi Sasuke to start chatting. "Can you believe it?" He said, "Bro, actually, we attacked your rear, not to turn the tide." Sarutobi Sasuke was almost dead, yet he still forced a smile and said, "I know, since you're talking to me about this, you definitely don't plan to let me live." But he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he wanted to sway us, saying that the situation was already set and the Uchiha were bound to lose. From what I know about Hashirama, he wouldn't eradicate us completely, so why bother? Yenhong's response was something that completely changed the game. He said, "Because even the god of ninjas will have a day when he dies." Hiss at that moment. The air went silent. Sasuke was stunned, muttering to himself, "So that's how it is. Tobirama really underestimated you." Before dying, Sasuke proposed a deal. He said, "I have a son named Sarutobi Hizashi, and he will definitely come to seek revenge on you. I'm begging you. Can you spare him just this once?" Enhong asked why he should. Sasuke replied, "I'll introduce you to a clan, the Uzumaki clan, who are sword users, and owe me a favor. I have a jade pendant in my pocket, which is their token. Take it to them, and it will save you a lot of trouble." Enhong thought for a moment and replied softly, "Okay, but just this once. Once is enough." After Sasuke finished speaking, he closed his eyes. With a flash of blood, it was all over. Then Enhong took the jade pendant, barely glanced at it, and hurried off to the Senju headquarters. Goodness, they were in the heat of battle over there. Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito, single-handedly blocked our group that was sent to steal from the Bloodpool clan. That adamantine chain was like a net, and all our human bombs became duds in front of her. It was simply a perfect match for her expertise. Our people are on the brink of collapse, ready to charge recklessly. Just then, there was a deafening roar. It was another golden chain, but this time it smashed in from the outside. It directly pierced through the wall of the 1,000 hands. Mito was stunned, looking up and shouting sternly, "Uchiha Enko, how did you end up here? What happened to Sarutobi Sasuke?" Enko was utterly arrogant, standing at the breach with a gaze as cold as ice, saying, "Who knows, maybe not so good." Then he shouted to our people, "Run." The Bloodpool's people, seeing their savior arrive, were overjoyed, quickly lifting the wounded and fleeing. Mito's face turned green with anger. "You killed Sarutobi Sasuke." What angered her more was that with this, her husband's dream of a unified world would definitely be affected. Enko directly confronted her. "If you weren't the wife of Hashirama Senju, I'd want to kill you too. You all want to create a great unification after the war, to mold all clans together? Sorry, we Uchiha are not playing along. You won this battle, but we have not lost yet." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Mito in a state of confusion, finally sighing. It seems the war is not over yet. On the other side, Izuna and Tobirama were also in a heated battle. The two were using fire release and water release, causing steam to explode everywhere. Suddenly, amidst the smoke, Tobirama, the old sly one, lunged with a blade. Izuna reacted quickly, immediately blocking and counterattacking, kicking him in the waist. Tobirama was kicked away, and while in midair, he threw out a bunch of shurikens, sealing off all of Izuna's movement options. But one of the shurikens had a particularly strange mark on it. Izuna's pupils shook, because Enko had already given him a spoiler. Before the battle, he specifically told him, "Second brother, be very careful against Tobarama's Senju. He has a new move called Flying Thunder God, which is a space-time ninjutsu that can teleport. If you see something with a special mark, dodge immediately, or you won't even know how you died." So when Tobarama's figure disappeared and reappeared behind Izuna in the next moment, Izuna relied on muscle memory to twist hard. A sharp blade still pierced through his side, spraying a spray of blood. Tobarama was dumbfounded. "What the hell? You managed to dodge that? You even know the name of my ninjutsu?" Just as they were about to continue fighting, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby. The battle between Madara and Hashirama had also come to an end. The entire battlefield had been flattened by the two, with only half-tree stumps remaining. Both were panting like broken bellows, but it was clear that Madara had reached his limit, his Sharingan nearly blind. Hashirama said, "Madara, this is enough, it's over." Madara glanced at the battlefield, seeing his clan members all injured, and when he saw that half of Izuna's body was covered in blood, he finally accepted it. He rushed to Izuna's side to support him, then shouted at Tobarama, "You all lost." Everyone stopped, their gaze focused on Madara. Izuna was still unconvinced. "Brother, don't mind me, we can't admit defeat." "Enough." Madara's voice was low, but everyone could hear it clearly. "We lost." He turned to Hashirama, saying, "Hashirama, you won. The land of fire is yours." Hashirama was overjoyed and was about to say, "That's great, Madara. Let us build a ninja village together, just like we dreamed of when we were young." However, Madara's next words silenced him completely. "The Uchiha clan will leave the land of fire." The entire area fell silent. Hashirama immediately panicked, incredulously asking, "Leave? Where to? I didn't mean to drive you away. Isn't it better to build a village together?" Madara sneered. "So you're still so naive, Hashirama, living in your own fantasy. The blood that has been shed over the centuries. Do you think a single sentence can erase it? Forcing us together now will only lead to an explosion of contradictions, and then it will be our demise." Hearing this, the Uchiha clan members, though reluctant to leave their home, silently stood behind Madara, showing their loyalty. At this moment, Tobarama jumped out again, saying to his brother, "Brother, we can't let them go. It's like letting a tiger return to the mountains. It's better to eliminate them here." The atmosphere instantly became tense again. Both sides had their hands on their weapons. Just as they were about to fight again, Enko arrived with the Bloodpool clan. He walked straight to the front, looking fearlessly at the Senju brothers, declaring, "Senju Tobarama, you can certainly try. I admit you might be able to kill us, but how many of you will be left? At the very least, whether you can survive is questionable. Moreover, I've already sent people to wait at the border of the land of wind and the land of lightning. If I don't receive news within 3 days, they will spread the news of your weakened Thousand Hands to the two countries. I want to see how you will withstand the attacks from both countries then." At this point, Tobarama had nothing to say. Hashirama finally sighed, his face filled with disappointment, pressing his brother's shoulder. "Forget it, Tobarama. Let them go." Madara gave Hashirama a complex look and silently turned away. "We are leaving." Just like that, we Uchiha left our homeland. 3 days later, our main force set out on the journey. On the way, Enko revealed his detailed plan, not to ally with any major country, but to seize a small country and become the king of the mountain, establish the 6th major power, and then come back to exterminate. He pointed to a place on the map called the Land of Waterfalls, saying, "I've already sent an advance team to stir up the winds and clouds, and now it's just right for us to go reap the rewards." Enko also took out the Flying Thunder God scroll stolen from the Thousand Hands, encouraging Madara and Izuna to learn. However, Madara, with a proud face, said, "I, Madara, need to learn someone else's techniques to become stronger." Izuna was even more direct. "I want to learn that guy Tobarama's stuff." Enko had no choice but to study it himself. After walking for a while, just as they were nearing the border of the Land of Waterfalls, the ever-silent Madara suddenly stopped, expressionless, saying, "It seems they aren't cherishing this last half hour." Enko and Izuna were taken aback, not reacting. Madara shot them a glance. "You both have become lax in your training. Your perception is so dull. There's a team approaching us from both front and back, about 200 people, still 10 miles away." Upon hearing there was a fight, Izuna instantly got excited, wrapping his arm around Enko's shoulder. "Hey Enko, how about this? Let us each pick a side and see who can finish the battle first." Enko was just about to say he would pick when Madara's indifferent and ruthless voice interrupted. You two stay here. Without waiting for the two to react, Madara's tone carried a hint of impatience. I'll go. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. I exchanged glances with Izuna, both of us stunned. Yenhong, who was nearby, smiled wryly and said, it's over. This time, Hashirama has really broken my brother's defenses. He's taking the Senju clan as a punching bag to vent his anger. I originally wanted to recruit them to expand our team, but now it seems we can only go help collect the bodies. Upon hearing this, Izuna's eyes blazed with anger as he said, don't they still have a team left? That team is mine. With that, he vanished in an instant. Damn, I said, isn't the Uchiha clan full of hotheads? One after another, they're all so impulsive. On the other side, an old man named Shimuksen is hiding with the strongest fighters of his entire clan on the hillside like a mouse. Let me tell you, he was calculating like crazy, placing people along the main road, thinking he had them cornered. He even asked his son, Chuan, how things were going. His son, Shimuksen, popped out from the shadows and said, Dad, everything's normal, they haven't noticed, and are coming right into our trap. The old man was quite pleased, nodding his head and starting to analyze. Don't be careless. Although there are many people on the other side, they're definitely experts. I suspect there's some unfortunate guys who were kicked out after failing in a struggle between great nations. His son chimed in, Dad, I heard there was a fight in the Land of Fire a few days ago. Could it be from there? The old man shook his head, wearing a look at her still naive. Impossible. That Senju Hashirama kid is kind-hearted. Even if he loses, he would just have to pay a fine. How could he drive people to death? I guess they're from the land of Earth. Goodness, this father-son duo was playing a reasoning game. And his son looked at him with admiration. Dad, you're amazing. Just as they were complimenting each other, my brother, Madara, strolled over from the other end of the road, confidently and leisurely, as if he were walking through his own backyard. The sound of his footsteps, thud, 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 was neither fast nor slow. Shimuksen was dumbfounded at that moment, murmuring quietly, a scout? Just one? Who does he think he is? They all hid well, not wanting to be exposed. And guess what happened? Madara walked to the middle of the road, and, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he suddenly turned around and precisely locked onto their hiding spot. The old man's face turned pale, and he shouted to his son, Goodness, what insight. Chuan, go. Take him out in an instant. Don't let him go back to report. Understood. His precious son was also a hot-headed youth, and he shot out like a cannonball, reaching Madara's back in the blink of an eye, gripping a shuriken and silently aimed for his neck. The old man watched from behind, his face breaking into a proud smile, probably thinking about how awesome his son was. But in the next second, that smile froze on his face. With a whoosh, a spray of blood shot into the sky. His son still had a smug smile on his lips, then suddenly felt the world spinning before his eyes. And the last thing he saw was a very familiar headless figure. His last thought was probably, hey, why does this figure look so much like me? Thud! The headless body fell to the ground, and the entire mountaintop was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the ambushed ninjas had their eyes nearly popping out, their faces saying, what the hell is going on? After a brief silence, the old man Shimuksen finally reacted. His son was taken out right in front of him, and his eyes instantly turned red, as if he had caught a disease. He no longer hid and leaped to the top of the mountain, pointing at Madara and roaring, Who the hell are you? My elder brother frowned, and that domineering CEO vibe came up, coldly saying, No one has ever dared to stand taller than me and talk to me. Shimuksen was immediately stunned. Who understands? His family. He probably had never seen such an arrogant scout in his life. Not only did he not run away after being discovered, but he also provoked him in return. However, the only rational part of him told him that this person was definitely tough, and he couldn't even see how his son had died. So, he drew his knife, waved his hand, and made the worst decision of his life, to kill. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of people rushed out from the forest like dumplings, and the old man himself took the lead, charging forward with his knife. I tell you, that scene was filled with over 100 people. And what about Master Ban? He didn't even blink. The old man lunged at him with a knife, and he just tilted his body, dodging like he was dancing, and grabbed the old man's wrist, twisting it. With a crack, the wrist was twisted into a pretzel. Just as the old man let out a cry, Master Ban kicked him with a side kick, and the old man flew back like a bowling ball, knocking over 5 or 6 of his own people before stopping. Master Ban hooked the knife that the old man dropped into his hand, then stomped his foot, and like a dragon, he dove straight into the crowd. It was not a battle, it was a massacre. The knife in Master Ban's hand flew up and down, and no one could block him. Wherever he went, blood and flesh flew, and wails filled the air. Master Ban directly entered a mode of invincibility. It was like electronic beads of merit -1 -1 -1. In the blink of an eye, he carved a bloody path through the crowd. The old man finally managed to get up from the ground, looking at the scene in front of him, stunned, his face filled with terror. What kind of monster is this? Perhaps pushed to desperation, he took out a small bottle from his pocket, filled with a shiny liquid. This was the treasure of their clan, the hero's water, which could increase one's chakra tenfold, but at the cost of one's lifespan. In simple terms, it was like taking drugs. The old man's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he gulped down the entire bottle. Boom! A massive chakra surged into the sky. Even Master Band couldn't help but turn back to look. The old man's hair stood on end, his body full of blood, looking like a cooked shrimp. Feeling the explosive power within him, he roared, "Die!" The next second, the ground beneath his feet cracked open, and he transformed into a white shadow, instantly appearing in front of Master Band. The knife was as fast as lightning. And what happened? The airflow blew away Master Band's bangs, revealing a pair of scarlet Sharingan with 3 tomo. The old man's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead, and he probably had a thought flash through his mind. This eye is. Before the thought was complete, Master Band simply took a step forward and made a simple horizontal slash. Cha! A cold light flashed, and the two figures crossed. Master Band took 2 steps forward, raised his hand to check his sleeve, which now had a small cut, and even commented, "Not bad." The old man, just about to turn around for another strike, suddenly realized he couldn't move. His lower body had completely lost sensation. He looked down to see a line of blood extending from his left waist to his right rib. Blood frothing from his mouth, he despairingly uttered a few words. "Uchiha, why are you here?" As soon as he finished speaking, his entire upper body slid down, crashing to the ground with a thud. Now, the remaining ambushers completely collapsed, all of them scared to the point of trembling legs, not daring to advance. Master Band glanced at them, and everyone took a step back in unison. Master Band probably found it boring too, as his chakra suddenly erupted. The people, seeing this situation, were so frightened that their souls almost flew away. The first person screamed and began to flee, and then everyone scattered like a pot boiling over, wishing they had 2 more legs. In the distance, EnhongSteals heard the commotion and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, a hawk flew in, and he took down the secret letter to read it. A smirk appeared on his face as he shouted to his clansmen behind him, "Go! Everyone, settle in the land of waterfalls." Before long, the entire land of waterfalls was flattened by our Uchiha. The main force of the Shemu clan was annihilated, and the remaining forces were quickly dealt with by us. Another clan called the Chuanlu, seeing this situation, wisely chose to surrender. The next step was to build a village. But building a village required getting in touch with the leader of this country, the daimyo. I'm telling you, that daimyo of the land of waterfalls is simply the worst. When our people infiltrated his mansion, he was holding a beautiful woman, listening to some tunes while getting all handsy. He was so greasy. A minister rushed in, saying the Uchiha wanted to build a village in the land of waterfalls and hoped the daimyo could allocate funds to support it. The daimyo immediately became impatient. Build a village? A bunch of mud-legged fighters want to build a village? But his subordinates advised him, saying that all 5 great nations were doing it, so we should follow the trend. The daimyo thought for a moment and started to set conditions. Let me tell you, those conditions were so harsh that it was like he was toying with us like dogs. First, the village must be called Takigakure. Second, funding? No way. Third, the village must unconditionally obey his orders. Fourth, and this was the most ridiculous, he wanted to have the final say on the village chief and place his own people in high positions. The minister was dumbfounded and said, "My lord, these conditions. I'm afraid they won't agree." The daimyo slammed his hand on the table. If they don't agree, they can get lost. If you're a dog, you need to act like one. Little did he know, his words were being clearly heard by EnhongSteals and our other illusion master Mu, who were listening from the 2nd floor. Mu couldn't stand it any longer and asked EnhongSteals, "Lord EnhongSteals, shall we make a move?" EnhongSteals covered his face, likely speechless from the filthy sounds coming from downstairs, and waved his hand. Mu jumped from the 2nd floor and, in a flash, controlled the daimyo with an illusion technique, turning him into a puppet that could only nod. EnhongSteals then leisurely walked down, patted Mu on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Mu, you've worked hard. From today on, you are the new daimyo of the land of waterfalls. But you need to take it easy. Don't become disheartened like that waste." Mu looked distressed. "My lord, I still want to stay by your side, but you are the one I trust the most." With one sentence, EnhongSteals had him under control. Then EnhongSteals started making arrangements. "Go check how much money is left in the treasury and take out 70% to build the village. The village's name? Takigakure? That sounds lame. Let us just change the name of the entire country. So, what shall we call it? After discussing with my elder brother and second brother, Enhong smiled slightly and said, let us call it the Land of Flames, and our village will be named EnhongSteals. A month later, EnhongSteals was officially established, and the village's symbol was the three-tomo Sharingan. My elder brother Uchiha was the first generation of Flame Shadows. The news reached Kinkouhou, and they were in an uproar. Tobirama slammed the table at the meeting. I said the Uchiha's ambitions are not dead. The Land of Flames is right next to us. They must be seeking revenge. Hashirama was still trying to mediate. Oh, Madara just doesn't know how to give up. Everyone don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't harm the village. The old fox from the Nara family saw through it and guessed that the daimyo was under an illusion. Finally, Hashirama proposed a shocking plan, saying they should capture tailed beasts and distribute them among the 5 great nations to achieve nuclear deterrence. Oh no, I mean balance of power, to maintain peace. Although Tobirama thought his brother was naive, he had no choice but to make one request. Fine, but Uchiha must not get the tailed beasts. Meanwhile, we in EnhongSteals were also having a meeting. Enhong stood in front of a strategic map and began to outline his grand blueprint. The first step was to establish a ninja school, creating a ninja ranking system. Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, professionalized, systematized to reduce unnecessary casualties. Izuna listened with great interest, nodding repeatedly. The second step was to expand recruitment. Enhong continued, stating that we were too few and needed to absorb more clans. Of course, we would take any useless ones. I will pick some small clans with potential and bring them in. This process might involve some minor friction. Takara, we'll see how you and your clan handle it. The leader of the Takara clan, filled with fighting spirit, brightened at the thought of battle. No problem. Who are we fighting? When are we fighting? My elder brother frowned beside him. You want to go personally again? Can your eyes handle it? Enhong quickly reassured him. Don't worry, elder brother, they're just small clans. No need for the Manjiki. Izuna was displeased. Hey, you're getting all the good stuff. Doesn't that make me look bad as the elder brother? Enhong smiled. Don't worry, second brother. I've arranged a more important task for you. What task? Take a trip to the Land of Thunder, Enhong said with a mysterious smile, and help us catch a little pet to bring back. So, we split into 2 groups. Izuna went to the Land of Thunder to catch a cat, while Enhong took Takara and his group of battle maniacs on the path to friendly incorporation of various clans. Outside, it was pouring rain, and Takara and the others were anxiously scratching their heads in a cave, asking daily, Boss, when can we fight? Enhong, looking at the map, could only comfort these warhawks. Our first target was a small country called the Land of Craftsmen, where the people were top-level weaponsmiths. After a day of travel, we finally arrived at Takumi no Sato. Takara and the others were already itching to go. Enhong quickly stopped them. Don't rush. We must be polite first before taking action. A forcibly squeezed fruit, ISNT sweet. We arrived at the entrance of the village and announced the name of Yin Village. Before long, a villager named Qing Ming warmly welcomed us in. In hall, Enhong got straight to the point. Qing Ming, what plans do you have for the future of Jiangyin Village? Upon hearing this, Qing Ming's expression changed to a peculiar one, and he smiled wryly. Are you perhaps suggesting that our Jiangyin Village join your Yining Village? Enhong was taken aback. Why would you say that? Qing Ming sighed and said softly, because you are the second person to say this to me. Enhong raised an eyebrow. Who was the first? Qing Ming looked out at the rain and slowly uttered a few words. Land of water, mist-hidden village. I tell you, as soon as Qing Ming finished saying those words, the whole conference room turned gloomy. The old men looked like frostbitten eggplants, heads down and not saying a word. After the showdown with the people from our Yin village yesterday, the atmosphere became awkward. Goodness. Both sides needed to digest the situation, so today they locked the doors for an emergency meeting early in the morning. And what was the outcome? A lonely meeting. After a long time, not a single word was spoken, just sighs. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked Qing Ming, Lord Qing Ming, what should we do now? What to do? Qing Ming was almost pulling his hair out in frustration. Dealing with just the mist-hidden village was already enough of a headache. And now our Yining village has popped up. Both sides are not something he can provoke. It felt like that scenario where the top girl was simultaneously requested by 2 rich second generations, and she couldn't refuse. Do you think they wanted to choose? Of course. Who wouldn't want to be in charge and establish the 6th great ninja village to show off? But with the current situation, if you play neutral, both sides could easily throw you out. Adhering to the principle that if I can't have you, neither can you, it's all about mutual destruction. Immediately, someone started complaining. If I had known, I wouldn't have given those white-eyed wolves from the mist-hidden village a blade. Exactly, where did the Uchiha come from? Insisting on being involved. Qingming felt a headache coming on and knocked on the table. All right, stop complaining about the heavens and the earth. The people from the mist-hidden village will arrive tomorrow, and we must come up with a plan today. Now the pot was boiling over. A strong man said in a deep voice, "What else can we do? It's either one or the other. If you ask me, let us join the mist-hidden village. After all, it's one of the 5 great ninja villages, big and prosperous." Immediately, someone opposed. But the Uchiha are formidable. Although the village is small, it's a potential stock. This is like an angel round investment. If invested well, it can take off directly. Mist-hidden village is stable. Uchiha has a promising future. After arguing for a long time, everyone's gaze turned back to Qingming. Family, who understands after half a day of meeting in the end, it's still the boss who makes the decision. Qingming remained silent for a long time, and suddenly a gleam flashed in his eyes. Perhaps we could do nothing at all. Everyone below was stunned. Listening closely, Qingming lowered his voice. Both families want our forging technology. So let us just lie flat and let them figure out themselves. The Uchiha are known for being reckless, and the mist-hidden village is no pushover either. With these two together, it would be strange if they didn't fight. Someone still didn't understand. But after they fight, won't we still have to mix with the winner? No. Qingming smiled like a sly fox. If they fight, they'll only end up hurting each other. By the time they determine the winner, the victor will be a Pyrrhic one. And then we can step in and take care of the winner too. They will definitely not expect us to have such guts and strength, and they will only blame the other side. This way, won't we be completely untangled? Goodness. I thought at that moment, this old fox knows how to use others to do the dirty work. Let them dogs fight it out, and we'll be the ones to pick up the pieces in the end. This plan is almost hitting me in the face. I'm also lying in bed pondering this matter. To be honest, I really didn't expect that the hidden mist village would get involved before I came here. And now it's troublesome. If I were Qingming, I would let them fight it out and profit from their conflict. This scheme is laid out clearly. It's simple to break the deadlock. Either we, the hidden flame village, back down, or we directly overturn the table and eliminate the hidden craftsman village, so that no one benefits. But our hidden flame village is financially weak and can't keep up with logistics. We must bite the bullet and take down this piece of meat from the hidden craftsman village. Just as I was worrying about this, suddenly, I heard a very faint rustling sound coming from the roof. I tell you, if it weren't for my keen ears, I wouldn't have been able to hear it at all amidst the sound of the pouring rain outside. I narrowed my eyes. The hidden artisan village? Impossible. They wouldn't act now, no matter how foolish they were. Who could it be? Just as this thought flashed through my mind, the door opened a crack, and a shadow swiftly darted in. Dressed in a black robe with a face covered by a mask, it had a clear target, not even taking a detour, and headed straight for my bed. At that moment, I closed my eyes and breathed steadily, pretending to be asleep, a professional at this, you know. The shadow must have seen I was deeply asleep. Its right hand slid out from the sleeve, the hand as dark as if it were poisoned, reaching straight for my neck. With a crisp snap, in the next second, I transformed into a cloud of white mist. When the mist dispersed, what was gripping in its hand was not me, but a broken piece of wood, a substitution technique, forever God. The guy's pupils shook, realizing he was exposed, and turned to flee. Too late. I lunged out from behind him like a ghost, one hand grabbing his shoulder, the other locking onto the back of his neck, aiming to capture him alive. However, this guy reacted incredibly fast, flipping over and throwing himself to the ground. A yellow smoke bomb exploding with a bang. The entire room was instantly shrouded in darkness. Taking advantage of the smoke cover, he dashed towards the door without looking back. Trying to escape? Did he ask about the knife in my hand? With a clang, a bright flash of the blade cleaved through the dense fog, splitting the room in half. If I couldn't capture him alive, then I would send him off directly. The long knife in my hand moved like lightning, aiming straight for his face. Seeing he couldn't dodge, the shadow suddenly shouted, its right sleeve puffing up violently, and without evading, it slapped towards my blade. Clang! I was completely stunned. When a knife struck my palm, it surprisingly made a metallic clashing sound, and even sparked. Immediately after, a tremendous force exploded, and the chakra between us detonated, causing the wooden bed next to us to shatter into pieces. I was knocked back 3 steps and had to step on the floor to stabilize myself. The shadow fared worse. He was sent flying, crashing through the window with a loud crash and directly into the pouring rain outside. The cold rain seemed to wake him up a bit. He landed and slapped the ground, performing a backflip to steady himself, then took off running. There was no door. Uchiha fire slash. Swish. A crescent-shaped flame cut through the rain curtain, instantly evaporating the rainwater in its path. That shadow was probably scared out of his wits, and in a desperate situation, he gathered all his chakra into his arms, crossing them in front of him to take my attack head-on. Boom! His black robe was instantly burned to ashes, but he surprisingly emerged unscathed, only emitting white smoke from his body. The hood on his head was blown away, revealing an unremarkable face. As soon as I stepped into the rain and caught a glimpse of his appearance, I was stunned and blurted out, "How could it be you?" In the wind and rain, I looked at the man in front of me, my mind a bit chaotic. Isn't this guy Kinkouhou? The noise here is too loud. Zhu Ma and the others have already brought people over. Seeing the situation, they're excitedly shouting, "Boss, should we kill him? Leave it to me." Jiao Du, realizing he is surrounded, knows he is likely to meet his end today, and a look of resignation appears on his face. Wait. I raise my hand to stop them, telling them to leave this to me and to guard the perimeter, not to let anyone in. Although Zhu Ma looked confused, he obediently took his people away. Once they left, I looked back at Jiao Du and asked, "So, tell me, why did you come to assassinate me?" Jiao Du also looked shocked and said, "How do you know my name?" I shrugged. "You, the elite ninja of the land of waterfalls, must be underestimating me if I don't have at least this bit of information. But we don't have any grudges, do we? No grudges?" Kinkouhou became agitated. "I have deep-seated hatred with your Uchiha clan. It's you who killed my wife and children." "Oh, is that so?" Seeing his expression, I guess there was a misunderstanding. He continued, "When we occupied the land of waterfalls, I was on a mission. By the time I returned, my home was gone, and I couldn't find my wife and children. I think I understand. This guy couldn't find his family, so he put all the blame on us. He wanted revenge, but couldn't take on our entire family, so he targeted me. He probably thought I was an easy target since I'm not as famous as my two brothers, but he didn't expect to squeeze a hard walnut. He followed me all the way from the land of flames to here, only to find an opportunity to strike, and ended up failing." Seeing his tragic look, as if he was ready to reunite with his wife and daughter, I couldn't help but interrupt him. "Are you mistaken about something? According to what you said, your family should have been requisitioned by us, and in such cases, compensation is usually provided. You can't find them because you've never even been to our hidden flame village, right?" Kinkouhou was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" I continued, "Our village is undergoing major construction and has gathered many laborers. Your wife is likely one of them, helping out in logistics. Of course, you wouldn't be able to find her." "Really?" This news came as a shock, and hope reignited in Kinkouhou's eyes. But the next moment, I dashed that hope. I had no reason to lie to a dying man. My tone was cold, despite the misunderstanding. I had no intention of letting go of someone who wanted to kill me. "You." He opened his mouth, unable to say anything. "I'll give you a chance," I said, looking at him. "If you defeat me, I'll let you go to see your wife and daughter." Kinkouhou's eyes instantly ignited with a strong desire to survive and fighting spirit. "Is that true?" I didn't say anything, just beckoned him with my finger. "Well then, excuse me." As soon as the words left my mouth, he moved. No, I was the one who moved first. I stomped down, shattering the puddle on the ground, and shot out like a rocket, holding a knife in both hands, descending from the sky. The rain around the knife's edge was turned into mist, like a dragon charging straight at Kinkouhou. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kinkouhou hasn't learned Earth Grudge Fear yet, only able to perform simple nature transformations. His arms instantly turned as black as steel, crossing above his head to block. Boom! With a loud bang, the water on the ground was shaken into ripples, and Kinkouhou barely managed to block my knife, but his whole body was pushed back by the immense force. This guy has a lot of combat experience. Seeing that he had lost the initiative, he suddenly relaxed his arms and shifted his body to the side. My knife lost its point of impact and, with a clang, plunged into the ground, creating a large gash. He swiftly stepped on the blade with one foot, while his other fist, dark and shiny, came roaring towards my forehead. This series of moves flowed seamlessly, turning the tide of the disadvantage. I secretly gave him a thumbs up in my heart. He truly is a ruthless person who dared to assassinate the first Hokage. With my blade pinned down, I simply let go, step back, and braced myself with my hands crossed over my chest to take his punch head on. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a shockwave surged up my arm, instantly shredding my sleeve, but I stood my ground without budging. Kinkouhou's pupils constricted. He wanted to continue his combo, but as I caught his fist, my foot had already lightning-fast kicked into his waist. Bang! He let out a muffled grunt and staggered backward uncontrollably. Using the momentum, I jumped back and quickly formed hand signs, shadow, clone jutsu. With a bang, A cloud of white mist erupted in front of me, and one shadow clone dashed out, picked up the long blade on the ground, and in 3 steps reached Kakuzu, delivering an upward slash. This isn't an ordinary clone. Kakuzu was horrified, his body still retreating, unable to react in time, only seeing a flash of blade light. Swish! A spray of blood flew in the air, instantly washed away by the heavy rain. A deep gash was cut open on his chest, exposing bone. The excruciating pain made him momentarily dazed, but his will to survive was too strong. Just as my clone swung its second strike, he surprisingly grabbed the clone's wrist, then mustered all his strength to deliver a headbutt to the clone's face. The shadow clone exploded with a bang, and the long blade fell to the ground. Just as Kakuzu picked up the blade to counterattack, he looked up and was enveloped by a dazzling blue light. Rasengan, his eyes widened in horror, watching the rapidly spinning chakra sphere rush towards his forehead, unable to evade it any longer. Still, going to die? At the last moment, the Rasengan in my hand suddenly dissipated, and I clenched my fist, delivering a solid punch to his face. Thud! Kakuzu's towering body fell heavily into the water, splashing a large spray. The world fell silent. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, looked at the rain above, and weakly asked, "Why, didn't you kill me?" I looked down at him and slowly spoke. "I'll give you a chance, pay to save your life." "Money? How much do you want?" I thought for a moment and smiled. "How about starting with 100 billion explosive talismans?" When Kakuzu groggily woke up, he found himself lying in bed, and I was sitting not far away, crossing my legs and looking at a scroll. Seeing that he was awake, I slowly put the scroll away. "Oh, you're awake? Get ready for your debt repayment journey." He rubbed his head and said after a moment of silence, "I don't have that much money. If you don't have money, then earn it." I coaxed him like a pyramid scheme leader. "Originally, you were dead, but I'm giving you a chance to exchange money for your life. Isn't that a good deal? It doesn't matter if you don't have money. Our Yanin village can lend you some first. You can live in our village and use that money to earn more. Once you pay it back, you'll be free." He thought for a moment. "You want me to manage the finances? Why pick me? I see you have potential." I shrug, of course. "You don't have a choice." This time he didn't hesitate, but still set a condition. "I want to see my family first, otherwise I'd rather die." "No problem." I nodded, and that settled it. I wrote him a letter, instructing him to go directly to the daimyo's residence in the land of Yen, where they would make arrangements for him, and I would also have someone bring his family over by the time he recovered enough to be on the road. I would also need to meet with the envoy from Mist Hidden Village. Just as I was thinking this, a big man from Craft Hidden Village arrived at the door, saying that someone from Mist Hidden Village had come and asked me to go over. I followed the Han to the conference hall, where 2 people were already seated. One was my old acquaintance Qingming, and the other was a middle-aged man who appeared refined and cultured. The man wore a light gray long robe, had neatly combed black hair, and his eyes were always squinting, giving off an air of gentility. However, the moment I saw him, my brows furrowed, and my internal alarm went off to the highest level. Qingming warmly invited me to sit down and pretended to ask about last night's events. I casually made up an excuse to brush it off, and he began the introduction. "This is..." Before he could finish, the middle-aged man stood up himself and elegantly bowed to me. "Uchiha Yanhong, I've heard much about you. I am from the Hidden Mist Village, here to discuss the matter of the ownership of the Artisan Hidden Village. I'm a bit curious. Do you know me?" "Of course, you're one of the Uchiha's 3 hands, right?" Mizuki said with a smile. I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with him, so I sat down and got straight to the point. "Let's skip the pleasantries. We have the same goal. How do you propose we resolve this?" Shuewu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly and said, "Lord Yanhong is indeed straightforward. Our Mist Hidden Village does not wish to be enemies with your village." After saying that, he glanced at Qingming, who was playing dead nearby. Qingming, the old fox, immediately started to deflect. "Oh, both sides are excellent. I really can't choose. You all discuss it among yourselves." Shuewu then threw the question back at me. "We place great importance on the Craftsman Hidden Village, but we wonder if your village could give it up? We can offer other resources as compensation." I shook my head directly. "Sorry, we are also determined to obtain the Craftsman Hidden Village. That's difficult." Shuewu squinted his eyes and suddenly suggested, "How about this? You and I have a match. If I lose, our Mist Hidden Village will withdraw." "Oh," I raised an eyebrow. "Can you represent the Mist Hidden Village?" "I still have that much authority." He smiled slightly. "However, if I happen to win, the Craftsman Hidden Village can also be given to you." "Huh?" Qingming and I were both stunned on the spot. "If we lose, we don't want it, and if we win, we don't want it either. Are you doing charity here?" I frowned and asked, "What do you want?" "I want..." The mist slowly opened his always squinting eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils. Your blood. If I win, I want all the blood in your body. Boom. A thunderclap erupted outside the window. The atmosphere in the entire conference hall instantly dropped to freezing point. I stared at him. You said you want my blood? The mist closed its eyes again, transforming back into the elegant young man, but the words that came out were laced with a bloody scent. That's right. Your blood is an exquisite delicacy for me. Don't worry. My ninjutsu can keep you alive even without blood. You'll just be a living dead. I see. I nodded. Then bring it on. Qingming's eyes lit up. Shall I arrange a venue for the duel? A venue for the duel? The mist suddenly laughed. Isn't this place just fine? Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from his seat. Fast as a ghost, in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of me, his fingers clawing towards my throat. In my eyes, the kaleidoscope instantly opened, but I could only barely capture his fleeting shadow. At the critical moment, I raised my hand to meet him with a palm strike. Boom! 2 streams of chakra erupted in the conference hall. The chair beneath me was instantly crushed, and the tiles under my feet shattered. The water mist was blown away by my palm, and while in the air, I suddenly brought my hands together. Blood escape, blood meteor. A blood arrow shot through the air, moving in astonishing speed. I quickly ducked to avoid it, and with a loud bang, the blood arrow directly pierced through the wall behind me. With one foot on the ground, I lunged forward like a fierce tiger, drawing my long knife and creating a flash of white light. Zulfust! A glimmer of amazement flashed in the misty water's eyes as my right hand condensed a blood sphere. At the moment my blade light met my body, the blood sphere suddenly exploded. Boom! The immense impact sent both of us flying, and I slammed my back against the wall, crashing straight through it and landing in the rain outside. The cold rainwater hit my face as I leaned on my knife and slowly stood up, watching the misty figure walk into the rain with a serious expression. This guy is the future third Mizukage, the creator of the blood mist. You're indeed strong. I wiped the rain off my face. The misty figure wore a bloodthirsty smile. You're not bad either. Then let's continue. A kaleidoscope of red light flashed in my eyes as I activated my ocular technique, Kagaya's Grace. Before I could unleash the technique, the misty figure suddenly vanished from my sight. This ocular technique requires me to see my opponent to activate it. Once he disappeared, I was left with no way to counter. I had studied the Uchiha. As long as I can't see you, your Sharingan is useless. Suddenly, a voice came from behind me. A massive blood scythe swept toward me. Clang! I raised my sword to block, but to my surprise, my exquisite long sword was actually severed by a sickle. The remaining force of the sickle brushed against my cheek, leaving a shallow scar of blood. I flew back, and the blood on my face was instantly washed away by the rain. On the opposite side, the mist revealed an extremely intoxicated expression. What a charming taste. By drinking your blood, I can become the strongest existence in the land of water. Brother, I'm sorry, but it seems I must get serious. I silently chanted in my heart and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. A raging sea of fire rolled towards a mist. However, behind him, a pair of huge blood-colored wings suddenly unfurled, and with a flap, he soared into the sky, flying over the sea of fire. He mocked from the air. You have plenty of chakra, but what's the use if you can't hit anything? Just as his words fell, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted. A large hole opened up in the sea of fire beneath him, and a long spear made of black chakra, accompanied by the torrential rain, transformed into a roaring dragon. Piercing upwards, the mist's face was filled with astonishment, and in a hurry, he could only use his blood wings to protect himself. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the blood wings shattered in midair. The mist was slammed down like a meteor by my spear, crashing through 2 walls and landing on the street outside. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at the black Susanoo that appeared around me with a crazed gaze, what a monster. Huh. Suddenly, it seemed as if someone had grabbed his throat. He looked down in horror at his hands. What is going on? Not far away, blood was flowing from my left as I fixed my gaze on him. Dojutsu Kagutsuchi. Activate. The wave of ocular power spread out, and the mist's expression changed drastically. His proud bloodline limit could no longer be used. I also spat out a mouthful of blood, and the gigantic Susanoo instantly collapsed. The mist looked at me, seemingly pondering. So this is your dojutsu? It can render the opponent's ninjutsu ineffective? However, the cost seems quite high. I gasped for breath, my vision blurring, enduring the excruciating pain. And hoarsely said, not bad for ninjutsu, let me borrow it. Water Mist's heart sank. What did you say? In the next moment, his pupils dilated. Behind me, countless blood droplets appeared out of thin air, stretching and transforming into a sea of blood-red long needles. Blood ninjutsu, blood like rain. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of blood needles surged toward him without any blind spots, like a locust swarm. Water ninjutsu, water wall. As soon as he shouted, I tell you, an 8-meter-high wall of water rose up in an instant. That guy, Water Mist, reacted incredibly fast, knowing that standing still was like being a live target. After setting up the wall, he turned and ran, but it was useless. I tell you, EnhongSteals' blood needles were like armor-piercing rounds. With a few thuds, the water wall was turned into a sieve. The blood needles relentlessly chased after Water Mist, creating a scene on the ground that looked like it had been raked by machine gun fire, full of craters. The nearby houses were equally unfortunate, instantly transforming into a Syrian-style ruin. After one wave of output, EnhongSteals also recovered. The side effect of the kaleidoscope made him grimace in pain. He stood there, eyes closed, beginning to experience the blood ninjutsu he had just stolen. This thing, simply put, was about shoving chakra into one's own blood and then using blood as a weapon, similar to the Bamboo Take clan who played with bones. One played with bones, and the other played with blood. Just then, EnhongSteals' eyes snapped open. The look in his eyes, I tell you, was like seeing a bottle of ice-cold cola after being thirsty in the desert for 3 days and nights. He stared intently at Water Mist, the fervor and desire in his gaze. Damn, there was no concealment at all. Water Mist felt a shiver run down his spine, probably thinking, what's up with this guy? I recognize that look. Isn't that the look I give to masters? Sure enough, EnhongSteals spoke up, his voice crackling with energy. Brother, I finally understand what you said before. His gaze was so fiery it could ignite someone. Now, forget about this broken village. Even if you offered the entire land of fire in exchange, you must leave something for me today. What do you think Water Mist's reaction was? Not only was he not afraid, but he also laughed heartily, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Good, good, good. That's the feeling. Looks like you also want to get something good from me. Our goals align. Come on, no more nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, Water Mist directly used water ninjutsu, water dragon bullet technique. With the heavy rain from above, a water dragon roared and charged toward EnhongSteals' face. What happened next? EnhongSteals didn't even blink, and blood erupted from his hand, instantly condensing into a blood-red longsword. With a slight lift of his wrist, one sword. Just one sword. He directly cleaved the water dragon in half. But who understands what Water Mist was playing at? He was using a feint. As soon as the water dragon was split, a shadow shot through the gap and rushed toward EnhongSteals. The speed was like flying close to the ground. With chakra gathered in his hand, he slapped toward EnhongSteals' heart. There was no time to react. EnhongSteals was also stunned, probably thinking, this guy is too bold. He stole my bloodline limit and still dares to play close combat with me? In a hurry, he had no time to dodge and could only grit his teeth and slap back. Bang! I tell you, that scene, with two palms pressed together, was like two mountains colliding. The surrounding rainwater was instantly shaken out, creating a vacuum spherical space. EnhongSteals was indeed caught off guard. He immediately felt a tremendous force and was sent flying away. But he was also tough at the moment he was flying out. The blood in his hand transformed into a whip, snapping and wrapping around the arm of the Water Mist, forcibly pulling him back, while his right foot lifted and landed a solid kick right in the chest of the Water Mist. Boom! The two separated instantly, like two cannonballs flying off in different directions. The Water Mist crashed directly into a building, his hand embedded in the wall before he finally stopped. EnhongSteals looked even cooler. In midair, he transformed his blood into a knife, plunging it into the ground for a perfect landing, stabilizing his stance. The Water Mist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with astonishment, probably calculating in his heart. This guy is using my blood escape technique even better than I do, but how long can his cheating skill last? EnhongSteals wasn't feeling great either. Chakra was surging wildly, and he was also counting down his heart. 1 minute left. I must defeat him within 1 minute. Just as the thought arose, a massive amount of blood erupted from EnhongSteals' body. The blood floated in the air, not even washed away by the heavy rain, gathering more and more, creating a scene that looked like hell descending. Upon seeing this situation, the Water Mist's face showed fear for the first time. Damn, he can even use this move. He knew his own ultimate move best, and he dared not hesitate. His figure flashed as he rushed towards EnhongSteals. Absolutely must not let him use it. The commotion here also attracted other ninjas from the village, who all stood far away, staring at the blood sea in the sky. Dumbstruck. What kind of ghostly ninjutsu is this? EnhongSteals looked at the rushing Water Mist. A wicked grin appeared on his face. Come. Taste your own ultimate move. Blood, escape, blood, funeral. Boom. The blood sea in the sky exploded instantly, transforming into countless giant blood spikes that rained down like a torrential storm. Let me tell you, centered around Yenhong, within a radius of 500 meters, all buildings, no matter what they were instantly ground to powder. The entire world was stained blood red. After the move, the dust settled. The ground was covered in dark red. Rainwater mixed with blood flowing everywhere. The water mist lay face down on the ground, all four limbs pierced by blood spikes, blood pooling around him, but fortunately, he was still hanging on to life. Yenhong, dragging his exhausted body over, was filled with uncontainable excitement in his eyes. He had discovered a shocking secret. With this blood escape, perhaps he could find a way to make the Sharingan eternal without sacrificing his two brothers. 5 minutes. The water mist lying on the ground suddenly spoke up. Yenhong was startled and took a step back. He was currently in a terrible state, having consumed a lot of his eye power. The water mist continued. It seems your eye technique can only last 5 minutes at most. He was still smiling. This time you won, Uchiha. Yenhong, looking forward to seeing you next time. Ha ha, not good. Yenhong realized he was about to escape, reaching out to grab him, but found the water mist's whole body swelling up like a balloon, and finally, with a bang, he exploded, bursting into a cloud of blood mist, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Yenhong punched the ground. But before he could express his frustration, the sound of heavy footsteps came from all directions. The village chief, named Qingming, leading a large group of people, surrounded Yenhong. His voice so grim it could drip water. It seems your communication has ended. Now, it's our turn to have a good talk. The summer rain stopped as suddenly as it started, quickly turning into a light drizzle. The center of the village had become a ruin. Yenhong, drenched, looked around and laughed. Chief Qingming, your negotiation style is truly unique. The surrounding ninjas from the craftsman hidden village, each holding weapons, were clearly surrounding others, but looked as nervous as if they were the ones being surrounded. Qingming was too angry to pretend anymore, shouting, "This is all your fault. You came here wanting to recruit us. Why should we comply? Why should we?" Yenhong chuckled and took a step forward. Swish, I tell you at this moment, everyone on the opposite side took a big step back in unison. One by one, they nervously swallowed. Did you see that? Yenhong pointed at them, saying you're simply too weak. Qingming's face turned pale. Yenhong continued to output. This world is like this. Weakness is the original sin. Even without us, there would be Wuyin Village and Yunin Village coming to find you. Your lives are about submission. Nonsense. Qingming was anxious. How do you know we won't get stronger? Maybe, Yenhong shrugged, in 50 years? 100 years? Can you guarantee nothing will go wrong in that time? It's better to find a big thigh to hug. Our Yunin Village is definitely more hopeful than you blindly muddling through, right? Someone in the crowd was unconvinced. Who knows if you'll cross the river and demolish the bridge? I can't be bothered to guarantee anything to you. Whether you want to bet or not is up to you. After this was said, many people wavered. Yenhong was speaking the truth. Their small village, possessing treasures, could easily see their development cut short. Seeing the morale of his troops unstable, Qingming began to speak harshly. I see you are afraid of dying at our hands. If I kill you, Yunin Village will definitely go to war with Wuyin Village, and we can take the opportunity to develop. Hee. Yenhong laughed contemptuously. Let me put it this way, based on the personalities of my two older brothers, if I die here, even if it really is Wuyin Village that did it, none of you from Jiangyin Village will survive. Moreover, why do you think I will definitely die? The moment the words fell, a dozen figures suddenly appeared. The one playing with bones, Zhuma, was the first to rush to Yenhong's side, excitedly saying, "Boss, can we finally fight?" Yenhong looked at Qingming with a playful gaze. Village Chief Qingming, what do you think? Qingming's face turned extremely ugly, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. He doesn't have much strength left. Let us all go together and kill him." As a result, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "No, I don't want to take risks. I think what he said is right. I want to join Yunin Village." Me too. Me too. Good heavens, this was like lighting a fuse. More and more people chose to surrender. Qingming's face darkened. Do you want to rebel? Yenhong directly mocked. It seems you aren't doing such a good job as village chief. All right. Qingming was so angry he laughed. Then let us kill you first. I want to see who dares to join. With a bang, Qingming stomped and shattered the ground, drawing his sword and charging at Yenhong. Boss, leave it to me. Zhuma could no longer wait. With a howl, he charged forward, bone spikes emerging from his palms, fighting recklessly, focusing on offense without defense. Qingming was, after all, the founder and had some skills. He flicked his sword to deflect the bone spikes and used the force to spin kick towards Zhu Ma's head. Clang! Zhu Ma didn't dodge at all, taking the kick with his body, swaying a couple of times, then delivering a sidekick right to Qingming's waist. Bang! Qingming was no match for this muscular man and was kicked away. Huh? Zhu Ma looked at his hand in confusion, feeling like that sword had absorbed some chakra. But he was simple-minded and shook his head, charging again. The two fought fiercely. Qingming was increasingly alarmed. His sword could absorb chakra. But this guy across from him was like a steel turtle, unable to break through his defenses. Looking at his subordinates, good heavens. They were all just standing there as onlookers, not a single one coming up to help. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would definitely die. No, I have to run. Qingming pushed Zhu Ma back with a sword and turned to flee. But before he could run 10 steps, whoosh. A shuriken flew through the air, deeply embedding itself in the ground in front of him. Qingming stumbled forward 2 steps and fell to his knees with a thud. He clutched his throat, blood oozing from his fingers, looking back in disbelief at Enhong, who had just lowered his hand. Don't forget, we Uchiha are also skilled in shuriken techniques. After eliminating Qingming, Enhong looked at the people around and said lightly, "So, welcome everyone to join Yanin village. I pay my respects to Lord Enhong." Hearing the thunderous cheers, Enhong looked up towards the distance, in the direction of the land of thunder. I wonder how my second brother is doing. The scene shifted, and let us take a look at his second brother, Izuna, in the land of thunder. A patrol team from Yanin village was wandering in the mountains. After the patrol ended, the captain told the team members to go back and drink, and he would go meet the next shift. As he was running, the captain noticed something was off. Damn, why have I been going around in circles? He immediately stopped and gripped his kunai. Who? Come out. He knew he was caught in a jinjutsu. TSK, quite perceptive. A mocking voice sounded in his ear. Without thinking, the captain swung his knife behind him, but he struck nothing. Idiot. I'm right here. The captain turned sharply, and a pair of scarlet Sharingan stared directly at him. The next second, his consciousness vanished, and he fell into chaos. Izuna looked at the vacant-eyed man before him, feeling a bit troubled. This is the 5th one. I hope you know something. I asked you, where's the 9 tails? I don't know. Izuna sighed, about to give up, but then the guy spoke again. Still with that vacant expression. I know the clue. To the 9 tails. A week ago, the 9 tails appeared outside the village and was chased to the western wilderness forest by Lord Rakage. I don't know where it is now. The wilderness forest. Izuna nodded, dispelled the jinjutsu, and casually erased that segment of his memory. Not long after, the small team leader woke up, looking confused. Strange, why did I faint? Oh no, I haven't handed over the task. After saying that, he hurriedly ran off. On the other side, Izuna had already rushed to the wilderness forest. He took out a compass. This thing is a family heirloom of the Uchiha, able to detect special chakra. After searching for nearly half an hour, the compass needle finally moved. Found it. Izuna instantly disappeared and reappeared on top of a big tree. He looked down and, even though he was prepared, was still stunned by the sight before him. In a clearing in the forest, a fox the size of a small mountain was lying there napping. Its 9 tails sprawled behind it, and the wind from its breathing was almost knocking down the surrounding trees. Good heavens! This amount of chakra is almost as much as my older brother's, right? Looking at the 9 tails, Izuna was filled with amazement. No wonder his third brother valued it so much. Well, from now on, you will be our village's guardian beast. How about I name you Big Yellow? Just as Izuna was pondering the naming, the 9 tails woke up. Its red vertical pupils locked onto Izuna. This damned malice, little brat. Who are you? Oh, you're awake? Izuna said from his elevated position. 9 tails, you're stronger than I thought. What a pity. If I had obtained your power earlier, I might have won against Senju back then. You want my power? The 9 tails stood up, its gigantic body now level with Izuna's head, its tone filled with anger. Little brat, are you seeking death? Izuna didn't care at all. As expected, just like my third brother said, the 9 tails is a collective of hatred. The angrier it gets, the more volatile its chakra becomes, making it easier to control with the Sharingan. So, before he could finish his sentence, a massive paw descended from the sky, crashing down onto the tree he was standing on. The big tree was instantly shattered. Weak human. The 9 tails disdainfully snorted and prepared to continue sleeping. What a terrifying power. A voice of amazement came from the side, and when the 9 tails turned its head, it saw Izuna standing unharmed on another tree, his eyes already transformed into a kaleidoscope shape. Become a slave to the Sharingan, 9 tails, kaleidoscope Sharingan, Jinjutsu. A A torrent of ocular power surged forth, and the Ninetales had no chance to resist. Its eyes instantly transformed into the design of the Sharingan, and its whole body was frozen in place, completely trapped in the illusion. Let me tell you, using the kaleidoscope against the tailed beast is like a dimensionality reduction attack. After subduing the Ninetales, Izuna immediately took out a scroll, formed hand seals with both hands, and pressed one palm onto the scroll. Senju'sGrain. With a loud bang, the Ninetales transformed into a puff of white smoke and was sucked into the scroll, which now bore the character for 9. Have done. Izuna put away the scroll and looked up at the distance with some concern. He wondered how his third brother was doing. Back in Atlanta Crafts, the people of the hidden craft village were busy moving. Meanwhile, Enko was quietly recuperating alone. After the battle with the mist, he had exhausted his ocular power, and even 3 days later, his eyes still hurt. Things 100 meters away were starting to blur. He estimated that he could activate Susanoo at most 2 more times before his eyes would be rendered useless. There were only 2 solutions: either transplant the kaleidoscope from his biological brother or acquire Hashirama cells. He couldn't do the former, and as for the latter, right now, the 3 brothers together were still not enough to take on Hashirama alone. Therefore, his hope rested entirely on the bloodline technique of the mist. He must capture him. If all else fails, he would summon his elder brother over. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock at the door. It was the newly appointed spokesperson of the hidden craft village, a middle-aged man named Shinta, who came to report that the preparations for the move were almost complete. Enko nodded, called over Takema, and instructed him to divide half the people to escort the villagers back to the Hidden Flame Village, while he would take the remaining people to the next target, Hidden Medicine Village. This Hidden Medicine Village was in a small corner of a small country, with fewer than 50 people in the entire village, all of whom were involved in medicine. In these times, without medical ninjutsu, injured ninjas relied solely on their own resilience. However, the medicines produced by this village were as effective as medical ninjutsu, if not better. But these people had strange temperaments. They refused to leave the mountain, were impervious to both soft and hard approaches, did not want money, and were unafraid of threats, simply opting to be uncooperative. After traveling for more than a day, Enko and the others finally reached the foot of the mountain, only to see a long line of people climbing up as if they were heading to a market. Takema was puzzled. "Boss, what's going on? Should we just charge up?" Enko ignored him, walked to the end of the line, and patted a young man dressed as a farmer. "Brother, what are you all doing?" The young man looked puzzled. "Huh? Aren't you here to seek medicine?" "Seek medicine? Yes. We are villagers from nearby, here to see a doctor." He continued, "I don't know why, but it seems like there are a lot fewer people in the village all of a sudden, and now we have to wait in a long line to see a doctor." Enko furrowed his brow. "Fewer people? When did that happen?" "About more than a month ago, I guess." Damn. Enko's heart sank. Could it be that someone got ahead of him? But since they were already here, he could only join the end of the line. Takema was impatient. "Boss, we aren't here to see a doctor. Why are we waiting in line?" "Because they need it." Enko pointed to the people in front of them. "Although their lives have nothing to do with me, sometimes we still need to uphold a little humanity." Takema scratched his head, not understanding, but still obediently queued up. They waited from day until the sun went down before they finally made it to the village entrance. There were 2 tables set up at the entrance, with an old man responsible for examining patients and another for collecting money and distributing medicine. Next, the doctor, a white-haired old man, called out without looking up. Enko sat down in front of him and got straight to the point. "Hello, I'm not here for a medical consultation. I want to talk to your village chief." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "If you're not here for a consultation, then go home." "What is there talk about?" Enko was taken aback. "Huh? You're the village chief? If you don't even know I'm the village chief, why did you say you came to chat with me? Go away. Don't waste my time with consultations." The old man waved his hand impatiently, but when he looked up and saw Enko's face, he suddenly exclaimed, "Your eyes are almost blind, and you still say you're not here for a consultation? Huh?" Enko's entire being jolted, forcing himself to calm down, but his voice was already trembling. "Old sir, can you treat this condition?" In a simple room, Enko sat upright, while the old man, named Ten, used 2 fingers to pry open his eyelids, examining him while making strange sounds. I tell you, Hong felt a chill in his heart at that moment, just like when going to the hospital and the doctor shakes his head and sighs while holding your report. He finally couldn't hold back. "Old man, can this situation of mine be cured?" "Well." Elder Tion loosened his grip, sat down across from him, took a sip of tea. "Of course it can be cured." Hong was instantly overjoyed. "Really? As long as it can be cured, I will definitely reward you generously. No need for money. I have a fixed price for treatment." Elder Tion waved his hand. sizing up Hong. Young man, you must be a ninja, right? Looking at your eyes, what kind of ninjutsu caused your original source to be damaged? If I'm not mistaken, you are from the Uchiha clan, right? Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Tian continued. So, treating your eyes is very simple. You just need to stop using that ninjutsu in the future. Huh? Hong was directly confused. Are you kidding me? This is a joke, right? Elder Tian looked uninterested, but your condition indeed cannot be completely cured. The original source of your eyes is damaged, and relying solely on medicine won't fix it. As expected, Hong wasn't too disappointed, as he had anticipated this. Then Elder Tian changed the subject. Although I can't cure your eye disease, I have medicine here that can prevent your condition from worsening. Hong's eyes instantly filled with doubt, wondering if he was being played again. I'm not lying to you. Elder Tian turned around and started rummaging through cabinets. And after a while, pulled out a wine gourd from a corner, shook it, and said there was still half left. Here, take it. He tossed the wine gourd to Hong. This is medicinal wine I brewed a year ago. Before you use that ocular technique, just take a sip. The effect lasts for an hour and can ensure your eyes won't suffer backlash. Good stuff. Hong treated it like a treasure, I tell you. This is simply a script for a chosen one. Just when I was worried about not having enough chakra, an NPC directly delivers a limited-time, unlimited blue potion. He hurriedly asked, Elder Tian, how much of this medicinal wine do you have left? I'll buy it all. Do you think this is cabbage? Elder Tian said irritably. The raw materials are very precious. One of them is almost extinct, so there's only this much. Once it's gone, it's gone. Still very grateful to Elder Tian. 5 taels of silver. You don't plan to default on the payment, do you? Hong took out the money and placed it on the table, still not giving up. He said, Elder Tian, I want. Don't even think about it. Elder Tian directly interrupted him. I've been here for 60 years. I like it here. And I'm planning to retire here. Sigh. Hong sighed helplessly. He really couldn't bring himself to act against such a person. He stood up to leave. And just as he opened the door, he saw a little kid running over in a panic, shouting, Grandpa Tian, it's not good. Brother Tian and the others are in trouble. I told you. When Grandpa Tian heard this, he complained that he had said earlier not to let them go, and the worry on his face was almost overflowing. He immediately asked what was going on. The child, like reading a list of dishes, quickly said that the guy named Takuya who went with them had come back, and that Grandpa Tian and the others were trapped in the valley, calling for help. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Tian sighed and rushed towards the village entrance as if he had been fitted with a wind turbine. I thought there would be excitement to watch, so I hurriedly followed. Goodness, the village entrance had already assembled a team like the Avengers, each holding makeshift weapons, ready to charge out. Grandpa Tian got anxious and shouted as he rushed over. What are you doing? Are you all going to your deaths? I know that place better than you do. If you go, it's just a waste. The leader, Takuya, was so anxious that his eyes were red, shouting, but Grandpa Tian and the others are still waiting for us inside. Grandpa Tian also had a bad temper. If you have the ability, that's called saving people. If you don't, that's just like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa, one by one. I don't care. Takuya, this kid, was also stubborn. Grandpa Tian risked his life to send me out to report. I can't just watch them die. If you don't go, I'll go myself. After saying that, he turned around and left. Come back. Grandpa Tian was so angry he was stamping his feet. Just at this tense moment, I stepped forward and shouted, Wait a minute. As soon as I made my grand entrance, everyone was stunned by my handsomeness. I directly said to Takuya, I'm going with you. Takuya looked me up and down with a face that seemed to say, Who are you? I smiled and said, Just call me Hong. Although I don't know the specifics, count me in. Old man Tian shouted from behind, Hey, young man, don't go to your death. Do you think I'll agree to your request just because of this? I knew what he meant, so I shook the wine gourd he gave me, treating it as the reward for this jug of wine. Juma, keep up. Okay, boss. Tu also saw someone helping and didn't ask any more questions. He gratefully said, Thank you for your assistance. Please follow me. We just left, leaving Grandpa Tian fuming in place. On the way, that guy explained the whole story to me. To put it simply, there's a place near the village called the Poison Valley, rumored to contain a magical fruit at the bottom that can prolong life. But it's guarded by fierce beasts, and the air in the entire valley is toxic, driving people insane. Grandpa Tian's son, Tian Yuan, was the typical disbeliever, leading a group of brothers to explore. In the end, they didn't find the fruit and were completely wiped out. One by one, they went mad. And only Takuya managed to escape with his life. Why should I take action? Hi, it's not because I have a big heart, but mainly because I want to build a good relationship with this village, so it will be easier to buy medicine in the future. We marched hurriedly for more than 4 hours, and by the time we arrived, it was already dark. Takuya pointed to a crack between two bare mountains ahead and said, Yanhong, that's the entrance to the deadly Poison Valley. Everyone, be careful. I told you, as soon as I arrived at that entrance, a gust of cold wind blew out. And the feeling was like entering a dark basement in summer, very unsettling. Takuya said with a serious expression, Everyone be careful. The air in the valley can drive people insane. No medicine will work. Why does the symptom sound so familiar? I glanced back at my muscular companions from the Takeburi clan and then activated my Sharingan. In my eyes, everything in the world is made of chakra, and anything that can affect the mind must be related to chakra. As a result, when I looked, lo and behold, hovering above the entire valley was a kind of dull gray chakra. It wasn't the normal blue, nor the red of tailed beasts. That color looked like it would make one's sanity drop dramatically, resembling the Cthulhu drawn by AI in 2025, bizarre to the extreme. Something strange is going on. I instructed them stay put. You all wait here. I'll go in alone to scout the path. How can that be? Takuya panicked. Takeburi also shouted, Boss, you're not taking me with you. I was furious at that moment. Come on, I can't see through the situation inside. Aren't you just going in for nothing? Don't distract me. Juma, keep an eye on him. If I don't come out in 20 minutes, you guys withdraw. After saying that, I dashed into the canyon. As soon as I entered, I felt something was off. That gray chakra was drilling into my body like it was free, mixing with my own chakra. At first, the amount was small enough to suppress, but the deeper I went, the more there was. A voice in my head was shouting for destruction, urging me to hurry, feeling exhausted, and an overwhelming urge to tear everything in front of me apart surged up. Not good. I quickly picked up the pace, and before long, I saw a few people lying on the ground ahead. They were the guys from the Medicine Hidden Village. They were all still alive, just unconscious. It seemed like after going crazy, they had all pecked at each other like chickens, and no one had killed anyone. In the end, they just exhausted themselves. I was just about to drag the person out when the gray chakra inside me suddenly exploded. Boom! My eyes instantly turned red, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan popped out on its own. My chakra went berserk, and the skeletal form of Susanoo was almost taking shape. Damn! I was about to lose control right there, and in a moment of desperation, I quickly took out the gourd that Grandpa Tian gave me, opened the lid, and gulped down a mouthful. Let me tell you, that feeling is incredible. A wave of coolness instantly exploded from my throat to the top of my head, and the restless energy in my mind was immediately extinguished, making the world feel so peaceful. I was gasping for breath, with a storm of turmoil rising in my heart. What on earth is this thing? It can merge with my chakra, but it's extremely unstable. Wait, merge? Balance? Frenzy? I'm familiar with this script. I suddenly remembered. This is TM's, right? And it's the kind from the Dragon Cave, where failing the training leads to a berserk state. Understanding this point gave me confidence. Grandpa Tian's wine is simply a mix of kaleidoscope eye drops and a stabilizer 4, not only suppressing the side effects, but also significantly enhancing my perception. It's a pity that there's only enough left for 3 more sips. I was just about to take these people on the ground out when suddenly an extremely powerful life force came from deep within the canyon. It felt like a 1 kilowatt light bulb in the darkness, impossible to ignore. I felt a jolt in my heart. Isn't this the legendary fruit? Taking a glance at the few unlucky souls on the ground who wouldn't die anytime soon, I decisively turned and ran deeper into the canyon. Are you kidding? How could I pass by a treasure mountain and come back empty-handed? The further I ran in, the denser the mystical chakra and life force became, until it felt like I had walked into a sauna. I burst through a narrow path, and suddenly, the view opened up. A huge oasis at the bottom of the valley, with a large water pool in the center and a towering giant tree standing in the middle, bearing a basketball-sized green fruit that was shining brightly. My heart is ablaze. This is a good thing that can increase life points. But I'm not getting carried away. Takuya said there are monsters guarding it. With all this dragon, cave, fairy chakra on the ground, the guardian beast is likely a giant snake. It's not worth offending one of the 3 great sacred lands just for a fruit. I was just about to leave when the pond suddenly exploded. With a splash, a triangle-shaped snake head the size of a millstone burst out of the water, and it even had 2 horns on its head. Its body was thicker than a truck. I quickly hid behind a tree. The giant snake didn't notice me at all and muttered to the fruit. It's almost ripe. Eat a couple more and I will recover. Oof, damn old woman, your end will come then. As soon as I heard this, I couldn't help but laugh. The old lady? Isn't the boss of the dragon cave the white snake immortal? Wow, it turns out to be a wild boss outside the system, holding a grudge against the organization. Just as I was pondering this, it suddenly shouted, "Who's there?" A blast of air cannon came rushing towards me. Boom! The big tree I was hiding behind was directly blown to smithereens. I thought to myself, wow, this perception is too sharp. Luckily, I reacted quickly. The giant snake looked at me, its gaze showing a bit of caution. It was clearly injured and seemed to be wary of me being a tough opponent. It roared at me, "Little brat, get out of here." I patted the dust off my body and deliberately said, "You're quite confident, huh?" Considering the face of the white snake immortal from the dragon cave, I won't hold it against you. I'm leaving now. It was taken aback for a moment, then exploded in rage. Does this old man need the face of that dead old hag? Little ghost, don't underestimate snakes. Oh, I stopped in my tracks, my kaleidoscope brightened, and I realized, since that's the case, I won't hold back. In the next second, my massive chakra surged into the sky. Let me tell you, that scene was like thunder striking fire. The entire canyon was shaking. We fought with flying sand and stones, blocking out the sun and moon. I swung a Uchiha fire slash, but it was like just scraping the skin, only a few drops of blood fell. The giant snake was enraged by me, opening its mouth to unleash a chakra cannon of sage art. Directly cracking the ribs of my Susanoo, I immediately countered with a pupil technique, Heavenly Bodhisattva, doubling the damage to that little wound. With a bang, a burst of blood mist exploded from its head, causing it to roll on the ground in pain. It completely went mad, using another sage technique, a blinding light and noise that pinned me in place. Then its tail, thicker than a barrel, swept over. Crashing into my waist with a thud, I felt my internal organs shift, and I spat out a mouthful of old blood. No, I couldn't keep being passive. I quickly used Heavenly Bodhisattva to heal myself, instantly alleviating my injuries. Then I activated my Yatagrasa's Susanoo, bracing for the attack, and grabbed its tail. I roared, and Susanoo exerted all its strength, lifting it up and performing a tremendous shoulder throw. With a thunderous boom, the entire canyon trembled. But before I could catch my breath, that snake reacted quickly, coiling its body and wrapping around my Susanoo, starting to tighten wildly. The force felt like being crushed between two mountains. My Susanoo was covered in cracks, creaking ominously, on the verge of shattering. Family, who understands, I was just 1 minute away. Just 1 minute until my pupil technique, Heavenly Bodhisattva, would cool down. Seeing it couldn't squeeze me to death, the giant snake directly threw me and my Susanoo into the air, then slammed me hard into the ground. Boom! I was smashed into a daze, and Susanoo shattered on the spot. Little ghost. The giant snake's eyes sparkled with delight as it tightened its body. Just as I was about to be squashed in a meat paste, the cool down finished. Pupil technique, Heavenly Bodhisattva. With a loud bang, the entire canyon fell silent. After a long time, I finally crawled out from under the giant snake that had collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. The snake was still alive, weakly lying there, unwillingly saying, "If it weren't for this old man being injured, how could I lose to you, little ghost?" We both couldn't move anymore, so we simply lay on the ground and started chatting. It turned out its name was Crazy Fawn, and it used to be a big shot in the dragon's cave. It was heavily injured after being hunted by the white snake immortal for practicing forbidden techniques, and had to hide here, relying on this fruit that ripens once every 100 years to prolong its life. I turned my eyes and proposed a deal. I didn't want a fruit. Instead, I asked it to teach me immortality techniques. It said it couldn't teach me, but we could cooperate in another way. It used a sealing technique to bind itself within my body, directly helping me condense immortal chakra, essentially becoming my built-in cheat. In return, I had to help it find heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could restore its vitality. I thought to myself, this deal is a bargain. I get a super powerful spirit beast and an experience card for immortality techniques for free. I agreed on the spot. To show my sincerity, I directly threw the fruit to it. The wild Fong swallowed it in one bite, regained some strength, and immediately cast a sealing technique, transforming into a stream of light that dove into my body, leaving a snake-shaped pattern on the back of my right hand. All right, kid, I'm going to digest the fruit now. Don't bother me if there's nothing urgent. It left me with this final message in my mind and then fell silent. I felt a surge of vitality coming from the wild teeth within me, and my strength quickly recovered. I nodded in satisfaction. This was a good deal. Then I suddenly froze, feeling as if I had forgotten something important. Damn it, this is a mess. I'm here to save people. By the time I carried those 4 unconscious, unfortunate souls out of the canyon, Takuya was already as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. As soon as he saw me coming out with the people, he was so excited that he almost cried, rushing over to help and constantly expressing his gratitude. I waved my hand and said, "No need to repay me. I've already received the best reward inside." Then I shouted at Juma, "Juma, stop dawdling and come help." Juma, looking a bit disappointed, ran over with a sigh. "I'm coming, boss. I'm coming, boss." I said, "All right, stop acting like a sulky woman. Hurry up, take a team of people, and escort every single one of these new brothers from Medicine Hidden Village back to the village safely. As for me, I'm going to visit the Getsu clan and meet them. I have to tell you, this trip to Yaoyin Village was unbelievable, like riding a roller coaster. Originally, that old man Tion was adamant about not coming down from the mountain, but in just one meal, the wind changed completely, and he directly packed his own son and more than a dozen promising young people from the village and handed them over to me. Hey, this operation is all about a roundabout way to save the country, right? That kid Juma wanted to follow me, saying he was afraid I would be in danger alone. I shook the wine gourd at my waist and joked, "Buddy, I've just taken a special little pill. My combat power is off the charts. Can a second-rate family still challenge me?" I told him to hurry up and take his people away, so I wouldn't be delayed in getting things done. Just as I left, on the other side, in the stronghold of the Uzuki clan, the atmosphere was icy cold. An old man with a head full of white hair, their clan leader, was listening to his subordinate's report. The subordinate was saying, "Clan leader, Konoha has sent people again, inviting us for the third time to join them. What do you think about this matter?" Guess what the old man said? He didn't care about Konoha at all, and immediately asked, "Have you found out who killed Sarutobi Sasuke?" The subordinate stammered, "We found out, but clan leader, I feel it's difficult to take revenge." The old man slammed the table. His aura was towering. "Sasuke is a great benefactor to our whole clan. If we don't repay our debts, how will our Uzuki clan survive in the future? No matter who the opponent is, it's a fight to the death. Tell me, who is he?" The subordinate sighed and had no choice but to lay it all out, according to the intelligence. "The one who killed Lord Sasuke is called Uchiha Yenhong. He is the third in command of the Uchiha clan." Good heavens. I had no idea I had already been put on the blacklist of the entire clan, along with the #1 bounty on my head. I staggered and slipped into a small town near their territory, and guess what I saw? A Lele ramen shop. Anyone who understands knows this is a delicacy etched in my DNA. I had to get a bowl. The boss was quite chatty, saying he would be moving to Konoha in a few days. I thought, what a shame, boss. Wait a bit longer before long. This place will have to be renamed Yin Village Commercial Street. After eating and drinking my fill, I plunged into the forest. After walking just a couple of steps, two figures suddenly appeared like ghosts, both with purple long hair, typical of the Uzuki clan. I landed directly and got straight to the point. "My name is Yenhong, and I'm here to talk business with your clan leader." The two guys saw I didn't look like a bad person, so they went back to call for help. As a result, their captain, named Uzuki Tion, heard my name and spat water 3 meters away. He grabbed his subordinate with a look as if he had seen a ghost. "No. Buddy, what did you say his name is? Yanong? Is he particularly young and quite handsome?" "Yes." The captain's face instantly turned pale, and he yelled, "You all hold him down. Absolutely do not take action. I'll go report to the clan leader." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash, leaving his subordinates completely confused. Before long, the captain came back running, all polite, bowing and inviting me into their base. I knew something was off. This was definitely not straightforward. Sure enough, just after I sat down and took a sip of tea, the old white-haired clan leader walked in, striding in with a powerful presence, and immediately fixed his piercing gaze on me. "Did you kill Sarutobi Sasuke?" I nodded. "That's right. It's me." As soon as I spoke, whoosh, a teacup came flying at my face with a whistling sound. I didn't even blink, reached out with my hand, and that teacup stopped in midair as if someone had pressed the pause button. Not a single drop of water spilled. Immediately after, a large crowd gathered outside, brandishing knives, looking like they were ready to turn me into meat paste. I just laughed, completely unbothered, and casually tossed the jade pendant that Sarutobi Asuma had given me. "Old senior, no rush for revenge. Take a look at this first." The old man caught the pendant and looked down, his face changing colors like a painter's palette, turning green, then white, then blue. He understood. This was Asuma's dying wish, to pass this immense favor on to me. But what a dilemma. If he took revenge, he would be going against his benefactor's wishes. If he didn't, how could he save face for his entire clan? In the end, he gritted his teeth and suggested a bet. "How about this? Let's make a wager. You take 3 of my sword strikes. If you can catch them, our Uzumaki clan will follow your lead from now on. If you can't, this matter will be dropped, and you can leave." Upon hearing this, I had no hesitation. I immediately agreed. Deal. The venue was moved to the training ground, and good heavens, the entire clan, young and old, came out to watch. The old man exuded an overwhelming presence. First sword. With a buzzing sound, the sky was filled with sword shadows, indistinguishable between real and fake. Unfortunately for him, he was up against me. With my Sharingan activated, those dazzling sword techniques looked like a slow-motion replay to me. Ding! A precise block. The old man was still unconvinced. Humph. I'll admit your eye technique is impressive. But my second sword is so fast that even your eyes 1T keep up. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from his spot. My Sharingan almost couldn't catch his trajectory. But let me tell you, my battle instincts are far ahead. Without needing to look, I swiftly slashed behind my waist. Clang! I firmly blocked it again. The old man was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. How did you know I would attack from there? At this point, he was actually considering surrendering. But could I let him just give up like that? No way. In front of his entire clan, I had to take his strongest move head-on to establish my authority, you know? I provocatively said, "Come on, senior, don't hold back. Let me see your ultimate third sword." This really flustered the old man. He took a deep breath, merging himself and his sword into one. The air around him seemed to solidify. Then, he simply delivered a sword strike that seemed unremarkable. The move wasn't fast, even a bit slow, but you could feel yourself being locked onto, with nowhere to escape. I was alarmed. My hair stood on end, and in an instant, I activated my kaleidoscope and met his strike with all my might. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and half of the training ground was blown into the sky. When the dust settled, everyone was stunned. The spot where I had been standing had turned into a massive pit, and I was nowhere to be seen. Their captain turned pale, thinking he had accidentally turned me into dust. But the next second, I slowly crawled out from the rubble. My upper clothes were completely torn, and the blade in my hand was reduced to just a handle. But guess what? I had not a single scratch on me, not even a broken skin, completely unscathed. The old man's eyes were about to pop out, his voice trembling. How? How did you do that? I told you. This old man asked me how I did it, and at that moment, I wanted to tease him and said, "You want to learn? I'll teach you." But I held back. I just brushed off the dust on my clothes and looked at him calmly. "Old man, forget the details, so can we say I've won this bet?" The old man, Mutsu Takuma, sighed deeply, and his expression showed he was truly convinced. He said, "I'm convinced, both in heart and mouth." Wow, this old man was pretty straightforward, directly announcing in front of the whole clan that the Mutsu clan would officially merge with our Uchiha from today. Of course, moving isn't something that happens in a day or two, and I expressed my understanding, also deciding to stay here for now. That Mutsu Ritien, the young guy who brought me into the village before, led me to a room, and along the way, his gaze was like he was looking at Monster. The onlookers from the Mutsu family were already in an uproar. What, this is all fine? Have they gone crazy? If it were me, I would have turned to ash by now. I felt so good listening to it. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed in my head, starting to shout, "Hey, Yanong, you brat, do you know I'm busy right now? That dark chakra armor of yours isn't invincible. Why do you have to take it head on? If I hadn't given you a last-minute boost of sage technique, you would be nothing but ashes right now. I tell you, there's another entity in my body called Crazy Tooth." I quickly comforted my heart. "Hey, little Tooth, don't be angry, open your mind." Who knew that old man suddenly exploded, catching me off guard? As a result, he got even more furious. "Who are you calling Little Tooth? Do you believe I will come out and eat you? All right, Little Tooth. Old man, I will bite you." Hey, don't mind him. Just a daily episode of madness. On the other side, the young man named Ri-Tian settled me down and then rushed to report to their clan leader, Mayuzumi Tokimyan. That old man had just unleashed a big move and looked incredibly weak, lying in bed as if he could die at any moment. Ri-Tian couldn't help but ask, "Clan leader, are we really going to join that Hidden Flame village?" Guess what the old man said? He slowly analyzed. "Let me tell you, this old man, despite his age, has a mind as clear as a mirror." He said, "Why not choose Konoha? Because Konoha has too many powerful clans. If our Mayuzumi clan goes there, it would be nothing more than adding a little embellishment, whether we are there or not. It would be the same, and we would eventually be marginalized. But coming to my place is different. Our Uchiha clan is desperately in need of people. This is what you call timely assistance. It's angelic investment, my friends. As long as we don't make a big mistake, we will definitely be core elders in the future." Moreover, he also said that today he had to test me with 3 swords, both to give me a warning and to show off the value of their Mayuzumi clan. TSK, the old fox, it's all a calculation. The key point is that he thinks the Senju clan is too conservative, good at maintaining the status quo, but lacking in exploration. But we Uchiha are different. We have light in our eyes, fire in our hearts, and are full of ambition. This old man is just an old gambler. He wants to take a gamble on whether we Uchiha can help them leap over the Dragon Gate. Rition was stunned, just about to flatter him, when suddenly his expression changed. Right, clan leader. What about that girl? She hates the Uchiha clan to the bone. I'm afraid that when the time comes. The old man's face stiffened for a moment, showing an expression as if he had forgotten about it, and finally waved his hand. Headache, that girl is uncontrollable when she goes crazy. Sigh, this should be their family matter. Let that Hong kid handle it himself. Calculating the time, her mission should be ending soon, and she is probably coming back tonight. Goodness, at that time, I had no idea that a huge trouble was rushing toward me overnight. That night, under the dark moon and strong wind, I had just settled the Miyuzumi clan and was in a good mood, opening blind boxes in my room. The several scrolls I got from Senju were all treasures. The ninjutsu gift pack from the second Hokage, Senju, Tobarama, Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God, Advanced Water Style, it was incredible. What a pity. Uncle Snake hadn't been born yet. Otherwise, he would definitely be the best research partner for time travelers. Just as I was pondering how to modify the Reaper sealing technique into a free version, I suddenly felt someone outside the window. I looked up, and a shadow wearing a white mask stood there like a ghost. I couldn't help but laugh. It was all just a trick. I pushed the door open and stood 10 steps away from her, taking a good look. She was a woman. What does she want from me in the middle of the night? An ethereal voice rang out. Are you Uzumaki, Erasure? Do you know someone named Uchiha Chinyan? I frowned and thought to myself, what kind of trick is April Day doing this time? Then she said it was her personal matter and had nothing to do with her family. Since it was a personal matter, I couldn't be bothered with her and told her to leave. But guess what? She suddenly said, sorry, this is very important to me. As soon as she finished speaking, my mind went blank. Damn, an illusion. And the mental power is ridiculously strong. I was instantly enraged. A flash of red light appeared in my eyes, and my Sharingan activated. I stumbled back 5 steps before breaking free. I was furious. TSK, I can't believe you dared to use Genjutsu on a Uchiha. Who gave you such audacity? No matter who you are, I must take you down today. I want to ask what Suki's intentions are. She simply replied that this had nothing to do with her clan, and then fell silent. Under the moonlight, the tension in the air rose instantly. I instinctively reached for my knife, only to find nothing. I remembered that I had let that old man chop it off during the day, leaving only the handle. With no other choice, I pulled out a kunai from my. The woman held her knife and watched me quietly. In the next second, I pushed off the ground and dashed forward like a ghost, thrusting the kunai straight at her face without holding back. But she was even faster than me. In a flash, she evaded, and the tip of her knife accurately landed on the tip of my kunai. With a clang, it felt like I'd been hit by a punch to a pile of cotton. It was incredibly uncomfortable. I pursued relentlessly, struggling to keep up like a swarm of bees, stabbing dozens of times in just a few seconds. But her swordplay was as graceful as a butterfly flitting among flowers, impenetrable with the sound of clashing metal and sparks flying everywhere. In the distance, on the rooftop, Mitsuki and Hiyori were just watching and didn't intervene. The old man even said, let her strike, let her vent her frustrations. What the hell? Are you treating me like a punching bag? We exchanged over 100 moves, and she took advantage of her long weapon, suddenly leaping to stab at my shoulder. As I opened my kaleidoscope, I instantly saw through her movement, countering with a kunai to block her knife and lifting it to change its trajectory. The blade grazed my shoulder, tearing my clothes but not injuring my skin. At that moment, my left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing her wrist to disarm her. But this girl was incredibly flexible. She twisted in the air, completing a half-turn and sweeping a long leg towards my shoulder. Can it be played like this? I was stunned and only managed to step back, feeling like my shoulder was lashed by a whip, and I slid several meters away. Before I could regain my composure, she actually attacked me again. The blade flashed, swish, 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 filling the air. Unlike the old man's deceptive sword moves during the day, every strike she made was solid, purely fast. I was forced to retreat repeatedly, and my heart trembled. The Uzuki clan still had such a master hidden away. This couldn't go on. A fierce glint flashed in my eyes. Damn it. I won't hold back anymore. I'll risk it all. I braced myself against the danger of being stabbed by her, swung the kunai in my hand, and struck at her shoulder, exchanging injury for injury. She was indeed taken aback by my reckless approach and could only withdraw her attack. An opportunity. I pounced forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. My left leg bent as I delivered a powerful flying knee strike. She raised her hand to block, but my strength overpowered hers, and my knee struck her chest, causing her to groan and fly backward. Seizing the opportunity, I charged again, thrusting my kunai directly into her shoulder. Just as I was about to succeed, her long knife suddenly flicked in a strange manner, the tip of the blade landing on my kunai and twisting it with my force. I felt a tremendous force in my wrist, and the kunai slipped from my hand, spinning into the air. "Sorry," she whispered, and her long knife stabbed straight at my wide-open center. "Is this the end?" "No way." At the moment the kunai slipped from my grip, I leaned back, head down, executing a backflip. My toes accurately kicked the spinning end of the kunai in midair. Whoosh! The kunai shot down like an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the night air, heading straight for her head. The change happened too quickly for her to react. She could only tilt her head to avoid it at the last moment. A crisp sound echoed. The kunai grazed her face and embedded itself in the ground, while her mask was sliced in half, slowly sliding down. Under the moonlight, her beautiful face was revealed. I stared at her face, at her flowing purple hair, completely stunned. My mind in turmoil. Hey, this can't be real. Behind those dancing strands of hair, there were two crimson Sharingan eyes. At that moment, I directly burned out the CPU. Manjiki Sharingan? You, why do you have those eyes? My first reaction was that one of our clansmen had their eyes gouged out. But that's not right. Outsiders can't handle the Manjiki. Their chakra wouldn't be able to sustain it. Clearly, hers is the original. I quickly called for a stop. Stop. No more fighting. After seeing her put away the knife, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with annoyance, "Why are you wearing a mask? You should have just said you were from the Uchiha clan." As a result, she furrowed her brow and coldly replied, "I am not from the Uchiha clan." All right. You have a final say." I patiently asked her name, and after a long silence, she reluctantly uttered two words, "Chiri." Then she added, "My family name is Uchiha Chiri." My heart skipped a beat. I recognized that name. She was the founder of Izanami, one of the few famous female ninjas in Uchiha history. Later on, she explained the whole backstory to me. Let me tell you, if this story were set in 2025, it would definitely be a hit emotional drama of the year. Her father was Uchiha Saigon, a fierce warrior from the Warring States period. During a mission, he was ambushed by the Senju and barely escaped, gravely injured and unconscious. Saved by her mother, Uzumaki Rin from the Uzumaki clan. Then came the classic hero saving the beauty, and over time, they fell in love. Later, when her father recovered and wanted to take her mother back to the Uchiha clan, her mother, unable to let go of her family during the war, refused. They agreed that once the war was over, he would come to marry her. However, just after her father left, her mother discovered she was pregnant. To avoid bringing danger to the two of them, her mother raised Chiri alone, always hoping for the war to end. Unfortunately, her mother never saw that day. When Chiri turned 14, the Uzumaki clan was attacked by enemies, and her mother died in battle, never having seen her beloved again. It was on that day that Chiri awakened her Manjiki Sharingan due to overwhelming grief. Thus, she always hated her father, feeling he was irresponsible for not having returned to see them in 15 years. After the war ended, she wanted to find her father to settle the score. But by then, the Uchiha had already moved away. Now here I was, not seeking her out, but delivering myself right to her. After hearing all of this, I sighed and said to her, "I'm sorry, Chiri, but I might not be able to tell you anything about Uchiha Saigon." Her expression instantly changed, and her gaze was as if she wanted to kill me. I quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. What I mean is, I don't know what happened back then either. Because in the Uchiha clan now, there is no one named Uchiha Chinyen anymore. He has long since died in battle." The next day, Ji stood alone on the mountaintop, lost in thought, exuding a sense of desolation. After all, he had hated his father for over a decade, and just when he wanted to find him for some answers, he discovered that the man was already gone. Anyone would feel confused in such a situation. I walked over and stood with her for a while. She told me that her mother reminded her not to hate that man before she died, and it was also on that day that she opened her eyes. I felt quite emotional listening to her, and after thinking for a moment, I asked her what her plans were for the future. She said she wanted to visit our Uchiha clan's territory first, to see the place where her father lived, and then go from there. As soon as I heard it, I thought, hey, an opportunity has come. I immediately suggested, "Ahem, Yuri, what do you think about becoming teacher? Our Hidden Flame village is about to build a ninja school, and we need teachers. With your personality, the kids will definitely like you." She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she surprisingly nodded in agreement. I was overjoyed at that moment. Who among my family would understand? I went out to recruit a family and ended up casually bringing back an SSR level fighter with a kaleidoscope Sharingan. This mission was simply a huge profit. Just when I was feeling good about it, I sensed that something was off. As I was walking back with Sister Jilly, I told you that my back felt as if it had a block of ice stuck to it, cold and shivery. I always felt like there were eyes secretly spying on us. But when I suddenly turned around, lo and behold, aside from the wind rustling the leaves, there was even a ghostly shadow. At that moment, I thought maybe I'd been working overtime too much lately and was starting to hallucinate. Sister Jilly felt a bit embarrassed, thinking it was her family's matter that had worn me out too much. None of us expected, dear family, that this was not a hallucination. There was indeed an old sixth observing us in the dark. The scene shifts to the Hidden Leaf Village. The first Hokage, Senju was buried under a mountain of official documents, feeling utterly hopeless. His white-haired brother, Senju, was the real ruthless one. Let me tell you, this guy had secretly formed a covert team behind his brother's back, specifically doing shady jobs. You could say it was a beta version of Yambu, with everyone only listening to him. At that moment, one of his spies, the old sixth who had just been spying on us, returned to report that he had seen me at the border of the Land of Fire, together with members of the Uzuki clan. Wow. Tobarama's eyes instantly narrowed into a slit, and the killing intent was almost oozing off the screen. He originally wanted to recruit the Uzuki clan, but I had beaten him to it. Now, with new grudges and old grievances combined, how could he bear it? He immediately issued a death order. If he dares to step into the Land of Fire, let him stay there forever. Capture him alive. 2 days later, our entire Uzuki clan, hundreds of people, formed a super long convoy and headed towards the border. The target was the last town in the Land of Fire, Fukuoka Town. Along the way, the old patriarch of the Uzuki clan reminisced about the glorious past, saying that a tiger father has no dog son, praising our Uchiha brothers for being awesome. I was thinking, oh man, can we hurry up? The sky is getting overcast, and my right eyelid is twitching like it's dancing, always feeling like something big is about to happen. Sure enough, my premonition was more accurate than the weather forecast. Just a few kilometers away on a hill, a long-haired man in white was striking a pose, and next to him stood a girl from the Senju clan, named Senju. That white-haired man was none other than the newly appointed leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Yudo. They were sent by Tobarama to capture me. Yudo was quite the oddball. While carrying out his mission, he was also flirting with the girl, saying he would take Momoka out for dinner once the task was completed. I thought, ISNT, this just the most popular workplace scenario in 2025, where you act indifferent at work and invite someone to party after hours. Ridiculous. This Yudo was also particularly confident, saying that our Hyuga clan was the strongest technique family, which made me laugh outright. In the evening, our main force finally staggered into Fukuoka town and, with great financial power, booked the biggest inn in town. As soon as I returned to my room and lay down, someone knocked on the door. A waiter handed me a note that said the Hyuga clan was interested in leaving the Leaf Village and wanted to seek refuge, wishing to discuss further at the tavern in town. I had just one expression at that moment. Subway old man looking at a phone. JPG. This script was way too glitch, right? But I wanted to see what these people were up to, so I casually grabbed a knife and specifically called Sister Jilly to be on standby for me. When I arrived at the tavern, Hyuga Yudo was indeed waiting for me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he laid his cards on the table, saying he was ordered to capture me. Then he pointed outside the window and said, "Look." I was stunned. A massive red barrier shot up into the sky, completely sealing off the inn where we were staying. They intended to take the entire Uzuki clan hostage and slowly cook me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Just you alone? As soon as the words left my mouth, the two of us started fighting. The entire izakaya was instantly torn apart by our chakra. Without saying a word, I activated my Sharingan, using the Kodoeme Tsukumi technique to temporarily seal away his prized Byakugan. The world in his eyes instantly turned from 4K HD to a pixelated mess, leaving him completely dazed. In that moment of confusion, my true backup arrived. Sister Chiri appeared behind him like a ghost, aiming a knife straight for his neck. I wanted to shout, "Hey little brat, I never said I came alone," but it turned out that Hinata Yudo was indeed something else. In that situation, he managed to release chakra from all over his body and dodge the fatal blow. Then, without saying a word, he turned and started fleeing for his life. Sister Chiri and I chased after him desperately, and good grief, we almost collapsed the rooftops of the entire Fukuoka town. Just as we were about to lose him, Sister Chiri suddenly pushed me from behind, giving me a rocket boost. My speed instantly shot to the limit, and I swung my knife right at his face. This kid was quick to react, immediately using the Bagua palm, returning heaven technique, spinning like a high-speed top, and managed to deflect my knife. I thought to myself, are you going to dodge? I activated Susanoo directly, and a massive skeletal arm appeared out of thin air, delivering a powerful slap. The absolute defense of the heavenly return shattered on the spot, and Hinata Yudo spat out a mouthful of blood, being sent flying like a rag doll. Just as the time for the spirit of Kaya ended, Sister Chiri arrived, and we were about to go in for the kill. But suddenly the wild Fong in my mind let out a piercing scream. Hey, Enko, be careful. In the next moment, I felt as if I'd been paralyzed. Frozen in place, I struggled to look down and noticed a dark shadow had appeared beneath my feet, tightly connected to my own shadow. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a wall exploding, and a fist thicker than my waist came crashing towards me with the sound of thunder. With a loud bang, I was launched like a cannonball, crashing through 2 walls before finally stopping. When I finally managed to pull myself out of the rubble, I saw 3 people standing across from me. Good grief, it was the famous old-school trio from Konoha, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. The elites from the Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi clans had all arrived. They rescued the barely conscious Hinata Yudo, and then the Nara clan member used a shadow binding technique to restrain Sister Chiri as well. They thought they had secured the situation. Even the chubby Akimichi started pulling out a chicken leg from his ninja tool pouch to eat. However, even though Sister Chiri was completely immobilized, there was a hint of pity in her gaze as she looked at them, and she softly said, "Do you really think you've won?" Then, with all her strength, she slowly turned her gaze towards the back of Nara Shikaku. Everyone present, including me, followed her gaze, and in an instant, our scalps went numb. I have to tell you, when the wind blew, there was suddenly a person standing behind Narashika, dark and gloomy, with hair tousled, and his eyes were simply not human. The outer circle was the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and inside were snake-like vertical pupils. Enhong spoke up, his voice as calm as the clouds. Sorry, Shirine, the integration of the new mode took a bit longer. For now on, leave it to me. As soon as he said this, the whole place fell silent. Narashika was so scared that he immediately dove forward and rolled away, desperately trying to create distance. He was probably cursing in his heart, fearing nothing more than being ambushed by an assassin from behind. And he hadn't noticed a thing. On the other side, his teammate Akimichi Dinghai was fierce. Without a word, his right arm suddenly puffed up like it was inflated, turning into a giant meat pillar. And he launched a heavy attack at Enhong. The sound of the wind was howling, making people's hearts tremble. What happened next? Enhong didn't dodge or evade, his eyes shining with excitement, and he punched back. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and a shockwave shattered the windows of the surrounding houses into pieces. Dinghai staggered back 5 steps, his arm returning to its normal size, but his eyes were filled with shock, wondering what kind of monster this guy was, capable of matching his strength head-on. As for Enhong, he was knocked back several meters, performing a beautiful flip before landing steadily, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground. At that moment, I finally understood that there was a foul-mouthed old grandpa living in his head, a big snake named Kwangya. The snake immediately criticized, "You fool, who told you to use Sage Mode like that? You're wasting my chakra." Enhong was a bit confused. Isn't Sage Mode just about strengthening the body? Kwangya quickly schooled him, saying that the Toad Sage was for body enhancement, while they, in the Dragon Cave, specialized in various powerful Sage techniques. And there was a slug who played with mental power. Enhong's version was a cut-down, stripped version of Kwangya's teachings, a trial card, unable to learn advanced Sage techniques. But Enhong was quite straightforward. As long as I can use Sage techniques, it's fine. He cheekily added, "Thanks, little Iya," almost making Kwangya explode with anger. While the 2 were chatting in their minds, the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi had already finished communicating with their eyes. Shika's judgment was accurate. They couldn't win. They simply couldn't win. Originally, there was a slight chance in a 3-on-1 situation, but now it was 3 against 2, and each opponent was more abnormal than the last. Plus, they had an injured teammate. What could they do? Mission failure. Prepare to retreat. Shika gave the order. The 3 spread out, Dinghai at the front, Yamashiro Hayato carrying Hinata Yudo, while Shika controlled Shiri, moving step by step backwards. "Heh, you think you can leave after coming here?" Enhong sneered, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared, reappearing several dozen meters away, directly blocking their escape route. "Run!" Shika shouted, using the shadow-controlled Shiri as a projectile to throw at Enhong, while he and his 2 teammates turned and fled. Enhong caught Shiri in one hand. His chakra surged, breaking the shadow technique, and shouted, "Shirine, Go check the situation at the relay station. I'll chase after them. With that, he kicked off the ground, shooting out like a cannonball. Wow, another chase scene was on, but this time it was different. Hong had activated Sage Mode, moving at an incredible speed, and the other side was still dragging a burden, not running far before being caught up. Ding Hai, realizing they couldn't escape, roared angrily to hold them back, his body swelling up like a small mountain, and both hands slammed down into the ground like he was drumming. With a thunderous crash, the ground was smashed into a huge pit. Countless fragments were swept up by chakra, forming a yellow earth dragon rushing towards Hong. The result? Hong unleashed a Sage technique, great fireball technique, and the fireball was so large that it evaporated the earth dragon. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the night. In the blaze, Hong emerged unscathed, raising his fist. Ding Hai was also on edge, not expecting this kid to dare to punch him back. Behind him, a pair of beautiful butterfly wings sprouted, chakra bursting forth. This was their Akimichi clan's ultimate skill, transformation into a butterfly. Yamashiro Hayato at the back was amused, thinking this kid was simply asking to be killed by going head-to-head with Ding Hai in Sage Mode. Only Narashika seemed to think of something, his face turning pale, exclaiming, "Not good. It's too late." Boom! With a crack. The sound of bones shattering was crisp enough to make one's teeth ache. Ding Hai's eyes widened in terror as he watched his arm break inch by inch from the wrist, his massive body flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several houses. I finally saw clearly that Hong had a Susanoo skeleton over his fist. He had activated a physical cheat. Just as Hong prepared to continue the pursuit, Yamashiro Hayato on the eve saw an opportunity and clasped his hands. Got it. Ninja art. Mind turn technique. A wave of mental energy rushed into Hong's body, as Hayato's spiritual entity steadied itself in Hong's mental world. It was startled. This kid's mental power is so strong. He thought he needed to control the body quickly and let Shika and the others escape. But before he could act, he felt a chilling wind from behind, as if it came from hell, freezing him in place, unable to move. What is going on? Hayato panicked completely. He had never encountered something like this before. The next second, a massive creature appeared before him. What? What kind of monster is this? A huge snake. Hayato's spiritual entity was terrified to the brink of collapse. The giant snake tilted its head, its cold vertical pupils staring at him, then opened its massive mouth and swallowed his spiritual entity whole. Folks, can anyone understand? The big snake treated it like a little snack, barely chewing, just swallowing it down in one bite. Outside, Yamashiro Hayato instantly bled from all 7 orifices, letting out a groan, and fell limply from the roof, crashing to the ground. Unconscious, Hong shook his head, his expression a bit strange. He had originally planned to kick that spiritual entity out, but unexpectedly, Kwanya got ahead of him and devoured it for a late-night snack. When he sensed again, Narashika had already disappeared, and the barrier at the relay station had vanished. They were pretty quick. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures landed beside him. Mizuki Tokike's and the others had come to support. Hong, are you okay? I'm fine. Left 2 behind, 2 ran away. Hong waved his hand, briefly explaining the situation. It seemed they were being targeted by Konoha, but fortunately, it was T. Hashirama or Tobarama coming in person. Mizuki Tokike's face was grim. Should we leave tonight? No need. Hong thought for a moment. Since they had failed this time, they probably wouldn't send more people. Moreover, he pointed to the 2 unconscious individuals on the ground. These are walking resource bags. Killing them will be pointless. It's better to keep them and trade for a large sum of resources from Konoha. Mizuki Tokike's eyes lit up. That makes sense. To quell family conflicts, they would have to trade. Exactly. So, Senior, hurry and find someone to treat them. They must not die. The scene shifted to Konoha Hospital, where the atmosphere was extremely tense. Hokage Senju Hashirama had a face as dark as a pot bottom, standing at the door of the ward. When the door opened, a nurse came out and was so startled by the 3 big shots that she stumbled over her words. Hashirama immediately switched to a gentle expression and inquired about the injuries. After learning that Shika was fine and Yuto was severely injured but not in life-threatening danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as he left the hospital, Hashirama exploded. Tobarama, didn't I tell you not to provoke trouble? Especially regarding the Hidden Rain Village. Senju Tobarama was still unconvinced, and with his neck stretched out, he said, "Big brother, can't you see? Uchiha Enko and the others are preparing for war. Their ransom list is all strategic materials. They will definitely be the first to instigate a war in the future. He even suggested abandoning the hostages and directing the hatred of the two clans towards the Hidden Flame village. Good grief, his words were cold and ruthless. That's enough, Hashirama shouted, silencing him. We must retrieve the hostages. I will go personally. In the meantime, you will carry out our tailed beast plan. Upon hearing this, Tobarama realized he was being sent away. Though reluctant, he could only agree. Watching Hashirama's departing figure, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he muttered, Uchiha. Meanwhile, Enko and the others finally returned to the Hidden Flame village. I tell you, our village's financial officer, Kakuzu, is truly strict and impartial. The blacksmith's master, Jinta, came to ask for money, saying he wanted to forge the 8th ninja blade. He was so anxious that he slammed his hand on the table, shouting with a flushed face. Kakuzu calmly took a sip of tea without even raising his eyelids. The funding for you this month has already exceeded the limit. Jinta was desperate. Do you understand forging? Is it not normal to have extra losses? Kakuzu shot back. Then your failure rate is too high. Can I assume that your technical skills are lacking? That was a real blow, folks. Jinta was taken aback and would have probably resorted to violence if he hadn't been held back, even though last time he tried to fight, Kakuzu threw him out like trash. Fortunately, the second-in-command, Suan, arrived and interrupted their argument. He initially sided with Kakuzu, stating that financial matters must be decided by him. Jinta looked hopeless, but then Suan changed his tone. However, since this blade is for my brother, I will personally give you some money. How much do you need? Jinta was instantly overjoyed, thumping his chest and guaranteeing, 5 million Ryo? I can definitely forge a ninja blade as powerful as the 7 ninja blades. With the matter resolved, Kakuzu left, saying he needed to secure an investment from the daimyo's estate. Just as Suan was about to leave, he suddenly exclaimed, this kid finally decided to come back. He then walked out, only to bump into his older brother, Madara. Madara stubbornly claimed, I was just tired of sitting and walking around. In the end, the two went together to the village entrance to wait for their brother, the epitome of saying one thing but meaning another. At the village entrance, Enko returned with a large crowd, shouting from afar, Big brother, second brother. Suan smiled and went up to give him a hug, and Enko also nodded at Madara. He first introduced the Uzumaki clan and then grandly presented Chiri, saying, this is Chiri, she is from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chiri. Huh? Madara and Saiyan were both stunned, and Suan stammered, well, third brother, I don't oppose you finding a partner, but this is a bit too sudden. We weren't prepared for anything. I can't believe it. Yenhong's face turned dark when he realized the misunderstanding between the two. Just as he was about to explain, Sister Jilly stepped forward and activated her Sharingan. The misunderstanding was cleared up. Madara immediately recognized that this was not an implanted eye and asked her who her father was. Jilly mentioned the name Uchiha Chinyen, and Madara thought for a moment, saying that he was a genius from his father's generation who later sacrificed himself, not expecting he had a daughter. He agreed to let Jilly stay in the clan to learn about her father's past. Next, the two half-dead captives were brought up. Upon seeing their miserable condition, Madara's killing intent erupted. Everyone's legs went weak, and it felt like the air was about to freeze. A chilling aura enveloped the entire place, and those with poor mental fortitude collapsed to the ground. Calm down, I'm fine. Yenhong quickly reassured when he saw the situation. Madara suppressed his killing intent, but his expression remained grim. It was that guy Tobarama, wasn't it? That grandson again. Izuna's face was full of killing intent, thinking they really took us for pushovers. Yenhong stopped them, saying that seeking revenge was meaningless now. It was better to exchange the captives for resources and accelerate development. Only then did Madara suppress his killing intent, but his gaze clearly indicated that he had noted this down. Just before entering the village, Madara suddenly called out to Yenhong, his eyes flashing red as he looked at him with the Sharingan. The wild fawn within Yenhong instantly flared up. What powerful mental strength! Who is spying on me? Madara withdrew his gaze and asked, is this the summoned beast you found? Consider it a newly made companion, Yenhong explained. Madara confirmed that the snake had no ill intent and did not inquire further. The wild fawn was still marveling in Yenhong's mind. Your big brother is indeed not simple. Yenhong felt proud and asked how he compared to the peak of the wild fawn. The wild fawn huffed proudly, saying that outside the dragon cave, he might not necessarily win against Madara. Due to Yenhong's return, he resumed his role as the assistant to the Flame Shadow and convened the highest meeting of Hidden Flame Village. In a huge conference room, Yenhong stood beside Madara and addressed the clan leaders below. Everyone, welcome to join Hidden Flame Village. For better development, we will establish several important institutions. Our goal: is to conquer the entire shinobi world. The crowd erupted in excitement, but there was also a stir of surprise. Hong scanned the room and dropped a bombshell. That's right, next, we will enter the preparation phase for the first shinobi world war. He unfolded a plan and began to introduce the new structure of Hidden Flame Village. First, there will be the Conference Pavilion, a core institution, tentatively with 9 seats. 1 for each generation of Flame Shadows, 2 for the Uchiha clan, and 1 each for Bloodpool, Takaguri, Takumi, Kusuri, and Yuzuki, with the last one reserved for a ninja who makes significant contributions. Voting will be by majority rule, with the Flame Shadow having 1 veto power that becomes invalid if the other 8 agree. What do you all think? As his words fell, the clan leaders looked at each other. Everyone knew that the Flame Shadow was most likely also an Uchiha, which meant the Uchiha would occupy 1/3 of the seats, nearly equivalent to a dictatorship. However, who could argue with someone so powerful? The collective strength of those present didn't even match his might. So they hesitated little and expressed their agreement. Once the old folks nodded, my brother Hong immediately continued with the arrangements. Let me tell you, his reasoning was crystal clear. The medical department would be handled by the Kusuri clan, serving as the logistics manager during wartime. The weapons depot would be managed by the Shin side, with sufficient funding. They would produce 7 magical tools for us. Then came the main event, the combat troops. The battle-hungry Takaguri clan, upon hearing they could fight at the border, had their leader, Take Ma, grinning like a 200-pound child, and immediately accepted. The Yuzuki clan would handle intelligence, while the Bloodpool clan would keep a close watch on the daimyo's crafty officials. Lastly, we Uchiha would form the Umbu, directly under my brother, Flame Shadow, taking on the dirtiest and toughest jobs. After dividing the roles, Hong dropped a bombshell, establishing a ninja school. Izuna laughed and said, "You've been building up for this, haven't you?" My brother's expression was serious, as he said this was the foundation for the village's development. Family. Who understands? In the past, each family taught their kids behind closed doors. The strong became stronger, while the weak had no chance to stand out. Now with this school, we aim to bring out all the talented commoner children, even those from outside the village, as long as they graduate and are willing to work for Hidden Flame Village. I realized then that my brother's move was a bright strategy to dilute the power of those big clans with commoner ninjas, preventing one family from becoming dominant. The old foxes present were fully aware of this, but no one dared to speak against it. This was a tremendous benefit for the village, and anyone opposing it would be a traitor. In the end, the position of the school principal fell to Sister Jili. Once everyone left, only the 3 of us Uchiha brothers remained. My brother Hong let out a sigh of relief and slumped into his chair. Izuna teased, "How did you come up with such ideas? You're even more suited to be the shadow than the elder brother." My brother shot him a glance and said, "Don't start. You two just want to be hands-off managers." I almost laughed out loud at that. Izuna chuckled too and said, "I know you're working hard. Here, that's a gift for you," and then slapped a scroll into my brother's hands. I leaned over to take a look, and wow, it was the Ninetales summoning scroll. My elder brother Madara's and second brother Izuna's names were stamped in blood, and my brother's name was missing. Hong didn't hold back, biting his finger to sign his name. Madara, standing beside him, specifically cautioned, "Be careful not to recklessly summon that beast when your ocular power is insufficient. It could backfire." Izuna, grinning, replied, "Do you think we're that foolish?" Madara coldly responded, "I was mainly talking to you." The expression on Izuna's face at that moment was priceless. After signing the scroll, my brother Hong suddenly said he wanted to see the Ninetales. Izuna rolled his eyes and said, "What is there to see? It's just a big fox, locked up behind the waterfall in the back mountain. Just be careful." My brother acknowledged and set off. Once he left, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted. My second brother Izuna looked up at the ceiling and said to my elder brother, "Brother, I want to transplant my eyes to you." Madara replied with one word, "Get lost." Izuna laughed, saying, "If you don't want them, I'll give them to the third brother. He is more capable than me." Madara shook his head. "Do you think he would want them?" Then my elder brother said, "He and Hashirama will have their final battle sooner or later. After that battle, he won't survive, and when that time comes, his eyes will be left for the 2 of us." He said he once wanted to lead the Uchiha to the pinnacle, but now, he just wants the 2 of us to live well and not die before him. If I had heard those words back then, I would probably have cried to death. But I didn't know I was happily running towards the back mountain, shouting in my mind to the big black snake inside me, "Hey, Litleaya, wake up. I found something delicious for you." The furious voice of Kwangya exploded in my head, threatening that if I called that name again, he would eat me. I quickly said not to get excited, that I had found a great tonic for him, the tailed beast. As soon as Kwangya heard this, His attitude did a complete 180, skeptically asking if it was true. I said it had to be. The Nine Tails, a fragment of the God Tree. Its life force was definitely strong, but I didn't know if he could absorb it. Soon I arrived at the big waterfall that sealed the Nine Tails, and the guarding clansmen released the seal for me. As soon as I entered, wow, that evil chakra hit me hard, making my hair stand on end. Not far inside, in a huge cavern, an orange giant fox was lying there, its eyes patterned like the Sharingan, clearly under the control of an illusion. The size and pressure it exuded shocked me at that moment. I asked Kuang Yao what to do, and it said to stand back. The next second, with a loud bang, a burst of white smoke exploded, and a black, giant snake, more exaggerated than the Nine Tails, instantly filled the entire cave. Without saying a word, Kuang Yao opened its massive mouth and bit down on the Nine Tails' neck, starting to suck. The red chakra was being drawn into its mouth like it was drinking bubble tea. I was still asking how it felt, but with the Nine Tails in Kuang Yao's mouth, I couldn't make out what it was saying. Just as I was about to get closer, I suddenly froze. In front of me, the Nine Tails' eyes, larger than mine, had somehow changed from Sharingan back to beast-like red vertical pupils. With a thunderous roar, the whole cave began to shake violently, and stones started falling like rain. The two guards outside turned pale, one shouting that the Nine Tails was going berserk. Lord Yenhong is still inside. The other urged him to hurry and save him. Inside the cave, the Nine Tails, just breaking free from the illusion, was still a bit dazed. Turning its head, it saw a huge black snake sucking its chakra and instantly exploded with rage. Damn humans. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? It exerted its strength and stood up against Kuang Yao, opening its mouth to gather a purple-black-tailed beast ball. The energy fluctuations made me feel like the entire mountain was about to be flattened. But guess what? Just as the tailed beast ball was taking shape, it exploded with a bang, shattering itself. The Nine Tails was slammed back down to the ground, its eyes once again transforming into Sharingan. My brother Yenhong stood there, casually digging in his ears, looking displeased as he said, "Why are you roaring so loudly? You almost scared me." Seeing this, Kuang Yao quickly let go and transformed into a puff of white smoke, slipping away. Following that, Suina rushed in like a gust of wind. Relieved to see my brother was fine, my brother nonchalantly said he conducted a small experiment and didn't control it well. Suina, being carefree, patted my brother's shoulder, calling the Nine Tails Big Yellow, saying it was fine as long as it was okay. On the way back, I asked Kuang Yao how effective it was, and it said it was useful, but the extracted life force was too little, like a mosquito's leg. I said that was unavoidable. Having some was better than none, and we could only let the Nine Tails suffer for a while. Thus, for a long time afterward, the daily life in Yin village added a new sight. My brother would visit the Nine Tails every few days, and the cave would echo with earth-shattering noises and the Nine Tails curses. After a while, my brother would walk out looking refreshed. These stable days passed quickly until one summer day when a few uninvited guests arrived at the village entrance. At that time, the guards were Uchiha Feng and Uchiha Shio, both excitedly holding their newly issued forehead protectors. Uchiha Feng was reminiscing about the good days and bragging that if he awakened Sharingan, even Senju'sGrain would be no match for him. Suddenly, his companion Uchiha Shio's eyes widened in horror, pointing ahead and stuttering, "His Senju'sGrain." When Uchiha Feng turned around, the look on his friend's face was as if he had seen a ghost, his 6 fingers practically popping out, and his face turned pale. At the end of the road, a man wearing a green robe and sporting a watermelon head was happily walking towards them with 2 others. It was none other than the god of ninjas, Senju'sGrain. Uchiha Feng, scared out of his wits, scrambled to run back to the village to report. Hashirama, seeing their reaction, felt quite awkward and repeatedly waved his hands, saying not to be tense as he wasn't there to fight. Just then, my brother Madara's voice came from behind. "Hashirama, I didn't expect you to come in person." Upon seeing Madara, Hashirama's face lit up with a smile. The 3 of us brothers faced Hashirama. However, Hashirama didn't even look at Madara and went straight to my brother Yenhong, sincerely bowing at 90 degrees and loudly apologizing, saying it was all his younger brother Tobarama's fault for being inconsiderate, hoping it wouldn't affect the relationship between the 2 villages. I was dumbfounded, thinking this is so like Hashirama. Once in the conference room, the hostage exchange went smoothly, and the Konoha side even provided additional supplies, which my brother gladly accepted. Afterward, Madara wanted to send people away, but Hashirama pitifully pleaded, "Madara, walk with me for a bit." My brother's icy expression flickered for a moment, but he eventually agreed. Before leaving, Madara specifically told me that it seemed they had found a good sword in the armory and advised me to check it out when I had the time. Upon hearing there was a new toy, I no longer cared about their trivial matters and immediately headed towards the armory. My elder brother was taking Hashirama for a walk by the river outside the village, just like when they were kids, skipping stones. After about 10 minutes, they stood at the village entrance, one walking in and the other walking out, their figures stretching further apart, like two lines that would never intersect again. As for me, I had already excitedly rushed to the flame-hidden armory. This place is the village's money pit. Half of the budget has been poured into it. The entire armory is protected by a barrier and is heavily guarded. I headed straight to the core exclusive forging room of Shintai. As soon as I entered, a wave of heat almost knocked me over. Inside the room, a huge black furnace was roaring with flames, and a group of shirtless men surrounded it, their faces showing both tension and anticipation. The one in charge was called Shintai. Let me tell you, this guy is simply a workaholic, his eyes red like a rabbit's, clearly having pulled several all-nighters. He was fixated on that big black furnace, methodically directing. Gongzi, TZ, keep an eye on the heat. Nails, dragon crystal rock liquid. Prepare to add. Yes. Goodness, as soon as that metallic liquid was poured in, the whole furnace erupted with a loud bang, emitting a blinding red light. Flames surged out from the gaps in the lid, and the temperature in the room rose by 8 degrees, making it feel like the air was about to ignite. A blacksmith nearby, seeing my curious expression, enthusiastically came over to explain. Lord Yenhong, this dragon crystal rock liquid is the last step. It's for purification. It's done. We've been forging this thing for almost 3 months. I was shocked at that moment. So long? Hey, that's right, he wiped the sweat off his brow. A skilled worker can produce a large number of ordinary shurikens in a day. It's only with these special ability ninja swords that it takes so much effort. The success rate is also incredibly low, less than 20. Every time it fails, all those rare materials go to waste. As soon as I heard this, I immediately thought of the key point. Those 7 knives from Wuyin, are they also produced by your place? Yes, my lord, he said respectfully, but the technical requirements are too high. Only the previous Lord Qingming and the current Lord Shintai in the whole village can manage it. Moreover, the materials are precious, all brought by Wuyin himself, and they are priceless in the market. To put it simply, you can only encounter them if you have the right connections. I pondered to myself, is the mineral wealth of Misty Hidden Village really so abundant? After all, there are many resources at sea, and I must take the opportunity to visit and pay a friendly visit. Just as I was thinking, the blacksmith shout pulled me back to reality. My lord, it's time to take it out. I quickly focused my gaze and saw that Shantai had already picked up a tool and lifted the lid of the furnace. In an instant, a fire dragon spewed out from inside, but he acted as if nothing had happened, easily dodging it and pulling out a long object that was glowing red from the furnace. I could hear the sound of those strong men around me swallowing their saliva, and everyone's eyes were almost glued to that iron bar. Shun was extremely careful as he placed it into the quenching oil pool. Suddenly, a large amount of white smoke rose up, and the red glow on the surface of the iron bar quickly faded, revealing its true form, a shiny black blade without a handle. Over 3 feet long, the blade looked sharp enough to make one's hair stand on end. Shun took it out of the oil and placed it on the forging table. The entire room fell silent. No one understood the tension of the moment better than family. This thing looked impressive now, but if it hadn't been properly quenched, it would be nothing but a showpiece, snapping at the slightest pressure. Shun picked up the forging hammer, raising it high above his head, his hand trembling slightly. To be honest, he felt nervous too. His only successful work before this was that beheading sword, which had the property of absorbing blood and self-repairing. I thought, isn't that just a bug? Which serious legendary ninja sword can be broken by someone else? He took a deep breath, and under the expectant gazes of everyone, he swung the hammer down. Clang! A crisp, ethereal sound echoed throughout the room. As an outsider, I hadn't even reacted yet, but the group of bare-chested strong men beside me jumped up, each one like a 300-pound child, waving their arms and dancing. It's done. It succeeded. Shin also breathed a sigh of relief, holding the blade as if it were his own son, presenting it to me. Lord Yenhong, I have lived up to your expectations. We just need a handle now. I examined the knife closely, and to be honest, I couldn't see anything particularly special about it. It was dark and dull, completely incomparable to the flashy appearance of the 7 ninja swordsmen's mist-hidden blades. But I knew that good things shouldn't be judged by their appearance. With chakra attached to my hand, I intended to pick it up and feel it. Suddenly, Shuntai exclaimed, "My lord, be careful." My pupils instantly shrank to a dot. As soon as my hand touched the blade, The thick layer of chakra on it was sliced through like paper. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, my palm would have had to say goodbye to my body. I suppressed the shock in my heart and looked up at him. What is the characteristic of this knife? Why is it so sharp? Even Shin was frightened, probably thinking that if this cut off my hand, he would have to be sacrificed to the knife. He quickly said, "My lord, this knife has a special material and has only one characteristic, which is cutting. It can cut through most substances, including chakra. Even your Susanoo can be easily broken." Hiss! I really couldn't hold back anymore. My eyes filled with amazement. What is this knife called? The Demon Blade Cold Edge. For years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 4 years, our flame-hidden village developed incredibly fast, and the ninja school in the village officially opened for enrollment. Let me tell you, that scene at the village entrance was crowded with people, all bringing their children for interviews. After all, being a ninja has a high status these days, and there are subsidies to be had. Who wouldn't be tempted? Among the crowd, there was a particularly eye-catching kid who came alone. His parents were long gone, and he lived with his grandmother, determined to become a ninja to protect his family. A typical shonen manga protagonist setup. Sure enough, this kid passed all the tests smoothly. Chakra perception, bone age check. All okay. The most interesting part was the final test, where we directly used the Sharingan to conduct background checks on the parents to ensure no spies slipped in. This kid's name is Mike Guy, TSK. Just hearing that surname, I knew he was destined to be a future master of taijutsu. Sister Jili and I were watching all of this from not far away. She asked me why I wanted to recruit people from the commoners. I smiled and said, "Sister Chiri, don't underestimate the common people. Although they don't have bloodline limits, you never know when a gifted individual might emerge. And that could be a monster that surpasses bloodlines." The names that flashed through my mind were all those legends like Minato, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Even if I don't pull an SSR, recruiting more ordinary ninjas to expand the village's size wouldn't be a loss. Sister Chiri, upon hearing this, felt a bit sad and worried that these peaceful days might not last long. I can only comfort her, saying that war is for a more lasting peace. She asked me if we would win, and my heart skipped a beat. I didn't dare to make any guarantees, only saying, "I believe the future belongs to us Uchiha." Another 4 years have passed. I am 20 this year, and I arranged to spar with my second brother Chuan-I and my eldest brother Ban by the waterfall. Chuan-I's face is now filled with bitterness. How should we fight this time? I sighed and said, "Do your best. If we take it easy, my brother will hit harder." A few dozen meters away, my brother Uchiha Madara stood with his arms crossed, his aura as steady as a divine pillar. He looked at us with a stern tone. "Stop dawdling. If you don't take action soon, I'll go first." Sigh. It seems we're going to get beaten again. Although Izuna said this, his eyes instantly turned serious. This time, he had to hit Big Brother at least once. "Ino, do you have confidence?" "Yes, but not much." "That's enough. Let's go." With a bang, Izuna vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Madara, slashing horizontally with a knife. That speed was so fast, it created a stream of white air. And the result? Madara casually caught his wrist with one hand, not moving an inch. "Not bad," Madara complimented, only to see a strange smile appear at the corner of Izuna's mouth. In a split second, Izuna suddenly ducked down, and I flashed out from behind him, thrusting a knife straight at Madara's face, while Izuna delivered a sweeping kick to attack his lower body. This cooperation was seamless. However, Madara didn't dodge at all. He exerted force on Izuna's wrist and swung him like a meteor hammer, directly crashing into me. We were both thrown into the nearby river like two gored babies saving their grandfather. I just rushed out of the water when I saw a dark shadow breaking through the surface, charging towards me. It was Obito. He threw a punch. I blocked with my sword, but with a loud bang, I was sent flying again. Just then, Izuna also emerged from the water, grabbing my ankle as I flew back, spinning me 1.5 times in the air before throwing me back like a cannonball. The two forces combined, and my speed reached its peak. Using this momentum, I merged with my sword, like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable. Oh, there was finally a hint of surprise on Obito's face. He brought his palms together with a loud clap, forcibly pinching my blade. I froze in place, the blade bending like a bow. Izuna seized the opportunity, leaping from the side and swinging his sword at Madara, whose hands I had restrained. Yes, just as Izuna thought this, he saw Madara kick up like lightning, striking his sword, followed by a side kick that sent Izuna flying out like a cooked shrimp, hunched over. But just as Madara attempted to retract his leg, I let go of the sword handle, going in barehanded, and struck at the opening he hadn't had time to defend. This time, there was no way for him to evade. The Izuna flying backwards saw this scene and showed an excited smile. Well done. Boom, à la haute explosion. At the last moment, Madara forcibly twisted his body, colliding his elbow with my palm. The immense force sent both of us flying, crashing into the water. However, Madara himself, unable to stand on one leg, staggered back several steps before stabilizing. On the water's surface, Izuna and I popped our heads up, exchanged glances, and excitedly embraced. Haha, we did it. We finally gave him a little Uchiha shock. By the campfire, Izuna and I, bare-chested, laughed like fools, crazily boasting about our recent achievement. Madara's face grew darker and darker. Noticing the situation was off, we were just about to make an excuse to escape when a large hand pressed us back in place. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Madara's voice was terrifyingly low. Tomorrow, ninjutsu special training double. I immediately turned green with envy at Izuna's face. After the commotion, the atmosphere became warm. We started talking about serious matters. Izuna mentioned that the Fire Country is relatively stable because of Hashirama Senju. But the Earth Country and Water Country recently had a fight. At that moment, Brother Madara suddenly spoke up. You all should take a look at this. He pulled out a letter from his pocket, which bore the symbol of Konoha. Izuna took it, and, after reading, his expression became extremely strange. I took a look at it, and to my surprise, that brat Hashirama Senju actually invited us to attend the Six Kage Summit. The letter stated that he had captured 7-tailed beasts and was planning to distribute them among the major ninja villages, so everyone could sign a peace treaty and create a better future together. At that time, I had one thought. How can such outrageous wealth be given away just like that? Hashirama's line of thinking is simply ridiculous. It's beyond absurd. Clearly, he could use military force to intimidate, but he insists on giving up his head, hoping others will be self-aware. Izuna looked skeptical. Is this some sort of conspiracy by Senju Tobirama? If Senju Hashirama could come up with such a scheme, then he wouldn't be himself. Madara scoffed disdainfully and then looked at me. Hong, what do you think? I thought for a moment and said, Go, we must go. The other villages will definitely go. After all, who wouldn't want free combat power? We can take this opportunity to figure out their details and conveniently bring back another tailed beast, giving us a greater advantage in future battles. Spot nodded. That works. At that time, you can come with me. Meanwhile, letters were received across the ninja world. In the sandy village of Sunagakure, the first Kazekage, Redo, looked at the letter with a smirk. If someone offers benefits, why not go? It's a good chance to see how much weight the other Kages carry. In Owagakure, the first Suchikage, Ishikawa, who could float in the sky, also told his bandaged subordinate, Let us go to Konoha. If we don't go, Konoha will become the target of everyone's attacks. At the entrance of Kirigakure, the first Mizukage, Haku, who had sharp teeth, was also seriously instructing. After I leave, the village will suspend all external activities. We will discuss it again when I return. I tell you, this Balien is simply a nagging old woman, going on and on as if she fears that once he leaves, the village will disband right there. What pirates? What phantom moon? She just can't stop explaining. The handsome guy next to her, who is a bodyguard named Shui Wu, couldn't take it anymore and squinted his eyes to remind her, My lady, shouldn't we be setting off? If we keep talking, it will be dark. Bai Lian sighed and said she always had a bad feeling. Sigh. I thought, isn't your feeling quite accurate? He turned to tease Shui Wu, saying he was unusually proactive today, unlike his usual style. That guy just smiled without saying a word, but inside he was murmuring a name, Uchiha Yenhong. Good heavens. The red light flashed in his eyes, and I immediately felt that this guy was definitely not someone to be underestimated. Perhaps he was coming for me. The scene shifted to the land of thunder, in the village of Kumogakure, where the atmosphere was completely different. They held meetings in a very straightforward manner. The first Reikage, a sturdy man, slammed the invitation letter from Konoha onto the table and asked, What do you all think? The people below immediately erupted, speaking all at once, basically saying the same thing. Senju Hashirama definitely has ulterior motives, who would share their treasures with others. He's either a fool or a liar. At that moment, the future second Reikage, an even more muscular man, stood up and said he had investigated, and Senju Hashirama had a good reputation, emphasizing benevolence and righteousness. Moreover, even if there were tricks involved, with his and his father's strength, no one could stop them. As soon as he said this, the meeting room fell silent, and everyone looked at the first Reikage, waiting for him to make a decision. The first Reikage tapped his fingers on the table for a long time before finally speaking. We must go. He said that distributing tailed beasts was a minor issue, but the key was another matter. When he mentioned the name Oru, the temperature in the entire meeting room dropped several degrees. I tell you, this was a brother who sacrificed himself before the establishment of Kumogakure, and the culprit identified pointed straight at our Uchiha clan in Yenin village. The first Reikage slammed the table, his voice booming like thunder. This time, the 6 Kage summit. Yenin village will also attend. I want to confront this Uchiha in person. How dare he kill our Kumogakure people? Folks, who understands? This is not going to a peace conference. This is clearly going for revenge. Beneath the surface of peace, the undercurrent is already turning into a tsunami. On the other side, Uchiha Yenhong, along with my brother Madara, I've already strolled to the entrance of Konoha. It has been 4 years since I last came, and the environment in the Land of Fire is still so comfortable. From a distance, I could see the iconic Hokage rock, and Hashirama's face had already been carved into it. I jokingly said to my brother, "Bro, why don't we in Yenin village get one too? How impressive that would be." My older brother glanced at me and said casually, "When you become Yening, you can carve whenever you want." I replied, "But it has to start with you, the original." He responded, "I'm afraid the little brats in the village will throw paint on my statue. So it should start with you." Goodness, he even mocked my second brother Quan Nai for doing such things when he was younger. Just as I was about to ask about my second brother's embarrassing stories, he brushed me off with a "ha." We chatted casually as we quickly reached the entrance of Konoha. There were 2 ninjas standing at the gate, and as soon as they saw our Uchiha fan, they visibly flinched. Although they tried to put on a professional fake smile, the sense of distance was hard to hide. I asked them if the meeting was at the Hokage building, and they said it was. So I told them we would go by ourselves, and that they didn't need to bother. One of the guys, unable to keep his mouth shut, said, "I advise you two not to wander around. Many places in Konoha don't welcome outsiders, especially." Before he could finish, my brother's killing intent surged forward. The guy's face instantly turned pale, and his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Gasping for air and unable to say a word, his partner was so frightened that he hurriedly apologized. My older brother left a remark to give Hashirama some face, but if their essay second time, he walked into Konoha without looking back. I followed behind, feeling amused. This guy knows how to push the limits of danger. Walking through the streets of Konoha, the gazes around us were filled with hatred, curiosity, and none dared to come close. My brother, however, didn't take care and strode forward confidently. Suddenly, I spotted a small stall and quickly grabbed his arm. "Brother, we've been walking for a while. Let us eat something. We have time for the discussion." My older brother was pulled over by me with a look of surprise, only to find it was just a small noodle shop. When the owner looked up and saw me, he actually smiled and said, "Ha, it's you, young man. Finally come to Konoha to play?" I laughed too, surprised that the owner still remembered me. I boasted to him, "I just arrived in the village and headed straight here. This is my older brother. Let him see if your skills have declined." The owner was even happier to hear this, and said he would treat us this meal so we could try some new flavors. I quickly recommended to my brother, "Bro, I'm not exaggerating. This is definitely the best noodle shop in the ninja world." My brother caught a whiff of the aroma and nodded slightly, which was rare for him. When the noodles were served, the fragrance was incredible. I slurped a spoonful of the soup, and the deliciousness exploded on my taste buds, making me almost cry out in pleasure. Seeing me like this, my brother skeptically picked up a chopstick full of noodles and slurped it into his mouth, his eyes instantly lighting up. I asked him how it was, and he stubbornly replied, "It's just okay. I was just hungry." TCH, a man who speaks contrary to his heart. I just laughed and teased my second brother about not having this kind of luck, raised my bowl, and was about to take another bite when suddenly my whole body froze. My elder brother even put down his chopsticks. We exchanged a glance and understood each other. In the air, there was a faint but extremely unpleasant killing intent. Where did that killing intent come from? I turned my head and saw not far away a little kid of about 10, staring at me with red eyes. This kid is called Sarutobi Ryzen, with decent talent, and at such a young age, he has quite skill with fire release. He was accompanied by 3 little friends, Danzo, Koharu, and Mito Gate Inn, seemingly here to celebrate his birthday. They were originally having a good time getting ready to eat ramen, but the moment Ryzen saw me, he completely lost it. Who understands the hatred for the murder of one's father? This kid, in a fit of rage, formed hand signs and yelled at us. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet technique. Boom! A fire dragon charged straight at us. His little friends were so shocked they froze, and the restaurant owner was so scared he dropped his bowl. My elder brother and I were a bit dazed. This reckless kid really dared to attack, just as the fire dragon was about to hit our faces. My elder brother didn't even lift his head, and like swatting a fly, he He casually slapped it away. With a loud smack, that ferocious fire dragon exploded into a burst of sparks, and then it was gone. Really, just like that, it was gone. The whole place fell silent. The little kids were dumbfounded, and Sarutobi Ryzen instantly came to his senses, knowing he had caused a huge disaster. His face turning pale as he stood there at a loss. My elder brother lowered his head to eat noodles again and said, "It's up to you to handle this." Fine, I slowly stood up and walked step by step towards those little brats. The girl Xiaochun was so scared that she quickly apologized and pushed Razan's hand to make him apologize as well. But this kid is stubborn. In front of the enemy who killed his father, how could he say the words, "I'm sorry"? I walked up to him, looked at his face filled with both hatred and fear, and said, "What a pity you wasted the opportunity your father left you." However, I still need to collect a bit of interest. As soon as I finished speaking, a red light flashed in my eyes, and the three-tomo Sharingan was directly aimed at his face. With a hum, the kid let out a muffled groan, rolled his eyes back, and collapsed to the ground. His companions screamed in fright, mustering the courage to question what I had done to him. I shrugged and said, "Don't worry, he won't die. Just a little nap will do. Consider it a minor punishment." At that moment, my older brother had also finished eating. He slammed the money on the table, didn't even glance at the few little brats, and walked over, saying, "Once you're done playing, it's time to move on." We left just like that, leaving the few flustered kids behind. I noticed that the kid named Danzo looked at our backs with a peculiar glint in his eyes, a kind of intense desire for power. He must have been thinking, is this the power of the Uchiha Sharingan? This little incident didn't affect our mood at all. Soon, we arrived at the Hokage building, where Hashirama was waiting with a big smile, dressed in a loose kimono. Next to him stood Tobirama, with silver hair and a face that looked as if someone owed him millions, his gaze towards us as cold as ice. Hashirama, however, was warm and friendly, coming over to put his arm around our shoulders. "Madara, Enk, you're here. After the meeting, let's have a drink together." My brother directly ignored him, as well as Tobirama's sour face, and said in a deep voice, "No time for reminiscing. Let's get straight to the meeting." "Ha, all right." Hashirama didn't mind and led us into the conference room. As soon as the door opened, wow, the atmosphere inside was so heavy it felt like you could squeeze water out of it. A hexagonal-long table was already occupied by 4 Kage, from Awagakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Kumobakure. Behind each of them stood bodyguards, all with sharp gazes, eyeing each other like wolves. I glanced over and saw the mist standing behind the water-shadowed White Lotus. Our eyes met, and a glimmer of light flashed between us. Then we both nonchalantly looked away. My elder brother is truly imposing, ignoring everyone else, striding over to sit beside Hashirama, arms crossed, leaning back as if to say that everyone present is worthless. The brows of the other Kage furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Once Hashirama sat down, the first meeting of the 6 Kage officially began. Let me tell you, the people sitting in this room are basically the strongest in the ninja world. Yet, no one spoke first, and the silence was terrifying. At that moment, there was a loud bang. Hashirama, our great first Hokage, bumped his head on the table. He sincerely exclaimed, "I am truly grateful to have all 6 Kage gathered here like this." As he spoke, tears even streamed down his face. I was completely at a loss for words, thinking, "What are you doing, big brother?" Tobirama couldn't take it anymore. "Big brother, you represent Konoha. How can you bow your head so casually?" My elder brother snorted coldly. "Hashirama, don't embarrass yourself too much." The other Kages couldn't stand it anymore. The Tsutsukiage Ishikawa said, "I'm here to discuss terms, not to watch you get emotional." The Mizukage Kurosaki also said, "Your behavior makes me feel like you have ulterior motives," seeing that his own elder brother was unreliable. Tobirama had to step in personally and said that the tailed beasts could be distributed, but they had to be bought. Hashirama weakly interjected, "Actually, giving them away for free is fine too," but was shot down by Tobirama's brother. "Shut up." Just then, the first Reikage, the muscular man with dark skin, suddenly slammed the table, interrupting everyone. "Let's put the tailed beast matter aside. I have something to say." All eyes instantly turned to him. My heart sank. The moment had finally come. The Reikage didn't beat around the bush, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at my elder brother, Lord Anchorage. Back when our Yue clan and the Uchiha clan jointly guarded the blood pool, the mission failed and 4 of my clansmen were brutally killed. Now, the Blood Pool clan is all in your Anchorage village. Don't you owe me an explanation for this? By the time he finished his last word, the chakra around him was surging like a volcanic eruption, shaking the entire conference room. This time, my elder brother finally reacted. He slowly raised his eyelids and, under everyone's gaze, spoke clearly and distinctly. Why should I explain to you? I killed them. What can you do about it? As soon as those words were spoken, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, including the Raikage himself, who probably never expected such an arrogantly extreme response. This was no longer mere provocation. It was a slap to his face in front of everyone. After a brief silence, the Raikage was completely ignited. What did you say? Boom! The overwhelming chakra erupted from him, shaking the entire Hokage building violently. The surrounding Kages changed their expressions. The Raikage truly lived up to his reputation. But in the next second, everyone nearly had their eyes pop out. Because my elder brother, who was at the forefront, still maintained that pose with his arms crossed. Not a single hair out of place, steady as Mount Tai. With a nonchalant tone, he added another knife. It seems you want to dance too. Saying this, my elder brother slowly raised a finger. Just one. Boom. A chakra, even more terrifying and unfathomable than the Raikage, rushed back like a tsunami. The table between the two was instantly reduced to dust, and the floor beneath them cracked inch by inch. Is this a human? Seeing himself being suppressed, cold sweat broke out on the Raikage's forehead. He suddenly stood up, and blue lightning armor erupted from his body, barely holding on. But anyone with keen eyes could see that he had already lost. My elder brother lightly mocked, "Your dance moves are really ugly." Then, he raised his second finger. With a rumble, the ground was torn open, creating a huge crack, and the entire Hokage building looked like it was about to collapse. The Raikage let out a muffled groan, clearly on the verge of not being able to hold on. His son, the future second-generation Raikage, anxiously wanted to come up and help. I also placed my hand on the hilt of my sword. Just as a great battle was about to erupt, Hashirama shouted angrily, "Both of you stop." A vast chakra, no less powerful than theirs, forcefully pushed the two forces apart. My elder brother turned to look at Hashirama and asked in a deep voice, "Hashirama, are you going to stop me too?" Hashirama stood up, his expression more serious than ever. "Madara, stop. I'm asking you to." The two stared at each other, as if the air itself had solidified. Finally, my elder brother let out a cold snort and slowly lowered his finger. The scene was simply unbelievable. As the chakra dissipated, this thrilling confrontation finally came to an end. I tell you, when Raikage retracted his chakra and looked at my brother, his expression was just like he had seen a ghost. The word fear was almost written on his face. The other Kages were the same. All of them became obedient. The arrogance they had when they first arrived was completely gone, and the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Debris was still falling from the ceiling, and that scene, TSK. At this moment, it had to be Hashirama, the good guy, who stepped in to ease the tension, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I know everyone has old grievances, but wasn't all to protect our own people? Can we put aside our hatred for now and work together to build a harmonious ninja world? Please, family who understands, these Kages were probably thinking you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have such powerful strength. Why are you pretending to be innocent with us?" However, the opportunity had been given, and Mizukichi Tokiwa was the first to respond. "All right, the Hokage makes a good point. Now is indeed not the time to settle old scores." Tsuchikage Ishikawa and Kazekage Reto nodded along. My brother didn't say a word, and Raikage reluctantly retracted the lightning around him. Tobarama finally breathed a sigh of relief, probably afraid that my brother and Raikage would really fight in Konoha and destroy his home. He quickly stood up. "Well then, let's change the meeting room and continue our discussion. This way, please." Goodness, they switched to a brand new meeting room, and the 12 of us sat down again. This time everyone was much more restrained, like completely different people. Tobarama cleared his throat and got straight to the point. "All right, let's continue discussing the distribution of tailed beasts. What are everyone's thoughts?" Kazekage Reto was the first to speak, and he was very bold. He said slowly, "Our Wind Country has had one tailed beast since ancient times, so we don't want any more. However, we would like to exchange for something else." Tsuchikage Ishikawa asked, "What do you want?" Reto raised two fingers, sounding very justified. "Our Wind Country is mostly desert, terribly poor. To balance things out with your great nations, I want a portion of the fertile land from the Fire Country, plus 20 of the total funds you spend on tailed beasts." Damn! As soon as those words were out, Shui Ing by Lien exploded on the spot. "Hey, you're being too greedy, aren't you? You want land and money. Why don't you just go rob it?" Lido wasn't intimidated at all, sneering. "If you don't agree, then I won't sign this agreement. Why don't you all team up and try to fight us from the Wind Country?" UTM. Just as it looked like a fight was about to break out, I seized the opportunity, clear my throat, and directly spoke up. I think Lord Wind Shadow's proposal is completely feasible. Everyone looked at me, probably stunned. What was a guard doing interrupting in such an occasion? But my big brother understood me. He leaned back with his eyes closed, implying, "My brother is right. You should listen to him." Now, no one dared to say anything. And I continued, "Our fire country also has a tailed beast, just like the sand-hidden village. We can also give up the tailed beast in exchange for some resources." Tobarama's eyes twitched, probably cursing in his heart that he hadn't planned to share with us. But he still asked, "So what do you want? You don't want land, do you?" "No, I laid it all out. We don't want land. We just want some rare minerals and rare herbs." As soon as I said this, Shui Ingbai Lian raised an eyebrow, probably wondering if I was targeting him since the water country is rich in minerals. Hashirama was quite generous, about to agree but then hesitated. "Herbs are fine, but it seems we don't have many rare minerals in the fire country." At this moment, Lang spoke up gloomily, clearly still not having recovered from the earlier confrontation. "Our cloud-hidden village needs at least 2 tailed beasts." Shui Ingbai Lian immediately followed suit. "Our mist-hidden village is the same. We can't have less than 2. The Earth Shadow, sure," he thought for a moment, then suddenly looked over to my side and said, "We want the tailed beasts, but I want something from the fire country even more. I wonder if we can exchange the tailed beast for it?" My elder brother suddenly opened his eyes wide and directly refused without thinking. "No exchange. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself." Sure, he was choked and could only change his tone. "Then our Earth country also wants 2 tailed beasts." Goodness. Now, it was Tobarama's turn to be unsettled. I estimated he was cursing madly in his heart. "You want 2? He wants 2. You want minerals, he wants land. Do you really think Konoha is a wish-granting turtle that will fulfill every request?" He hurriedly leaned close to Hashirama's ear and whispered, "Big brother, you need to think carefully. If we divide this way, we might lose our underwear." Hashirama was also in a dilemma. Although he wanted world peace, he wasn't a fool. Seeing this situation, that Tsuchikage directly threw down the challenge. If your country can't do it, then forget it. Consider this a wasted trip. Just as the first 5 Kage. Oh no. 6 Kage meeting was about to fall apart. My elder brother was preparing to get up and leave, saying he wouldn't play house with them anymore. At this critical moment, the Raikage, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, I have a proposal that can solve the current problem. I just don't know if you dare to accept it." "Oh." Everyone looked at him. The Raikage's gaze swept over my elder brother as he said in a deep voice, "To put it bluntly, our conflict is simply about the unfair distribution of spoils. If that's the case, why not simply use force to decide who picks first and who picks second?" "How could that be?" Hashirama was the first to oppose, saying they had gathered to avoid war. "Lord Hokage, you misunderstand." The Raikage shook his head. "What I'm talking about is not war, but a duel between strong individuals." He paused and threw out a bombshell. "We can hold a competition, with each village sending 3 participants. The Kage cannot participate. The most crucial point is, during the competition, life and death are not to be considered. Do you dare? Life and death not to be considered." I tell you, when these words were spoken, the whole place erupted. Family members, who understands? A competition is a competition, but starting off so big, who can handle it? This is not a joke. The ones sent out are definitely the elites of the village. If something happens to them, the loss would be significant. The Earth Shadow, Ishikawa, was the first to shake his head. "Not appropriate. We cannot sacrifice the village's elites for a competition." The Water Shadow, Balian, agreed. "Right? The sacrifices of ninjas should not happen in a place like this." The Lightning Shadow, AI, snorted, "Humph. If you don't even care about life and death, how can you unleash your full strength? What is the meaning of this competition then?" This statement was not wrong. At their level, once they really started fighting, no one could intervene. In the end, it was Hashirama who thought of a compromise. "How about this during the competition? If one side voluntarily concedes, the other side must immediately stop. How does that sound?" Everyone pondered for a moment and felt that it left a way out, so they all nodded in agreement. My older brother was the first to express his opinion. "I have no objections. So how do you want to compete?" My older brother looked directly at the Lightning Shadow. "Is it a one-on-one or a group fight?" The Lightning Shadow then began to introduce his competition rules, and when I heard it, it was quite interesting. Simply put, it's similar to a battle royale, with 6 teams of 3, airdropped onto a huge map. At the start, each team receives 2 scrolls, 1 main and 1 sub, with numbers on them, but they probably won't match. Your task is to steal other people's scrolls, match a pair of identical numbers, and then deliver them to the finish line. The number on the scrolls will determine your final ranking. If you don't match them within the specified time, your ranking will be based on the number of your main scroll. This rule maximizes the choices. Whether you play it safe until the end or engage in combat right from the start is entirely up to you. Hashirama nodded after hearing it. What about the competition venue? The Wind Shadow, Retsudo, that old fox immediately chimed in. Why not in our land of wind? We have vast deserts, desolate and uninhabited. You can do whatever you want without any regrets. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. This old guy really knows how to play his cards right. In the desert, isn't there sand-hidden village just enjoying a home field advantage? But he wasn't wrong. Other countries really don't have such large areas for these gods to fight. In the end, the Raikage made the decision. It's settled. The competition will be held in the Land of Wind a month from now. The distribution of tailed beasts and resources will be based on the rankings. The higher the rank, the greater the say. And that's how things were settled. The other Kage hurried back to select their participants and bid farewell. As the Mizukage, Lady Bai Lian, was leaving, the guy behind her, named Water Mist, gave me a smile, and I returned him a meaningful smile. Once they all left, I quickly grabbed my older brother. Bro, don't rush off. Since we're here, why not take a tour of the Leaf Village? My big brother understood right away and knew I was up to no good again. So, under the enthusiastic guidance of that big fool in the space between the pillars, we started to explore Konoha. I took advantage of his distraction to secretly leave a few small gifts in some hidden corners. As soon as we returned to our village, I immediately called my second brother Izuna for an emergency meeting. When I mentioned the Six Shadows Conference, Izuna's eyes lit up at the mention of a competition. So, that guy Tobarama Senju will be participating too? That's great. This time, we must turn him into a pig's head. My brother next to me poured cold water on me. Don't be careless again. Last time you almost lost your life. Don't worry, big brother, I said, scratching my head. This time we have the third brother with us. At this point, I took a deep breath and looked at them seriously. Big brother, second brother, there's something I must tell you. It's about our kaleidoscope Sharingan. As soon as they heard this, their expressions instantly became serious. I directly threw out my theory. I've been pondering for a long time, why do our kaleidoscopes eventually go blind? My conclusion is that the eye techniques are too powerful, and the hardware of the eyes can't keep up. Every time we use a big move, we are exhausting our life force and damaging our essence. And the so-called eternal kaleidoscope is essentially about upgrading the hardware of the eyes through transplantation, raising the limit of ocular power, right? My brother nodded, signaling me to continue. So here comes the key point. I looked at them and said word by word, who says that only the eyes of close relatives can succeed? That's just because bloodlines are easier to merge. I deduced that as long as we can solve the problem of bloodline rejection, any pair of kaleidoscopes can become the materials for our upgrade. Suena was stunned. Even if the theory is correct, we can't experiment. No, now there's a way. I looked at my brother and said, Brother, do you still remember the squinty-eyed one next to Water Shadow? The one named Water Mist. My brother frowned and said, Who would pay attention to such a minor character? Well, I explained I've fought him before. He has a bloodline limit called Blood Escape, and his most powerful ability is to assimilate other people's bloodlines. Assimilate bloodlines? Both my brother and Izuna were shocked. That's right. A glimmer of excitement flashed in my eyes as I revealed my plan. After the 6 village competition ends, we will ambush them on their way back and capture that missed user alive. With his ability, we can format all the kaleidoscopes stored in our family's inventory into our bloodline. By then, those eyes can be perfectly transplanted. The 3 of US brothers will each have a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes. It won't be a dream. As my words fell, the entire conference room fell silent, leaving only our slightly hurried breathing. After a long time, my elder brother finally spoke in a low voice and asked 2 words. How to proceed? Leave it to me, he replied directly. Izuna patted my shoulder heavily and said, Third brother, you are truly a genius. And just like that, the matter was settled. I mentioned that I still needed to talk to Sister Chiri about the competition, and Izuna waved his hand and said, Where else could she be? Ever since she became the principal, she's been hanging out at the school every day. I easily made my way to the principal's office and knocked on the door. When I pushed the door open, I saw Jili's bright face. I told her about the chaos in the 6 villages and invited her to join our team. After listening, Jili readily agreed. Since you came to invite me in person, how can I refuse? Besides, it's for the village. I just breathed a sigh of relief, ready to go back and formulate a detailed plan to capture the Water Mist. When Sister Jili called out to me with a smile like a little fox, Don't rush to leave. I'll help you with something. And you have to help me with something too. Fair, right? I was taken aback and thought it wasn't good, but I still steeled myself and asked Sister Jili, What do you need me to do? Don't worry. It's not difficult, she said with a smile. I just want to ask you to guide a few students. Guide students? It turned out that the first batch of students from the school had graduated and needed to be grouped with guidance teachers. But the old hands in the village only knew how to fight and kill. They didn't know how to teach at all. My eldest brother was busy with shadow work, and my second brother managed the dark division and slipped away. So, in the end, this responsibility fell on me, the one who proposed the system. What else can I say? I can only brace myself and agree. Well, I'll give it a try. Sister Jilly quickly pulled out 3 documents from the file and handed them to me. The students are all arranged for you. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, classroom 105. The next day, I arrived at the classroom on time. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw 3 little ones. One boy with a buzz cut and wearing a green tight suit was doing a handstand and walking on his hands, clearly suffering from severe hyperactivity. Next to him was a short-haired boy, sitting up straight and looking very reliable. And on the far side was a purple-haired girl with a cool expression, intently polishing 2 long swords, exuding an aura of don't mess with me. They were discussing who their guiding teacher would be, and as I opened the door, the reliable short-haired boy looked up, saw my face, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Yanhong?" I leaned against the door and waved at him casually, saying, "Yo, good morning." Those 3 little brats had expressions that were more interesting than the last. I didn't waste any time and walked straight to the podium, leaned against the desk, and got straight to the point. "All right, enough guessing. I, Uchiha Yanhong, will be your instructor starting today. Let's skip the formalities and do some self-introductions. Say your names, dreams, and what you aim for as ninjas." I thought I should set an example, so I came first. "I'm Uchiha Yanhong, and my dream is to change the future of this ninja world." That buzz-cut, hot-blooded boy is Might Guy, scratching his head with a silly look. Change the future? Who knows about the future, anyway? I smiled and ignored his remark, directly saying, "All right, it's your turn." Maitre Yuan let out a loud shout and struck a bodybuilding pose. His voice booming, "My name is Maitre Yuan. I became a ninja to ensure my grandmother lives a good life. My dream is to become a strong person who can protect my family." My heart skipped a beat. Might Yuan? That name, that appearance, that fiery spirit. Goodness. ISNT this Might Die. His father and Might Guy, his grandfather? Did my butterfly wings just transport their ancestral grave from Konoha to my place? Then what about the Azure Beast in the future? This is getting quite interesting. Next was the handsome young man, Uchiha Kagami, who was quite composed. "I am Uchiha Kagami, and my dream is to protect our village." Well, no wonder he asked Kagami, a future Hokage's disciple, such high awareness. I nodded in approval and turned my gaze to the last one, the cool girl who had been holding a sword. She slowly put away her sword and spoke with a voice as cold as her expression. "I am Yuzuki Akane. Rather than being a ninja, I want to be a swordsman." Wow, there is such a pure sword enthusiast in the Yuzuki clan. I silently praised her and then clapped my hands, getting to the point. "All right, now that we know each other, let us have a little test." "Test," the 3 of them said in unison. "That's right," I said, hands in my pockets, my tone turning playful. "You don't want a useless teacher, and neither do I want to lead a bunch of deadweights. So, if your skills don't satisfy me, I might just apply for a return." As soon as I said this, Might Yuan and Uchiha Kagami instinctively glanced at Yuzuki Akane, clearly recalling what she had just said about not wanting to be a ninja. But the cool girl showed no embarrassment at all, calmly asking, "What test?" "Good psychological quality." I complimented her and then added some pressure. "Let me make it clear, this test is very difficult, and the elimination rate is quite high, even with risks. If anyone is scared and wants to withdraw, you can say so now, and I'll get you a different teacher." Might Yuan was the first to explode, shouting passionately, "Bring it on. There is no difficulty we can overcome." I looked at his excited expression and was completely convinced that he was definitely a member of the Maite family, inheriting that youthful passion. I waved my hand and said, "All right, gather at the training ground." When we arrived at the training ground, I took out 2 shiny silver bells from my pocket and shook them in front of them, making a jingling sound. "See these? 2 bells. Your task is very simple. Take them from my hands. You can use any means, any weapons, and come at me with the determination to kill. If you can't get them by noon, you'll be considered unqualified. Got it?" The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Yuzuki Akane furrowed her brows and asked the crucial question. "There are only 2 bells, and there are 3 of us. How do we divide them?" I shrugged. "So, at least one person will be eliminated. As for who gets eliminated, it's up to you." With that said, I hung the bell on my waist and gave them 5 minutes to discuss their strategy. I tell you, that guy Jing is really quick-witted. When my Yuan was still hesitating about whether to withdraw, he directly set the tone. "Let's cooperate first. Lord Yanhong's strength is unfathomable. If we don't join forces, we won't even get a single bell. Even if we end up being eliminated, I'm willing to voluntarily withdraw. Mighty Yuan was anxious when he heard this. How can that be? Jing interrupted him. Let's complete the test first. At that moment, Kujia Matsu Akane sharply asked, what are his weaknesses? Jing shook his head. I don't know. Or rather, Lord Yanhong is proficient in body techniques, ninjutsu, and illusion techniques, and has no obvious weaknesses. Impressive. Mighty Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Matsu Akane pondered for a moment and immediately proposed a plan. Then let's use a 2-1 formation. You two will be the main attackers to attract his attention, while I look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Great. These kids have quite a good understanding of each other. I'll watch them finish discussing and wave my hand. Are you ready? Let's go. The three of them answered in unison. I smiled slightly and said, well, let's begin. As soon as the words left my mouth, Madoya and Q rushed towards me like two cannonballs, one from the left and one from the right. Madoya's speed was surprisingly faster than that of Uchiha Q, reaching me first and delivering a whip kick towards my shoulder. I tell you, the force was enough, but the movements were as big as those in a calisthenics routine. I could dodge even with my eyes closed. I just took half a step back and casually commented, the strength is good, but the range of motion is too large, leaving too many openings. He swept the kick, intending to follow up with a punch, but my hand was faster than him, and I pressed down on his shoulder. In an instant, my chakra exploded. With a bang, I was sent flying like a cannonball. I hadn't even retracted my hand when a whooshing sound rushed past my ears. That kid Uchiha Kagami really knows how to seize an opportunity. While my gaze was still on my guy, he turned his kunai around and stabbed toward my back. Unfortunately for him, I'm the one he S up against. It was as if I had eyes on my back. Without even turning my head, I kicked back with precision, striking his kunai blade. With a loud bang, the kunai slipped from his grasp, and I seized his wrist, spinning him around and flinging him away, all while commenting, good timing, but your attack lacks decisiveness. That kid, still in midair, wasn't giving up. He retaliated with 3 shuriken arranged in a triangle to block my movement. Good idea, but his intentions were too obvious. I casually swatted away the shuriken and caught a glimpse of a bright white arc flashing to my left. It was Yuzuki Akane. That cool-faced sister sword was headed straight for the bell on my waist. I extended 2 fingers and, with a snap, I caught her sword. Family members, who understands? Her powerful strike felt as light as pinching a chopstick to me. With a flick of my 2 fingers, I sent her, along with her sword, flying away. Looking at the 3 who had regrouped, I spread my hands and teased, is that all you've got? At this rate, you won't get the bell before nightfall. This seemed to provoke them. My guy rubbed his numb arm, and his expression changed. Mirror, you're right, the teacher is ridiculously strong. It looks like we have to go all out. Yash. My guy crossed his arms in front of him, and the next second, with a loud boom, a powerful chakra erupted from his body, his skin turning bright red, veins bulging, and only the whites of his eyes remained visible. 8th gate of pain, open. Beside him, Uchiha Kagami also pulled out a kunai, and his Sharingan with double tomo began to spin wildly. Yuzuki Akane was even more straightforward, silently drawing her second sword. With 2 swords in hand, a sharp sword intent emanated from her. Lord Yanhong, we're coming. The smile at the corner of my mouth could no longer be concealed. Tsk. Now, this is interesting. Before I finished speaking, the ground beneath my T's feet suddenly exploded, and he vanished into thin air, reappearing in front of me in the next moment, delivering a heavy punch accompanied by a violent gust of wind, causing even the space around us to tremble slightly. It was comparable to a full-force strike from a high-ranking ninja. Just as I assessed the situation in my mind, I reached out my right hand and caught his fist. With a thunderous boom, the ground beneath us instantly shattered like a spider web. But just as I caught this punch, a chill ran down my back. I didn't know when Mitsuki Akane, that cool girl, had moved. Her figure was like a ghost, and the twin sword in her hands transformed into a sprawling net of swords, enveloping both of us without any gaps. Moon Shadow Sword Style, Twin Moon Dance. Damn! At that moment, Meitetsu really had no sense of martial ethics. He suddenly leaned forward, grabbed my arm, and wrapped his legs tightly around my waist, directly using me as a human shield. He was betting that I wouldn't dare let him be cut to pieces by his teammates' swords. I have to say, this combination was truly impressive. Shameless, but very effective. I couldn't just watch him die, could I? I could only draw my kunai and swing it to create an impenetrable wall, clanging and blocking all the sword strikes. Mirror! Now! Meitetsu shouted at the top of his lungs. A shadow rushed in close to the ground, and Uchiha Mirror's Sharingan spun rapidly. reaching out an extremely tricky angle to grab the bell at my waist. Goodness, they really set me up. My hands were restricted, and I had a supercharged Meitetsu hanging on me. If I dodged again, Mirror would be cut to pieces by Yuzuki Yukain's sword net. Well, I can't let you underestimate me too much. I felt a mix of amusement and admiration. The next second, I stopped holding back, and a powerful chakra erupted. A visibly large chakra sphere burst outward from me, instantly shattering the countless sword lights and sending the three of them flying away, crashing down dozens of meters away. Meitetsu was knocked back to his original state, weakly propping himself up, unwillingly staring at the bell at my waist that remained motionless. Seeing their reluctant expressions, I couldn't help but laugh. Well, although you didn't get the bell, being able to force me to use chakra, you all passed this test. Really? Meitetsu's eyes instantly lit up. Mirror and Yuzuki Yukain also breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. I dusted myself off and said to them, "You are doing well, but there is still a long way to go. This ninja world is not peaceful, and I don't have much time to accompany you. The road ahead mainly depends on you. Don't worry, Teacher Yenhong. We will work hard to become stronger," Mike Yuan assured loudly. "All right, since I still have some free time, I'll give you 2 days to recover, and then we'll go to the border." A few days later, on a small path at the border of the Land of Flame, a merchant convoy was slowly making its way. Suddenly, 3 figures cloaked in black appeared in the middle of the road and approached, asking, "Hey, are you interested in joining our evil god cult?" Let me tell you, that scene was something else. The merchant leading the caravan, named Koff, thought he was dealing with a lunatic and directly sent his heavily paid bodyguards in. What happened next? Those bodyguards, claiming to be as strong as the flame shadow, were taken down in less than 5 minutes, like cutting through vegetables. Just when it seemed those 3 cultists were about to sacrifice the entire caravan, suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. Our cool sister, Mitsuki Akane, has made her move. With a flash of razor-sharp sword light, 3 heads soared into the sky, blood spraying like a fountain. The 3 of us finally walked out of the woods. Jing was still there saying, "Qian, at least leave one alive to ask questions." Mitsuki Qian sheathed her sword and coldly replied, "Once I draw my sword, I will not hold back midway. It's their problem if they can't handle it." I looked at the corpse on the ground, feeling puzzled. The cult of the evil god? How did these lunatics show up now? Maite kicked the corpse and wondered, "Lord Yenhong, aren't they supposed to be immortal?" It seems that not every cultist has an advantage like Fei Duan. Just as we were about to leave, the merchant Kafu came running over, bowing and thanking us, then cautiously asked if he could hire us to escort him for a while. I originally wanted to say that the ninjas in our Yin-In village don't take on mission commissions, as the village is currently wealthy and doesn't need the money. But then that boss gritted his teeth and said, "I'll offer 1 million taels." I was just about to say that it's not a matter of money. 3 million. That's all I brought this time. That silly kid, Methria, still wanted to argue with them, and I had to grab his shoulder and forcefully interrupt him. "Are you kidding? 3 million taels." I cleared my throat and put on a friendly smile. "Ahem, where are you guys headed?" That night by the campfire, we were eating roasted meat when the merchant, Koff, handed me a thick stack of banknotes, thanking me profusely as he took his leave. Methria, munching on meat, asked, "Teacher, where are we going next? I have no clue where the headquarters of that evil god cult is." "Don't worry, let me ask a professional." After I finished my meat, I clapped my hands and directly cast a divination spell. With a bang, an orange fat cat appeared in front of us, looking all haughty. "What do you want from me at this late hour?" Meow. Without saying a word, I took a banknote from that 3 million and stuffed it into its embrace. The cat's attitude instantly made a complete turnaround. It curled its tail around the banknote and enthusiastically asked, "What would the guest like to know?" "I will definitely share everything I know, meow." I cursed under my breath. "And next time I would definitely let Jiao come to talk business with you." I asked it, "Do you know about that evil god cult recently?" "Of course. That group of lunatics, meow. Where's their headquarters?" That fat cat started wagging its tail and looking at the sky again. Annoyed, I shoved another banknote over. Only then did it speak up contentedly. "I don't know where their headquarters is, but they first appeared in the Grass Kingdom. You can go check it out there." Meow. After saying that, it disappeared. The Grass Kingdom? I frowned, feeling like this place sounded very familiar, as if some important plot had happened there. "Teacher, are you okay?" I came to my senses and said to them, "It's okay, I got lost in thought. We'll set off for the Land of Grass tomorrow and aim to wrap things up in a week. If we have time, I can also take you to check out a very famous place." "A famous place?" "Well, it's a place that could be said to have changed the ninja world, but it's not very well known now." Meanwhile, in a dim underground room in the Land of Grass, A long-haired man was murmuring to a huge black box engraved with a crying face. Behind him, a masked figure in black quietly appeared, warning him that his recent actions were too conspicuous and might attract the attention of the Land of Flame. The long-haired man, however, looked fervent. Stop now? We're only one step away from success. Once I open the box, the Land of Flame will bow to me. The two parted ways, unhappily, and the long-haired man gazed at the black box, his eyes filled with madness. This ninja world will ultimately belong to me. A few days later, the four of us stood on a sunlit, pleasant land. The gentle breeze brushed against the faces of the four of us as we stood silently, bringing a sense of refreshment. However, as the breeze blew on my little teammates' faces, I felt they were on the verge of chaos. No, Teacher Yenhong. That kid named Might Yuan is looking at this big bridge in front of him with a strange expression. Is this the internet-famous check-in spot you mentioned? I tell you, in front of them is a bridge spanning the ravine called the Shenwu Bridge. Although it is quite magnificent, it's just that unremarkable, completely unrelated to the two words famous. At that moment, I felt a sense of satisfaction from successfully checking in and casually replied, that's right, I wanted to come see it for a long time, and today I fulfilled my dream. My terrorist still looked confused. But isn't it just a bridge? The girl next to him, named Yuzuki Akane, was more direct and rolled her eyes. Humph. This is just an old person's strange obsession. I was taken aback and replied with a confused expression. Hey, I'm only 7 or 8 years older than you. How am I an old person? I explained to them that the geographical location of this bridge is incredible. If anyone could control it, it would be a huge benefit for our Land of Flames. It was our most reliable teammate, Uchiha Kagami, who immediately grasped the key point. Is it because of the Land of Earth? Oh, smart. I looked at him with newfound respect. That's right. If those people from the Land of Earth wanted to stir up trouble, they had two options. One was to confront the Land of Lightning head-on, and the other was to cross this Shimibi bridge right under our feet. Meitera's mind was also quick. Then let's blow it up. Wouldn't they be stuck? Idiot, Akane shot back. We're not even at war right now. Why would you blow it up? I smiled and said that it wasn't the right time, but we could prepare in advance. I told him to wait and ran to the bridge to set up some small things. As soon as I left, Might started mumbling. Hey, are we going to war? And guess what? Just when the three of them were guessing, Jing suddenly squinted and pointed in one direction. Look over there. Goodness, not far away. 5 shadowy figures were sneaking by, all wrapped up like Zongzi, but their clothes were covered in blood, and they were muttering something about pleasure, sacrifice, and the great evil god, the evil god cult. The 3 little ones exchanged glances, and Jing immediately gave the order. Yuan, go find Teacher Yenhong. Qian, let's follow them and see. I tell you, these guys from the evil god cult are just a bunch of idiots. They didn't even notice they were being followed all the way, and they're still loudly scheming. Boss, when will it be our turn for the evil god's blessing? Soon, soon. We've made the most sacrifices these past few days. It has to be our turn. Awesome. An immortal body. Here I come. But then someone nearby poured cold water on them. Idiot, the last one who received the blessing exploded because he couldn't handle the power. Bang, he was gone. Not even bones left. What? The boss quickly steadied the morale. What are we afraid of? That was because he wasn't sincere. Sincerity brings power, you understand? Oh, then I definitely have no problem. Me too. While these clowns were still fantasizing about the future, their boss, a bald guy, suddenly stopped and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. I have to say, this bald guy, although a villain, has a really good intuition. His strength is about that of a high-level ninja. He sensed danger. Unfortunately, he hesitated, just as he muttered that he might be overly suspicious. Our team's little girl, Tsukizuki Akane, made her move. Whoosh, a flash of swordlight, and the last guy's head flew off on the spot. After Akane landed a hit, she wanted to kill another one, but the bald boss reacted and directly charged over, delivering a palm strike in midair. Wind release, gale palm. After all, Akane is still young. How could she be a match for a high-level ninja? She was sent flying over 10 meters by that palm, crashing into a tree before stopping, spitting out blood on the spot. The remaining cultists charged at her like rabid dogs. Kill her. Sacrifice her to the evil god. The bald boss's eyelids twitched. Just as he wanted to shout for caution, it was too late. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball came roaring from the side, instantly engulfing those little minions, not even allowing them to scream. It was all clean and hygienic. Mirror stood in front of Akane, his face serious. He knew he couldn't win, originally planning to sneak attack and heavily injure the opponent, but it backfired. Akane, are you okay? Cough, cough. I'm Yufine. Akane struggled to stand up. I'll hold him back. You run quickly. Wait for Teacher Enko to come. The bald guy saw that the sneak attackers were just two kids and laughed. "Wanna run? Dream on." Just as he was about to make his move, Mirror suddenly relaxed his whole body. The bald guy was puzzled, but then he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, forcibly pressing him back down. He turned around in confusion and saw a handsome face. "Oh, good morning. That's right, it's me." In no time at all, they took care of the bald guy, casting an illusion that turned him into our human GPS guess, where he led us. Grass Ninja Village. The evil god cult's lair is actually built right in Grass Ninja Village. It's like setting up the villain's base in the city center. My guy was shocked on the spot. Are they crazy? Collaborating with the evil god cult? Akane pouted. There are always some ambitious people who want to do something unrealistic. I thought about it and realized that we couldn't just barge in. We needed to sneak in quietly. So I had the bald guy lead the way, and the four of us followed him invisibly. The two guards at the village entrance saw the bald guy and looked disgusted, but they still let him in. After he walked away, the two started complaining. I don't know what the village chief was thinking, letting these scumbags into the village. "Shoo, keep it down. I heard it's to unlock that. Bliss box. Bliss box? Isn't that just a legend? Who knows? Anyway, it's not something for us to discuss." As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh, there's an unexpected gain. It seems that this Grass Ninja Village is quite deep. We followed Bald Chi-Chi through twists and turns until we finally stumbled upon a basement. Let me tell you, the scene was like a large charging station. A man was tied to an operating table, with chakra being continuously drawn into a black box, which had faces representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness carved on it. Once the chakra was drained, the man was suddenly sucked into the box. Standing nearby was a long-haired man, Long Luo, the village chief of Grass Ninja Village, who remained expressionless throughout. Behind him stood a figure in a black robe, who sarcastically said, "Sometimes, I feel like you are more of a cultist of the evil god than I am." Long Luo impatiently shouted, "Less talking. I need more people to open the box of ultimate pleasure. Once it's opened, any wish can be fulfilled." The figure in black sneered. "But our evil cult doesn't have that many people to feed this broken box." Long Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. "A prison. I can collaborate with powerful nations to build a prison specifically for serious offenders. Then I will have a continuous supply of keys." I was shocked to hear this outside, buddy. Your idea is a bit ahead of its time. I SNT it. The prison KPI is already here. Just as they were still bickering, the man in the black robe suddenly changed his expression. The evil god Pearl has shown signs of disturbance. Someone has intruded. Long Luo panicked. "Hurry. Stop them. The matter of the box of ultimate bliss must not be exposed." The black-robed man smiled sinisterly, negotiated terms with Long Luo, and then volunteered. "Then I'll personally go meet these little mice." On the other side, we had already followed the bald man to a very hidden shrine on the back mountain. The bald man made several seals in front of a grotesque idol of the evil god, and a pitch-black entrance appeared beneath the statue. The headquarters should be right below. I led the way, and after the mirror broke, we followed the stairs down. After walking for what felt like ages, we finally saw light and heard noise ahead. Outside the exit was a huge room with an altar in the middle, on which sat a black pearl, and an old man was kneeling there devoutly with a group of followers. We quietly flew up to the beams of the house and hid there to observe. "Great evil god, please grant us power," that group of people shouted loudly. My terror couldn't wait any longer. "Teacher, when do we strike?" "Wait a little longer," I whispered. "They are conducting the ritual for immortality. Let's see what's going on." Just then, the black orb on the altar suddenly burst forth with blinding light, and countless streams of black chakra shot towards every follower below. And guess what? One of the streams, without deviation, shot directly at the bald captive we were controlling. Exposed on the spot, the old man presiding over the ritual below suddenly looked up and made eye contact with us. The air seemed to freeze, and I had only one expression: subway old man looking at phone. JPG. Just as the old man opened his mouth to shout, I had already taken action. I directly manipulated the bald man to jump off the beam, with the explosive talisman I had prepared earlier strapped to him. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the crowd erupted in chaos. The world instantly quieted down by a large margin. It seemed they hadn't gained immortality. I quickly ordered, "Charge! Clean up the battlefield." Yoshi, my terror, was the first to rush down like a green whirlwind. Qian followed closely, with flashing sword light, taking one down with each strike. Jing also joined the battle, dealing with these scum, and the three little ones showed no mercy. It was a complete slaughter. The old man on the altar turned pale with fear, grabbing the black orb and trying to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" I instantly appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Who are you? The evil god will not spare you. Just as I was about to take him down, I suddenly felt a tightness in my chest and quickly turned my head. Whoosh, a blood-red, three-bladed scythe flew past my cheek and landed in the hands of a man in black. That man clicked his tongue and said, "TSK, TSK." So close. It was the same black-robed man who had made a deal with Long Luo, Duanshan. When he saw the forehead protector on my forehead, his expression changed. "Aren't you from Yanning village?" When Jing and the others came over and called me Teacher Yanhong, his face turned pale. "You are Uchiha Yanung." Duanshan's hands started to tremble. A person's name carries weight, and my reputation in the ninja world is quite significant. I told the three little ones to step back. This guy is not someone they can handle. As a result, this guy actually tried to struggle a bit and started to talk to me about cooperation. "We haven't harmed anyone from your Flame Nation, so there's no need for a fight, right? We can help you with the dirty work, as long as you acknowledge our existence." I stroked my chin and clicked my tongue twice. A very good suggestion. He looked pleased at this, but I refused. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was already in front of him. With a bang, a flash of the blade passed, and his broken sickle was severed like tofu under my knife. The black blade pierced through, almost bisecting his upper body. Spurt. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the wound deep enough to see bone. But the next second, this guy surprisingly acted as if nothing had happened, rolling on the ground and sweeping toward my lower body. An immortal body. I was startled, but my hands didn't stop. He wanted to use the iron chain to retrieve the sickle to attack the back of my head. But I directly flicked the handle of my knife, sending his sickle flying, and followed the movement of my knife to close in on him. He wanted to retract the sickle, but it was already too late. Moon Shadow Sword technique, breaking the heavens. Countless sword energies twisted into one, directly piercing through his heart. With a crack, his back exploded, and his internal organs were shattered. A large hole in his chest, transparent from front to back. "TSK, he is still not dead?" I looked at him, a bit impressed. Just then, the old man beside me threw the evil god pearl over. A glimmer of hope flashed in Duanshan's eyes as he reached out to catch it. Not a chance. With a slap, I grabbed the pearl one step ahead of him, and with a reverse slash, cut across his face. Whoosh! He now had a silver line down the middle of his face. In the next second, half of his skull slid right off. All right, now it was completely quiet. I tell you, that old man really can't handle pressure. Watching his leader go down, he knew he was next, and good grief, he just rolled his eyes and fainted right there. That little girl, Chien, even came over to ask me, "Teacher, how do you know our chief's special skills?" He said himself that he's too old to use them. What could I say? I just told her, "Your teacher is exceptionally talented. I can just do it with my Sharingan. Want to learn? I can teach you later." The little girl's eyes lit up. Jing was beside me, pointing at the old man who had passed out, and asked what we should do. I said, "What else can we do? Pack him up and take him away, see if we can extract some information about that black orb." I was just making arrangements when a group of people suddenly came to the entrance, making quite a ruckus. The leader was a middle-aged man with long hair, wearing a fake smile. He came up to us, trying to get close, saying he was the village chief of Chaoyin village, named Wuling, and thanked us for helping their village get rid of the evil cult. At that moment, I thought, oh, this didn't feel simple at all. Then he invited us to their village, treating us to good tea and food, being incredibly enthusiastic. During the meal, this village chief started to play the victim, saying that their village had been oppressed by the evil cult for a long time, and we were like living bodhisattva was saving them from suffering. Let me tell you, his acting skills were so good that he could probably win Best Supporting Actor in 2025. I was just responding with hum and ah, but in my heart, I had already blacklisted this old man. By the way, I also interrogated the old guy, and he turned out to be an outer member, knowing nothing of any core secrets, just that the orb could grant immortality, which was a dead end for my inquiries. Anyway, since our mission was completed, I told the village chief that we would leave early the next morning. After he left, Jing came over and said he felt that the village chief wasn't honest. I said, of course, if he told us everything, that would be suspicious. But we completed our mission, so I can't be bothered with the petty affairs of his village. I also painted a rosy picture for the little guys, saying they performed well on this mission, and I would recommend them for the Chunin exams when we got back. My Tae-Yuan was so happy that he insisted on asking me to share my past stories. I thought, since I had nothing better to do, I started boasting to them. On the other hand, while I was reminiscing with my disciples, that village chief Wuling was secretly plotting with his two henchmen. Goodness, this old man was no good bird at all. He had his eyes on my chakra and wanted to use me to open something called the Box of Ultimate Bliss. He was really daring. He gave his two subordinates a bottle of colorless, odorless poison instructing them to act when I fell asleep, which probably could only knock me out for 5 minutes at most. In the middle of the night, while I was contemplating how to leave the next day, I heard some rustling at my door. I thought, who could it be at this late hour? Bringing me a midnight snack? But then I sensed something off in the air. Goodness, poison. How dirty. But this poison was only effective against kids. I just circulated my chakra and was completely fine. I thought, fine, I'll play along and see what they are up to. Guess what happened? I lay on the bed pretending to be dead for a long time, and those two guys came in by themselves, only to collapse from their own poison. Family, who understands? Their skills were simply on par with the best assassins. I couldn't bear to watch anymore, so I infused them with a bit of chakra to wake them up. When those two clowns woke up, they thought I was really unconscious and carried me off. They murmured all the way, "How come we're awake, but he is still not?" I almost laughed out loud. Then they carried me to a very hidden cave, where village chief Wooling was already waiting. When he looked, he was like, "Where is he?" It was only then that the two idiots realized they were carrying nothing but air. I leisurely revealed myself and said, "Village chief, did you call me out in the middle of the night to look at the moon?" The old man's face turned green. When I saw the big black box behind him, which had a ghost face carved on it, I instantly understood. I said, "Oh, so it's for the box of ultimate bliss." At this point, he stopped pretending and tried to recruit me, saying he could help me capture people and open the box to make wishes. I was dumbfounded and said, "This broken box? Just a scam. And you treat it like a treasure?" The old man completely lost it, letting out a roar as he lunged at me. Let me tell you, with just those two moves, I couldn't even be bothered to draw my knife. I pinched his kunai with 2 fingers and retaliated with a punch that slammed him against the wall, embedding him into that broken box. His 2 henchmen tried to jump in to help, but I easily dealt with them. As it turned out, this guy was also ruthless. Seeing he couldn't win, he directly sacrificed himself to the box. With a bang, the entire cave shook, and when he emerged, he looked like a zombie freshly unearthed, with white hair and skin, shouting that he had come back from hell. After he came out, he started boasting about gaining some incredible power. I realized that he was just transformed into a puppet by the box, with his brain not functioning properly. While he was rambling, black fur sprouted all over him. His hands turned into claws, and he charged at me like a birdman, screeching. His speed was indeed fast. But the most bizarre thing was that no matter what moves I made, he could dodge them in advance. It was as if he could read my mind. I suddenly recalled that monsters coming out of that broken box seemed to have this ability, being able to predict actions based on sensing their opponent's fear. We started a back and forth in the cave, neither of us able to land a hit, and after a long time, it became a stalemate. In the end, the Birdman even wanted to negotiate, saying neither of us could do anything to the other. I just laughed and said, "The warm-up is over." He was still unconvinced, saying, "I can predict all your moves? What can you do to me?" I replied, "What if you can't predict anymore?" Just as I finished speaking, I activated my Manjiki Sharingan and used the Jinjutsu Kagutsuchi. I told you, his expression froze at that moment. I hadn't used the kaleidoscope much in the past 4 years, and he was the first one. I told him, the game is over. This guy still didn't believe it and wanted to continue reading my movements, but then realized his mind was completely blank and he couldn't see anything. He panicked on the spot. The next second, I vanished and reappeared with my blade right next to him. This guy had also been modified, and his reaction speed was incredibly fast. He actually relied on sound to discern my position and try to block with his claws. With a swoosh, we both dodged and separated by several meters. Ha ha! He blocked it. What a joke. I tell you, as soon as that dude opened his mouth, his face fell the next second. He looked down and saw, oh man, his elbow was up, and his arm was completely gone. Blood was gushing out like it was free. He was completely dazed, with confusion in his eyes, wondering who I was and where I was. Hong flicked the blood off his knife, looking incredibly cool, and added, "You barely managed to catch that move. How about you take the next one with your head?" Now, that guy was completely broken. His eyes darted around, and he spotted that big chest nearby, the one called the Paradise Chest, as if he had seen a resurrection point, and he yelled and rushed over. He thought that as long as he jumped in, he could resurrect right there and buy himself another second. But what happened? Who understands, right? He ran fast, but Hong was even faster. A shadow flashed past, and that guy had just taken 2 steps forward when a red line suddenly appeared on his neck. And then his whole body fell like a puppet with its strings cut. Thought he was done for. Second time, Hong didn't even look at him and walked straight up to that big block about 10 meters high, slashing at it with his knife. With a clang, sparks flew, leaving only a white mark. Hong smirked. What a useless piece of junk left by the 6-path sage. After complaining, He directly used a sealing technique to put the big chest into a scroll, then set the entire cave ablaze, focusing on destroying the evidence. Very professional. The next day, as they were getting ready to leave, a high-ranking official from the Grass Ninja Village came to see them off, bowing and scraping, saying, "Oh, esteemed sirs, our village chief has gone missing. We're really sorry about that." Hong was clear about it in his heart, but acted nonchalant on the surface. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone has their own aspirations. Ha ha ha. Aspirations for reincarnation, right? After leaving the village, Hong found a lake, tossed the scroll into it, and it sank with a gurgle. His few disciples were curious, so Hong briefly recounted what had happened the previous night. As a result, his female disciple, named Muzumi Akane, "I tell you, this girl is fierce," went straight to the point. "Teacher, I think he was too stupid. If it were me, I would capture the three of us first and use us to threaten you." Hearing this, Hong was stunned and quickly interrupted. Hey. Is the ninja school teaching these dark tactics now?" The scene shifted, and Hong returned to the village, going straight to find Kakuzu. Who? The god of wealth from the land of fire. As soon as he entered, Hong started teasing. "I say, old Kakuzu, as the finance minister, can't you at least get some good tea? Every time I come, I have to bring my own. Is this thriftiness passed down through generations?" Kakuzu didn't even lift his head, staring at the reports. "How expensive is good tea? With that money, I might as well invest it to make more money. Look at that, the face of a capitalist." Hong didn't want to waste time with him, so he directly asked about business. "How's our financial situation?" Kakuzu said there was enough money, but it burns quickly in wars. Then the two began an extreme negotiation about the agreement for 1 trillion explosive tags. And Hong even wanted to renew the contract. To keep this top-tier worker, Hong pulled out a big weapon, Gito, Rinne Tensei, the technique that can take hearts to prolong life and manipulate 5 types of chakra. He tossed the scroll to Kakuzu. "Here, a renewal gift." Guess what happened? Kakuzu took a look, his pupil shook, then threw it back. He appreciated the gesture, but he didn't want it. Hong was dumbfounded. Why not? This was immortality. Kakuzu's response opened my eyes to a whole new perspective. I still have a wife and kids. What's the point of living alone after they are gone? Wow. At that moment I thought, this old brother is really something. In the end, Hong didn't press him, leaving the scroll for him to deal with. Then said he was leaving to attend the great ninja war in the Land of Wind. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu pulled out something like a compass from his drawer. "Take this, go explore the desert for me to find where there are gold mines, so I can go extract them when you return." Wow, 3 sentences and he back to making money. As expected of you, Kakuzu. Then Hong went out to meet up with Madara and the others, and Madara waved his hand. "Let us go to the Land of Wind. Let me tell you, the Land of Wind is really not a place for people to stay. The sky is filled with yellow sand, and when you open your mouth, you get a mouthful of dirt, ugh." Kwanai is almost discouraged by this environment, frantically complaining. Do those people in Sunagakure live on a construction site? Madara is still as aloof as ever, with a face that says, "How can such a poor place be called a great nation?" After a lot of effort, we finally arrived at Sunagakure. It was just so shabby, it felt like the houses could collapse with a gust of wind. The future second Kazekage, the Sandmaster, came out to greet us, saying that the people from Konoha and Iwagakure had arrived. Madara ignored him and directly asked, "Where's Hashirama? Take me to see him." "Huh, true love for sure." As soon as he finished speaking, Hashirama came rushing out like a big dog, calling out, "Madara, Madara, over here." He hugged Madara and started chattering endlessly, saying he was going to be a grandfather, with a granddaughter named Tsunade and a grandson named Naoshu. He had even thought of the names. Madara had this expression of, "Who are you? I don't know you, it was just too much." When we entered the reception room, wow, all kinds of powerful figures were gathered. Tobarama brought in 2 people, one from the Oil Woman clan and the other from the Kurama clan. The one who can use Genjutsu to turn fake into real, a really perverted family. From Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage brought his people, one of whom was wrapped in bandages. Named Mu, who can use the bloodline limit dust release. If he touches someone, they just disappear, decomposing into molecular state, emphasizing cleanliness and hygiene. The atmosphere in the room was intense. The smell of gunpowder could ignite. A reckless youth from Iwagakure even mocked Sunagakure to their face for being a poor place. If it weren't for Hashirama mediating, I reckon there would have been a fight right then and there. In the end, Madara was forcibly dragged by Hashirama to tour that shabby village, while the rest of us returned to our rooms to rest. Back in the room, Enko and the others began analyzing the opponents. Just as they mentioned the Umizuki clan, who play with insects, Enko narrowed his eyes and said, "Speak of the devil." and he shall appear, but it was a bit too hasty. As soon as he finished speaking, a chakra blast shot out, directly sending an eavesdropping bee in the corner of the windowsill flying. The next day, everyone had arrived, and the great battle of the 6 villages officially began. The rules were simple. Grab the scrolls, form pairs, and whoever hands in the scrolls first is the best. Then, the Kage from each village sat in the conference room, each with a crystal ball for live broadcasting. This was a technique invented by Tobarama, and Hashirama was boasting about his brother there. The Raikage's face turned dark. Let me tell you, he originally wanted to play dirty in the competition and take out Enko and the others, but now it was all live-streamed. How could he play dirty? As the competition began, the camera shifted. On the Sunagakure side, the Sand Master played it safe, saying we should just buy time and not confront them head-on. On the other side, the Raikage's son, the future second Raikage, directly told his 2 teammates, remember, we're not here to compete. We're here for revenge. And who are those 2 teammates? Jinchuriki brothers, known as the legendary duo who ate the Nine-Tails meat and have the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths. Let me tell you, these 2 brothers, Gold and Silverhorn, are pure troublemakers. Relying on their bloodline from the Sage of 6 Paths, they usually don't even spare a glance at the second-generation Raikage. If it weren't for the first Raikage's death order, these 2 would probably rebel on the spot. Also knows he can't control these 2 troublemakers, so he can only scowl and lower his voice to shout, don't forget my father's orders. This time, you must listen to me. Silverhorn patted his red gourd with disdain, scoffing, what is the big deal? It's just 3 Uchiha. Watch how quickly Gold and I take them down. I warned them that being careless could cost them their lives, and then surprisingly shared our Enhong team's intel with them. Oh, Goldhorn stretched his muscles, asking where this intel came from. It was provided by the Senju Tobarama from Kinkouhou, and he agreed to help us deal with the Uchiha. Who needs his help? I didn't bother to talk back. Let us go and take down the Uchiha directly. I thought this situation was a bit off. The scene shifted to Kinkouhou, where his teammate asked, Lord Tobarama, are we really going to team up with the Cloud Village to take on the Uchiha? Tobarama was nonchalant, saying, team up? No, we're just having a normal competition. The teammates were confused. So we're selling out the Cloud Village? Folks, who understands? Tobarama was secretly laughing, his eyes full of calculations. My brother and Uchiha Madara are watching from above. This competition won't result in any deaths. I promised the Cloud Village just to throw some more fuel on their revenge fire, letting them clash with the Uchiha, regardless of who wins or loses. The Land of Fire gains another enemy, and we can profit from it. Isn't that great? On the other side, what about our main characters, the Enhong team? Their situation was quite unique. Izuna was complaining about his bad luck, drawing a bottom-tier scroll. But Enhong? He pulled out a compass and started searching for treasure. Oh no, searching for gold. He said since they were here, they couldn't go back empty-handed. They had to bring back some local specialties for the village. Izuna's eyes lit up at this. Great. We can use the sand gold to create statues for the past fire shadows. How majestic they would be. Enhong immediately pictured Kakuzu's face, which looked like it could eat people, and laughed, saying, you're not thinking of having Kakuzu fight you, are you? Izuna thought about it and instantly backed down. While they were bantering, Enhong's side actually got a response, finding a mine. He pulled out a map and quickly marked it, then calmly said, all right, next one. Chiri couldn't help but ask, are we still competing? Enhong, like a tactical master, explained slowly, why the rush? We're currently searching for people in the desert. It's too inefficient. It's better to look for mines while strolling towards the finish line. If someone starts fighting, we'll just wait to take advantage. If someone comes looking for us, we'll be well prepared. If someone gathers the scrolls and heads to the finish line, we'll just intercept them halfway. Izuna instantly understood. Brilliant. This is called waiting for the rabbit by the tree stump. So, the 3 of them strolled through the desert like they were on a sponsored trip. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Enhong's mind. This chakra is something else. It's the old grandpa in his body. Oh no. It's that old snake Kwangya who has awakened. Over the past 4 years, this old guy has recovered quite a bit by absorbing the life force of the Nine-Tails, sleeping soundly in Enhong's body every day. Kwangya's tone was grave. Enhong, 200 miles to the east, there's a huge and special chakra. It doesn't feel human. It's useful to me. Enhong quickly spread out the map, and his pupils trembled. The ancient country of Lulan. Of course, he knew what it was, the dragon vein. Kwangya started to go wild on him. Brother, it's a dragon vein. Think of a way to get it. This thing is no worse than the Nine-Tails. Enhong firmly replied, Hey, am I that kind of person? How can I steal the lifeblood of another country? Kwangya directly exposed him. Come on, I know what you're like. When you saw the two characters Lalon, you were almost drooling. Hong stiffened his neck and retorted, I'll sue you for defamation. I'm being led astray by you. At most, I'm an accomplice. While saying this, he secretly left a flying thunder god mark onto the sand dune, aiming for a next time for sure. But just after marking, he felt something was off. Hong squinted. Shoo, someone's coming. In the distance, 3 figures slowly approached through the yellow sand. It was none other than the Sand-Hidden Village's Sandmen team. When the Sandmen saw the Uchiha in front of them, their scalps went numb, and they thought one word, dead. They originally wanted to find a place to hide until the competition ended and take second place. But now they had run into the version T0 Big Boss right outside their door. The Sandmen forced a laugh, trying to make a quick getaway. Hong was quite cunning, seeing through the Sandmen's tactic of hiding, and even took the initiative to propose cooperation. Let's join forces, take down the whole arena. I'll be first and you second. Wouldn't that be great? Our needs don't conflict. We're natural allies. The Sandmen were tempted. Suddenly, boom, a wave of murderous chakra exploded from the horizon, heading straight for them. The Sandmen saw it was from the Cloud-Hidden Village. Their minds raced. This was a great opportunity to watch the tigers fight. Hong also saw it, still wearing that calm expression, slowly drawing out his magic knife, Cold Edge, and said to the Sandman, Lord Sandman, it seems you need some time to consider. Just right, we'll deal with some trouble first. But if we finish and you still haven't made up your mind, then we'll have to deal with you too. The Sandmen were also tough and immediately decided, all right, if you can take down the Cloud-Hidden, our Sand-Hidden Village will team up with you. The scroll will be handed over. A deal was made. Just as the words fell, the 3 from the Cloud-Hidden Village had already arrived. The second Raikage AI looked ferocious, with lightning crackling all over, like a super scion. He first glanced at the Sandmen, who wisely stepped aside to clear the battlefield. Finally found you, Uchiha. AI's voice was as sharp as ice shards. Hong held his knife, calmly looking at him. Looks like you're here for revenge. That's right. Today let me see how much weight the Uchiha has. Izuna scoffed from the side. Don't let your revenge end up costing you your life. You little brat, looking for death. Jiao twisted his neck, while Jiao directly spat out 2 six-paths ninja tools from his mouth, one for each, exuding murderous intent. At this moment, the spectator seats were in an uproar. Hashirama stood up. Hey Raikage, are you playing for real? Is this a private grudge in the competition? The Raikage, being stubborn, directly confronted him. Madara on the side looked on with disdain. Hashirama, why bother with an ant? One sentence nearly made the first Raikage explode. The two almost turned it into a real-life PK. If it weren't for the other Kages pulling them apart for their own tailed beasts, I bet this first 5 Kage summit would have turned into a prelude to the Ninja World War. The spectator seats were noisy, but the battle in the desert had already begun. The 3 Tomo in Hong's eyes instantly turned into a kaleidoscope, while on the other side, the second Raikage AI's lightning armor erupted, his hair standing on end, as the momentum of both surged wildly. Then with a boom, they collided like 2 cannonballs. Hong charged forward with his knife, delivering a powerful horizontal slash. AI met it head-on with his iron fist covered in lightning. I tell you, AI was completely stunned at that moment. His proud Raikage armor felt as flimsy as paper in front of that broken knife. The blade easily cut through the wind from his punch. If he had been even a tenth of a second slower, his entire arm would have been severed. Frightened, AI quickly slammed on the brakes, but even so, his Raikage was still slashed open with a gash. He wanted to create some distance, but Hong was like a ghost, sticking close to him and attacking. Driven to desperation, AI punched the ground, raising a wall of electric sand to try and block. Hong was engulfed by the sand wall. Just as AI was about to sneer, the next second, whoosh, that knife flew straight out from the sand wall. AI dodged to the side, thinking, you little rascal, you threw the knife, let's see how you fight now. But before he could finish that thought, he felt a chill on his back. Hong suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing the knife that had just flown past and delivered a backstab. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Folks, this is the gold content of version T0. With a ripping sound, AI's back was instantly opened up with a large gash, blood spraying like a fountain, almost severing him in 2. Hong flicked the blood off the knife and looked at the disheveled AI. Next knife, you won't be so lucky. AI was so scared that his soul nearly left his body, and he hurriedly shouted to his 2 fathers. Hey, how long are you going to keep watching? Hurry up and do something. Jiao and Jiao slowly started to prepare to intervene, looking quite pitiful. In the end, they had to rely on us. But then, Izuna and Yuri stepped in front of them. Izuna smiled slightly, directly mocking them. Your opponents are us. Come on, little yellow, little white. Little yellow? Little white? Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged glances and instantly exploded with rage. What a coincidence. Those two names were exactly the names of the two dogs they had when they were kids. Bastard! How dare you insult us? Jin Jiao angrily raised the banana fan in his hand and swung it at Izuna. Fire release. Fireball. Let me tell you, when that banana fan was swung out, it was quite a scene. The sky was filled with fire, and the heat waves were rolling. It felt like the air was about to catch fire. But who is our Izuna? Could he let you be so arrogant here? At that moment, he lightly shouted, glaring with his eyes, and with a snap, a dark blue Susanoo rose directly from the ground. Susanoo, I tell you, that momentum shot up into the sky, and the nearby young men from Sunagakure, including the later third Kazekage, were completely dumbfounded, jaws dropped to the ground, probably thinking, dude, it seems like we're not playing the same game. Izuna didn't give the opponents any time to react. That dark blue big sword called Tenzu's Feather swung round and brought down a mighty slash. That raging sea of flames was forcibly split in half, like Moses parting the sea. The blade's aura rushed out along the ground, plowing a deep trench. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were so scared that their souls almost flew away. How could they dare to take it head on? They yelled and jumped to the sides. Just as Yin Jiao jumped up, our Yuri moved. I tell you, Yuri's swordsmanship was pure art. His movements were as graceful as a fairy. But the knife in his hand was darker than anyone else's. With a few swift motions, the air was filled with sword light, weaving a net that enveloped Yin Jiao. Yin Jiao was in midair, with no place to gain leverage, and could only desperately swing his sword to block. The clanging sounds rang out like firecrackers during the new year, and in just a second or two, they exchanged dozens of moves. Yin Jiao, who was considered a swordsmanship master in Kinkouhou, was nothing but in front of Yuri. In no time, he was reduced to mere defense. With over a dozen cuts appearing on his body, though not fatal, the pain was unbearable. It felt like death by 1,000 cuts. The gourd on his back, without the rope to assist, was now just a burden. Yin Jiao was immediately stuck, yelling, "Brother! Jin Jiao, save me!" Jin Jiao was also going crazy, but he was firmly pressed down by Izuna's Susanoo and couldn't get over. He was also risking his life, trying to smash into Susanoo with wind and fire. But what happened? The flames hit Susanoo's armor and splashed apart like water hitting a wall, not even ruffling the corner of Izuna's clothes. Izuna, inside Susanoo, curled his lips, looking calm and unbothered. It's my turn. His eyes flashed red, and Susanoo's big hands came together and then opened, creating a dozen dark blue Magatama that were spun into a string and shot out like a machine gun. Yasaka's Magatama. Boom! What a cataclysmic explosion. Jin Jiao was instantly swallowed by the smoke and dust from the explosion. Seeing his brother gone, Yin Jiao's eyes turned red. Just that moment of distraction. Yuri's sword slashed across his chest, leaving a trail of blood droplets, the wound so deep that the bone was visible. At this moment, the scene shifted to the viewing area of the 5 Kage summit, and let me tell you, it was spectacular. The Raikage's face turned green, and with a slam, he broke the table, suddenly standing up, wanting to flip the table and leave. But then Madara, arms crossed, shot him a glance that could kill, with a disdainful expression that almost seemed to say, "What? You can't sit still now? Who is it that just said life and death don't matter?" Brother Hashirama stepped in as the peacemaker, saying they agreed no one should die. Madara gave him a sidelong glance and casually replied, "Are they dead now? Besides, I didn't hit them. What good does it do to talk to me? Come find me when they're really dead." Goodness, that was a statement. The other Kage could only twitch their eyebrows, but since the ones dying weren't from their own village, they all pretended to be mute. The Raikage was trembling with anger, but could only sit back down, gritting his teeth, saying, "If they die, our Kyumo and your Hashigakure will be at war." I had just finished speaking when the scene shifted to Yenhong's side. Goodness, it was even more heavyweight there, focusing on a physical super technique. The second Raikage had just stabilized his stance when Yenhong slashed down from the sky with a blade. The second Raikage reacted quickly, bringing his hands together to clamp down on the blade with his bare palms. But the blade's light still pierced through, drawing a line of blood from his forehead to his waist. Immediately after, Yenhong's left hand opened, and a red orb began to spin rapidly in his hand. Fire release, spiraling sphere. The second Raikage's pupils shook, sensing that something was off. Just as he thought of withdrawing, it was too late. Yenhong slammed the orb into his stomach with a duong. A massive explosion followed. The second Raikage spewed blood from his mouth, and his body flew out like a cannonball, skipping several times on the sandy ground before crashing through a sand dune. Just as he took a breath, Hong appeared in front of him like a ghost, and with a thrust of his blade, he pierced through his shoulder. In a life-and-death moment, the second Raikage exploded with power, grabbing Hong's wrist, and his entire body radiated with lightning, initiating a self-destruct technique. Lightning release. Lightning explosion. The blinding blue light erupted instantly, and the violent lightning created a large pit beneath their feet. The people fighting nearby were all dumbfounded. Even Silverhorn laughed out loud, thinking Hong was doomed this time. The Raikage in the observation seat also smiled slightly. The outcome is already decided. Then Madara chimed in. Yes, the outcome is already decided. The Raikage was taken aback, and when he looked at the crystal ball again, his expression froze instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? As the smoke cleared, guess what? Hong was crackling with electricity. Hey, your ancestral lightning armor is useless. He had withstood that attack. The second Raikage was completely out of patience and had to admit defeat, pulling out a scroll from behind. But just as Hong reached out to grab it, one of the scrolls vanished into thin air with a swish. No one in the audience saw it. It was as if a ghost had appeared. AI was so shocked that he waved his hands. Hey, I didn't do it. Hong completely ignored him. Just looked up to his left with a cold gaze. She can't escape. After the fierce battle, the three from the Cloud Village, looking like defeated roosters, supported each other and left. It was quite tragic. Seeing the situation, the Sand Village immediately decided to ally with us. Izuna and Chiri rested in place while Hong chased after them alone. Let me tell you, when Izuna mentioned his brother, that proud expression was definitely a brother complex. It was hard to look at. The scene shifted again to deep in the desert, where an invisible mist was moving at high speed. Inside was the Water Shadow's daughter. Baihe, her bloodline limit, called Mist Release, allows her to transform into air, making her physically immune and capable of blocking perception. Even the Sharingan cannot see her. How awesome is that? But she was panicking because a blue lightning bolt was closely pursuing her, getting closer and closer. How can he see me? Baihe couldn't understand. The one chasing her was, of course, Hong, who was in Sage mode. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, his perception was crystal clear. The two were engaged in a chase, and suddenly the mist in front stopped, revealing Baihe. Hong slammed on the brakes and stopped steadily. Baihe coldly asked, "Why can you see me?" Hong shrugged. There's a way to crack any ninjutsu. Just not telling you. Baihe labeled Hong as a cunning man in her heart and asked again, "You dare to chase me alone? Aren't you afraid? I've set an ambush. Haven't you already set one?" Hong smiled, glancing at a nearby sand dune. Long time no see. As soon as he finished speaking, mist emerged from behind the sand dune, still looking refined and easygoing. Following that, a man with a small mustache but no eyebrows also walked out. It was the second Water Shadow, Kagyuki. It wasn't over yet. A figure appeared in the sky. A mummy wrapped in bandages. It was the second Earth Shadow, Mu. Goodness, now. It was lively. They had gathered enough for a game of mahjong. The three parties stared at each other wide-eyed, and Kagyuki with the small mustache wanted to pull Hong in. Hey, we know each other. How about we team up to take down this mummy first? Hong laughed. Buddy, it was your Mist Village that stole my stuff. Why should I team up with you? He then revealed their possession of the number 1 deputy scroll. At this moment, Mu's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed a willingness to cooperate. Kagyuki's face darkened. Now, they become the target of everyone. He quickly ordered Baihe to take the scroll and leave first, while he and the water mist stayed behind to delay. What happened next? Hong and Mu didn't even move, just watched them like they were fools. Finally, Hong couldn't watch any longer and sighed. It's a very stupid decision for you to stay behind to hold us off. Haven't you noticed that his teammates have never come? They have already gone to chase your teammate with the scroll. It's not you holding him back. It's he holding you back. Kagyuki's face changed dramatically. Hong added another knife. Oh, right from beginning to end. There is still a team that hasn't shown up. You came here because of our fight, so they have no reason not to know. They didn't come even though they knew. So guess where they are? As if to validate his words, a loud explosion came from afar. At this moment, even Mu couldn't remain calm. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Kagyuki and Mu couldn't care less about infighting anymore and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Just as everyone ran off, Izuna and the others arrived just in time. Hong was as calm as ever and smiled slightly at the newly arrived ally, the Sand Village. Come on, the job has arrived. Let us wait for the rabbit and give Konoha a surprise. the scene shifted again, and the white-haired beauty by he who stole the scroll was being chased. Two people in the sky were riding a giant bee, frantically dropping explosive tags like they were laying eggs, causing her to dart around in a panic, looking extremely flustered. Before the competition began, he had given 2 male bees to his 2 companions, and during the earlier 3-party meeting, Mu had sent the male beyond him to Bai He. Now, they were able to locate Bai He's position through the resonance between the male and female bees. The poison bee frowned as he watched Shen play with his opponent, reminding him not to mess around, as delay could lead to changes. Hurry up and snatch the scroll from her hands. Cut, what could go wrong? Zhen pouted, but still listened to the poison bee's advice. Pulling out a handful of stones from his ninja tool pouch, Zhen's bloodline limit was explosion release. He could inject his chakra into any lifeless object, transforming it into a powerful bomb. Enjoy the explosion to the fullest. Zhen shouted loudly, and the stones in his hand fell like petals, completely blocking all of Bai He's escape routes. The moment the stones touched the ground, they emitted a blinding white light, followed by a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Under the chain explosions, the entire ground trembled, and amidst the flying yellow sand, a cloud of mist quickly flowed out from the explosion range. But her originally illusory form became even more ethereal. Zhen frowned, not good. This woman's ability restrains me. My explosions have no effect on her at all. The poison bee raised his hand to signal Zhen to calm down, watching the situation below carefully. Upon closer inspection, although she withstood the explosion, her condition was clearly much worse than before, indicating that the attack was not without effect. As long as the assault continued, she wouldn't last long. Ha, got it. Zhen laughed loudly and then pulled out another handful of stones from his waist pouch. Just as the poison bee had guessed, in fact, Bai He's mist transformation consumed a lot of chakra, especially under frequent mist transformations. The chakra drain was severe. But once she stopped mist transformation, she would be subjected to concentrated attacks from the air. Bai He was born during the Warring States period. When she was very young, her parents sacrificed their lives in the war, so she was cherished by Bai Lian and rarely allowed to take risks, which can be said to be quite similar to the situation of Yin Hong in the past. However, while Yin Hong chose to leave the protection of her 2 older brothers and undergo transformation into a strong person through real combat, Bai He, though not lacking in talent, was clearly at a disadvantage in this situation due to her lack of practical experience. Seeing herself in crisis, Bai He gritted her teeth, removed her mist state, took out 4 scrolls from her bosom, and threw them directly into the air, shouting, "Here are the scrolls. I'm done playing." After seizing the scrolls from Yining Village, the Mist Ninja had a total of 4 scrolls in hand, which were thrown into the air, tracing a chaotic parabolic path. The poison bee smirked, urging the bees beneath him to lower their height, trying to catch the thrown scrolls. Swish, swish, swish. Almost simultaneously, a loud explosion echoed in the air, not far away. The poison bee felt the space before him shake, and his mind went blank. Though it was only a brief moment, when he regained his senses, the scrolls were nowhere to be seen. Only 3 unfamiliar figures remained. The poison bee looked up and saw the symbols on the foreheads of the 3, gritting his teeth. Konoha. Onmachia glanced at the 4 scrolls in his hand, a hint of joy flashing across his face. They had gathered a pair of 2s and also had a sub-scroll numbered one. Tobarama immediately instructed, go directly to the submission point. As long as we have the 1 sub-scroll in our hands, they won't be able to gather them, making 2 the highest ranking. Damn it. Hand over the scrolls. The poison bee extended his hands, and countless bees surged out from his sleeves, a dense swarm resembling a yellow torrent, covering the 3 from Konoha. I'll hold them off. You guys hurry up and leave. Oil Girl Daquan stepped forward, raising his hand as a large group of dark, parasitic insects emerged from various corners of his body, rushing towards the incoming swarm. Crash! The swarm of bees and the swarm of insects collided in midair, and tens of thousands of insects began to tear and fight each other. The sound of broken limbs and squeaking echoing endlessly, while the dead insect corpses fell like raindrops, quickly covering the ground with a thick layer. Although it was merely a battle between insects, it brought a deep shock to the others present, especially Bai He, who had rarely seen such a scene. And she stood dumbfounded in place. What a great Oil Girl clan. Let's see today who is the number 1 insect-controlling family in the ninja world. The poison bee shouted excitedly, evidently forgetting about the competition, only thinking about proving that his insect-controlling ability was superior. Oil Girl Daquan maintained his calm demeanor, withstanding the poison bee's onslaught while calmly saying, you guys hurry up and leave. Tobarama also understood the priority of the situation, and he sensed several large chakras rapidly approaching. So he took out 2 scrolls and tossed them to him to buy time. Understood. Don't ignore me, you bastard. Amidst the roar, several shurikens shot towards them like a torrential rain, the sharp sound of wind rushing towards Tobarama and the others in an instant. Oomph. Tobarama scoffed disdainfully, quickly forming several hand seals. Water style, water wave. Crash. On the vast desert, the sea surged. Under the shocked and terrified gazes, a towering wave of water, carrying vast power, surged like a dragon breaking through the sea, roaring as it crashed forward. The kunai that had been transformed into explosives shot into the wave and couldn't even raise a splash, smashing into him with unstoppable force, directly sweeping him into the sky and throwing him back dozens of meters. Boom! The earth-shattering wave crashed open and then exploded in the air, transforming into a torrential downpour. Looking at the fainted Jun on the ground and glancing at Tobarama, who was moving away, he was filled with disbelief, unable to help but murmur, "Wow, why does it feel like he resembles my grandfather more as a water shadow?" Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Ghost Lantern Huan Yue and Wu finally arrived at the scene. Seeing the scene before them, they naturally understood that the scrolls had been taken away. He, with an apologetic expression, said, "I'm sorry, Master. Our scrolls were also taken by the people from Konoha. Sigh, as long as you're okay." Ghost Lantern Huan Yue, comforted by he, then turned his gaze to Oil Girl Daquan. "So, do you want to hold us off by yourself?" Oil Girl Daquan shrugged, retracting the remaining parasitic insects. "I know I can't hold you off, and I didn't plan to. Besides, these are for you." Swish, 2 scrolls flew towards the group, with Wu and Huan Yue each receiving 1. Glancing down at the numbers, their pupils shrinking simultaneously. Ghost Lantern Huan Yue held the main scroll numbered 6, while Wu held the sub-scroll numbered 5. Currently, Mist Village had only 1 scroll, while Rock Village had a complete set numbered 5 and a main scroll numbered 1. Although the gathered scroll numbers were not high, at present, only Konoha had a complete set, and with more than half of the competition time gone, if they could successfully submit this set of scrolls, it was very likely they would rank second. Similarly, for Mist Village, rather than searching for the missing wind and flame countries, it was clearly the best solution to seize the scrolls from the depleted Rock Village right before them. Konoha deliberately left the scrolls for us to fight among ourselves. A thought rose simultaneously in both their minds, but annoyingly, they had to do just that. Ghost Lantern Huan Yue looked at Wu, and although the feeling of being plotted against was quite unpleasant, it seemed they still had a fight. TSK. Wu glanced at the already unconscious Jun, sighed inwardly, and said solemnly, "Then let's do this." Boom! Both sides began a new round of battle. As an outsider, Oil Girl Daquan leisurely observed the battle. Indeed, as Tobarama thought. This way, they could be first, right? But why do I always have a bad feeling? Chapter 104. On Machia Creek, the old wooden door was pushed open from the outside, making a piercing sound. The people in the room looked up upon hearing the noise, and when they recognized the visitor, they immediately said respectfully, "Father." The face of the first Raikage was stern and expressionless, but when he saw his son wrapped in bandages, a flicker of pity flashed in his eyes as he asked, "How are you feeling?" The second Raikage's expression was filled with guilt. "I'm fine, just disappointed you, Father. This is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's us for misjudging the opponent's strength." The first Raikage AI walked slowly to his son's sickbed. Although Yunin Village had violated the rules, Sunagakure still provided them with medical assistance. Among them, Kinkouhou and Ginkouhou were less severely injured, and since they carried a trace of the 6 Paths bloodline in their bodies, they quickly bounced back to life, acting as if nothing had happened. However, the second Raikage situation was not optimistic. He had 2 penetrating wounds that nearly cost him his life. Even after treatment, he wouldn't be able to fully recover to his peak state for a long time. What about the tailed beast? The first Raikage waved his hand. "Don't worry about the tailed beast. In any case, the Land of Lightning will get one. Speaking of which, the 9 tails, which originally belonged to our Land of Lightning, somehow ended up in the hands of the Land of Flame. Those Uchiha again. Cough, cough, cough." The second Raikage angrily clenched his fists, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to cough violently, and his face turned red in an instant. The first Raikage placed his hand on his shoulder, injecting a stream of chakra into his body, and said in a deep voice, "All right, let's not think about the Uchiha matter for now. Only by acknowledging the strength of the enemy can you make progress. Being entangled in your own failures will only cause you to lose your direction. I understand." Under the first Raikage's soothing words, the second Raikage gradually calmed down. Father, I will definitely take revenge. The first Reikage saw the determination in his son's eyes and nodded. Since you have this awareness, I naturally support you. I wonder if you're willing to participate in the tailed beast Jinchuriki plan. The second Reikage asked in confusion. Jinchuriki plan? The first Reikage explained. It means making you a Jinchuriki to control the power of the tailed beasts. However, it is currently just a preliminary idea. Without any precedence, becoming a Jinchuriki comes with great risks, and you could very well be backfired by the tailed beast. I want to give it a try. Without any hesitation, the second Reikage replied, I want to become stronger. The corners of the first Reikage's mouth curled up slightly. All right, let's talk about it after the tailed beasts are distributed. Under the setting sun, two figures raced swiftly across the desert. So fast that only a faint afterimage could be seen. Senju Tobarama sensed the movements behind him while running, and after realizing no one was chasing them, he asked, How far is it? Kamikaze Shia pulled out a map and confirmed the direction. About 3 kilometers to go. 3 kilometers. Tobarama's expression gradually became serious. It seems we won't make it in time. Kamikaze Shia seemed to sense something and turned to look toward his left, where a cloud of yellow sand was rising in the distance, indicating that someone was approaching at an astonishing speed. Kamikaze Shia was alarmed. Who are those people? A bunch of annoying guys. Hee, Senju Tobarama. Where are you in such a hurry to go? Boom! With a loud shout, a figure soared into the sky, their robes fluttering like a great bird spreading its wings, and then descended, landing directly in front of the two, blocking their path. Swish! Tobarama and Kamikaze Shia skidded to a stop, their shoes creating deep grooves in the sand as they looked warily at the 3 people in front of them. As expected, it's you guys. Tobarama squinted slightly at the figure on his right. What? Has Sunagakure allied with a Wagakure? The figure, Sabaka no Maki, replied nonchalantly. The rules didn't say alliances are forbidden, right? Hee. Uchiha Izuna drew his sword and pointed it at Tobarama. Come on, Tobarama, I won't bully you. Let's have a one-on-one. Who the hell wants to fight you one-on-one? Tobarama thought to himself, his red eyes scanning the 3. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Enko, and the unknown strength of Sabaka no Maki. He believed he could handle any one of them, but against 2 or even 3, he clearly had no chance of winning. However, his goal was obviously not to fight them here, so he turned his gaze to Kamikaze Shia. How long can you hold them off? Huff! Kamikaze Shia took a deep breath and said heavily, If I give my all, about 10 minutes. That's enough. Tobarama turned to Izuna. We'll play next time. Bang! After Tobarama spoke, he dashed to the side, trying to bypass them and head towards the scroll submission point. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds echoed at the same time. Izuna stepped sideways, unleashing an unstoppable momentum as he charged towards Tobarama, while Enko lunged at Kamikaze Shia, his eyes bursting with a terrifying red light. The 3 almost activated at the same instant, and in that moment, the scene seemed to freeze. Even the flying sand around them, the swaying poplars, and the clearly delayed Sabaka no Maki were all completely frozen in the air. In the next second, the world transformed. Boom! A sudden dull sound shattered the frozen scene. Izuna crashed through a wall, shooting into a shop like a cannonball, while Enko similarly crashed into a noodle shop, producing a series of crackle sounds of shattering pottery. Everything changed in an instant. Sabaka no Maki looked around, realizing that they had been teleported from the desert to another place, and the surrounding buildings looked strangely familiar. This is Konoha? What's going on? Why are we here? Clatter. Enko emerged from the noodle shop, brushing off the glass shard from his shoulder, calmly observing the surroundings, and said, This is the Kamikaze clan's real scene illusion. I didn't expect it to achieve such an almost perfect recreation. Sabaka no Maki, astonished, reached out to touch the wall beside him, but this is too realistic. It's just like reality. I've also seen the Kamikaze clan's illusions for the first time. At this moment, Izuna also walked out of the shop, looking up at the Hokage building and the carved head of Hashirama in the distance, exclaiming, It really opens my eyes. Sabaka no Maki tried to break the illusion using conventional methods, channeling chakra from within, but found it useless, and then asked, how do we break this illusion? Enko thought for a moment and analyzed. Theoretically, having all 3 of us trapped in the illusion should exhaust the user significantly as well. Since everything here is a manifestation of his mind, if we cause massive destruction, it should further increase his exhaustion. However, Enko's tone changed. He probably wouldn't simply trap us in this space. He might have a backup plan. You're right. Kamikaze Shia's voice echoed from the air. Though his figure was nowhere to be seen, this is the strongest power I can currently conjure in my imagination. I hope you all like it. Clatter. As soon as he finished speaking, a blurred figure suddenly appeared in front of the three on the street, and as the figure gradually solidified, they all revealed expressions of astonishment. Sabaka no Maki swallowed hard. Wait, are you kidding me? Izuna, after a brief moment of shock, was filled with battle intent. I've been wanting to fight him for a long time. Inko instinctively reached for his empty waist, realizing that his weapon was temporarily not with him. Shook his head with a smile. This is interesting. In the center of the street, with flowing black hair, a tall figure, red battle armor, and an ordinary yet resolute face. The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. Chapter 105. Puppet Art. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha Village, could be called the strongest in the current ninja world. Even though the figure in front of them was just an illusion, it still exuded a steady momentum. After the initial surprise, Sabaku no Maki quickly calmed down, noticing that his two allies did not appear particularly flustered, and he felt relieved, asking, how much of Hashirama's real strength does this illusion have? In fact, neither Enko nor Izuna had ever truly fought against Hashirama, so they weren't very clear on how strong the god of ninjas was at his peak. However, since Hashirama was a match for their elder brother, even without activating the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it would be a 60-40 situation at best. Comparing it to their elder brother, Enko estimated that it was at most less than 50 of Hashirama's true strength. Sabaka no Maki's eyes lit up. Less than half? That's good. Izuna scoffed. Just a paper tiger that looks scary. But achieving this level is impressive. Clap. Just as the three were still conversing, Hashirama took the initiative to act. He brought his hands together in front of him, his long hair billowing behind him. Mokotan, Jukai Keitan. Boom. The ground ahead suddenly tore apart in layers. Thousands of branches twisted together like rolling dragons, crisscrossing each other. Amidst the deafening explosions, they charged toward the three with an overwhelming momentum. Let me handle this, Shaman volunteered, feeling that he should do something. Since they had chosen to ally, it would seem useless for Sunagakure to always take the lead alone. Whoosh! He threw out a pair of scrolls with both hands, and in a moment of summoning, 5 distinct puppets burst forth from a cloud of smoke. Colorful secret technique. 5 elements manipulation. Shaman, the future second Kazekage, was also the founder of both puppet techniques and sand manipulation, both of which would become the most important foundations of Sunagakure in the future. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of mechanisms turning suddenly rang out. Under Shaman's skill control, a red puppet and a green puppet quickly advanced, their mechanisms opening simultaneously. Immediately, a whirlwind carrying scorching red flames erupted into a sea of fire that crashed directly into the oncoming forest of trees. Boom! The relentless trees collided violently with the ever-expanding sea of flames in the street center, sending shockwaves that shattered all nearby buildings, leaving only ruins. Shaman could control 5 puppets at the same time, each with a unique elemental ninjutsu ability, somewhat similar to the abilities of the Yamanaka clan, and this was one of his proudest creations. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Izuna exclaimed, staring at the 5 floating puppets. Is it a puppet show? Enko explained. It's the secret technique of Sunagakure's puppet jutsu, which is essentially a ninjutsu that controls puppets to fight. Using puppets to release ninjutsu seems redundant. What if someone bypasses the puppets and attacks the main body? It's better to train oneself, Izuna critiqued, feeling that this ninjutsu had too many limitations and was hard to gain respect. Hearing this, Shaman's eyelids twitched. Come on, can you keep your voices down? Don't you care about my face? But he couldn't argue back. After all, he truly couldn't defeat those 2 with his puppetry. So gritting his teeth, he attempted to prove that his puppet techniques were still valuable by defeating the illusion before him. Whoosh! With a wave of his hands, invisible chakra threads controlled the other 3 puppets, rapidly charging from both flanks toward Hashirama. Crack! The back of the puppets shot out several sharp blades, and the 3 puppets simultaneously struck from 3 directions, creating sharp whooshing sounds in the air. Hashirama's illusion did not dodge. Although it was merely an illusion, it possessed a combat awareness that was not lacking at all. Once again, he clapped his hands. Wood release. Wood barrier technique. Whoosh! 2 curved wooden shields quickly rose from both sides, forming a shield resembling a toothy demon face to protect itself. The puppet's blades struck the wooden shield, only creating a few sparks on the surface. So sturdy. A hint of astonishment flashed in Shaman's eyes, but he reacted quickly. Pulling on the chakra threads with his right hand, a blue puppet shot into the air like a blue streak of light, instantly hovering above. With 2 metal tubes extending from its palms, aiming at the wooden shield below. Whoosh! A high-pressure water column condensed into a water blade, effortlessly piercing through the wooden shield, and then slashing at an angle to tear open a huge crack. Crash! The shattered wooden shield instantly exploded. Hashirama suddenly rose from the ground, gathering a massive amount of chakra in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the blue water puppet, then punched it in the chest. Boom! The Senju clan is skilled in using brute force, concentrating chakra in their punches to greatly enhance their strength. Even though it was just an illusion, the force of one punch was still tremendous. Under the violent punch's wind, the entire puppet couldn't withstand even a second and exploded mid-air, scattering a mass of broken parts like fireworks, revealing the metal core inside the puppet. A hint of pain flashed in Shaman's eyes. After all, each puppet required a large amount of resources to create, especially high-quality ones, coupled with Sunagakir's already scarce resources. Losing one was a huge loss. However, now was clearly not the time to consider this. Shaman suddenly clasped his 10 fingers together, and the exploded parts were instantly pulled back together by the chakra threads, forming a simple cage that firmly trapped Hashirama in mid-air. At the same time, a vast thunderbolt erupted from the chest of the purple lightning puppet, directly striking the cage that bound Hashirama in the air. Boom! The thunderlight surged, and the flickering lightning snake instantly engulfed Hashirama in the air, the blinding light causing Enko and Izuna to squint their eyes slightly. Phew! Shaman sighed in relief, smiled at the two, and said, "Mission accomplished, it's over." Enko shook his head, pointing at the surrounding unresolved illusion. "Be careful, it's not over yet." Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Boom! Shaman's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly flew back. Almost as soon as he moved, the ground beneath him shattered completely, and a wooden dragon soared up, snapping at the retreating shaman. In the distance, half of Hashirama's body had been blown to ashes, but in the illusion, he still had the power to fight. His face showed no expression, completely unconcerned about his injuries. Facing the suddenly approaching wooden dragon, Shaman was surprised, but did not panic. With a slight movement of his fingers, he pulled the yellow earth puppet in front of him. The puppet's arms wrapped around the wooden dragon's head, and its feet fused directly with the ground, forcibly halting the wooden dragon's body. "Hey, need any help?" Izuna asked, feeling that it was taking a bit too long. "No need." Shaman gritted his teeth, stating that every strong person has their pride. It's not like he couldn't handle it, so why ask for help? Whoosh! Shaman, holding his breath, suddenly unleashed all his power. The remaining puppets simultaneously released ninjutsu, 3 types of ninjutsu raining down upon Hashirama, already at the end of his rope. Hashirama could hardly withstand such concentrated attacks. After barely dodging a few times, he was struck by the ninjutsu and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Crack! In the next second, the entire space shattered like a mirror, and the 3 returned to the desert. In front of them, Kuruma Chia's face turned pale, sitting weakly on the ground. The powerful space illusion had naturally drained a massive amount of his energy, especially pulling 3 strong individuals into it at once, nearly exhausting all his chakra. Even so, he still managed to force a smile at the 3, saying, "You were a bit faster than I imagined, but now Tobarama is almost at the submission point. With just your few teammates, you won't be able to stop him. You've lost." However, the regret and helplessness he had imagined did not appear on the faces of the 3, causing Kuruma Chia, who thought victory was certain, to show a hint of confusion. Shaman felt pained as he recalled his puppets, already thinking about how to recover his losses from the final allocation after the match. Meanwhile, Enko leisurely walked behind the 2, placing his hands on their shoulders. Kuruma Chia's eyes narrowed. "This is..." Enko smiled slightly, "Gana." Whoosh! Watching the 3 disappear in an instant, Kuruma Chia collapsed weakly onto the desert, the remnants of the sunset slowly casting shadows on his face. Flying Thunder God. I wonder what expression that guy Tobarama will have now. Chapter 106. Overwhelming momentum, the rolling yellow sand flew across the desert, and a figure moved at an astonishing speed under the setting sun, each rise and fall of its form instantly covering a great distance. Tobarama's eyes were sharp as he followed the map's indications, knowing that the finish line for this competition was just ahead. As long as he submitted the scroll in his hand, Konoha would secure first place. Although even if they achieved first place, their tailed beast would still have to be given away. They would receive a substantial amount of funding. Tobarama had his own plans for this money, to create a special assassination unit. Unlike the visible Umbu, this unit would not wear the Konoha forehead protectors, making it a true force that hid its identity in the shadows. Every member of the team would be meticulously selected, aimed at executing some high-difficulty tasks that were not suitable for the light, such as assassinating high-ranking officials from other ninja villages. However, this matter had to be kept from his elder brother. Otherwise, the plan would surely be stillborn. Swish, after running for about 10 minutes, he could see a simple tent not far ahead, where the scroll submission point was located. Tobarama's expression relaxed slightly. He had finally arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. The sandy ground in front of Tobarama suddenly exploded, and dozens of black projectiles shot towards him like a swarm of locusts. Mere tricks. Tobarama had long anticipated an ambush in the final stretch, and not only did he not slow down, but he also picked up speed. Meanwhile, his left hand drew a uniquely shaped, golden long sword from his waist and waved it lightly towards the front. The Raijin sword, Tobarama's exclusive weapon, crafted from extremely rare lightning attribute, or carried powerful lightning release abilities upon attack. With a single strike, thunder roared. The wandering lightning instantly formed an impenetrable electric net, and the black projectiles disintegrated into flying dust with a loud bang upon contact with the net. Is this sand iron? Clack, clack, clack. Without giving him any time to think, the sound of a mechanism activating rang in Tobarama's ears. A white puppet soared through the air, timing its attack perfectly. Striking at the moment Tobarama's attention was drawn to the sand iron. The puppet's arm shot out a blade from a blind spot, aiming for Tobarama's ribs. As an equally outstanding puppet master, Monziman's timing was first-rate. An ordinary ninja would probably not even have time to react to this sudden attack. But Tobarama was clearly not an ordinary ninja. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Sensing the energy from behind, he turned and used his left hand to push the incoming blade aside, then shifted his position and pierced through the puppet's heart with his Raijin sword. Crash! The sound of shattering parts echoed as the entire puppet was impaled, but it did not completely fall apart. Instead, it grabbed Tobarama's wrist to prevent him from withdrawing his sword. Swish! The sharp sound of the blade echoed across the vast desert. Chiri used the puppet to conceal his own figure, his pitch-black magic sword piercing through the puppet's chest, aiming directly at Tobarama's face. Huh! Tobarama shouted explosively, chakra bursting forth from his body. He twisted the Raijin sword fiercely, and the puppet between them finally couldn't bear the burden and exploded. He then tilted his head. A cluster of silver hair was sliced off by the blade, and Tobarama slapped Chiri on the shoulder. Boom! Chiri grunted and flew backward, his feet sliding apart, stirring up a cloud of flying sand in the desert. Once he stabilized his stance, he held his sword horizontally, ready to strike. Rustle. The wind blew the yellow sand down, and after a brief exchange, the world fell silent again, leaving only the howling north wind and the faint sound of heartbeats. This time, Tobarama finally saw the three ambushers clearly. He first glanced at Chiri, who held the black long knife, then looked at the two Sand Village ninjas beside her, who appeared to be on high alert. Just as I thought, their teammates would appear in this final stretch. Although it was somewhat troublesome, it was nothing more than that. On the other side, the young third Kazekage felt the gap in strength between people once again. Just a single probing attack made him realize he was definitely not a match for Senju Tobarama. Remembering the various monsters he had encountered throughout this competition, a sense of defeat inevitably arose in his heart. Monziman immediately saw through his thoughts and gently said, "Don't be discouraged. You're still young." "Yes, I'm younger than them. I will surpass them in the future." The third Kazekage's eyes brightened. Then he looked at the seemingly formidable young woman beside him. Didn't they say they would arrive in an instant? Why were they still not here? I don't know. Something must have happened. Chiri glanced at the cold blade in his hand and shook his head. Regardless of whether Yenhong and the others could come, I must hold him off first. A hint of pride appeared on Tobarama's cold face. "Hold me off? You're not enough." Swish! Tobarama pulled a shuriken from his waist and threw it at the three, simultaneously forming hand seals rapidly. Ninjutsu, shuriken shadow, clone technique. Swish, swish, swish. The shuriken split in the air, and in an instant, they densely filled the entire space. The sound of the wind cutting through the air, creating a terrifying cacophony. "Let me handle this." The third Kazekage stepped forward first, raising his hand as countless black sand iron formed an indestructible iron wall in front of the three. Magnet release. Sand iron wall. Clang. Clang. Thousands of shurikens struck the sand iron wall, creating a dazzling display of sparks. Standing behind the impenetrable iron wall, The third Kazakage's mouth curled into a slight arc. It seems I'm not far off after all. Swish, swish, swish. The sand iron wall created by the third Kazakage was not large, barely covering the three's figures. But many shurikens slipped through from the sides. A hint of doubt arose in Chiri's heart. His eyes widened, and a kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes flickered as the spinning shurikens gradually slowed down, a series of obscure runes appearing inscribed on the shurikens. This is not good. Chiri instantly realized Tobarama's intentions, his expression changing drastically as he turned to stop it. But unfortunately, it was too late. Swish! Tobarama burst forth from the shurikens, not looking back as he charged toward the finish line. His goal from the very beginning was never to engage in a fight with the three, but to end this competition. Stop him! Chiri's sharp cry jolted the other two from Sunagakure awake, but by the time they turned around, Tobarama had already dashed dozens of meters ahead. Their speed clearly could not catch up. This is bad. Monzi gritted his teeth. It's too late. Not necessarily. A sudden voice rang out beside them. Before they could express their surprise, a figure snatched the black long knife from Chiri's hand and unleashed all their strength towards the fleeing Tobarama. Swish! A piercing long scream echoed through the air. Monzi and the others only saw a black line appear amidst the flying sand. The black line cut through the boundless wind and sand, creating a vortex that, in an instant, crossed space like a black thunderbolt, landing right in front of the sprinting Tobarama. Boom! The sandy ground in front of Tobarama was instantly shaved away, the flying dust completely halting him, creating a deep pit several meters wide right in front of him. Tobarama narrowed his eyes and looked up at the black figure coming with the wind and sand, just like the ambush he faced 4 years ago at the end of the forest. However, compared to the immature figure from 4 years ago, the one appearing before him now was exuding an overwhelming aura. Chapter 107. Apprehension Ka. A sand hawk swept across the vast sky, casting the last shadow in the setting sun. Enhong walked out slowly from the sandstorm, holding a knife in one hand, his chest slightly heaving, showing signs of breathlessness. A sign of excessive chakra consumption. Flying Thunder God, as a ninjutsu, naturally consumes chakra, and the amount of chakra consumed by Flying Thunder God is related to the distance of the teleportation. Short-distance teleportation requires minimal chakra, but for transfers spanning dozens of miles, the required chakra is substantial. Tobarama narrowed his eyes slightly, not looking directly into Getsu's eyes, but glancing past his head at the submission point behind him. There was only about 500 meters left, yet it felt like a chasm blocking his way. You can't get through. Getsu saw through Tobarama's thoughts and said coldly, "Your wisest choice now is to hand over the scroll. The teams from the water and earth countries are still locked in battle. With your current full victory state, you might still benefit from the situation." Tobarama withdrew his gaze and mocked, "Is this the confidence you gained from using my ninjutsu?" Getsu shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "Whose fault is it that you couldn't keep it safe and it got stolen?" Just a guy who can only boast with words. What? Tobarama, do you still want to stay and fight us to the death? I would welcome that. At this moment, Izuna and the others also gradually surrounded Tobarama, 6 people forming a formidable circle around him. Even without deliberately exerting pressure, the oppressive feeling from 6 strong individuals gathered together was quite intimidating. Sigh. Tobarama sighed inwardly, realizing that the situation was dire. As Getsu said, actively giving up was the best choice. Of course, he wouldn't say anything like "let's settle this one-on-one," which was pointless. Instead, a deep sense of apprehension arose within him. Since the end of the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan's strength had progressed too rapidly, far exceeding the development of Konoha. Clearly, everyone was starting from scratch and establishing their ninja villages, and logically, they should have stumbled along the way. However, according to recent intelligence reports, the construction and development of the Hidden Flame Village were not only fast, but also free of any decision-making errors, as if they had a correct template in hand, avoiding any detours. This meant that the Hidden Flame Village had hardly wasted any extra time or resources, making it the fastest in terms of foundational accumulation among the 6 great ninja villages. If it were to happen again, would Konoha still be able to defeat the Hidden Flame Village? Suppressing his unease, Tobarama didn't waste any more time and pulled out the scroll from his body, throwing it towards Getsu. "Consider it your victory." "Tisich, you seem quite unwilling," Izuna said, pouting. After Getsu confirmed that the scroll was fine, he also released the encirclement around Tobarama. Although he still longed for a one-on-one battle with Tobarama, to avenge his past defeat. Tobarama ignored Izuna and took one last look at Getsu before quickly heading back in the direction he came from. Phew, it's finally over. The third Kazekage exhaled heavily. This match had been quite a blow to him. He felt that everyone he encountered was stronger than him, and he just wanted to go back and take some time to calm his somewhat shattered mindset. On the other side, Getsu took out all the scrolls he had in hand and lined them up on the ground, saying, well, it's time to divide the cake. Shaman smiled and took out his 2 scrolls as well. After laying all the scrolls together, they were surprised to find that they had gathered a complete set of 3. Not only collecting the number 2, 3, and 4 scrolls, but also having the main scroll numbered 1 and the sub-scroll numbered 6. Getsu picked up the 2 scrolls numbered 2 and then looked at the 3 from Sunagakure. According to our agreement, these 2 scrolls belong to us. You can choose from the rest. Shaman smiled, that's fine. To be honest, we were lucky. If we had relied solely on ourselves, we might not have been able to gather a complete set in the end. Getsu waved his hand. We agreed on a cooperative relationship. With your deterrence, our actions have been much easier. Chiri inquired from the side. So are we going to submit the scrolls now? Getsu glanced at the sky, confirming that there was little time left for the match, and nodded. Let's go. Behind him, Shaman hesitated, watching Getsu and the others walk towards the submission point. Ultimately, he didn't voice his thoughts, thinking it was better to go back and discuss with Lord Reto first. Inside the Kazekage building, aside from Reikage, who had left for the hospital, the remaining 4 Kage also watched the match results through the crystal ball. Hashirama was the first to stand up from his seat, a genuine smile on his face, and one might think Konoha had taken first place. He sincerely congratulated Madara. Congratulations, Madara, you guys are really impressive. In contrast, the victorious Madara remained calm, merely nodding slightly. Hashirama curiously asked, Madara, aren't you happy? It's something I expected, so why would I be happy? Upon hearing this, Ishikawa and Byakuren furrowed their brows. Through this match, they had seen the high-end combat power of the Hidden Flame Village, which raised a hint of apprehension in their hearts. Byakuren was somewhat better off since the Land of Water and the Land of Flame were far apart, and if a Real fight broke out, it wouldn't concern them. However, Ishikawa was different. The Land of Earth was right next to the Land of Flame, and compared to the Land of Fire, it was evident that they were easier to bully. He didn't believe that any so-called peace treaty held any real power. The so-called peace was merely a matter of timing for war. This is really a headache. Ishikawa wearily pinched his brow, then glanced at the crystal ball in front of him, watching as Tobarama, who had suddenly returned, took advantage of the situation, making him feel even more troubled. As expected, the results were as anticipated. The Hidden Flame Village and Sunagakure took first and second place, respectively, while Tobarama successfully harvested the exhausted Kirigakure and Iwagakure teams at the last moment, gathering the remaining complete set of scrolls and securing third place. Following that were Iwagakure in fourth place and Kirigakure in fifth, while Kumogakure, which lost its fighting capability midway, could only rank last. Thus, the 6-village war came to a complete end, followed by discussions on the distribution of benefits. After resting for a night, the next morning, inside the Kazekage building, the 12 participants, also attending their first meeting of the 6 Kage, gathered around a conference table. As the host, Reto appeared spirited, saying, well then, let's start allocating resources. Chapter 108. Distribution. Well then, let's start allocating resources. In the Kazekage building, Reto couldn't hide his smile. After all, his team had secured second place, and there were no conflicts of interest with the first place, making them one of the biggest beneficiaries. However, when his smiling face fell into the eyes of the other Kage, it drew a wave of quiet disdain. In terms of overall team strength, Sunagakure was clearly at the bottom, merely riding on the coattails of the alliance with the Hidden Flame Village to win by luck. Knowing this, they would have chosen the path of alliance from the very beginning if they had known. But it was too late to say anything now. They should find ways to secure more benefits for their village. We have no issues on our side. As the party relinquishing resources, Hashirama nodded and looked towards Madara and Getsu. Are you still choosing to give up the tail beasts? That's right, we don't need the tail beasts. Getsu, standing next to Madara, spoke up. We only need mineral and medicinal resources. Just as Konoha didn't care about the distribution of tailed beasts to other ninja villages. The current Hidden Flame Village also wasn't afraid of the threat posed by tailed beasts. Besides already possessing the strongest 9 tails, they also had the confidence that came from their strength. After all, who would dare to use tailed beasts in front of a Mangeki? How many of these resources do you want? Tobarama asked with a frown. The more, the better. You really dare to speak. Why not just say you want to give the Hidden Leaf Village to you? Tobarama's mouth twitched. Resources can be provided to you, but they're not given for free. You need to pay for them, and there are also limits on quantity. We cannot give them to you without restriction. Yenhong also knew this was a normal request. So he replied, okay, but the price should be lower than the normal market price, and the quantity cannot be too small. We can discuss the specifics later. The price will definitely not be too high. Hashirama immediately said, I agree. Yanong nodded. He knew that pricing would require long negotiations and couldn't be decided in just a few words. However, he still trusted Hashirama's assurance. All right, I will send professionals to discuss with you later, but at this point, Yenhong suddenly looked at Tobarama with interest, saying, I wonder if your village is willing to sell ninjutsu. We are willing to pay a high price for that. Absolutely not. Tobarama decisively rejected without hesitation. And on this point, Hashirama also did not indicate any disagreement with his brother. He was generous, but not foolish. He would not choose to hand over something fundamental to the village to outsiders. What a pity, Yenhong shrugged. I was planning to buy it. But since it's been rejected, I guess I can only get it for free. Just then, Rado suddenly spoke up. If your country wants mineral resources, our wind country can trade with you. Oh, Yenhong looked at Rado with interest, but saw his expression calm, showing no other emotions, just lightly smiling and saying, if you're interested, we can discuss in detail after this meeting. Other Kages did not pick up on any other implications in this, as all development and construction now required mineral resources, and the Land of Flames was just a small country. Even though their development efficiency was high, they indeed lacked resources compared to larger nations, so it was normal to crave resources. Conversely, while Sunagakure was not lacking in minerals, they were short on money. And whether it was mining minerals or developing construction, funding support was necessary. Having minerals without money was also not feasible. Therefore, the trade between the two sides did not seem suspicious on the surface, but Yenhong detected a hint of something unusual in Rado's words. So he turned to look at Madara. Madara trusted Yenhong very much and casually said, you decide. All right, then let's talk. Rado nodded, not saying much about it, and looked at Hashirama, saying, our wind country's request is very simple. We want the South Silver Plains of the Land of Fire. Of course, we will pay for it, but we hope the price won't be too high. The South Silver Plains. Tobarama narrowed his eyes. The South Silver Plains belong to a small plain in the southern part of the Land of Fire, directly bordering the wind country. Although it was not large, it was quite suitable for farming, making it a valuable piece of land for development, but its strategic significance was very limited. After thinking for a long time, Tobarama finally nodded and said, all right. Then came the distribution of tailed beasts among the remaining shinobi villages. Because the 9 tails had been captured by the Hidden Flame Village in advance, unlike in the original timeline, the Hidden Leaf Village retained the 8 tails and 7 tails. The Hidden Mist Village got the 3 tails and 6 tails, the Hidden Stone Village received the 4 tails and 5 tails, and the Hidden Cloud Village, being ranked last, only got the 2 tails. After all the transactions, each shinobi village sent representatives to the Hidden Leaf Village for detailed discussions. Due to ranking third, the Hidden Leaf Village could gather a large amount of funds with the 5-tailed beasts, and the other shinobi villages also got the tailed beast they desired. So no one particularly suffered losses, and the atmosphere of the meeting was quite harmonious. After initially deciding on the distribution of resources, the next step was to sign the peace agreement. In this phase, Hashirama showed great enthusiasm and actively distributed the already drafted agreement to all the Kages. Madara took the agreement, glanced at it briefly, and showed a hint of disdain before passing it to Yenhong beside him. Yenhong took it and read it carefully. Although the text was filled with flowing words on one page, summarizing it essentially boiled down to a few points. Firstly, the 6 great countries cannot actively invade each other's territories, nor can they send ninjas to assassinate personnel from other shinobi villages. They cannot interfere in each other's internal affairs, nor can they engage in provocative behaviors. In summary, it's about not attacking each other, and together creating a beautiful future for the shinobi world. To be honest, after reading it, Yenhong felt a sense of playing house. The entire agreement felt like Hashirama was articulating his dreams, lacking practical grounding, thus having no binding power. Looking up, he noticed that the other Kages also scoffed at it, but they did not show it outwardly. Instead, they very neatly signed their names on the peace agreement, showing no intention of debate. An agreement that could be torn up at any moment had no value for dispute. Everyone knew this agreement was like child's play, yet only Hashirama was very happy. After seeing everyone sign their names, his smile was unabashed, and he expressed great gratitude for everyone's recognition. believing that one day ninjas could help each other across borders and work together as a whole. Rado smiled and interjected, "If you all are not in a hurry, you could stay in the village for a few more days. Although Sunagakure is not as affluent as your shinobi villages, we do have many unique aspects." Raikage was the first to stand up and leave, saying, "No, there are matters in the village. We will take our leave." "So do we. We won't disturb you further." The other Kages also expressed their intention to leave, as there were a lot of matters waiting for them to handle in the early stages of village establishment, leaving no time for leisure. Rado did not insist too much, and after arranging for people to send them off, he looked at Uchiha Madara and Yenhong, asking, "I have a word with you too?" Yenhong nodded and followed Rado and Shaman into a quieter room. After both sides were seated, before Yenhong could speak, Rado made a shocking statement. "Lord Yening, if I'm not mistaken, the Land of Flames wants to start a war, right?" Chapter 109. Hunting the west wind whipped the yellow sand against the windows of the Wind Shadow building, creating a series of crackling sounds. As soon as Rado finished speaking, the entire room fell into an eerie silence. Gulp. Shaman nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had not expected Lord Rado to be so direct. The intention of the Land of Flames to go to war was merely their speculation. If the other party did not have this idea, that would be fine. But if they really did, that was their internal secret, and pointing it out in person was a major taboo. Across from him, Madara remained as cold as ice, showing no emotional fluctuation due to Rado's words. Even so, Rado still felt an immense pressure from Madara, causing a slight unease in his heart. Just as the atmosphere was becoming tense, Yenhong finally spoke, neither admitting nor denying, but instead asking, "Why do you think so?" "I see." Seeing the other party finally speak, Rado breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and replied, "Because I don't believe a wandering dragon would be content to stay in a shallow pool." This was indeed the truth. After witnessing the strength of the Hidden Flame Village, Rado did not believe that the Land of Flames had no thoughts of external expansion. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't be able to resist. "Actually, it's you who wants to start a war? I assent it." Madara looked into Rado's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Trading supplies with us is just a pretense. You actually want to rely on us to go to war, HM? You must have your sights set on the Land of Fire." Rado's pupils suddenly constricted upon hearing this. He did not expect Madara to see through his thoughts so easily. In fact, this is indeed the case. As the first generation of Kazekage, Rado wanted to promote Sunagakure more than anyone else. But the poverty of the Land of Wind severely hindered Sunagakure's progress, making many of his plans impossible to implement. Therefore, for them, the best way to break the deadlock was through war, quickly accumulating resources through external plundering, allowing Sunagakure to break free from the constraints imposed by its environment. But then the question arose, who to fight? The two closest major countries to the Land of Wind were the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. The Land of Earth was surrounded by mountains on three sides, making it a defensible location that was difficult to attack. To invade the Land of Earth would require a massive amount of manpower and resources, so the Land of Wind simply couldn't afford to take on this tough opponent. On the other hand, the Land of Fire, while situated on a flat plain, posed little difficulty for invasion, but after several probing skirmishes, they realized that the Land of Fire was not something they could handle. Although they weren't worlds apart, relying solely on themselves to deal with Konohagakure would likely result in them being defeated. Thus, they thought of seeking an ally, and the Land of Flame was clearly the best choice. First of all, the Land of Flame was also strong enough to confront Konohagakure directly without facing defeat. Secondly, there was a deep-seated conflict between them. The Uchiha clan had been defeated by the Senju clan during the Warring States period and had been expelled from the Land of Fire, creating a blood feud between the two sides. An enemy's enemy is a natural friend, and an ally that could fight without the worry of betrayal became their primary target for recruitment. As for whether they would be taken advantage of, that's a joke. The Land of Wind was so poor that there was nothing worth coveting. However, Rado had originally planned to probe the Land of Flame's intentions, only to find that his thoughts were seen through by Madara first, causing a temporary disruption in the rhythm of the conversation. He coughed tactically and then said, "There is no eternal peace in this world. One day, war will break out again. Even if we are not the ones to instigate it, others will. Do you really think that signing this agreement today will bring about permanent peace?" Aside from Senju Hashirama, no one else cared about the agreement. Enjo shook his head and then changed the subject. "However, Lord Kazekage is quite calculating. You covet the Land of Fire while trying to pull us, the Land of Flame, into the fray. You should know that once we take action, the Land of Fire will prioritize dealing with us. Are you hoping to have us take the front while you sit back and reap the benefits? Redo indeed thought this way, but he couldn't say it outright and could only explain, you misunderstand. Even if Konohagakure is not your enemy now, I believe you wouldn't just let bygones be bygones. Rather than fighting alone, we could achieve a win-win situation through cooperation, just like in this competition. Then wouldn't you still be lying back and winning? Noticing the unusual expression on Enjo's face, the nearby shaman immediately added, that's right. The positions of our two countries are precisely on the north and south sides of the Land of Fire. If war breaks out, Konohagakure will be forced to fight on two fronts, which is greatly beneficial for both of us, isn't it? Enjo sneered, so, your condition for selling minerals is that we agree to form an alliance? Of course not. Redo shook his head, whether you agree to ally with us or not. I will sell the minerals to you, and certainly at a price lower than the market rate, since we really need the money. Enjo understood. It seemed that Sunagekyu's situation was even more difficult than he had imagined. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to cooperate with the Land of Flame to attack Konohagakure. However, attacking Konohagakure was not something to be taken lightly, and it also didn't align with their original plan. But since Sunagakure had expressed this idea, it was an unexpected surprise that could be utilized. Thus, Enjo glanced at Madara, and after receiving a nod from him, he said, the matter of attacking Konohagakure is not urgent for now. After all, preparing for war takes a lot of time. However, one thing we can guarantee is that our goals are aligned. Haha, that's all we need to hear. A smile appeared on Redo's face as he had Shaman bring over a list. Here are the iron ore resources that Sunagakure is prepared to sell. Please take a look at what else you need. Enjo took the list and gave it a cursory glance, noting that Sunagakure was quite sincere in their offer, providing not only a large quantity of minerals, but also at very reasonable prices, which could even be described as half sold and half given. It was clear that Redo wanted to express goodwill through this transaction. Enjo nodded in satisfaction. I can already sense Sunagakure's sincerity. Therefore, I believe we can establish a further friendly cooperation. Haha, it's an honor. Redo had the listed minerals sealed in scrolls and personally handed them to Enjo, with the payment for the ores to be sent after they returned to the Land of Flame. Afterward, Redo even escorted their group to the entrance of Sunagakure, saying, well then, safe travels. Enjo nodded and suddenly spoke in an inexplicable tone. Lord Kazekage, sometimes preparing for the future is also a good habit. Redo's pupils flashed with a glint of intelligence, and he smiled, understood. After leaving Sunagakure, Izuna complained to the two. What were you talking about for so long? Enjo shrugged. What else could we talk about? The Land of Wind has its eyes on the Land of Fire's land, so they want to hitch a ride. We won't agree to that, will we? We agreed to the alliance, but we didn't say we'd attack Konohagakure. Enjo replied, we will still follow our own plan. By the way, we haven't lost track of the prey, have we? Izuna grinned. Don't worry, Yuri is keeping an eye on them. A glint of excitement also flashed in Enjo's eyes. Then, let's start the hunt. Madara glanced at his two younger brothers and said helplessly, it's just dealing with a few little fish and shrimp. Why are you so excited? Enjo and Izuna. Chapter 110. Oh, it's you again. The massive ship broke through the heavy waves, sailing on the rippling sea, leaving behind a series of undulating white ripples. This grand three-story ship was the exclusive means of transport for the Mizukage of Kirigakure. Not only did it have a majestic appearance, but this ship also carried many elite ninjas, and the security on the ship was exceptionally tight. The reason was simple. The Land of Water was surrounded by many islands, which gave rise to numerous clans. During the Warring States period, the Ice Clan, which was the family of the first Mizukage, Hakuren, stood out among many clans and established its dominant position in the Land of Water. They later reached a cooperation with the feudal lord of the Land of Water, forming a system of one country, one village. Although the Ice Clan took the lead in establishing Kirigakure, they also had the support of other clans like the Hozuki and the Kagaya, but there were still many residual hostile forces. At this time, the village had only been established for a few years, and the prestige of the Mizukage was not enough to deter all kinds of troublemakers. There were often some desperate ninjas attempting to assassinate the Mizukage. After all, during this period, even Hashirama had people daring to assassinate him, but we want to mention who, let alone a Mizukage whose reputation was not as high as his. Therefore, every time he ventured far from the Land of Water, Hakuren would take a group of elite ninjas, not out of fear, but simply to avoid trouble. If he had to deal with such issues personally every time, it would tire him out. At this moment, on the third floor of the ship, in a spacious room at the center, Hakuren was sitting cross-legged on a soft couch. While several figures were scattered around him, including the familiar Hozuki Mangetsu and Mizukichi, as well as several high-ranking elders of Kirigakure. Balian caressed the teacup in his hand. Although his two eyes were somewhat mismatched, they still exuded a sharp aura. Through this experience, I found that aside from Sunagakure, the other four ninja villages, whether in terms of the strength of their ninjas or the development of their villages, were not inferior to our Kirigakure, and in fact, some had already surpassed us, especially Hainokuni and Konoha. The power they wielded even made me feel worried. Now, let's hear your opinions. The room fell silent instantly. This time, Balian brought so many people. Aside from leading his own team to Sunagakure for the exams, the others dispersed to investigate the conditions of each ninja village. And the conclusions drawn made everyone feel vigilant. After a moment of silence, one of the high-ranking officials cautiously spoke up. I believe it's because our country's location is too isolated and the transportation with the continent is quite inconvenient, especially with a troublesome group of pirates at sea, which has led to us rarely interacting with other countries, keeping our development in a state of closed-door operations. I think Lord Rinshan has a point. A dapper-looking figure, Mizuki, chimed in. Although there are no shortages of resources at sea, some resources are unique to the continent, and these are indeed what we lack. Kagami Hanue frowned nearby. If we want to establish trade relations with the continent, we must first resolve the pirate issue. I'm sure everyone knows that those guys are just a bunch of troublesome flies. Others nodded in agreement, and indeed, it was true. The pirates living around the Land of Water were mostly failures from the Warring States era, unwilling to submit to the rule of Kirigakure. They chose to roam near the coastline, usually surviving by harassing and plundering coastal villages. Although these pirates were not particularly strong, their methods were quite nasty. Every time Kirigakure sent people to eliminate them, they would collectively retreat into the sea and return once the coast was clear, making it impossible for Kirigakure to completely eradicate them. Balian also put down his cup, seriously pondering how to solve this problem. Why don't you leave it to me? At that moment, Mizuki suddenly spoke up. I'll find a way to deal with these pirates, but we need to evacuate the coastal villagers first. After all, I don't want to scare them. Balian squinted his eyes. As the one who brought Mizuki into the village, he knew Mizuki's true nature. Beneath that seemingly elegant facade beat a heart more bloodthirsty and brutal than anyone else's. As if sensing Balian's concern, Mizuki waved his hand. Don't worry. I remember our agreement and won't go too far. With others looking slightly puzzled, Balian pondered for a moment before finally nodding. All right, then it's up to you. But do be mindful of your limits. Mizuki smiled slightly, understood. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. Kagami Hanue yawned. The previous battle really wore me out. Balian nodded. Then everyone should rest early. We should be back in the Land of Water by tonight. Thus, the people below began to leave, and Mizuki returned to his room on the second floor. Leaning against the window sill, he gazed out at the rolling waves, his expression slightly tense. Affected by his bloodline limit, Mizuki often experienced a craving for blood, especially the blood of strong individuals and those with unique bloodline limits, which could further stimulate his desires. However, currently, he was under Balian suppression, or rather supervision. This was a headache for Balian, who was reluctant to give up a powerful combat force, but was also wary of Mizuki's bloodline limit. In fact, it was true that after Balian and Kagami Hanue died, no one could restrain Mizuki, who became the third Mizukichi, leading to an era that instilled fear in all Kirigakure ninjas. The years of blood mist led to countless bloodline ninjas being hunted and slaughtered, bringing Kirigakure to the brink of destruction until the emergence of the perfect Jinchuriki, Ichiwan, ended this terrifying era. But unexpectedly, after a few years of calm, they were once again dragged into a new bloody era by Obito. Of course, these were all later events. Currently, Mizuki was still somewhat restrained, but he sometimes needed to vent, which was why Balian assigned him to lead the eradication this time. It's really frustrating. Mizuki murmured softly when suddenly, a chill surged in his heart, sensing that something was off. As one of the top experts in the ninja world, he felt the ominous premonition of danger and immediately retreated without hesitation, distancing himself from the window. The next moment, the entire window shattered into pieces, a black cold light. Like a ghost, shattered the window and crashed into the spot where he had just stood. If he hadn't retreated in time, it would have likely pierced through him on the spot. What is this? Mizuki opened his eyes wide, recognizing the blade of that guy. Swish, just as the words fell, a figure appeared out of nowhere, scooping up the long knife from the ground and raised it to slash towards Mizuki's chest. Oh, we're meeting again. Yes, Happy New Year. Everyone. Chapter 111. Changing people in the ship's cabin. After the meeting concluded, Balian walked slowly towards his room. Before he reached the door, he saw a beautiful figure waiting for him, and a warm smile immediately appeared on his face. Xiaohe, what brings you to see Grandpa? As soon as Baihe saw her grandfather, she couldn't wait to run to Balian's side, affectionately linking her arm with his, and said coquettishly, Grandpa, can you teach me the ice release ninjutsu when we get back this time? Balian said with interest. Oh, why did you suddenly want to learn ice release? Did someone hit you during the competition? Compa. Balian laughed heartily, stroking his deep blue beard. His granddaughter was extraordinarily talented, a rare ninja with 2 bloodline limits. However, Baihe usually liked to play and didn't pay much attention to training, plus Balian's usual indulgence, which led to her strength being above that of ordinary ninjas, but still far from top experts. Although Balian didn't demand that Baihe become a powerful ninja, he was very happy that his granddaughter voluntarily wanted to learn ninjutsu from him. Thinking of this, Balian advised, it's no problem teaching you, but don't be like before. Feeling tired and giving up after just a few days of practice, Baihe immediately patted her chest and promised, don't worry. This time I will definitely study seriously and strive to surpass Grandpa. Haha, you still have a long way to go to surpass me. Although I'm getting old, I can still fight for a few more years. Yes, Grandpa is the strongest. You little rascal. Balian affectionately rubbed Baihe's head. I really can't do anything with you. Now let me teach you my best ice release ninjutsu. First, what's wrong? Grandpa. Balian's expression suddenly became very serious as he said in a deep voice, stay here and don't move. There are intruders. Intruders? Baihe exclaimed. Who would invade at this time? I don't know, but it's definitely a strong one. Boom! As if to validate his words, with a loud crash. The entire ship shook violently, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds of wood splintering. Grandpa. Baihe was caught off guard and nearly fell over. When she steadied herself and looked up again, there was no trace of Balian beside her. The commotion in the ship's cabin naturally attracted the attention of others. Several nearby guards immediately surrounded the area, and what they saw next was a horrifying scene. The railing on the second floor of the ship suddenly exploded, and then a figure soared into the sky. Just as the figure was halfway up, a young man in black holding a pitch-black long knife chased after him at an even faster speed and kicked the figure in the shoulder. Bang! The dull sound was clearly audible, forcefully kicking the airborne figure back, turning him into a flying arrow that smashed through the roof of the ship and shot back into the cabin. Hey, did I see that right? That looks like Lord Watermist. It is Lord Watermist. Hurry and help. Splash. As soon as Watermist landed, he didn't even have time to catch his breath before the dome above him shattered instantly, and Hong followed closely behind, stabbing out with a knife in mid-air. Watermist's heart tightened, and without caring about his image, he rolled on the ground to dodge the attack while gathering blood in his hand, transforming it into a 7-foot-long sickle, his body pressing down like a rolling dragon python, sweeping horizontally to slash at Hong's legs. As chakra erupted, the floor beneath him shattered inch by inch, and the scattered wood chips flew into the air, forming a circular storm around the two. Hong's eyes flashed red. The trajectory of the blood sickle became clear under his Sharingan, so he stabbed down to intercept the horizontal slash while using his cold blade as a pivot, his feet leaving the ground as he delivered a whip kick to Watermist's shoulder. Bang! With terrifying force, Watermist was sent flying again, crashing through a wooden door and tumbling into a room. Hong stepped heavily, intending to pursue and try to chain together a series of attacks to kill Watermist, when suddenly 2 angry shouts came from behind. Stop! Hong glanced back and saw 2 guards charging toward him like great eagles, one of them throwing a shuriken mid-run, aiming to intercept Hong's path. Clap! Hong raised his hand to catch the flying shuriken, and to the astonishment of the two, he casually threw it back. Scatter! As elite ninjas from the Mist Village, the two reacted quickly. Seeing the shuriken flying toward them, they immediately split to the left and right, allowing it to pass between them. Whoosh! In the next second, Hong, holding his cold blade, appeared between them like a black specter, spinning the black single knife in a circle and sending 2 heads flying into the air. Flying Thunder God Slash. The two didn't even see Hong's shadow or change their facial expressions before their bodies were separated from their heads. From the back and forth, Watermist gained a chance to catch his breath, raising his hand as countless blood beads appeared around him, transforming into thousands of blood-colored long needles that shot towards Hong. Blood escape, blood rain, sage art, fire release, fireball, boom! The ninjutsu from both sides exploded between them. Debris and beams shattered in all directions, and the entire second floor nearly collapsed, with the dust and smoke instantly engulfing the figures of both. How has this guy become so strong? Water Mist raised a hand to shield his eyes from the rushing dust, feeling a storm of shock in his heart. For years ago, the two were evenly matched, or rather, his overall strength was barely stronger than Yenhong's. But today, for years later, despite his significant progress, he was being overwhelmed by Yenhong, indicating that the latter's strength had increased far beyond his own. First, go find the old man. Water Mist gritted his teeth, planning to avoid the confrontation for now. But before he could move, a glint of cold light suddenly pierced through the smoke in front of him, creating a circular hollow. Swish, Water Mist's pupils suddenly constricted, and before him, a black knife tip gradually enlarged, a deathly aura instantly enveloping his heart. Not good. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as Yenhong held the cold blade forward, but to capture his opponent alive. He slightly diverted the tip of the blade to avoid hitting a vital spot, aiming for the shoulder. Crack! A barely audible sound came through the air, and the temperature around them dropped to 0 in an instant. Yenhong's heart raced with alarm. To his left, a thumb-sized ice crystal shot toward his waist like a bullet, leaving a blue, icy trail. Whoosh! Yenhong forcibly twisted his body in midair, retracting the cold blade to block in front of him, and the ice crystal struck the blade's surface at the same time. Ding! Boom! The ice crystal exploded in an instant, transforming into a roaring ice dragon that forced its way toward Yenhong, creating a hollow in the wall and dragging Yenhong out of the ship's cabin. Whoosh! Yenhong performed a backflip in midair and landed on the deck outside the ship. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind rushing like a heavy rain. Countless mist shadow ninjas soared from inside the ship, leaping around Yenhong like falling beads and instantly surrounding him. Huh? Why is it you again? Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon jumped down from the 3rd floor, landing in front of Yenhong, surprised. Do you have a grudge against that vampire? Huh? Yenhong exhaled a breath of foul air, not answering Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's question, but instead looking up at the hole on the 2nd floor. Under his gaze, an old man with gray hair leisurely stepped out of the hole, followed by a somewhat disheveled Water Mist. Whoosh! In the next moment, the two simultaneously appeared on the deck, standing in front of Yenhong. Bai Lian looked Yenhong up and down, her expression somewhat gloomy. What do you mean by this? Does the Land of Fire want to go to war with us? Of course not. Yenhong's face showed no signs of panic as he spoke straightforwardly. It's just a personal grudge. I want Lord Water Mist to accompany me to the Hidden Flame Village. This is not an invitation, but a notification. Hif hif. Bai Lian laughed in anger. I say, young man, you seem to be a bit overestimating yourself. Yenhong spread his hands. Do you even qualify? Ha ha ha, so arrogant. Bai Lian laughed to the heavens, then quickly formed 2 hand seals with one hand. Then, you can stay here. Ice release. Ice pillar swallow. Whoosh. On the deck, countless ice spikes suddenly erupted, rapidly advancing toward Yenhong, simultaneously blocking all of his escape routes. Ignorant of the danger, Bai Lian lowered her finger, believing that this move would be enough to teach this arrogant kid a lesson, and afterwards, the Land of Fire would definitely have to give them an explanation. Behind Bai Lian, Water Mist furrowed his brow, feeling that something was not quite right. Sure enough, facing the rapidly approaching violent ice pillars, Yenhong smiled slightly, and then raised 2 fingers. Change of personnel. Flying Thunder God. Reverse instant. Whoosh! Terrifying chakra surged like the end of the world. A tall figure descended in front of Yenhong, calmly gazing at the endless ice spikes approaching, casually placing the white fan from his back in front of him. The next moment, Uchiha Rebound. Chapter 112. Ice and blood. The cold wind howled, and the waves surged. On the churning sea, countless wreckage bobbed up and down with the waves, mixed with a few corpses that had long lost their voices. Splash! Suddenly, a splash erupted on the surface of the sea, and then a head broke through the water, frantically clutching onto a piece of floating wood, unable to suppress a violent cough. Cough, cough, cough. The disheveled white hair clung tightly to Bai He's face, and she felt her chakra in chaos, unable even to walk on the water surface. After a while, Bai He finally calmed down a bit, her heart still racing as she looked towards the center of the sea. The once luxurious ship was completely torn apart in the middle, the bow and stern pointing skyward as it gradually sank into the sea. It was only at this moment that Bai He couldn't believe what had just happened. Listening to her grandfather's words, she didn't participate in the battle, but couldn't help her curiosity and secretly watched from the 3rd floor. When she saw that the invader was the young man from the Uchiha clan, she felt a mix of novelty and admiration for this peer of hers who possessed such formidable strength. When Balian made her move, She couldn't help but feel a bit regretful for Yenhong. After all, she knew her grandfather's personality all too well. He never showed mercy to enemies. And this reckless guy was likely to end up missing an arm or a leg. But the next moment, she seemed to see an extra figure on the opposite side. And then the entire world seemed to be enveloped in a blinding white light. After that, she temporarily lost consciousness, but fortunately woke up in time. Otherwise, she might have drowned. What exactly happened just now? Right? How is everyone doing? Boom! At that moment, a pillar of water suddenly erupted from the center of the sea. Balian's hair and clothes billowed as she landed steadily on the surface of the water, holding two unconscious subordinates in her left and right hands and gently placing them on a floating wooden plank nearby. After doing all this, she finally looked up at the tall figure not far ahead, her face showing unprecedented seriousness and caution. Splash! Dozens of transparent bubbles surrounded the falling ninjas as they rose from the water. Ghost Lantern Hua manipulated the bubbles to set everyone down and then stood beside Balian, wiping his forehead and saying, "Phew, that was close, almost died." Balian stared at the distant figure, her tone unusually heavy. It was actually Uchiha Madara. What on earth did the Uchiha clan want? It must be directed at me. The mist in the air was no longer calm, and a strong sense of crisis filled her heart, even though she didn't know why they wanted to capture her. Balian turned to glance at the mist beside her and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, recalling some past events. For years ago, Balian was still surveying various places in the Land of Water, looking for suitable locations to establish the hidden mist village. One afternoon, as she happened to pass by an unnamed small village, she smelled a strong scent of blood even before approaching the gate. When she entered the village to investigate, she was horrified to find bodies lying everywhere in tragic conditions, with crimson blood pooling into rivers, and the entire village was steeped in an eerie silence. As a ninja who had experienced the Warring States period, Balian was already accustomed to death, but she had rarely encountered mass killings of villages, as the so-called Warring States were merely wars between ninja clans and rarely involved ordinary people. Especially such a massacre, which not only tarnished reputation but also offered no profit, was something that no clan would typically do. Could it be bandits? Although Balian was not a saint, she didn't mind taking action to avenge these villagers since she had come across the scene. After a quick search, she found the Mist, who was unable to control his bloodline limit and was rampaging in a bloodthirsty state. It was their first encounter. The blood of ordinary people naturally could not satisfy the Mist's cravings, and upon seeing Balian, the already irrational Mist charged at her without a word, leading to a fierce battle. The battle ended with the Mist's defeat, but at that moment, Balian took a liking to him. The village was newly established and lacked talent, and Balian believed she could manage the double-edged sword that was the Mist. Thus, she took him on as a personal guard, under Balian's supervision and training. The Mist indeed no longer exhibited uncontrollable rampages and showed extraordinary talent and abilities, even becoming one of the top candidates for the next Mizukichi. The Mist held a deep respect for her. Ever since Balian's son died in the war, he even regarded the Mist as a half-son. And even though the Mist occasionally exhibited bloodthirsty impulses and made excessive actions, Balian still favored him. So, even this time, she chose to protect this junior she valued greatly. Phew. The cold wind lifted her white hair, and Balian slightly turned her head towards the Mist, saying, "Listen carefully. I will try to hold them off as much as possible, but I probably won't be able to stop them for long. We're not far from the Land of Water, so you don't worry about us. Just go." The Mist squinted his eyes slightly, but, don't worry, since their target is just you, we won't be in any danger. I don't believe they will launch a full-scale war against our hidden Mist village at this time. Old man, seriously. Ghost Lantern Huanyue interjected. I say, now is not the time for sentimentality. Not far away, Yenhong, who had witnessed such a terrifying strike, felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but speak up. Big brother, be careful not to accidentally kill the target. Madara raised the Uchiha fan in his right hand. Then let us see how lucky he is. Then he suddenly spun around and swept. Boom! With a deafening roar, the surrounding turbulent sea instantly sank down. The water was swept up by the hurricane, forming a massive circular wave that pressed terrifyingly towards the direction of the hidden Mist village. Faced with the towering tsunami that crashed down like a wall, Balian shouted in anger, placing one hand on the surface of the sea. Ice release. Ice boundless. Crack. The sea surface in front of Balian began to freeze at a visible speed, spreading all the way to the bottom of the crashing wave wall. In the blink of an eye, the towering wave was instantly frozen into an ice wall. Even so, Balian's expression remained grave as she shouted again, "Go." The Mist gritted his teeth, took one last look at everyone, and then turned to rush toward the land water. Boom! The next second, the entire ice wall shattered with a loud crash, and several giant blue tomo shot towards them like a streaking comet. Balian formed hand seals with both hands, chakra bursting forth as several ice dragons spiraled out behind her, roaring as they crashed into the incoming Susanoo Tomo. Boom! The ice dragons collided with the Yotsuka Tomo in midair, and in a deafening explosion, the ice dragons were instantly shattered, scattering into countless blue ice crystals. The mist felt the commotion behind him and quickened his pace, but then his heart sank. This time, the flame-hidden village should have sent 4 people. But where were the other 2? Whoosh! Just then, the surface of the sea beneath the mist suddenly rippled, then exploded in a deafening blast in his rapidly widening pupils. Chapter 113. Icebound for miles, if there is anyone in the ninja world besides Madara and Hashirama whose strength is more balanced and comprehensive, it would definitely be Uchiha's second-in-command, Uchiha Izuna. In recent years, the flame-hidden village's military power has been dominated by Uchiha Madara, while its intelligence has been spearheaded by Uchiha Yenhong, whose strategies are abundant. However, Izuna's character has always been rather gentle. Aside from family ties and the glory of the clan, he does not care much for personal fame and fortune. So he is happy to remain hidden in the shadow of his 2 brothers. But not showing off does not mean that Izuna's strength has regressed into mediocrity. On the contrary, by reducing his workload, Izuna has had more time to consolidate his strength. The mist also noticed the movements beneath the water, but unfortunately, the speed of the ambush was too fast, and he could only barely make a jump to evade. The sea exploded, and the blade appeared beneath his feet. As the water soared, Izuna, dressed in a blue windbreaker, had his eyes glowing red, like a hawk locking onto its prey, coming with a fierce momentum, leaving no room for mercy. The mist's hair stood on end, and his normally squinted eyes widened suddenly, flashing a hint of desperation. Does your Uchiha clan all like to ambush? Slash, blood splattered. The mist forcibly twisted his body, letting the shining blade graze past him, while simultaneously kicking downwards toward Izuna's head. Izuna's expression remained calm as he raised his hand to slap the mist's foot, sliding backward on the water's surface, leaving 2 pale ripples behind. With a wave, she shook off the blood from the blade, but the expression on Izumi's face was somewhat strange. From the feel transmitted through the blade just now, it was clear that the sword had not fully penetrated. The water mist shot up into the sky, still bearing a hint of astonishment on its face. If it hadn't attached blood to its surface at the last moment, altering the trajectory of the blade slightly, it would have likely been stabbed clean through. Instead of turning back to retaliate, it flapped its wings hard and flew off into the distance. Izumi naturally wouldn't let the water mist escape. She quickly formed seals with her hands, and a vast amount of chakra gathered in front of her chest. She unleashed a massive flame towards the figure of the water mist in mid-air. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet technique. Boom! Glancing at the dust and smoke from the explosion in mid-air, Izumi's gaze shifted to the man with a mustache in front of her, and she said in a deep voice, "Get lost." Allah, Ghost Lantern Phantom shrugged. "Sorry, even though I sometimes find that guy a bit annoying. He is still a companion, so I really can't let you take him away." Izumi held her sword level, sliding her feet into position, and coldly replied, "Then let me see what you, Little Mustache, can do." Little Mustache. Ghost Lantern Phantom's face immediately flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. "Call me Little Mustache again, and I'll kill you." Just then, Izumi stepped forward, and the seawater beneath her instantly exploded into a circular wave, making her disappear from the spot. Ghost Lantern Phantom's pupils trembled violently, and he lost sight of Izumi's figure. When he caught sight of her again, she had suddenly appeared right in front of him. Without any flashing movements, it was merely a straightforward thrust, but the speed of the strike was terrifying. Before the blade even reached him, it emitted a piercing sound in the air, and the gleaming blade made of high-grade steel trembled slightly under the force of the attack. "So fast!" Ghost Lantern Phantom barely had time to exclaim, and his chest was pierced by the katana. The excess force along the blade exploded from his back, accompanied by a deafening roar, creating a fan-shaped wave on the sea behind him. With a precise strike, the katana pierced through Ghost Lantern Phantom's heart. Izumi immediately withdrew her sword, intending to continue pursuing the water mist, but as soon as she pulled the handle, it felt as if the blade was welded to Phantom's body, and she couldn't budge it even a fraction. The water transformation technique, a unique ability of the Ghost Lantern clan, allows one to liquefy their body at will, thus avoiding all physical damage. It can be said to be an extremely powerful life-saving ninjutsu. As expected of the Uchiha clan, it's been a long time since I've encountered an opponent who excites me this much, Ghost Lantern Phantom said, raising his right hand and forming 2 fingers into a gun shape aimed at Izumi's head. But goodbye. Water style, water iron cannon technique. Bang! The high-pressure water bullet shot through the air, leaving a clear trail behind it, and in an instant, it was already racing towards Izumi. Swish! Izumi's kaleidoscope Sharingan was operating at its peak, and at the critical moment, she turned her head just in time. The water bullet barely grazed her cheek, taking away a strand of her black hair. It seems like physical attacks won't work on him. Let's try this. Slap. Izumi slapped the end of the blade, and a crimson flame erupted from her palm, spreading along the blade towards Phantom's chest. Phantom's eyelid twitched before the flames even approached. He could already sense the terrifying chakra condensed within them. Without a moment's hesitation, he released the locked blade and retreated, but he was still a step too late. The clothing on his upper body was instantly reduced to ashes by the flames. Hiss! Phantom gasped at the sight, looking down to see that his chest had inevitably been singed by the flames, revealing an abnormal reddish color, accompanied by a sharp pain. As expected, formidable. A hint of warlike fervor appeared in Ghost Lantern Phantom's eyes. He raised his hand and bit his thumb. Then let's have a big fight. Summoning technique. Bang! Not far away, seeing the suddenly appearing giant clam, Enhong said to Ban beside him, "It seems my second brother is in a bit of trouble. Let me go chase him. Big brother, give me a push." Ban glanced at Enhong. Then a massive blue Susanoo hand gently grabbed Enhong and suddenly hurled him towards the direction where the water mist was escaping. Boom! A circle of air waves instantly surged beneath Enhong's feet, transforming him into a streak of black lightning, quickly shooting towards the horizon. "You think you can get away?" Bai Lian formed hand seals, and a massive ice spear coalesced in midair, aimed at Enhong flying in the sky. "Daring to divide your attention while fighting me?" A deep voice echoed in Bai Lian's ears like thunder, causing him to shudder all over. He had no idea when Ban had arrived beside him. Turning his head slightly, he saw Ban directly throwing a punch. In a hurry, Bai Lian quickly conjured an ice shield in front of him while crossing his arms to block in front of his chest. Bang! Ban's fist first struck the ice shield, and in less than a second, the entire ice shield exploded, then crashed into Bai Lian's crossed arms, producing a muffled thud. Bai Lian's face instantly flushed red, feeling an overwhelmingly violent force penetrating his body, his arms being forced back towards his chest. His chest violently shook, making him feel like his heart had stopped for a second. Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was sent flying, crashing hard into the sea. Boom! Like a meteor crashing into the seabed, it instantly created a huge wave that spread outwards, causing many guards who had just been rescued to be knocked over again, falling back into the water. Ban stood proudly on the surface of the sea, letting the water that surged into the air fall on him like raindrops. Looking at the reclosing surface of the water, he coldly said, "Is this the level of the current Mizukage? You really disappoint me." Crack, crack, crack. As his voice fell, snowflakes began to drift in the air, the temperature rapidly dropping, even giving a bone-chilling feeling. Large swathes of seawater began to freeze at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was a frozen expanse of ice. Watching the aged figure break through the ice once again, a smile slowly formed on Ban's lips. "Now that's more like it. Come on, let me see your dancing style." Chapter 114. A Dead End in Midair. The rapidly flying water mist looked at the suddenly frozen sea below and couldn't help but show a hint of emotion. The old man actually used this move. He was planning to fight to the death. Suddenly, the water mist's ears perked up. Despite being in midair, it heard a clear sound of wind breaking rapidly approaching. In a hurry, it turned its head to take a look, and a hint of astonishment flashed in its eyes. It saw Enhong directly breaking through the air, moving at a frightening speed. Whenever his speed began to wane, Enhong would form a cross in front of him, summoning a shadow clone beside him. The clone would then slap his back, propelling him forward, causing his speed to surge once again. You could do that too. With one final violent boost, Enhong instantly leapt above the water mist's head, raising his hand to stab at the water mist's back. The water mist dodged to the side, and the blade shredded the blood wings behind it. Without its wings, the water mist quickly fell towards the ice surface, and Enhong, unable to hover, also plummeted from the heights. Boom! Boom! A loud noise echoed across the ice field as the two of them crashed through the ice surface and fell into the sea, sending water and shattered ice soaring into the sky, almost instantly tearing two massive circular cracks in the ice. After the waves splashed up, they fell back from the heights, producing a series of dents, sounds like a torrential rain. Splash! Yenhong emerged from the shattered ice sea, his black hair soaked by the seawater, sticking tightly to his forehead. Through the damp strands, his gaze was fixed on the figure, surfacing not far away. The cold water dripped off him as he wiped his cheek with his hand and looked at the opposite Yenhong, shouting, "What a grand show! Can you give me a reason for capturing me?" Yenhong stood on the ice, observing the crystal-clear, frozen sea around him, feeling a hint of admiration for the unremarkable figure of the water shadow. In the original Void, apart from the first Hokage, Hashirama, there were few descriptions of the other four original shadows, and even their abilities and life stories were scarce. Originally, Yenhong thought the water shadow's strength should be about the same as his own, but at this moment, he realized he had underestimated that old man. After all, he and the mist had already run nearly dozens of miles, yet the surrounding seawater remained sealed in ice. Such a terrifying range of ninjutsu was something Yenhong believed he couldn't achieve. Indeed, a ninja capable of stabilizing a chaotic world was absolutely not an ordinary figure, unlike the several generations of water shadows in later times. Unfortunately, his opponent was Uchiha Madara. Bringing his thoughts back, Yenhong casually responded to the mist's question. "Just like you, to become stronger." "Stronger? Ha! That is indeed a hard temptation to resist." The mist glanced into the distance, faintly able to see the outline of the coast, saying, "It seems you're determined to get me, but if I can exchange one, it doesn't seem like a loss. Of course, the premise is that you have the ability to do so." As he spoke, Yenhong took a gourd of wine from his waist, which was given to him by the leader of the Yao Yi clan, Tian Lao, for years ago. It allowed him to temporarily ignore the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. Now, there was only one last sip of medicinal wine left in the gourd. Yenhong tilted his head back and drank it all, then casually tossed the gourd behind him, wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth. As the Manjiki Sharingan in his eyes erupted with its final crimson glow, on the other side, the mist also knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. So he chose not to escape anymore, slowly gathering blood into a 3-foot blood sword in his palm. Whoosh! The cold wind blew, and both of their auras began to rise, with violent chakra bursting forth, creating ripples at their feet that collided with each other at the center, causing slight distortions in the space when viewed from afar. Swish! Eye technique, spirit of the soul of Kaya. Yenhong took the initiative, activating his eye technique towards the mist, attempting to directly steal his blood ninjutsu. But the next second, he frowned and teased, "Are you a turtle?" Suddenly, a layer of blood armor appeared around the mist, wrapping him tightly, even covering his face with a blood-colored mask, completely blocking Yenhong's line of sight. "I've already fallen for your eye technique once. Only a fool would fall for it a second time." As he spoke, the mist disappeared from his spot, charging from the left side and drawing a crescent arc on the ice, directly attacking Yenhong's flank. The mist moved incredibly fast, forcibly boiling the blood in his body to achieve ultimate physical capabilities. When he was 10 meters away from Yenhong, the blood sword suddenly lunged forward. Swish! As the sound of slicing air reached his ears, Yenhong made a horizontal slash with his cold blade, initially trying to directly cut the mist's blood sword. However, before contact, he heard a sizzling sound. The blood sword pierced out, suddenly extending and transforming from sword into a spear, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Although this surprise attack was incredibly fast, it did not escape the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Yenhong spun and flipped sideways, narrowly dodging the spear aimed at his face, while simultaneously smashing a punch onto the ice beneath him. Boom! As his fist landed, the ice surface instantly collapsed, causing the area where the mist stood to suddenly tilt upwards, catching him off guard and causing him to stumble. Yenhong seized the opportunity to close in suddenly, stabbing with his cold blade at the mist's waist. Although the mist did not know what the Land of Fire wanted him for, he realized his importance to them and knew they would never kill him. So, he chose to give up all defense, twisting his wrist as the blood spear transformed back into a blood sickle, pulling back fiercely to slash at Yenhong's neck from behind. Seeing the mist, not dodging or avoiding, wanting to exchange lives, Yenhong felt helpless, but knew he couldn't really trade lives with him. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Clang! The blood sickle struck against the black Susanoo skeleton, producing a thunderous clash. but did not break through Susanu's defenses. On the contrary, EnhongSteals' stab pierced through the blood armor effortlessly, drawing a string of blood beads from the mist's waist. Having succeeded in his strike, EnhongSteals did not give the mist any chance to catch his breath. An arm made of Susanu's skeleton extended outward, launching a massive fist that created terrifying shockwaves, sending ripples across the ice surface. Huh! The mist roared, gathering countless blood in his hand to form a blood hammer. He twisted and spun, unleashing a torrent of water, as if a deity were drumming down a hammer onto the incoming Susanu's fist. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted over the endless ice sea, like a cannonball detonating, shattering the surrounding ice surface under the terrifying shockwave, sending splinters of ice soaring into the sky. Both exchanged a punch, and their figures were immediately propelled backward by the violent crosswind, piercing through the ice layer and then falling into the sea, bouncing back and carving two massive grooves on the ice surface. The mist tumbled into the sea, feeling as if he had been hit by a battering ram. Losing sensation in half of his body, struggling to surface, he looked up to see a black flame descending from the sky, once again crashing towards him. Boom! The still turbulent sea erupted into a bowl-shaped hollow, with EnhongSteals surrounded by the black Susanu skeleton, resembling a pitch-black, ghostly flame, once again pressing the mist underwater. With Susanu's iron fists pounding down on him, bang, 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 the sound of muffled thunder echoed from beneath the sea, and at first, the mist could barely block the attacks. Gradually, he began to feel overwhelmed, and after being knocked away once more, while his figure had yet to stabilize, EnhongSteals had already flashed to his back, mercilessly delivering another punch, weaving back and forth in the water, while the mist was tossed around like a rag doll. In just a moment, the blood armor on the mist began to shatter, his complexion turning a sickly red, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. And even his eyes began to gradually lose focus. Is it really over? After suffering multiple heavy blows, even with his shadow-level strength, the mist's expression showed signs of daze, and his mind began to recall his journey as a ninja. When he was very young, the mist's parents died in war, leaving him to survive alone in the world. As a child, he had no survival skills, but his blood ninjutsu was quite unique, allowing him to sustain his body's basic energy needs by absorbing blood without needing food. In the era of war, corpses and blood were abundant. So in order to survive, young Mist wandered between battlefields and corpses like a vampire living in the sunlight, which led him to develop a pathological thirst for blood. Gradually, he understood a principle. To survive in the ninja world, one needed to possess overwhelming power that surpassed this world. His desire for power became an obsession, to the point of pathology, leading to the terrifying Blood Mist era in the future. Of course, these are stories for later. Although his tragic childhood experiences twisted his character, they also endowed him with a resilient spirit. He would not easily give up as long as he could still fight. Splash! The originally dazed eyes regained their sharpness. Gritting his teeth to forcibly stop his body from flying backwards, he reached into his bosom and pulled out a pack of blood bags, which contained half a bag of bright red blood. A determined glint flashed in his eyes as he bit down on the blood bag and drank it all. Not far away, EnhongSteals was clearly taken aback. Because he was afraid of killing the water mist, he unconsciously held back some of his strength, initially intending to knock the water mist out and take him away, but unexpectedly, this guy managed to recover at the last moment. This is blood? Who? After drinking the blood, the water mist's breathing gradually became heavy, veins bulging on his forehead, and the previously exhausted chakra began to rise steadily. Even the surrounding seawater was forcibly pushed away by the violent chakra erupting from his body, forming a vacuum zone. His bloodshot and fierce eyes fixed on EnhongSteals. And then he clasped his hands together. Blood escape. Blood funeral. Boom. The entire sea area was instantly dyed bright red, with surrounding seawater swirling wildly. And the area where the two were located directly formed a blood-red vortex spanning nearly 100 meters. Even though EnhongSteals had some mental preparation, seeing the scene before him still showed a hint of astonishment. He understood this was the opponent's last desperate technique, so he no longer held back. In an explosive moment, black flames blazed fiercely on his body, armor adhering to flesh and bone, and the Yata mirror system violently descended amidst the churning seawater. Open for me. Boom. The black spear in Susanu's hand, carrying the power of a mountain-splitting strike, was thrust out, instantly tearing apart the surging waves before him, forming a trench in the sea that split left and right. With a full force strike, It actually penetrated the entire swirling vortex, spreading out for dozens of miles and causing thunder to erupt. Splash! After a spear opened the sea, the turbulent sea surface rolled back together, and the seawater that had been lifted into the air fell back to the surface, returning tranquility to the world, as if the fierce battle had never happened. Thud! Hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, a disheveled figure broke through the water surface. The water mist was like a candle in the wind, looking exceptionally pale, with his entire right arm turned to nothingness, completely losing his usual elegant demeanor. Even so, he still gathered his last breath and ran towards the nearby coastline. Tap, tap, tap. As he got closer to the coastline, a glimmer of relief flashed in the water mist's eyes, thankful to be alive. As long as he could make it ashore, he could contact reinforcements from the village, and this crisis would be easily resolved. Suppressing the joy in his heart, the water mist, although slightly unsteady, began to speed up. But as he ran, he felt something was off. Instinctively glancing back, a wave of deep despair suddenly engulfed him. Not far away, a black figure was rapidly approaching. Although Yenhong had also consumed a lot of energy and his vision was nearly emptied, he was still in a significantly better state compared to the water mist. Looking at the fleeing water mist ahead, Yenhong smiled coldly. I've already let you escape once. Only a fool would let you go a second time. Damn! Hearing his previous words thrown back at him, the water mist cursed inwardly. But a sense of helplessness also rose within him. Just as he was contemplating whether to end it all, he suddenly saw a line of ships on the surface of the sea not far ahead, with the leading ship flying a flag bearing the emblem of the mist-hidden village. Saved! The water mist was first taken aback, then filled with wild joy, immediately pouring all his strength into charging towards the fleet. Chapter 115. Crushing like withered grass boom on a vast ice field. Two figures swept across like hurricanes ravaging the sea, leaving destruction in their wake, with shattered ice flying everywhere. The chakra, generated by their collisions, formed a raging chakra storm around them. The entire sea area trembled, and the observing ninjas from the mist-hidden village could only see two black shadows flickering back and forth, wanting to help but finding it impossible to intervene, silently praying for their leader's victory. In the center of the storm, Bai Lian's face was pale, his blue-white hair disheveled, and his eyes filled with undisguised horror. Currently, the two appeared evenly matched, but he knew he held no advantage at all. Every attack he launched was with all his might, leading to a terrifying chakra depletion. In contrast, Uchiha Madara had maintained a relaxed demeanor throughout, seeming less like he was fighting and more like he was entertaining himself. In fact, this was indeed the case. Madara was undoubtedly a passionate combat enthusiast. Rather than focusing on the outcome, he enjoyed the process of fighting. As long as his opponent could spark his interest, he didn't mind spending some time playing with them. This was also why, during the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original timeline, Madara could have easily defeated the five Kage, but chose to toy with them for half a day instead. Since the end of the Warring States period, Madara had not engaged in a true battle, although he did practice with Azuna and Yenhong, which could only be considered sparring, as he mostly fed them techniques rather than truly unleashing his full strength against them. Bai Lian had undoubtedly stirred Madara's long-lost fighting interest, and the price he had to pay was to endure Madara's overwhelming assault without holding back. Boom! In the center of the battlefield, the wind howled. Amidst the swirling dust and mist, a figure broke through the haze and soared into the sky, but from the terrifying speed. It was easy to see that the figure had been forcibly thrown into the air by an external force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fireballs followed closely behind, targeting the figure flipping in the air. Bai Lian's hair stood on end, yet he did not lose his composure in midair, with his hands forming seals. 3 ice spikes condensed midair, shooting downwards towards the incoming flames. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud explosions rang out in succession as fire and ice collided, bursting into 3 dazzling blue fireworks. Bai Lian took the chance to stabilize his form, but before he could return to the ground, a booming sound suddenly came from beneath him, and a figure like a white rainbow, piercing the sun, streaked through the sky at high speed, splitting the airwaves in two, almost instantaneously reaching above Bai Lian and spinning to kick down. Bang! Bai Lian's pupils constricted as he used his palm to catch the heavy kick. With a loud crash, those below saw a meteor streak across the sky. Without pausing, it shot straight down towards the ground. Splash! Bai Lian flipped backward in midair, his feet landing on the ice surface. This time he did not crash into the sea, but instead successfully absorbed the impact by stepping on the waves. directing the residual force into the ground, creating a massive wave behind him. Cough cough. Bai Lian finally couldn't help but cough violently. As the first Hokage, Bai Lian had traversed the land of water for nearly 40 years, experiencing hundreds of battles of all sizes. He had encountered disadvantaged situations before, but it was the first time he felt utterly powerless, relying solely on his own strength. It seems I can only use that technique. In a daze, a muffled thunder exploded in the distance, and the vast, icy ocean was cut in half by a black figure, directly tearing open a wave that split to the left and right on the sea surface. Ice release. Ice dragon bullet. Boom! Several ice dragons were simultaneously torn apart, and the sky was filled with shattered ice, creating a white mist as Madara charged like a raging dragon out to sea, reaching Bai Lian's front in the blink of an eye. His right hand swung a punch directly at Bai Lian's head. What seemed like an ordinary punch sent chills down Bai Lian's spine. He felt that Madara's physical strength completely surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. For a regular ninja, even one skilled in taijutsu, under such a violent burst of speed, their muscles would definitely not hold up and would be torn apart on the spot. Yet Bai Lian, worthy of the title of First Hokage, despite his age, did not slow in reaction. He raised his left hand high and directly caught the incoming fist. Boom! The fist and palm collided in midair, producing a deafening sound that swept away the layer of ice beneath their feet. Bai Lian's body suddenly trembled, and the surging energy coursed through his arm, causing his robe to swell up instantly. Bai Lian moved his throat, forcibly swallowing the blood that surged into his mouth, as chakra flooded wildly within him. Crack, 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 oh! Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw a stream of ice erupt from Bai Lian's palm, instantly covering Madara's fist. Bai Lian formed a one-handed seal with his right hand, and the slightly peculiar calmness in his eyes revealed a sense of tranquility. I've got you. Heh, this is interesting. Ice release. Ice. Swish. There was no earth-shattering sound, just like a gentle breeze sweeping across the land, nourishing without a sound. The temperature in the world seemed to drop for a moment, yet it felt as if nothing had happened. Who? Bai Lian gasped heavily, his chakra depleted by 70 to 80%, his internal organs suffering varying degrees of damage. The final explosion aggravated his internal injuries, causing blood to uncontrollably drip from the corner of his mouth onto his disheveled beard. Although Bai Lian looked extremely disheveled, his face showed a relieved expression. In front of him, where Madara once stood, there was now a transparent ice sculpture. Madara maintained his punching stance, entirely frozen in the extreme cold. Ice release. Ice. Bai Lian's ultimate ninjutsu had the drawback of only being able to be released after physical contact with the enemy, but as long as it successfully hit the target, it could freeze everything about the opponent, flesh and blood, chakra, even the soul. It's over. Clap. Bai Lian lightly snapped his fingers, and the entire ice sculpture shattered, turning into a flurry of blue ice crystals. I won. Long live Lord Mizukichi. Ha ha. I told you Lord Mizukichi would be fine. Hearing the cheers surrounding him, Bai Lian felt a headache coming on. Since Uchiha Madara was dead, the Hidden Flame Village would inevitably engage in a deadly feud with the Hidden Mist Village, and both sides would surely erupt into a great war. The so-called peace treaty was just a piece of worthless paper in the face of such hatred, and facing the Hidden Flame Village's reckless retaliation. Even if the Hidden Mist Village could withstand it, they would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. In that case, the only option was to keep the three brothers behind. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Bai Lian's eyes as he turned to walk toward Izuna and Zuki Mangetsu. Swish, the next moment, a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly appeared in Bai Lian's mind space, causing him to instantly freeze in place. Before he could regain his senses, a thunderous blow struck his chest. Bang, crack, the sound of bones breaking was clear, and Bai Lian spat out a mouthful of blood as a hole was blown through his robe. His upper body arched backward like an arrow released from a bow. Flying back, just as his form left the ice surface, a large hand shot out like lightning, accurately gripping Bai Lian's ankle and then yanking him back with terrifying force, swinging him in a semicircle before smashing him onto the surface of the water. Boom! A massive wave surged into the sky, and the sea surface instantly exploded into a circular pit, the rising ring wave spreading outwards, even scattering the many ninjas who were watching. Splash! Countless water droplets fell like rain, and the turbulent sea gradually calmed. The world returned to tranquility, leaving only two figures on the battlefield, one lying and one standing. Chapter 116. Collusion Who? The cold wind swept across the land, and floating clouds obscured the horizon. Bai Lian floated on the sea, his entire being weak as a thread, his face pale and devoid of blood, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Cough, how did you do it? Madara stood beside Bai Lian with his arms crossed, his Sharingan glaring down at the Bai Lian beneath him, and said in a deep voice, "You aren't too bad. You brought me some amusement, but it's meaningless in the face of the Sharingan." The Sharingan, huh? Bai Lian's mouth once again oozed blood, weakly saying, "Have you set your sights on the land of water? A mere speck of land. I'm not interested." Madara shook his head with some regret. "If it weren't for other reasons, I wouldn't even have the interest to strike at you. So it's because of the mist, huh?" Bai Lian understood, but at this point, he was already a fish on a chopping board, truly powerless. Swish! Just then, a sharp sound of wind sliced through the air beside Madara, aimed directly at his head. But if such a sneak attack could succeed, he wouldn't be Uchiha Madara. Madara's ear twitched slightly. Without even glancing, he quickly extended 2 fingers, accurately pinching the shuriken that flew toward him. Turning to look, the previously observing guards from the hidden mist village slowly closed in, each one showing a tense posture as if facing a great enemy, and the one who threw the shuriken was Bai Lian's granddaughter, Bai He. Thump, thump. The sound of intense heartbeats filled Bai He's mind. Since becoming a ninja, it was the first time she felt such a terrifying sense of oppression, her body uncontrollably trembling slightly. She forced herself not to retreat, summoning her courage to shout, "Stop! Stop it!" "Oh!" Madara suddenly stepped forward, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept through the area. "Do you wish to dance as well?" Hiss! Everyone involuntarily took a step back, even before the battle began. Sweat was already dripping from their foreheads, their eyes filled with horror. "Cough, I beg you, don't kill them." Bai Lian, lying on the ground, struggled to get up, but his serious internal injuries caused him to fall back down again, and he could only lay aside his dignity and plead desperately. "Umph." Madara snorted coldly, showing no interest in this group of people. Whether he killed them or not was merely a thought away, and Madara was not someone who craved bloodshed. During the 4th Great Ninja War in the original timeline, regardless of the Kage or Sasuke, Madara left them a breath, not delivering the final blow, because he didn't care about the life or death of his opponents. Madara also didn't want to waste time on this rabble, and with a flicker, he disappeared from the spot. After Madara left, Bai He and the others dared to rush forward, surrounding Bai Lian. Bai He gently lifted her grandfather's body, taking out medicine from her bosom and feeding it to Bai Lian. "Grandpa, are you okay?" "Cough. Return to the hidden mist village immediately." After saying this, Bai Lian completely fainted. On another battlefield, with a thunderous roar, the massive mirage instantly vanished into a mist. Zuki Mangetsu's form also emerged from the ethereal white fog, having actually broken my mirage. Quite impressive. It's rare to encounter an opponent that excites him. Izuna similarly showed great interest, genuinely praising, "Your ninjutsu is quite good. The only one in the entire land of water capable of breaking my ninjutsu is the Mizukage." Zuki Mangetsu began forming seals with both hands as a reward for being second. "Let me show you my ultimate ninjutsu." Izuna held his sword in both hands, readying his stance. "Come on, stop playing around." Just then, a deep voice echoed in their ears. Both combatants shuddered simultaneously. The person who appeared silently beside them, without them noticing, clearly possessed strength above theirs. However, unlike the vigilance on Zuki Mangetsu's face, Izuna felt more helpless. "Big brother, it's hard to find a decent opponent. Can't I have a little more fun?" Madara glanced at Zuki Mangetsu and said, "Don't forget our main mission this time." All right. After all, the bigger picture is important, and Izuna wasn't someone without a sense of the greater situation, even though he didn't believe that the hidden flame would fail. "Hey, you're Zuki Mangetsu, right? We'll fight again next time." Looking at the disappearing figures of the two, Zuki Mizuha let out a heavy sigh of relief, not daring to chase after them alone, and could only silently pray that Suim could successfully escape back to the land of water. Ha ha! The heavy panting almost drowned out all sounds in the world, and the scene before his eyes gradually began to blur. Looking at the fleet that was so close, Suim's eyes burst with a strong desire to survive, just a little more. After forcing himself to sprint at high speed in a severely injured state, Suim was already at the end of his strength, relying solely on the last bit of breath to hold on. He glanced back at the ever-approaching ink, gritted his teeth, and pulled out a pouch of blood from his pocket, draining it in one gulp. Blood-sucking was one of the abilities of blood escape, allowing one to strengthen themselves by absorbing the energy from blood, with stronger blood yielding more significant effects. The blood in Suim's hand was indeed that of Byakuren, which was why he had suddenly unleashed such terrifying combat power earlier. However, the effects of absorbing the same person's blood would diminish successively, but it was more than sufficient to give him a short speed boost. Boom! Suim stomped heavily on the water surface, his whole body flying into the air, directly soaring several dozen meters before crashing heavily onto the deck. Help! Before he could get up, Suim shouted for help, quickly attracting the attention of the ninjas on the ship as the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Bang! Enk followed closely behind, leaping onto the deck. The relentless burst of energy had also taken a toll on him. While he wasn't exhausted, he was still panting heavily. Enk's voice was slightly hoarse. Run, keep running. Hearing the footsteps approaching from beside him, Suim's heart steadied, covering his severed right arm with his left hand, and taunted, "Idiot! The one who should be running now is you." Enk wore a strange smile on his face. "Do you really think these people can stop me? You're already at your limit, right? I don't believe you can." His words were abruptly cut off as Suim froze, as if under a spell, staring in disbelief at the large group pouring out from the cabin, seeing that the leader was none other than Uchiha Chiri, causing his brain to crash. Wait, you are from the Fanato clan? You actually colluded with outsiders. Chapter 117. The Coming Storm? What do you mean by colluding with outsiders? Our Fanato clan and your Kirigakure are not in the same boat. Fanato Tensui stepped forward with a cold smile, waving his hand to order his subordinates to surround Suim. On the contrary, we have always been enemies. Suim's expression darkened instantly, while Enk nodded at Fanato Tensui. Clan leader Fanato, long time no see. Thanks to you for this operation. Fanato Tensui laughed heartily. Just a small favor. Before this operation, to be safe, Enk thought about having the Fanato clan assist, as the two sides had made a verbal agreement 4 years ago. However, Enk couldn't be sure if the Fanato clan had taken the agreement seriously. So before the Great Ninja War, he had Kakuzu send a letter to the Fanato clan in the name of the Land of Fire. The letter simply aimed to confirm whether the Fanato clan was willing to become partners. If they agreed, the Land of Fire was willing to help the Fanato clan seize Kirigakure. When Fanato Tensui received the letter, he agreed without hesitation. He never expected that in just 4 years, the Uchiha clan, which had once needed to seek help in the Land of Water, had developed to this extent. Not only had they built their own village, but they also subtly controlled the entire country, their strength not inferior to the 5 great countries. In contrast, the Fanato clan's chance of seizing power in the Land of Water had become increasingly slim as Kirigakure gradually stabilized and developed. Now that the Land of Fire had actively extended an olive branch, they naturally accepted it gladly. As for whether it would be like seeking the skin of a tiger, that was a joke. Their small force had nothing worth the Land of Fire scheming for. After receiving the Fanato clan's reply, Enk immediately formulated a plan and had Chiri meet with them in advance to command their participation in this operation. The task assigned to the Fanato clan was simple: to seal off the coastline of the Land of Water. If the Fanato clan's influence on land in the Land of Water was nearly zero, their influence at sea, as a pirate-born family, was not to be underestimated. This was also why Kirigakure had never been able to eradicate them. To better lure Suim into their trap, Fanato Tensui even specially changed to a Kirigakure village flag, which surprisingly proved effective. Thinking of this, Fanato Tensui secretly glanced at Enk, knowing that this time Kirigakure had brought out its top combat power. If they could use the Land of Fire's strength to capture this group, including the Mizukage, wouldn't it be easy to crush Kirigakure? Enk noticed Fanato Tensui's thoughts and shook his head. Now is not the time to go to war with Kirigakure. Provoking a full-scale resistance from them now would only disrupt our plans. Realizing that his thoughts had been seen through, Fanato Tensui awkwardly smiled. I was too anxious. On the other hand, Suim saw more and more people surrounding him, knowing that he was likely doomed today. Although he felt some reluctance, as a ninja, Suim had already come to terms with it. He looked up at Enk in front of him and slightly smiled. Uchiha Enk, I didn't expect that today for years later. You would win again. What a pity. Had I known it would end like this, I would have killed you even at the cost of severe injuries 4 years ago. Enk remained non-committal. So, is this your last words? Suim smirked. If you think so, then it is. Swish, as his voice fell. Suim formed a blood dagger with one hand and unhesitatingly stabbed it into his throat. Since he couldn't escape, he wouldn't let himself fall into the hands of the enemy alive. Whoosh! The bright blade flashed, leaving a streak of crimson blood. Suim looked down at his left arm, which was now just a short stump. Before he could react further, he felt a wave of dizziness before losing consciousness completely. Enk quickly stepped forward to support Suim's body. turning to shout at the still-dazed Funato Tensui. He is already caught in my illusion. Do you have any medical ninjas on board? Don't let him die. Although powerful ninjas have stronger physiques and usually wouldn't die easily unless it was a fatal injury, Ink was still worried that Suim might die from excessive blood loss. If he accidentally died, their operation would suffer a huge loss. Yes. Funato Tensui came back to his senses, glancing warily at Chiri, who was sheathing his sword beside him. Just now, he hadn't even reacted before this person had already cut off someone's hand. In other words, if Chiri's target had been him, he might not have even known how he died. Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Funato Tensui turned back to his deputy and instructed, "Quick, go call Xiaoqing." Soon, two girls dressed in logistics attire ran over, and after receiving the order, they took the unconscious Suim for emergency treatment. Seeing that the situation was finally resolved, Ink also let out a sigh of relief, knowing that all they had to do next was wait for their two brothers to arrive and then return together to the Land of Fire. Funato Tensui waved away the surrounding crowd, hesitating several times, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Lord Ink, please don't blame me for being anxious. I still want to know how the Land of Fire will help us fight against Kirigakure." Seeing the eager and expectant look in Funato Tensui's eyes, Ink felt that if he didn't say something, he would probably lose sleep that night. So he spoke up, "Clan Leader Tensui, sometimes, why don't we try to change our perspective?" Change our perspective? With your own strength, dealing with the already formed Mist Village is like hitting a stone with an egg, and our Flame Village is too far from here to be of much help. Although these are facts, Zhou Tinshui's expression still changed slightly. "So, are you suggesting that we give up and submit to the Mist Village?" Yan Hong shook his head. "Of course not. We just shouldn't stubbornly clash with the Mist Village. There are so many islands at sea. It's not just the Land of Water. Are you suggesting we look for another territory?" Yan Hong patiently said, "You're too weak right now. Or rather, aside from the Land of Water, all the other island nations in the sea are insignificant. Rather than clinging to the invincible Mist Village, it would be better to start with these small island nations. Then consolidate the power of these scattered small countries and become the second hegemon of the sea. By then, we can turn back and deal with the Mist Village." Tinshui wasn't a fool. After hearing this, he immediately fell into contemplation. From his expression, it was clear that the ambitious man was somewhat tempted. Yan Hong seized the opportunity. "If I were you, I would first set a small goal for myself." "Please say it." "Gather multiple forces and then take down the Whirlpool Country." "The Whirlpool Country?" Zhou Tinshui's eyes widened. "You mean the Whirlpool Country where the Uzumaki clan is located? But aren't they on good terms with the Leaf Village? Wouldn't attacking them provoke the Leaf Ninjas?" Yan Hong said meaningfully, "Don't worry. Just gather the forces you can assemble. When the time comes, I will ensure that the Leaf Village has no time to care about the Uzumaki clan. By the time you take down the Whirlpool Country, we in the Flame Village should have completed our first step plan as well, and then we can deal with the Land of Water together." The Uzumaki clan. As the most loyal ally of the Leaf Village, Yan Hong didn't mind cutting off a limb from the leaf, since in the original timeline, the Whirlpool Country also ended up destroyed. He was just pushing the gears of fate a little early. Due to the explosive information, Zhou Tinshui felt a bit disoriented, but noted Yan Hong's suggestion in his mind and replied seriously, "I will think it over carefully." Yan Hong smiled lightly. "Then I will wait for your good news." Not long after, Madara and Izuna also arrived here, and the four of them took the half-dead Mizuki and set off on the journey back to Flame Village. Zhou Tinshui personally saw them off and watched their departing figures, murmuring to himself, starting with the small countries. "This really is a method, but why does this way sound so familiar? Hiss, isn't this? It seems war is about to begin again." Chapter 118. Assimilation, what did you say? The Uchiha attacked the Mist Village's team? In the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, Hashirama looked shocked at the intelligence officer before him. "Is this news true?" In front of the desk, a ninja wearing an umbu mask knelt on one knee and respectfully replied, "According to the information from the intelligence team in the Land of Water, the Mizukage and his group indeed encountered an ambush from the Flame Village while returning to the Mist Village. Among them, a ninja named Mizuki was taken away by the Uchiha, and the Mizukage, Haku, was seriously injured, and his life or death is still unknown." Why did this happen? Hashirama sat down in his chair, feeling a sense of disbelief on his face, especially since they had just signed a peace agreement. Beside Hashirama stood his assistants, Tobarama Senju on one side and Takahashi Senju on the other. Unlike Hashirama's dazed state, Tobarama immediately caught the key point in the words. "Are you saying they only took one person?" "Yes, aside from that, the Mist Village didn't suffer many casualties," the intelligence ninja answered respectfully. Takahashi pondered. So they don't intend to go to war with the Mist Village. But does this Mizuki have a grudge against the Uchiha? Why would the strongest four from the Uchiha clan act at the same time? Hashirama, realizing too late, said, "Oh, so Madara doesn't intend to start a war?" "Of course not," Tobarama said curtly. "First of all, the Flame Village hasn't taken resources from us yet, so they wouldn't initiate a war first. Secondly, there are several countries between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, so it's impossible to cross thousands of miles to wage war. Even if they want to fight, they would first attack the Land of Earth or our Land of Fire." "That's good." Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the Flame Village would start a war, because once war broke out, the flames of war would inevitably spread to the Leaf Village. And the position of the Leaf Village in Hashirama's heart goes without saying. It even surpasses familial ties. Any event that could harm the Leaf is something he cannot accept. Takahashi was still confused. So why did they capture this Mizuki? If it's just to capture someone, it could only be to settle a personal grudge, or because they wanted something from him. Tobarama frowned, lost in thought. If it's just revenge, they wouldn't need to send out elite forces. Even Madara himself took action, so it's likely that he possesses something of great importance to the Uchiha clan. Everyone's attention turned to Tobarama, who continued to analyze this Mizuki. If I remember correctly, he possesses a bloodline limit called blood release, which fundamentally allows him to manipulate his own blood. Blood? No, blood itself isn't useful, but it is tied to the bloodline. As the top scientist in the ninja world today, Tobarama's thinking was clearly more profound. Uchiha Yenhong can strip others of their bloodline limits. And if blood release can really affect the bloodline, then it indicates that this matter is related to the Uchiha bloodline. The Uchiha bloodline could be the Sharingan? The Sharingan? Hashirama looked at Tobarama and asked, "Are you saying this is related to their Sharingan?" Tobarama's expression was serious as he said, "I think there are two possibilities. The first is that they want to change the bloodline of ordinary ninjas. When ordinary ninjas possess the Uchiha bloodline, they are likely to awaken the Sharingan. The second possibility is to purify their own bloodline, which means evolving their own Sharingan. Above the Sharingan is the Manjiki Sharingan, and there may even be a higher existence above the Manjiki Sharingan. Of course, these are just my speculations, but regardless of the situation, it's not good news for us. Because the Uchiha clan in this timeline hasn't joined the Leaf Village, they do not know about the eternal Manjiki information. And relying solely on speculation cannot yield a concrete conclusion. Since we can't figure it out, let's not dwell on this issue." Hashirama thought for a moment and said, "No matter what Madara and the others intend to do, their actions have undoubtedly created enmity with the Mist Village. Coupled with the Flame Village's already poor relationship with the Cloud Village, I fear they might provoke war under these circumstances." Tobarama shrugged. "Isn't that just fine? The Land of Flame is provoking two major countries at the same time. Even if they go to war, it has nothing to do with us in the Leaf." Takahashi glanced at Hashirama and explained, "The clan leaders worry that if the peace agreement is broken, the Land of Fire will eventually be affected." Hashirama immediately nodded. "That's right. Peace requires everyone to maintain together. Now that they haven't started a war, we shouldn't interfere in their internal affairs. All we can do is prepare for the possibility of war in advance." Tobarama said as he walked toward the door without looking back. "For the next half-month, I will be developing a new ninjutsu in seclusion. If there are no particularly important matters, don't disturb me." After Tobarama left, Hashirama finally couldn't help but mutter hiss. Tobarama isn't going to come up with some strange ninjutsu again, is he? While the Hidden Leaf Village was worried about the future peace of the ninja world, the Uchiha clan was undertaking an attempt that could overturn history. In the core area of the Hidden Flame Village, several secret chambers were being constructed underground in the Flame Shadow building. This could be said to be the most heavily guarded place in the entire Hidden Flame Village. Those who could enter were only of two types. One type was the absolute high-ranking officials of the Hidden Flame Village, namely the 9 high-ranking members of the Village Council. The second type was those who could invade this place by their own strength. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire wealth of the Hidden Flame Village is primarily stored in two places. One is the Hidden Flame Armory, and the other is this underground secret chamber of the Flame Shadow building, which contains a large number of ninja technique manuals and various collected documents. In a hidden room, candlesticks were placed in the corners of the room, and the orange-yellow flames illuminated the entire room. In the center of the room was an operating table with gauze, ointments, and other surgical supplies laid out on it. Not far away stood a wooden frame, with a misty figure who had lost both arms tightly bound to it. Still trapped in an illusion, he hung his head low, his long hair falling down and obscuring his face. Izumi thought for a moment and couldn't help but say, "Hire, are you sure you're okay? How about I go first?" "Second, brother, you said that 5 times already," Hairu replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Don't worry, I have enough confidence to succeed." "But, alright, Izumi, when did you become so fussy?" Madara interrupted Izumi's words, then looked seriously into Hairu's eyes. "Are you ready?" "Ah, brother, let's get started." Madara nodded and handed Hairu 2 transparent glass containers filled with green nutrient solution, with 2 kaleidoscope Sharingan quietly floating in the glass bottles. These eyes belonged to a senior named Uchiha Shiran, who was born about 50 or 60 years before us, and was also a very powerful ninja. Huff! Hairu took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then the kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared in his eyes. With his left eye directed at the misty figure. "I technique, Soul of Kaga." Chapter 119. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Activate. "I technique, Soul of Kaga." Buzz hiss. Boundless mental power shook in the air, and Hairu trembled violently. The eyes, already on the verge of blindness, suddenly sent a sharp pain throughout his body, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Clap! At that moment, 2 hands pressed on his shoulders, and 2 strong yet gentle chakras slowly flowed into his body, soothing the pain as if 2 clear springs were alleviating his discomfort. Huff! Gradually recovering, Hairu gently nodded to his 2 older brothers in front of him, then opened the glass bottle containing the Sharingan and extended a finger above the bottle's opening. Blood release. Blood transformation. Drip. A drop of blood quickly condensed at his fingertip, then dripped into both bottles. The originally green nutrient solution instantly turned blood red, emitting a faint smell of blood, as if the Sharingan was soaking in blood. However, as time passed, the blood color of the liquid in the bottles gradually faded, eventually returning to the original green. "Is that it?" Izumi leaned closer to the bottle, looking up and down, feeling that there was no change. "The eyes in the bottle have absorbed my blood and have fundamentally assimilated with my bloodline," Hairu said, hiding the Sharingan in his eyes. He then lay down on the operating table and turned to Madara. "Brother, now help me transplant these eyes." Madara didn't hesitate, striding to Hairu's side, channeling chakra into his hand, and then reaching toward Hairu's eyes. At this point, it's worth mentioning the issue of the fusion of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Although the operation of transplanting and fusing the Sharingan has no difference in practice, they are fundamentally different. Firstly, for the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the eyes are the vessels of the kaleidoscope techniques. Simply put, when an Uchiha clan member has their eyes removed, they lose the ability to use the eye techniques. For example, when Obito gave his left eye to Kakashi, he lost the ability to use the Kamui of his left eye. Even if he later transplanted a new Sharingan, he still couldn't use the long-range Kamui. However, others, regardless of whether they are Uchiha clan members or not, even if it's just a crow, as long as they transplant the kaleidoscope eyes, they can use the techniques stored in the eyes. This is the ordinary transplant, but the fusion of the eternal eye is different. Before fusion, it is necessary to separate the techniques from the eyes, changing the vessel from the eyes to oneself, then injecting the techniques into the new eyes and covering and fusing the techniques originally present in the new eyes. For instance, when Sasuke replaced Itachi's eyes and fused them into the eternal kaleidoscope, his own Amaterasu and Susanoo were still retained, rather than being replaced with Itachi's Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Thus, the fusion of the eternal eye is a process of merging into one, rather than a one-for-one exchange like ordinary transplants. This is also why Hairu, Izumi, and Madara did not rotate changing eyes to create 3 pairs of eternal eyes, because rotating changing eyes would at most just exchange kaleidoscope abilities, not fuse into eternal eyes. Under Madara's control, Hairu quickly transplanted Uchiha Shiran's eyes. At the moment the new eyes were attached, Hairu's chakra began to replace the original owner's chakra in the eyes. In the original timeline's 5 Kage summit, Ao had seen the chakra of Shursui in Danzo's right eye with his Byakugan, so the kaleidoscope Sharingan carries the original owner's chakra. This process is the first stage of fusion and is the simplest stage, as the residual chakra in a pair of eyes is originally not much, and under the push of Hairu's massive chakra, the process of chakra replacement was quickly and smoothly completed. The second stage is the fusion of bloodlines, which has always been the biggest problem for the Uchiha clan in achieving the eternal eye, because organ transplantation cannot avoid matching blood types and bloodlines. Once the body produces rejection due to bloodline issues, it signifies failure in fusion. However, under the blood releases bloodline assimilation, This stage also posed no problem. The third stage, which is the most important step, is the fusion and expansion of eye power. At this point, Hairu clearly felt intense discomfort, as his eye power felt like a naked giant man, impatiently wanting to merge with this little girl that was being delivered to him. However, as a kaleidoscope Sharingan, the eye power contained within it is also quite immense, so this little girl was not as delicate and weak as imagined, but rather a robust and muscular Barbie. When faced with the intrusion of the giant man, she naturally fought back fiercely, punching and kicking. Thus, the two different eye powers began to clash violently, continuously colliding and entangling, bringing intense pain that caused Hairu to instinctively grip the edge of the operating table, his muscles tightening suddenly and the veins around his eyes bulging, as if he had opened his Byakugan. Outside, seeing this sudden change, Izumi immediately looked at Madara beside him, anxiously saying, "Brother, why is Hairu acting like this?" Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observing Hairu's condition, and after a long time, he responded, "The eye power is merging. Now it depends on Hairu himself. But from the current situation, there seems to be no problem. In fact, this is indeed the case." Although Yenhong felt pain, it was not to the extent of wishing for death. Plus, since he was fighting on his home turf, Yenhong's ocular power was continuously replenished. In contrast, Uchiha Shan's ocular power was like a rootless floating weed, gradually losing its strength from an initially equal footing until he was finally pressed to the ground. Watching helplessly as Yenhong's ocular power surged forward, wanly unleashed. Tick-tock, with his eyes wrapped in bandages. Yenhong had no idea how long had passed. He only felt the surging ocular power within his eyes gradually calming down, slowly beginning its final adaptation and digestion. It seems you've gained a brand new power. In a mental space, the massive form of Crazy Fong coiled up, and its crimson snake-like eyes looked with interest at Yenhong below. You Uchiha clan truly are the descendants of that person. Sometimes I am even amazed by the potential of your clan. Yenhong did not respond, sitting cross-legged in front of Crazy Fong. "Hey, little Fong, how much have you recovered?" "About 60 to 70%. Crazy Fong raised its head and said loudly, "Humph. Don't think just because you have new power that you can surpass me. To be honest, you are still far from it. TCH, keep bragging. Who was it that I turned into a rope before? Huh? If it weren't for my bad condition that day." Right, bad condition. Hiss. "Do you believe I'll fight you?" Ha ha ha. Seeing Crazy Fong's exasperated expression, Yenhong burst into laughter, and after Crazy Fong calmed down, it shook its head, a faint arc curling at the corner of its mouth. "Hey, Yenhong, your eyes are probably close to completing their evolution, right? It's also time to usher in a new era." Yenhong slowly stood up. "Well, little Fong, do you remember when I told you I would take you to experience the scenery of this ninja world? That day is coming soon. Hey, you brat, get lost. I'm going to sleep." Outside, Yenhong slowly tore off the bandages wrapped around his eyes. Black chakra flames burned fiercely around him, and the terrifying ocular power surged like a torrent. These eyes are truly exhilarating. Swish, his eyes slowly opened. They were the eternal eyes. Chapter 120, Stone Tablet Tap Tap Tap. A series of crisp footsteps echoed in the quiet hall, and soon a figure slowly appeared in the shrine. The quiet shrine was empty. Due to a lack of visitors for some time, the ground was covered with a thin layer of dust, and a faint musty smell seemed to linger in the air. The entire shrine was arranged in a regular square shape, and on the pure white wall in front, the fan-shaped clan emblem symbolizing Uchiha was engraved, beneath which stood a green stone tablet about half a person tall. Tap tap. The figure slowly walked to the stone tablet, and the slight breeze stirred the flames of the candles on either side, casting a flickering shadow. The figure took a deep breath, then his eyes slightly narrowed. Swish, beautiful, exotic patterns emerged in his pupils, and a vast amount of ocular power poured out, enveloping the stone tablet. From the perspective of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, rows of dense text gradually appeared on the surface of the tablet, quickly filling the entire stone. As expected, the content of the stone tablet had been rewritten. Yenhong sighed helplessly. The content on the tablet was quite simple. First, narrating a series of achievements of the Sage of Six Paths, including ending Kagaya's terrifying rule, founding the ninja religion, aiding the people in various places, and maintaining world peace. This part of the text could be read by any Uchiha clan member who had opened their Sharingan, while the following section could only be unlocked by those who had reached the level of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It roughly stated that the Uchiha clan, as descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, had the opportunity to awaken the legendary sage's eye, which was the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan could summon the divine trees, shell sealed on the moon by the Sage of Six Paths. As long as the 9-tailed beasts were injected into the divine tree's shell, the 10 tails could be resurrected. When an Uchiha clan member with the sages, I became the Jinchuri of the 10 tails, they could awaken the eye of the moon, subsequently unleashing the ultimate illusion that would bring the entire world into absolute unity and peace. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Although the current timeline had long been altered beyond recognition due to Yenhong's presence, and Madara would not entertain the thought of launching Infinite Tsukuyomi due to being abandoned by his allies. After all, Infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a piece in illusion. When one had the power to create unity in reality, who would still pursue the ethereal? Nevertheless, having one's ancestral tablet tampered with was indeed quite an unpleasant matter. As expected, even the kaleidoscope Sharingan could not see through the changes within. It must have used the power of Enhong Release. En Release governs the power of the mind, capable of creating forms out of nothingness. Uchiha's ocular techniques, Nara clan's shadow secret techniques, and Yamanaka clan's mind transfer techniques all belong to En Release. Yang Release represents the power of life, capable of infusing life into all things, with medical ninjutsu and Hashirama Senju's self-healing belonging to Yang Release. The combination of the two is known as Yang Release, representing creation and destruction, with the most representative being the truth-seeking balls, which can not only nullify all ninjutsu, but also destroy all living beings. Unless one possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths, any physical contact with the truth-seeking balls would result in complete disintegration. Of course, as a manifestation of Kagaya's will, Kurizetsu might use Enhong Release, but only at a superficial level. At least it couldn't create truth-seeking balls. However, altering the content of a stone tablet without being discovered was still no problem. Unfortunately, Yenhong did not intend to let the content of the tablet continue to exist. Little Fong, can your sage techniques revert the content of the stone tablet? If there is anything that can counter Enhong Release, it is a type of sage art. Enhong Release may nullify ninjutsu, but cannot nullify the power of sage arts. Crazy Fong curiously asked, change the content of the stone tablet? Why? Do you want to alter your clan's ancestral teachings? It's not that I want to alter it, but it has already been changed by someone. The other party used the power of Enhong Release. An ordinary ninjutsu cannot restore it, so we can only use sage arts. Enhong Release? There are actually people in this world who can use Enhong Release. Crazy Fong was quite curious, then glanced at the stone tablet. If it really was Enhong Release, then in order to restore the content of the stone tablet, it could only be done with the same Enhong Release technique. Using sage arts would only mean destroying the entire stone tablet. After hearing this, Yenhong did not hesitate and directly said, then let's destroy it. So straightforward. Is this still your ancestral tablet? It's just a stone tablet. Even if I turn against my entire Hidden Flame village, my 2 older brothers would at most just not participate. They absolutely wouldn't stop me. For such a trivial matter, my second brother might even ask me why I did it, while my eldest brother wouldn't even inquire about it. As for the others, they can think whatever they want. Crazy Fong was somewhat speechless and said, well, do as you wish. I'll transfer Sage Chakra to you. Boom, after a while, a loud noise echoed in the shrine, and then Yenhong slowly walked out of the shrine. Since his 2 older brothers were still in the process of merging their eyes, Yenhong planned to first visit the ninja hospital in Hidden Flame Village. Just as he stepped out of the Uchiha clan's territory, he happened to encounter Chiri, who was also heading out. Yenhong immediately called out, Sister Chiri, are you going to ninja school? Chiri smiled gently and replied, yes, today's kids are much naughtier than the kids of the past. After all, it's not a war era, and the children have liberated their nature. The two walked side by side while chatting. Yenhong glanced at Jilly beside him, his tone carrying a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Jilly, about your eyes. Jilly shook her head, interrupting him. There's no need to apologize. For me, power is just to protect those around me. I'm already very satisfied with this life. Because the blood inheritance could only assimilate the remaining Sharingan into Yenhong's bloodline, Jilly, who had no blood relation to Yenhong, still couldn't solve the problem of bloodline rejection. Don't worry, Jilly. There will be other ways to deal with the side effects of the Sharingan. After all, I still want to recommend you for the position of the 2nd generation of Yening. Jilly pointed at herself in surprise. Me? The 2nd generation of Yening? Yenhong smiled and explained, yes, once the future war is over, my brother will step down as Yening. And my second brother has clearly expressed his lack of interest in that role. Sitting in the office all day would drive him crazy, so it has to be you. Jilly, what about you? Me? I promised someone I would go experience the scenery of the entire ninja world. So I don't want to stay in the village all the time. Jilly smiled and said, "Oh, so you all want an easy life and push everything onto me, right? Don't say that. If you need me for anything, I'll be there whenever you call." At that moment, they also reached a fork in the road, one leading to the school and the other to the hospital. Jilly stopped and said to Hong, "All right, I'll seriously consider the Yinning matter, but don't worry too much about my Sharingan. The most important thing now is the upcoming war. We can't afford to lose." Hong didn't say much more, just nodded slightly and said, "I understand, Jilly." After bidding farewell to Jilly, Hong arrived at the hospital alone. Just as he stepped through the hospital's main entrance, he saw Tian Yuan running excitedly towards him. "Lord Hong, I've successfully developed the medical ninjutsu you mentioned." Chapter 121. Medical Ninjutsu, Lord Hong. Medical Ninjutsu. I've done it. Tian Yuan rushed over, his excited voice immediately drawing the attention of others around. But he didn't care and ran straight to Hong, grabbing his hand and pulling him into the hospital. "Hurry, Lord Hong. Let me demonstrate." Hong's expression darkened. I understand your excitement, but could you please let go? I'm not interested in men. Sorry. Tian Yuan immediately released Hong's hand and calmed down, though the excitement on his face remained. "Lord Hong, I'm just so happy. This is a milestone for our medical clan." Hong understood Tian Yuan's elation. In the current era, the concept of medical ninjutsu didn't even exist yet. It would take about 7 or 8 years before the most basic medical ninjutsu, healing technique, was invented and began to spread widely. In the previous Warring States period, ninjas could only rely on medicine for treatment when injured, and most medicines had limited effectiveness. Minor injuries were manageable, but severe ones often meant leaving it to fate. Although there were effective special medicines, their scarcity, due to limited medicinal materials, meant that ordinary ninjas rarely had access to them, which contributed to the high mortality rate among ninjas during that time. As for why medical ninjas weren't cultivated during the Warring States period, it was because the threshold to become a medical ninja was very high. One not only needed to possess yang attribute chakra, but also had to have extremely precise chakra control. It was more practical to train several combat ninjas with the resources than to invest heavily in cultivating a single medical ninja, since not every medical ninja could be like Tsunade, who could both heal and fight. Ordinary medical ninjas would still require protection, which was a waste of manpower. However, from the experiences of later wars, the system of medical ninjas proved to be quite important. A single excellent medical ninja could be as valuable as an entire army. Thus, Hong had taught Tian Yuan the concept of medical ninjutsu long ago, albeit just as a concept, since Hong himself lacked yang attribute chakra and couldn't perform medical ninjutsu. He could only provide a general theory, while leaving the rest to the medicinal clan for in-depth research. Unexpectedly, after 4 years of development, the medicinal clan had really managed to create medical ninjutsu. The two quickly arrived at a laboratory. On the surgical table in the center of the lab lay a snow-white rabbit. Tian Yuan led Hong to the side of the table, picked up a scalpel without hesitation, and made an incision on the rabbit's leg. Eek! The snow rabbit immediately shrieked and struggled, blood quickly spreading beneath it. Tian Yuan's expression became focused as he quickly formed hand seals in front of him. Soon, a gentle green light appeared on his hands. He slowly placed his hands over the rabbit's wound, and under the green chakra's glow, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, completely restoring within 3 minutes. "Ha!" Tian Yuan exhaled, looking proudly at Hong. "How's that?" Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause rang out as Hong sincerely praised. "Congratulations. The medicinal clan has pioneered medical ninjutsu." Ha ha! This compliment struck a chord with Tian Yuan. As the young clan leader, nothing was more gratifying than bringing lasting prestige to his family. "I owe it all to Lord Hong's idea." Hong waved his hand dismissively. For him, he didn't care about prestige. He only cared about the final result. Whether this medical ninjutsu could be widely popularized in a short time was crucial. At the very least, they needed to establish a logistics medical team of no less than 200 people. Tian Yuan, hearing this, also put away his smile and thought seriously for a moment before replying. The learning difficulty of healing technique itself is not small, and the requirements for the user are quite strict. If we really want to form such a team, it would take at least 4 months. 4 months? That's too long. We don't have that much time. Hong shook his head. 1 month at most, and at least 50 people need to learn this ninjutsu. The rest can continue to rely on medicine. A month? I'll do my best. Tian Yuan forced a smile, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, the hero's water you asked us to research has results too. Oh, what do you mean? According to your request. We diluted the hero's water to a certain proportion and added some auxiliary medicines to change some of its properties. Among them, stop. Yenhong immediately cut him off. Just tell me the effects of the improved version. Sorry, I'm used to it. Tian Yuan chuckled awkwardly and explained. In short, after a series of improvements, the new hero's water no longer consumes life force but burns chakra, allowing for extremely high burst power and strong self-healing ability in a short time. The more chakra a user has, the more pronounced the effect. It can last for about 3 minutes, but after 3 minutes, the user will fall into a deep coma, and this process cannot be interrupted. However, after dilution, the quantity has greatly increased, so equipping a 1,000-man army is completely feasible. Yenhong frowned slightly. How much can it enhance? Tian Yuan thought for a moment. If we look at it from the perspective of the ninja rank system, it can allow a lower ninja to briefly unleash combat power comparable to a higher ninja. However, the physical strength of lower ninjas is too low, so the after effects might be more significant. Then, a glimmer flashed in Yenhong's eyes. What would happen if an ordinary person drank it? Hiss! Tian Yuan gasped in surprise. Lord Yenhong, are you trying to? Yenhong said nothing more, just patted Tian Yuan on the shoulder. Don't be so alarmed. Don't let your thinking become rigid. Once this war is over, at least in our land of flame, ninjas will be the true masters. I'll leave the medical ninjas to you. If you need any financial support, just go to the finance department and say it's approved by me. Watching Yenhong's departing figure, Tian Yuan's mind was still a bit dazed. Ninjas will be the masters? That seems pretty good. After leaving the ninja hospital, Yenhong turned and headed to the Yenin armory. Amidst the clanging sound of metalwork, Yenhong saw Shuntai, who looked pale, with dark circles under his eyes, and his body weak, as if he were a fragile reed. Hey, how'd you end up like this? Shuntai looked at Yenhong, the color drained from his lips, slightly lifting. It's nothing, just 5 days without sleep. But thankfully, I fulfilled the task. The ultimate weapon you wanted, we VE made it. Chapter 122, The Ultimate Weapon. I think you should rest a bit first. There's no need to rush, Yenhong said, eyeing Shuntai, who was swaying with every step, fearing he might collapse. Sometimes, the dedication that researchers like Shuntai and Tian Yuan have in their respective fields is something Yenhong truly admires. Haha, I think I'm fine. It's not the first time I've done this. I'm used to it. Shuntai waved his hand dismissively, walking while introducing Lord Yenhong. We've now created 5,000 sets of new armor and matching long swords. We've reduced the weight while enhancing the hardness. I guarantee they're at least 1 level stronger than others. Yenhong casually pulled out a newly forged long sword from a nearby rack. The blade shimmered coldly, and when he flicked his finger against the blade, it quivered lightly, producing a crisp sound. Good sword. Yenhong returned the sword to the rack and ordered, transport the equipment to the north and south borders so they can adapt in advance. By the way, have you manufactured that repeating crossbow? Of course. Zhuang, bring a repeating crossbow over. Not far away, a sturdy man quickly jogged over and handed Yenhong a newly made repeating crossbow. The design of the crossbow was very similar to what Yenhong remembered, lightweight in hand, and when the trigger was pulled, the bowstring made a ringing sound. Shuntai said admiringly from the side, I must say, Lord Yenhong, your idea is genius. Using a lever mechanism for consecutive firing of arrows, and it can break through the defenses of a chunin without needing chakra. If dozens fire at once, even a jonin would find it difficult to cope. Very well done. But what about the production capacity of this crossbow? Yenhong asked. We have a total of 500 units. Any more would exceed the number of bolts we can produce. And most of the resources have gone into the ultimate weapon you mentioned, Shuntai replied as he led Yenhong into a room. As soon as they stepped through the door, Yenhong was drawn to a massive object in the center. It was a completely black steel behemoth, its streamlined shell exuding a bright metallic luster. The heavy body contained a terrifying power of destruction, lying quietly on the ground, making one feel a sense of apprehension. Well done. Yenhong handed the repeating crossbow to Shuntai and stepped forward to gently touch the beast's body, feeling the coldness and the faint aura of terror emanating from it. Looking at his proud creation, Shuntai also bore an unmistakable pride in his eyes. Lord Yenhong, based on your concept and my improvements, this monster's power will definitely exceed your expectations. However, to ensure its destructive capability, the activation conditions are quite strict. Yenhong retracted his hand and asked, how strict? Shuntai showed a hint of a bitter smile. First, to activate it, You need 7 Chunins, or 2 Jonin-level ninjas, to simultaneously inject chakra into it. Even so, it can only launch one attack, and after that, the chakra of the activators will be nearly drained. Only one attack. EnhongSteals. Although exchanging 7 Chunins for one attack's power isn't a loss, it would undoubtedly affect overall personnel deployment. If it were to be launched 5 times, 35 people would lose their combat ability, which overall is still not worth the cost. Noticing Yenhong's concerns, Shintai felt quite helpless. If we reduce the number of people, the explosive power will also be significantly reduced. If we really want to free up manpower, unless we use another source of chakra. Another source of chakra? Yenhong's eyes flashed. What about using the chakra of tailed beasts? Tailed beasts? Are you referring to the 9 tails? Shintai shook his head. I consider that option, but it won't work. Although the chakra of tailed beasts meets the quantity requirement, its aura is too evil. Ordinary ninjas will experience fear under the influence of tailed beast chakra and won't be able to control the weapon normally. Yenhong rested his chin on his hand. In that case, there's only one option left. I was thinking of making a trip during the war, but it looks like this trip needs to be moved up. Huh? Do you have an idea, my lord? Yes, I will solve the chakra source problem. It will be absolutely massive and without side effects. But how many of these weapons can still be made? Shintai chuckled awkwardly. We wasted too many materials during the initial development, so we can only make 1 more at most. 2 is definitely not enough. Yenhong said without hesitation. Konoha still owes us a batch of resources. Once we receive them, we will invest everything into the production of this weapon. At least we need to make 4 before the war. 4? I will do my best. Yenhong stepped forward and gently patted Shintai on the shoulder. But before that, you must rest well. I don't want to lose a talent before the battle even starts. Suddenly, a warm feeling rose in Shintai's heart, reminiscent of the sentiment of a soldier who would die for a friend. Don't worry, my lord. I'm not that fragile. Yenhong shook his head, want to say a few more words of encouragement from another world, but suddenly, as if sensing something, he didn't have time to say much and just reminded Shintai to rest well before disappearing from the spot, leaving Shintai to ponder. Lord Yenhong is indeed busy with many matters. Big brother, I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. I really want to find someone to spar with now. Oh, I happen to have the same idea. Shall we go to the training ground together? I suddenly feel like my new eyes haven't fully adapted yet. How about you first practice with third brother? He should have adapted by now. 2 figures walked out side by side from the Yanning building. Though they didn't exude any particular aura, they nonetheless gave an inexplicable sense of pressure, like dark clouds looming over a city. Yenhong, who had been waiting outside, smiled slightly upon seeing them and stepped forward to greet. Big brother, second brother, congratulations. You brat, why are you being so polite with us? Looking for fight? Izuna laughed as he stepped forward and put his arm around Yenhong's neck. Why don't we declare war right now? I can't wait for a big battle. Second brother, don't be hasty. Don't forget our spoils are still in Konoha's hands. That's right. How about I go get them? It just so happens I can visit our old friends. What? Are you volunteering to leak information? Madara said in a deep voice. Don't reveal your information until everything is prepared. I was just joking. Even Izuna, who usually had a proud heart, didn't dare to show any displeasure in front of Madara, behaving obediently like a quail. Yenhong found it quite amusing, but still took the initiative to change the subject, saying that Konoha would definitely go, and after that, they would have to make a trip to the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind? Izuna scratched his head in confusion and asked, what are we going there for? Did something fall? Well, to be precise, it should be the country of Lulon, located in the interior of the Land of Wind. Yenhong's eyes sparkled, saying they were going to borrow some chakra from them. Chapter 123. Intelligence Impossible. Your demands are too excessive. In the Land of Fire, Konoha Village, Senju Momoka slammed the table and retorted without hesitation. Such a huge quantity of rare metals. Not to mention we don't have them. Even if we did, we couldn't possibly give you that much. On the other side of the table, Kakuzu calmly sipped his tea and said nonchalantly, but this was the condition you agreed to at the beginning. Are you planning to go back on your word? I didn't say I was going back on my word, but we also never said we would give you this much rare metal. Senju Momoka rubbed her temples in frustration. At that moment, Senju Hashirama was not in Konoha Village, but at the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire for discussions. And Senju Tobarama was still developing ninjutsu and had not come out, so the task of delivering supplies according to the contract fell on Senju Momoka's shoulders. Thinking of this, Momoka glanced at Yenhong, who had been sitting silently in the corner. It seemed he was just accompanying her. and all the speaking rights were in the hands of this person named Kakuzu. It was within her expectations that the Uchiha clan's third-in-command would come here. As the internal situation of Hidden Flame Village was like this, Uchiha Madara was the face of the Flame Shadow. But most of the affairs of the Land of Flame were managed by Uchiha Yenhong. But why did he bring such a guy? If you say he's a ninja, his negotiation posture is more like a businessman than a serious one. He's completely a shady dealer. This merchant-like negotiation method clearly made Senju, who had never dealt with commerce, feel somewhat outmatched, and she fell into a disadvantage from the very beginning of the negotiation. Our Hidden Flame Village actually values the peace treaty proposed by Hokage-sama very much, and we are also strictly implementing the contents of the treaty. However, if your village does not care about this matter, then we will take our leave. After saying that, Kakuzu stood up from his seat, pretending to leave. Wait, Momoka immediately called out to him, feeling somewhat helpless. Our Konoha village really doesn't have that much rare metal. Please change your request. To be honest, Senju Momoka's passive stance was largely due to Hashirama's instructions before leaving, which emphasized that they must not shortchange Hidden Flame Village. This also happened to give Kakuzu a handle on her, as the conditions he offered were clearly a lion's roar. After all, that way there was room for negotiation. Since that's the case, let's take a step back and exchange some of the rare metals for medicinal materials. On the side, Yenhong silently watched the two bargain without saying a word. Swish! In a corner of Konoha village, a figure quietly descended like a ghost. Yenhong slowly scanned the surroundings, and after confirming that he had not attracted anyone's attention, he focused his gaze on a building not far away. This time, Yenhong's mission outside the village had two main purposes. One was to retrieve the spoils of the competition from Konoha village, and the second was to seize the Dragon Vein Chakra from the country of Lulon. This story about the country of Lulon is related to the Naruto movie, The Lost Tower. Interested friends can check it out. Not having seen it won't affect the reading experience. Yenhong also brought Kakuzu along this time, not only to handle the negotiations when coming to Konoha, but also to follow him to the Land of Wind to mine gold sand. However, since they had come to Konoha village, they couldn't return empty-handed, especially when Yenhong learned that both Hashirama and Tobirama were unavailable to show up. It was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. But this time, the act of taking advantage couldn't be as reckless as the first time. After all, last time the two sides were in an adversarial relationship, and taking some things wasn't considered excessive. If they were robbed, they could only blame themselves for not being able to protect their property. However, now that the two sides were not enemies on the surface, once discovered that he was going to exploit the situation again, it might trigger unnecessary conflicts, which would undoubtedly disrupt their already established war plans. So it had to be done stealthily. After leaving a shadow clone to accompany Kakuzu, Yenhong sneaked out and quickly locked onto a building. Not because Yenhong knew the way, but because this was the only building that had a barrier set up. This type of barrier was a detection-type barrier, and every person passing through it would be noticed by the ninja of the barrier class, unless they knew the hand seals of the barrier class. However, Yenhong chose another solution. He raised two fingers in front of him, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Sharingan. Rewriting seal. Swish. The rewriting seal sets a precondition for a visual technique or illusion and seals it on someone. Once the condition is triggered, the seal will be lifted, and the visual technique will automatically activate. The condition Yenhong set was to be triggered by himself, and as for the target of the seal, in a clearing in a small grove, for young boys were practicing ninjutsu together when suddenly Sarutobi Hizashi trembled all over and then silently walked out of the grove. Huh? Hizashi? What's wrong with you? Danzo asked in confusion. I have something to do. I'll go ahead. Sarutobi Hizashi said without looking back, leaving his three companions looking at each other in confusion. A few minutes later, Hizashi's figure appeared before the barrier, forming hand seals. And immediately a passageway for one person appeared in the barrier. As Tobirama's prized disciple, Sarutobi Hizashi naturally had the right to enter and exit the barrier. And the illusion on him was also a precaution Yenhong had buried in him during the Six Kage Summit. Unless one's mental strength surpassed Yenhong's, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Well done, go back. Yes. Hizashi walked home with a blank expression. Halfway there, his eyes suddenly regained clarity. He looked around in confusion and scratched his head. Huh? Why am I here? Just as Hizashi was in a daze, Yenhong had silently entered the building. As a ninja, stealth was one of the basic abilities. Although he encountered a few passersby along the way, he easily avoided them. After wandering around, Yenhong understood where this place was. It was actually Konoha's intelligence department. He then shifted his form and, like a black shadow, flashed into an intelligence room. The room was stacked with shelves, each filled with scrolls, clearly a collection of various intelligence reports. Hong took down one of the scrolls and casually flipped through it, finding that most of the intelligence was also available in Hidden Flame Village's intelligence department, with similar content that had no unique aspects. What a shame, it's not even as good as ninjutsu secret manuals. Hong regretfully put it back and randomly looked at a few more, and indeed saw several pieces of intelligence that Hidden Flame Village did not possess. So it wasn't completely fruitless. After looking at a few more intelligence reports, Hong suddenly noticed an old scroll on a nearby shelf, sitting alone in a corner. Hong raised an eyebrow, reached out to take the scroll down, and carefully opened it, discovering that it contained intelligence from the early Warring States period. This information might have been precious back then, but now it seemed like outdated and useless information. Hong shook his head and was about to put it back when his peripheral vision caught sight of a line of records among the dense writings. This is... Hong's pupils suddenly constricted, and he quickly brought the scroll closer to examine it. After confirming the information recorded on it, a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes, and then he put the scroll back in its place. Afterwards, Hong simply created several shadow clones to read through everything together. It wasn't until he estimated that enough time had passed that he restored everything, confirmed there were no abnormalities, and then left, heading straight out of Konoha village, quietly waiting not far from the village gate. After a while, Kakuzu and his shadow clone casually appeared at the village gate and walked towards him. "You worked hard." After recalling his clones, Hong learned from the feedback that the negotiation had gone well for them, to the point that it exceeded his initial expectations. And all of this was naturally due to Kakuzu's efforts. "Just doing my job." Kakuzu waved his hand, looking somewhat displeased. "What's wrong?" "TSK. It's a loss. I feel their bottom line could be pushed a bit more. We're missing out on something." Kakuzu frowned, pulled out a notebook from his pocket, and quickly began writing in it. Hong leaned over to take a look, curious. "What are you doing?" "Recording each of my mistakes to prevent making the same ones in the future." "Impressive. No wonder you can make money." After finishing his notes, Kakuzu carefully reviewed them again, then looked at Hong. "Are you sure about the location of the gold in the sand?" Hong nodded, reassuring him, "Don't worry. I've marked the Flying Thunder God seal there. As long as we enter the Land of Wind, we can go directly there. Then, why don't we just fly there directly now?" "Well, the chakra consumed by the Flying Thunder God is related to the distance traveled. The farther the distance, the more chakra is needed, so..." "Got it. It's a pity, though. Walking this distance will cost me a business opportunity." You're not hinting at me, are you?" Chapter 124. The country of Lulan. The yellow sand rustled, and the wind swept across the sky, painting the world in a hazy, dark yellow. Kakuzu raised his hand to shield himself from the sand and looked around with keen eyes. Then he focused on the ground beneath him and confirmed. "So, this is the location of the gold mine?" Beside him, Hong compared the map with the location confidently, saying, "It can't be wrong. This is one of the 4 gold mines I marked. But how are we going to mine it? Just the 2 of us can't do this. I have my preparations." As he spoke, Kakuzu took out a scroll from his pocket, bit his right thumb, and smeared some blood on the scroll before quickly forming hand seals. Summoning jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, a swarm of golden bees emerged, buzzing above their heads. "What is this?" "Golden finding bees," Kakuzu explained. "Before we set out, I specially bought these from the Hoshigaki clan. Regular bees collect honey, while these collect gold." As if to confirm Kakuzu's words, the golden finding bees flew in circles before diving down into the sand. After a moment, they re-emerged, quickly gathering together and secreting a thick golden liquid from their tails, which solidified into brilliant gold when it met the wind. Watching the busy bees, Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! This is much faster than manual mining." Kakuzu thought for a moment. Even so, it would still take nearly 2 days to mine all 4 gold mines. "Aren't you going to Lulan? Just leave this to me." "All right, but take this." Hong tossed a kunai with the Flying Thunder God seal to Kakuzu. "If you encounter any special situation, inject chakra into the mark, and I'll come immediately." "Even though I haven't fought in a long time, that doesn't mean I've gotten weaker," Kakuzu complained, but still reached out to take the kunai. "Got it. Just don't let anything happen to my chief financial officer. Once I get the dragon vein, I'll meet up with you right away." Hong waved his hand and then disappeared from the spot. This guy really knows how to win people's hearts. Behind him, Kakuzu shook his head, but a smirk couldn't help but form at the corner of his mouth. The country of Lulan is a small country located within the Land of Wind. The area of Lulan is not large. It is more like a city than a country. but it has independent sovereignty and is considered a small vassal state of the Land of Wind. However, this small country possesses dragon vein chakra that even major nations covet. Dragon veins are the lifeblood of the earth, containing chakra that surpasses other places on the land, equivalent to an endless source of chakra, possessing unparalleled value. Yet such a precious resource in Lulon seems to be a waste, since Lulon does not have its own ninja organization. The dragon vein is more often treated as a spiritual belief for sacrificial activities. Additionally, without incidents like the Lushan event, the entire country of Lulon remains quite backward. Fortunately, they are backed by the Land of Wind and are located within it, so no other nations come to invade them, making Lulon one of the safest small countries. Due to its geographical location, Lulon rarely sees merchants and travelers, making it a semi-closed country. To prevent outsiders from eyeing the dragon vein, Lulon has strict scrutiny of incoming populations. Anyone wishing to enter Lulon will not only be searched, but will also have all dangerous items like metal knives confiscated. Of course, all of the above are standard entry procedures. If it's an unconventional situation, then it's a different story. The yellow wind swept across, flapping the purple royal flag on the city walls. Dozens of foot soldiers in old-fashioned armor stood on the high walls with long spears, watching the vast desert ahead with keen spirits. Suddenly, the captain at the front frowned slightly, squinting at a small black that appeared at the horizon. Sha. The black dot approached at a leisurely pace, gradually revealing a blurry figure. Halt! Who are you? The captain shouted sternly, a hint of unease bubbling up inside him. Step. The figure seemed to ignore him and continued walking toward the city gate. As he got closer, everyone on the wall could see the visitor's appearance. Tall, young, and handsome, dressed in a black trench coat, with a long, unsheathed sword hanging from his waist. Yet, this seemingly inexperienced young man made the captain feel as if a primordial giant beast was striding toward the city gate. And in an instant, sweat covered his forehead. One person's aura overwhelmed the entire city. Everyone, listen up. Ready your bows. Swish, swish, swish. All the soldiers obeyed the command, swiftly knocking arrows, their tips aimed at the black figure 100 meters away. Step. Finally, the young man reacted slightly, but he only glanced at the city wall before continuing his advance. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed, and even the ordinary soldiers felt something was off. The terrifying pressure had made it hard for everyone to breathe. At this moment, the young man had also entered the shooting range. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hoarse command rang out, and over 100 arrows were released simultaneously, darkening the sky for a moment as if locusts were passing, all aimed at the spot where the young man stood. Clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal clashing rang like raindrops in everyone's ears, sounding like a harbinger of death from hell. Hey, what is that? It's a monster. Calm down, the captain shouted with all his might, then quickly pulled over a nearby guard and growled. Quick, go call the general. There's a strong enemy invading. Yes. At the base of the city tower, Yenhong was completely enveloped in black flames, with skeletal limbs swirling around him. And then a skeletal arm grew from his side, raised high above his head. Well, it's my turn. In the next moment, boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed from outside the city walls. The skeletal giant hand smashed forward with the force of thunder, instantly stirring up a long trench in the yellow sandy ground, resembling a sudden yellow sandstorm, crashing against the city gate with overwhelming force. Boom! The entire city wall trembled violently, and the city gate shattered into pieces in an instant. Under the terrifying impact, the guards on the city wall immediately fell in disarray, screams filling the air, plunging into endless panic. Inside the central tower of the Lulon Kingdom, an elderly man with white hair and a crane-like appearance was playing chess with a richly dressed young girl. Behind the girl, a tall, muscular man in armor stood quietly, guarding her side without a sideways glance. At a certain moment, the chessboard on the table suddenly shook, and countless pieces lightly jumped. Your Majesty, I will go take care of this, the man said, bowing to the girl before quickly leaving. Your Majesty, let's call it a day, the old man said, putting the pieces back in the box. I will go take a look. The Lulon Queen frowned slightly. Is there an invasion? The old man slowly rose, a hint of worry in his eyes. It's likely they're here for the dragon vein. From the commotion, it must be ninja. Lulon is in danger. Your Majesty, it would be best to seek aid from the Wind Country as soon as possible. All right. Outside the city walls, after Yenhong easily broke through the city gate, he ignored the soldiers who were in disarray on the wall and strode into the city. The terrifying scene from before had already scared the defending soldiers out of their wits, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward to stop him. They all scattered to the sides, clearing a path for Hong to enter. But just as Hong was making his way in, a sound of footsteps approached from within the city, and then a figure blocked his path, a booming voice resonating. Ahead is Lulan territory. Intruders will die. Thud. Hong stopped, sizing up the towering man in front of him. He extended a finger and waved it, softly uttering a single word. Scram. Chapter 125. Dragon Vein Chakra, Idavuye Nagahito, the greatest general of the Lulan kingdom, was not born in Lulan. Strictly speaking, he was a person from the Iron Country. Yes, the Iron Country, also known as the Samurai Country, was established by samurai and is a small autonomous nation with a neutral stance. However, during the Warring States period, the Iron Country could not remain aloof and was swept into the flames of war. At that time, the samurai profession had not yet fully formed, and it was still an era dominated by ninja competition. Thus, like other small nations, the Iron Country suffered the most in the war, with countless civilians left homeless, including Iwa Nagahito. To escape the war, the people of the small nation would flee into the territories of larger nations, and Iwa Nagahito was taken in by the previous queen of Lulan during his escape to the Wind Country. Being kept by the Lulan queen and successfully becoming the general indicated that Iwa Nagahito was quite powerful. He had practiced swordsmanship from a young age and learned the techniques of chakra control. Although he did not know ninjutsu, his swordsmanship could be considered superb. Because the previous queen had shown him kindness, Iwa Nagahito had long sworn allegiance to the Lulan kingdom, even at the cost of his life. Therefore, when everyone else shrank back in fear of Hong's power, Iwa Nagahito resolutely stepped forward, blocking Hong's path. He held two swords, knowing full well that his opponent was strong. Yet his eyes showed no fear as he sternly commanded, "This is the last warning. Leave Lulan." Swish! With a furious shout, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the blade, which was the chakra blade form commonly used by samurai, enhancing the sharpness of the blade by infusing it with chakra. The retreating crowd, seeing their general take the lead, felt much of their fear dissipate and gathered around again, wanting to support their general. Samurai. On the other side, Hong also noticed the blue light of Iwa Nagahito's sword, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Why would a samurai from the Iron Country risk his life for Lulan? You, a ninja, wouldn't he understand? This is the spirit and belief of a samurai. Belief? Hong shrugged, just a self-deceiving excuse. You brat, you shall not insult the way of a samurai. Let me show you my belief. Boom, with that, Iwa Nagahito stomped his feet on the ground, launching himself into the air, raising his sword high, the brilliant sword light illuminating the entire sky. With faint sounds of thunder rumbling, one must say, the sheer momentum did attract everyone's attention, and many soldiers couldn't help but show a hint of joy in their eyes. However, boom, the onlookers only felt a blur before their eyes, as Hong had already vanished from where he stood. They didn't even catch his initial movement. The dark flow had already crashed into Iwa Nagahito. Crack! Hong arrived first, his chakra-infused palm slamming into Iwa Nagahito's chest. The gleaming armor provided no resistance whatsoever, instantly caving in, and Iwa Nagahito was sent flying back like a kite with its string cut, crashing through countless buildings. The entire arena fell into a dead silence. The surrounding soldiers stared blankly in the direction Iwa Nagahito had disappeared, their faces still showing traces of hope, each one stunned, clearly still in disbelief. The battle ended just like that? It couldn't have been quicker than killing a chicken, right? Hong shook his hand, completely unconcerned about the life or death of such a nameless soldier. After sending him flying, he continued to walk into the Lulan kingdom, following his senses. Get out of the way. The remaining soldiers exchanged glances, quickly scattering to the sides. The strongest general of the nation couldn't withstand even a single round against someone else. They would just be delivering themselves to death, naturally losing the will to resist. Thus, Hong made his way unimpeded to the central palace, descending the stairs until he reached the altar at the very bottom. In the center of the altar, a ball of purple chakra floated in the air, its blinding light illuminating the entire underground altar, and the air was filled with intense chakra fluctuations, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. Is this the dragon vein chakra? Hong squinted, observing for a while, then took out a storage scroll from his pocket, quickly forming hand seals with his hands. Swish! As the hand seals were completed, a stream of chakra split from the orb, continuously flowing into the scroll. In a short while, it reached the scroll's capacity limit. Naturally, Hong was well prepared, quickly pulling out several more scrolls, switching to a new one as soon as one was filled. In just a few minutes, he filled 6 scrolls, and, at this point, the central chakra, orb, had noticeably shrunk several sizes. "Young man, that should be enough, right?" At that moment, an elderly voice sounded from behind, laced with deep resignation. Hong didn't even turn his head, continuing to control the scrolls in his hands, calmly saying, "I say, you've been watching for so long. You finally can't help but want to stop me?" The old man shook his head. "Young man, being too greedy is not good." Hong sneered dismissively. "Huh. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too weak. You are not wrong." The old man did not refute, agreeing that they indeed could not guard the dragon vein. Even without him, someone else would come to seize it in the future. However, the old man stepped forward, saying that no matter what, it was a treasure of their Lulan kingdom, and as a minister tasked with protecting it, he must stop. Suddenly, the old man trembled violently, looking down to see a pitch-black blade piercing precisely through his heart. "Sorry, I don't really like hearing people preach." Hong raised his hand, grasping the air, and the flying thunder god mark on the hilt of the cold edge sword suddenly flashed, and in the next moment, the long knife returned to Hong's hand. Wow! The old man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, the light in his pupils gradually dimming. Yet the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. I said, "One must not be too greedy." Suddenly, an abnormal change occurred, as a dazzling light burst forth from the dragon vein light sphere, causing the entire sphere to start convulsing, with the erupting chakra spreading out like a tide, shaking the entire underground altar. Hong furrowed his brow, quickly storing away the already sealed scroll, then activating the flying thunder god, but there was no response. Was the space sealed off? Seeing that the flying thunder god was ineffective, Hong immediately flashed towards the exit. But just as he started to move, a chakra light beam accurately enveloped him. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire world was swallowed by purple light. It seemed like just a moment later, the light dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Splash! Hong retreated, his Susanoo flames bursting forth, his body slightly crouching, clearly adopting a defensive stance. The surroundings were silent. The anticipated follow-up attack did not arrive. Hong retracted his Susanoo, scanning the environment in confusion, murmuring, "Not an attack method, just pure intimidation." At this moment, the entire underground altar was in ruins. The central dragon vein light sphere completely vanished, and the old man's corpse had also disappeared due to the earlier change. Hong waited in place for a while, and after confirming that there were indeed no other movements, he lifted his leg to walk outside. But soon, he noticed something was wrong. Although he was still within the Lulan kingdom, the surroundings were completely different from when he arrived, showing signs of decay everywhere. And there was not a single soul in the city, as if the entire Lulan kingdom had suddenly fallen into ruin, becoming a ghost town. Even more bizarre was that Hong could not sense the mark of the flying thunder god, and even the connection with the wild Fong in his body was severed by some force, leaving him completely isolated. Huff! Hong took a deep breath. Despite the strange situation, he did not panic, but calmly pondered. He must be trapped in some independent space. And the cause of all this should be the disturbance of the dragon vein chakra, just now. Therefore, as long as he finds the dragon vein in this space, there should be a way to return. Quickly sorting out his thoughts, Hong turned back and walked towards the city. In his perception, there seemed to still be residual waves of dragon vein chakra in the southeastern corner of the city, although clearly not as overwhelming as before. But why does this situation feel so familiar? Hong muttered to himself as he walked, feeling as if he had overlooked something. Just as Hong was deep in thought, a sudden rush of footsteps came from behind. Hood, hood. Hong suddenly snapped back, and despite his skills and courage, his heart skipped a beat. He turned to look back, only to see a figure darting out from a corner at an incredible speed. The person was a young man, dressed in a green uniform, and while running, he clearly did not expect to suddenly encounter someone, causing him to stumble slightly. But he did not stop. Whoosh! In no time, the young man reached Hong's side, and as they brushed past each other, both instinctively glanced at each other's faces. The young man's expression changed from curiosity to shock, and finally to horror upon seeing Hong's face. Hong's pupils also contracted sharply, and his right hand suddenly shot out to grab the young man's shoulder. Swish! A gust of wind swept through the corridor in an instant. The young man's reaction was extremely quick, As soon as Hong moved, he twisted his waist and forcefully pushed off the ground, creating a distance of over 10 meters between them in the blink of an eye. Hong's hand grasped at nothing, but his expression became serious. Confirming that he did not know the young man in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "Manjiki Sharingan, who are you?" The young man did not answer, only looking at Hong with eyes full of fear, his entire being on high alert, frantically contemplating escape plans in his mind. Not going to speak? Then I'll have to ask myself. Faced with the suddenly appearing stranger with a Manjiki Sharingan, Hong would naturally not let him leave. Chakra quickly gathered throughout his body as he prepared to take him down, but suddenly, a voice came from behind. "I found you. This time you absolutely won't escape." As the voice fell, a boy about 13 or 14 years old appeared in the line of sight of both of them. When Hong saw the newcomer's appearance, his mind went blank for a moment, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The original young man, seeing Hong distracted, did not hesitate and sped into the city, disappearing in an instant. "Damn it, don't run." The boy, seeing his target escape again, was immediately furious, and then noticed the stunned Hong, bluntly saying, "Hey, who are you? You wouldn't TB that guy's accomplice, would you?" Finally, Hong's gaze refocused. If the previous stranger with the Manjiki Sharingan had stirred a ripple in his heart, the boy before him caused a storm in his heart. Even though they were meeting for the first time, Hong immediately recognized the boy's identity, simply because this boy was named Uchiha Bido. Chapter 126. Chaotic space-time, swish, swish, swish. A figure quickly darted between the ruins of the city, like a soaring hawk, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye, finally landing under the eaves of a house. Huff, huff. The young man gasped for breath, clearly hearing his rapid heartbeat. But it was evident he was not exhausted, rather terrified, as a hint of lingering fear remained in his eyes. That face, it couldn't be wrong. It was definitely the legendary Uchiha Hong. But wasn't he already dead? And it definitely wasn't Edo Tensei. Was it resurrection, or had he never died at all? The young man's face was filled with uncertainty, as the legends left by Hong were too shocking. If such a terrifying top-tier expert reappeared in the world, it would undoubtedly disrupt the entire current landscape, especially their plans. Damn it, can someone tell me what is happening? The man irritably ran his fingers through his hair, and after a long time, he gradually calmed down. No matter what, whether he was dead or not, he had to first get hold of the dragon vein. Having made up his mind, the young man no longer hesitated and continued deeper into the Lulan kingdom. On the other side, the 14-year-old Abido looked quite strange. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable being stared at intently by a man. So he shouted again, "Hey, who the hell are you?" In fact, Hong was indeed surprised when he saw Abido, but he was not stunned. The real reason for his wandering thoughts was that he suddenly found it hard to grasp the current situation. Although his identity is that of a time traveler, he has been in this world for over a decade. Naturally, he can't remember every detail from the anime he watched over 10 years ago, which made the initial situation a bit confusing. However, based on the recent series of events, he has formed a rough guess. It seems he has traveled to the future. It seems the dragon vein indeed undergoes such changes. Hong vaguely recalls this, but in Abido's eyes, Hong's complete lack of response is clearly a sign of disregard. Or perhaps he simply doesn't see him as a threat at all. How infuriating. Since you won't answer, I'll just have to take action. Hong finally reacted, raising an eyebrow. Why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly, Abido's eyes widened, and red light flickered in them. Oh, sensing the fluctuation of mental energy in the air, Hong finally turned to look at the boy before him, a hint of interest rising in his eyes. Double Sharingan? Interesting. Let me see how far you've come on this new path. This is so absurd. Abido snorted coldly, narrowing his gaze. He initially intended to find a flaw in Hong using his Sharingan, but he found Hong just standing there loosely, clearly full of openings. He actually dares to look down on me. Abido is not a fool. He doesn't think the opponent is an ordinary person who can't fight back. Ordinary people wouldn't appear in this place. It's only possible that the opponent doesn't see him as a threat. Swish! In an instant, a loud bang echoed from the open space, followed by a sudden gust of wind. Abido's figure flashed, and the kunai in his hand gleamed with a white cold light. His legs spread apart. He slid to Hong's right side, crouching down as he thrust the kunai directly at Hong's waist. This strike can only be described as standard. It's just that the speed is much faster than that of an average nin, but it hardly qualifies as brilliant. This made Hong, who had been holding on to a sliver of expectation, feel somewhat disappointed, so he casually raised his right leg and swept down, although it was a casual strike. The speed was extremely fast, and the angle was quite tricky, hitting right at the power point of Obito's right foot. Obito's ringan spun rapidly. Although he saw Yin Hong's movements clearly, his body couldn't keep up with his dynamic vision, and he could only watch helplessly as Yin Hong's foot struck his ankle. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the air. Obito felt as if he had been whipped, losing his balance completely, and flew sideways, only to feel a large hand pressing against his chest. Bang! Yin Hong's palm erupted with chakra, a vast shockwave pushing Obito flying out and crashing into a dilapidated wall. Bang! Obito's back slammed hard against the wall, then bounced back to the ground, taking a while to hurriedly get up, looking incredulously at Yin Hong before him. This guy's so strong. On the opposite side, Yin Hong retracted his hand. It seemed that after he changed the timeline, Obito's life trajectory had also been completely altered. So the current Obito was far weaker than his counterpart in the original timeline. It's hard to say whether this is a good thing for him. Although he already knew Obito's identity, Yin Hong still pretended to ask, "Hey, what's your name, kid?" Obito tugged at his collar, raised a thumb to point at himself, and declared loudly, "Humph, remember this. Standing in front of you is the future 5th Hokage, Uchiha Obito." 5th Hokage. Yin Hong was slightly taken aback, murmuring, "Has it already been so many generations?" A good opportunity. Although he found it strange that his opponent suddenly fell into a daze, Obito naturally wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He quickly pulled out a smoke bomb from the ninja tool pouch at his waist and threw it to the ground. Bang! Thick white smoke instantly enveloped his body, while Yin Hong also snapped back to his senses and glanced over. Swish, swish, swish. In the next second, 3 shuriken broke through the smoke, shooting towards Yin Hong's face with a sharp whoosh. Although Yin Hong was a bit dazed, he wouldn't be hit by such an attack. He merely tilted his head and effortlessly dodged all 3 shuriken, not even needing to activate his Sharingan. Bang! Just as Yin Hong dodged the shuriken, one of them that had flown behind him suddenly transformed into Obito's form. Take this. Using the transformation technique to get behind Yin Hong. Obito's eyes lit up with joy as he thrust the kunai forward. Knowing his opponent was strong, this time he held nothing back. His movements were bold and powerful, completely exceeding his usual level for a full-on strike. Unfortunately, smack, Yin Hong spun around on the spot, effortlessly grabbing Obito's wrist that was holding the kunai, twisting it slightly to disarm him. His right hand then swiftly shot up, grabbing Obito's throat and lifting him into the air. As my brother would say, "Your dance moves are quite ugly." Heh, it's not over yet. Bang! The Obito in Yin Hong's hand suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke, revealing it was merely a shadow clone. Behind him, Obito quickly formed hand seals, his chakra surging violently, his chest suddenly swelling. Fire style, great fireball technique. Whoosh! The blazing fireball howled forth, its orange-red glow illuminating all surrounding darkness. Fire style? Then let us have a firepower duel. Yin Hong suddenly became interested, looking at the incoming fireball. Without even seeing how he formed the seals, he had already curled his fingers and placed them in front of his mouth, unleashing a similar flame. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! The scorching flames surged, as if the fire god had descended. Obito's great fireball was consumed by Yin Hong's flames without any obstruction, like a raindrop falling into the vast ocean. Obito felt as if the world before him had been ignited by flames. Watching the apocalyptic fire approaching, knowing he absolutely couldn't escape, memories of his ninja journey flooded his mind. Am I going to die? Damn it, I haven't even become Hokage yet. I haven't defeated that damn guy. I haven't confessed to her. I clearly. Obito slowly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting death, but in an instant, he felt someone lift him up, and then he shot into the sky. Boom! The violent flames crashed into the center of the city, erupting into a towering wave of fire, igniting countless houses, transforming the area into a hellish purgatory. Chapter 127, a cross-time conversation. On the flat ground, Obito lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, having faced death so closely for the first time since his birth. That suffocating feeling that pierced his soul nearly made him unable to breathe, and even now, he still bore an expression of lingering fear. At that moment, an annoying voice rang in his ears. "TSK, TSK, TSK. With your strength, how dare you chase after others?" Yin Hong leaned against a wall with his arms crossed, watching the collapsed Obito with interest. "Aren't you afraid someone will turn around and kill you?" "Why? What does it have to do with you?" Obito turned his head away, feeling guilty. In fact, He was still a nin now and wouldn't be acting alone. It was simply because he became too aggressive upon seeing the target that he got separated from his team. Enhong shook his head with amusement. To be honest, before Obito turned dark, he was indeed a passionate young man with a strong sense of justice, and Enhong was happy to chat with him a bit more. Hey, I said, who are you really? Why did you save me just now? Oh, do you really want to die that badly? Of course not. I didn't. Hey, that's not what I meant. Toby felt a bit crazy, always feeling that the guy in front of him was exceptionally annoying. Enhong no longer teased him, stroked his chin, and seriously pondered, who am I? If we count it seriously, I should be considered your ancestor. Huh? You. Toby was suddenly furious, but helpless. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat him, he would definitely let him know the consequences of taking advantage of him. All right, stop making that face. After all, I could be considered your senior. So what was going on with that guy just now? At this moment, Toby calmed down, realizing that Enhong had no malicious intent toward him, and slowly got up from the ground, but still said unhappily, this is my mission. I can't leak information to outsiders. Come on, maybe I can help you. Enhong smiled slightly, looking quite like a quirky uncle trying to lure a child. Don't you want to become the Flame Shadow? Then every mission performance is very important to you, right? How about this? I'll help you complete it, and all the credit will go to you. Oof. Are you looking down on me? Toby snorted disdainfully. Although becoming the Flame Shadow is my dream, I will achieve it openly and honestly, not by taking shortcuts. Enhong looked Toby up and down. Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite righteous? Oof. Toby suddenly felt a bit proud, instinctively raising his head and snorting coldly, but quickly came back to his senses, tidying up his messy clothes, and said, although I don't know who you are, if you have nothing else to do, please don't interfere with my mission. Hearing Toby's tone, Enhong was a bit speechless. What? Are you really not afraid that I'll kill you? Afraid, but I know you won tea. Toby proudly puffed out his chest. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have saved me just now. Besides, I am a ninja of the Flame Empire. Killing me would not only be of no benefit to you, but would also get you hunted by the entire empire, so you want to kill me. The Flame Empire. Huh. Is it very strong? Of course. Our Flame Empire, not only. Toby was about to proudly introduce the strength of his country, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking at Enhong with suspicion. Hey, where are you from? How could you not have heard of the Flame Empire? Enhong did not answer this question and no longer inquired about the Flame Empire. He was curious about how things would develop in the future, but did not obsess over it. He believed that as long as he could do his best in the present, that would be enough. The rest would follow naturally. Well, as a member of the Uchiha clan, I'm just curious why you are at odds with each other. Of course, if you really don't want to tell me, that's fine. But since you appeared in Lulan, our goals must also be aligned. Just don't interfere with me. You are also here for the Dragon Vein. Toby blurted out upon hearing this, but immediately realized he had misspoken, quickly covering his mouth. After blinking a couple of times and feeling something was off, he asked, wait, you just said you're also a member of the Uchiha clan. What does that mean? Didn't I just say? I can also be considered your senior. As soon as the words fell, a red light flashed in Enhong's eyes, and an invisible spiritual force immediately filled the entire space. Looking at the beautiful patterns in Enhong's eyes, Toby froze in place, even stuttering a bit while speaking. This is the Mangeki Sharingan? You're also a member of the Uchiha clan? Enhong closed his Sharingan and walked towards the depths of Lulan. After confirming that Enhong was a member of his clan, Toby let down a bit of his psychological guard. Gritting his teeth, he jogged to catch up to Enhong's pace, walking beside him, and couldn't help but ask, hey, why haven't I seen you before? Enhong did not turn back and casually said, I wish you had seen me, but it seems, well, just consider me as someone sent out on a secret mission. It's normal if you haven't seen me. Secret mission? Toby mumbled, feeling that something was still off, but he didn't plan to probe deeper. After all, the other party's identity as a member of the Uchiha clan was not a lie. It was just that there was one thing he didn't understand. So, which faction do you support? Which faction? Toby looked at him strangely. How long has it been since you returned to your country? Toby then roughly explained what he knew about the situation. Within the Flame Empire, the Uchiha clan had absolute control, and the so-called factions were essentially the two voices currently within the Uchiha clan. In simple terms, there were the War faction and the Conservative faction. The War faction believed that they should fulfill their ancestors' wishes, spreading the Empire's glory to every corner of the ninja world, accumulating power to expand territory and unify the ninja world. The Conservative faction felt that the current situation in the ninja world was not conducive to war, as other countries were clearly on guard against every move of the Flame Empire. Not going to war could maintain a delicate balance, and once war broke out, with multiple countries attacking, the Flame Empire could very likely fall into despair. The opposition between the two factions had existed for many years, especially worsening in recent years. Since the current Flame Shadow was from the conservative faction, the power to mobilize troops stayed in the hands of the conservative faction. Thus, the war faction privately accumulated strength, subtly intending to bypass the Flame Shadow and initiate a war on their own. The clan member Toby encountered earlier, named Uchiha, was currently the most outstanding genius within the Uchiha clan and a core member of the war faction. He had come secretly to obtain the Dragon Vein. Unfortunately, he was noticed by the Flame Shadow before the operation, so a small team was sent to intercept Uchiha, including Uchiha Toby. After hearing this, Hong felt a sense of frustration, unable to help but complain. How did the family turn into this? Is the Flame Shadow just idling around? Can't even manage internal affairs properly? Toby was a bit anxious. Hey, don't you dare say anything bad about Grandpa Flame Shadow. Say him. If he were in front of me now, I would want to beat him up. Hong raised his hand to rub his forehead, sighed, since I have already. Forget it, you handle your own matters. Toby muttered softly, as if you can just solve it easily. Hong was already too lazy to argue with Toby, thinking it was better to return to his own timeline sooner, so he silently walked ahead. Toby looked at Hong's back, hesitating several times to say something, and finally couldn't help but ask, hey, big brother, can I ask you something? Of course, if you don't want to say it, that's fine. I'm not particularly eager to know, but, how did you awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan? Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 128, Please Teach Me. Senior the Mangekyou Sharingan? Hong turned back to look at Toby. From your earlier confrontation, you just recently upgraded to the 3 Tomo, right? Toby answered honestly, it's been about 10 days or so. Evolving your eyes too quickly is not a good thing, Hong pointed out as he walked. The evolution of the Sharingan essentially relies on the stimulation of special chakra. But this kind of stimulation actually does not have a small amount of damage to the eyes, especially when there are multiple evolutions in a short time. Again with that, Toby muttered softly. Teacher Fugaku said the same thing. I just want to know what to do to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. I didn't say I wanted to awaken it right now. Hong thought for a moment and said, awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan also has a lot of accidental elements. If I directly tell you the conditions for awakening, it might make you get stuck in a corner and even go astray. Then how did you awaken your Mangekyou? Me? In Hong's eyes, a hint of nostalgia and a touch of sadness flickered. If I could start over, I would rather that day had never opened the kaleidoscope. Why? Because I lost my best partner. Obito's expression froze. I'm sorry. Hong shook his head and said seriously, when you truly want to protect someone or something, you will gain the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Obito pondered, protect someone? Hong checked their direction and led Obito into a narrow passage. The people who are most important to you. The most important person to me. It seemed Obito thought of something, and 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on his face, adding a bit of shyness to his expression. Hey, no way. Hong looked at Obito's expression with interest. You don't already have someone you like, do you? And no, not yet. Obito instantly became flustered, stammering. Although Rin is very kind and cute when she smiles, but she's still a ninja from Konoha, and I haven tea. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Obito was still fidgeting, Hong suddenly grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back, sternly saying, idiot, watch where you're going. Huh? At Hong's reminder, Obito finally saw a layer of light red membrane in the air in front of him, acting as a barrier that blocked their path. Is this a barrier? Hong carefully examined the barrier before them. In terms of precision and strength, this barrier was perfect, clearly. The ninja who set it up had a high level of skill. I've never seen this barrier. It should be from your time. Cough. It should be a new type of barrier, and the structure is quite complex. This guy named Uchiha is really impressive. What's so great about it? Obito pouted and reached out to touch the barrier. Slap. Ow. Hong said mercilessly, if you don't want that hand, you can go ahead and touch it. Haven't you noticed that this barrier is mixed with Uchiha's fire formation? Obito's eyelids twitched. Uchiha. Fire formation? What's that? You. Hong shook his head speechlessly. Forget it. You don't seem like a good student. Haha. Obito scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. I just don't really excel at barrier techniques. So how do we break this barrier? Hong shrugged. What a coincidence. I'm not very good at barrier techniques either. Then what do we do? Hong waved his hand, signaling Obito to step back, and spoke with a hint of pride. As a senior, I'll teach you a trick. All barriers, regardless of type, have a limit to their strength. Whoosh! As the words echoed, black flames blazed around Hong, and terrifying chakra surged like a storm, blowing their clothes wildly. Crack, crack, crack. Watching the Susanoo rise, Obito was already too shocked to speak. Only EnhongSteals' deep voice echoed in his ears. So, in the face of absolute power, all barriers are as good as non-existent. Boom! In the next moment, the Yata Mirror Susanoo smashed a punch against the barrier, causing the red membrane to bulge outward, forming a semicircle, but it still wasn't broken. Whoosh! Under the terrifying impact, countless stones fell from above, and even Obito was unsteady on the shaking ground. Open for me. Boom! The Susanoo exerted force again, and the brick surface of the surrounding walls exploded, creating a dense web of cracks. The violent force poured down on the barrier, making the entire screen tremble violently. Whoosh! In an instant, the red barrier finally couldn't withstand the pressure, shattering like a mirror, and the remaining force, accompanied by a raging wind, transformed into a white dragon, spreading all the way to the end of the corridor, tearing open a huge chasm. Look, didn't we break the barrier? Impressive. Obito stared blankly at the scene before him. Then his eyes lit up. Is this your Susanoo? Why does it feel much stronger than teacher Fugaku? How did you do it? EnhongSteals shrugged and walked ahead. Let us go find the dragon vein. If we delay any longer, they'll have already packed up and left. Hey, wait for me. Deep underground in the kingdom of Lulan, Uchiha Yen was focused on collecting the dragon vein before him. The dragon vein, as the lifeblood of the earth, continually generates itself and would not be exhausted due to a single collection. However, the generation speed was not very fast. So the source of the dragon vein at this time was not as abundant as when EnhongSteals first arrived. At one moment, Uchiha Yen suddenly paused, incredulously turning to look at the wall behind him. The barrier had been broken. As expected, that barrier was unable to stop Uchiha EnhongSteals. I need to speed up. I don't want to face such a monster. However, before he could put aside his thoughts, the silent underground altar suddenly shook, followed by a deafening roar. Boom! Uchiha Yen turned back to see the wall beside him explode, revealing a giant dragon shrouded in smoke and dust, crashing through the surrounding walls with unrelenting force, even causing the central dragon vein to shake. Upon seeing this scene, Uchiha Yen's face changed drastically. He couldn't care less about the half-collected dragon vein chakra, and immediately flew back to maintain distance, looking at the swirling dust with a sense of impending danger. As the flying dust gradually settled, it revealed a breach in the surrounding wall. The originally solid wall built from bluestone had been forcibly opened up into a straight path several meters wide. Tulp, tulp, tulp. At the end of the road, two figures, one large and one small, strode towards him, accompanied by an overwhelming, terrifying momentum. Yen watched the gradually clear figures and sighed slowly. Well, it seems I can't avoid this. EnhongSteals leisurely stepped into the altar, first glancing at the dragon vein, then slowly looking at this junior he had never seen before, saying, if you can leave obediently, I don't want to harm a junior. In that case, Yen slowly raised his head, his kaleidoscope appearing in his eyes. Then, please teach me, senior. Chapter 129. The Way of a Ninja. Thump, thump. The underground altar was eerily quiet, allowing Uchiha Yen to clearly hear his own heartbeat. Calm down, I must remain calm. Yen continuously reminded himself, while cautiously observing this legendary figure before him. According to family records, Uchiha EnhongSteals possessed two extremely strange kaleidoscope techniques, namely ability plunder and injury amplification. Engaging with him, I would not only lose a core ability, but also could not afford to be injured easily. Furthermore, he also mastered Flying Thunder God, Sage techniques, and a series of secret techniques, along with all the inherited ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. The cold blade at his waist was particularly troublesome. If I were to confront him head-on, my chances of winning would be less than 10%. Who? Uchiha Yen took a deep breath. As the most outstanding prodigy of the current Uchiha clan, Yen's temperament was quite resilient, even against an exceptionally powerful opponent. He did not lose his fighting spirit, and even felt a sense of eagerness. He did not harbor any killing intent, and, compared to what I know about him, he knows nothing about me. Therefore, as long as I make good use of this information gap, I still have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, Yen quickly constructed a plan in his mind, then reached for the tool pouch at his waist with his right hand. On the other side, EnhongSteals originally just wanted to return early and did not want to get involved in future matters. The reason he stopped Uchiha Yen was purely because he needed to rely on the power of the dragon vein to return. If he let Yen take it away, he would be trapped here. However, now seeing the fierce fighting spirit ignited in his junior, he suddenly became a bit interested. As a senior, In a situation that was not life and death, Hong did not disdain to rob a junior of their initiative, so he stood in place, observing Uchiha Yen with great interest, wanted to see just how much strength this future genius of the Uchiha clan truly possessed. Then, please enlighten me, senior. As soon as the words fell, Yen threw a small black round ball into the air, which instantly flew above Hong. Hong's Sharingan flickered in his eyes as he looked up into the air, his ears slightly moving, and he could faintly hear a metallic clinking sound coming from the small ball, inevitably feeling a bit curious. What kind of ninja tool is this? Boom! In the next second, the silent underground altar suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion. The seemingly small black ball exploded in midair, releasing a cloud of ink-black smoke that instantly enveloped Hong, blocking all of his vision, followed by a series of sharp, wind-cutting sounds. This ninja tool is quite interesting, Hong secretly praised, but his hands did not slow down at all. Although he couldn't see anything in the mist at his level, even without using his eyes, he could discern everything around him with his hearing. As his figure was concealed by the black mist, Hong had already drawn out a kunai, swinging it in front of him like the wind, forming a dense white knife net that blocked all the shurikens that came flying at him. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dazzling sparks exploded in the black mist, and in an instant, the ground beneath Hong's feet was littered with hundreds of shurikens. Hong casually blocked the incoming shurikens, but his attention was focused on the black mist in front of him, because based on his combat experience, the opponent's attack would definitely follow right after this barrage. Sure enough, a cold gleam suddenly lit up in the pitch-black mist. Hong tilted his head slightly to the right and saw a figure like an invisible ghost pushing through the rolling black mist, moving at an unbelievable speed. Wielding a transparent kunai in reverse grip and raising it to slash towards Hong's neck. Faced with the sudden kunai, Hong extended 2 fingers to pinch the blade, using the force to guide it downwards, and then spun in mid-air. Swish! Yen took advantage of the cover of the black mist to make a horizontal slash, but felt no resistance at all. He then saw Hong using the kunai to perform a backflip in mid-air, his body upside down, delivering a whip kick directly to Yen's head, the terrifying force creating a loud, thunderous sound in the air. Yen's pupils constricted sharply. It was the first time he had encountered a foe who reacted so quickly and possessed such exaggerated physical skills, instantly reversing his initiative. At this moment, the opponent was still holding his kunai above his head, leaving him unable to retrieve his defense. In a hurry, he could only raise his other arm to block. Boom! The powerful whip kick struck directly against his raised arm, causing the black mist around them to explode with a surging force, transforming into a black storm that surged outward. Crack! Yen's whole body sank down, and the stone tiles beneath him instantly shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions, causing the entire underground altar to tremble. Yen let out a muffled grunt and suddenly reached out to grab Hong's ankle, then yanked down hard, trying to drag Hong down from midair to his death. Hong naturally sensed Yen's intent immediately, and before Yen could exert force, his other leg shot out like lightning, arriving first and kicking directly into Yen's chest. Bang! The kick landed, and Yen's robe inflated instantly under the force, sending a wave of energy rippling from his back. Though his body remained still, his feet could not hold the ground, and he was immediately sent flying backward. Smack! Hong seized the opportunity, immediately stepping forward, his figure like a tiger pouncing, quickly catching up to the flying Yen, the kunai in his hand stabbing in close succession, so fast that only a series of afterimages could be seen, stabbing dozens of times in an instant, targeting various vital points on Yen's body. Yen's Sharingan rapidly spun, barely able to see the flickering cold light, raising his right hand to block with the kunai repeatedly. But even so, several more cuts appeared on his robe. Seeing himself continuously falling into a disadvantage, Yen suddenly shouted in anger, his left hand's fingers bending, blue chakra visibly gathering in his palm, forming a deep blue sphere, which he then pushed toward Hong. Oh! Hong's eyes lit up, stepping firmly on the ground, and with his right hand, he shot forward with a palm strike, revealing a rapidly spinning blue light sphere in his palm. Rasengan! Rasengan! Boom! This time they clashed head-on, the momentum far surpassing the previous collision. A chakra wave that made 1's heart race exploded between the two, scattering the nearby rubble into powder, the ground sinking down to form a massive bowl-shaped pit that extended to where Obito was watching. Debris from the ceiling fell like rain, and before it could hit the ground, it was blown away by the residual wave, shooting towards the surrounding stone walls like bullets. Cough. The two just held their ground for a second. But Nien could not withstand it any longer and flew backward dozens of meters until he crashed into the stone wall behind him, forcibly stopping himself. Then half-knelt on the ground, his left hand trembling uncontrollably, unable to lift it again for a short time. EnhongSteals withdrew his right hand, his expression as calm as ever, but there was a hint of appreciation in his gaze as he looked at Nien, praising, "You're not bad. You could be considered a genius, but your path is still long. Let's end it here for today. I want to accompany you in this." Having said that, EnhongSteals turned and walked toward the central dragon vein. "Wait a moment, senior." Behind him, Nien suddenly called out to EnhongSteals. EnhongSteals paused, turned back to look at Nien, who had already stood up again, and saw him staring at him with bright eyes. "Why didn't you use your eye techniques?" "Eye techniques?" EnhongSteals was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged and innocently replied, "Which adult plays with children at full strength?" "Playing with children?" Nien's expression became dazed. Those few words pierced his proud heart like a blade. Everyone has their own pride, let alone Nien, who had been labeled a genius since childhood. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, Nien laughed up to the sky, startling EnhongSteals. "Hey, that is going too far. So that's how it is." Nien murmured dejectedly. "From the very beginning, you never regarded me as an opponent." EnhongSteals rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Isn't that obvious? I can accept defeat, but I cannot accept being underestimated." Nien's eyes revealed a kaleidoscope pattern, shining with dazzling red light. "Let everyone take me seriously. This is my ninja way. Senior, take this. My technique. Dark Feather of the Abyss." Chapter 130. The Uchiha clan, a family with powerful talent and rich emotions. However, rich emotions are a double-edged sword. While they make them value bonds with friends and family, they also make them more susceptible to emotional turmoil. In simple terms, it makes their personalities more obsessive. Once they're set on something, they can easily become stubborn, and a careless mistake can lead them down the wrong path. So in a sense, EnhongSteals, due to his crossing over, cannot be considered a pure-blooded Uchiha, which is why he somewhat cannot understand Uchiha Nien's feelings at this moment. Isn't it just losing a match? Why is he suddenly so emotional? And when an Uchiha powerhouse with a Manjiki Sharingan unleashes their full power, even EnhongSteals has to treat it with caution. On the opposite side, Nien's right eye is filled with bloodshot veins, and his scarlet gaze is fixed on EnhongSteals. Eye technique. Dark Wing Feather. Swish. Without any visible movement, EnhongSteals disappears from his original spot, and where he once stood, a black ice domain suddenly forms. Even at a distance, one can still feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from it. EnhongSteals swiftly retreats, his body horizontally stepping against the stone wall, glancing at the scene beneath him, his brow slightly raised. Black ice? It looks just like a version of Amaterasu. Crack, crack, crack. Nien turns his head, the dark ice spreads along his line of sight, chasing after EnhongSteals' figure. Swish. EnhongSteals, like a ghost, speeds along the stone wall, while behind him, the ice behaves like a frenzied dragon, tightly biting at his back. In just a moment, more than half of the altar is covered in frost. Although EnhongSteals' speed exceeds what Uchiha Nien can capture, theoretically speaking, even if he exhausts his ocular power, he shouldn't be able to freeze EnhongSteals. However, the space of the underground altar is limited, and after running a lap, he would be surrounded. Boom! Realizing this, EnhongSteals finally took it seriously. With a heavy stomp, a circular dent suddenly appears on the wall, like a dragon bursting through the sea. His figure flickers in the air several times before suddenly appearing below Nien's right side, launching a punch that generates a fierce wind, directly targeting Nien's chest. Nien knows EnhongSteals is fast, but he didn't expect him to be this fast. Facing the suddenly close EnhongSteals, he cannot turn his gaze in time and can only cross his arms in front of him to block instinctively. Boom! Another muffled sound echoes within the altar. EnhongSteals' gaze slightly narrows. A layer of dark red skeletal armor blocks his earth-shattering punch, and while Nien's body remains unmoved, the ground behind him is crushed into a deep groove by the violent force. EnhongSteals' tone is perplexed. "Susanu, it's just a spar. Can your eyes handle it? Not your concern." Nien grits his teeth, blood vessels bulging in his left eye before suddenly widening. Eye technique. Dark obstruction. Boom! In the next moment, the heavens and earth shake. The ground at the southeastern corner of the ancient Lulon suddenly bulges upwards and then explodes. The hard ground instantly shatters into pieces, with countless ice spikes erupting, sending debris flying like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, and the bone-chilling cold instantly envelopes the land. Swish, Hong soars into the sky along with the erupting ice, still holding onto the somewhat shaken Obito, and it takes a while for him to regain his composure. Wow, so powerful. Is a Mangeki Sharingan really this strong? Hong lands gracefully from the air, casually tossing Obito onto an empty patch of ground, saying, "Right eye controls ice, left eye manipulates ice just like that guy." Who is that guy? Something's a not for kids to ask. Hey, I. Slap. Before he could finish, Obito is kicked away, rolling on the ground several times, wincing in pain. Just as he gets up and wants to question Hong about what he's doing, he sees a figure descending from the sky, crashing into Hong. Nien, holding a kunai, sweeps his gaze over it, and a layer of black hard ice immediately forms on the blade, turning it into a 3-foot ice knife, striking towards Hong's throat like a spirit snake. Seeing such a fierce killing move, a flash of killing intent crosses Hong's eyes. He doesn't want to argue with the younger generation, but that doesn't mean he will allow them to take advantage of him and continuously provoke him. Thinking he won't kill, Hong's right hand is covered by a layer of chakra as he forcefully grabs the stabbing ice knife. His left hand slightly curls, and a blue Rasengan quickly forms, decisively slamming forward. Nien's knife is caught, feeling as if it were welded by 2 pieces of alloy, unable to move an inch. Faced with the incoming Rasengan, Nien's eyes widen, and he summons the dark red Susanoo again. But Nien clearly doesn't realize how powerful Hong's explosive force is. Boom! The Rasengan crashes into the Susanoo's skeletal structure, like a red-hot iron ball striking ice, producing a series of spine-tingling crack sounds as countless cracks appear on the Susanoo's frame, starting to cave in little by little. How is this possible? Nien's face shows surprise, but no fear, his left eye glowing red. Eye technique. Dark obstruction. Crack. Crack. The ice knife in Hong's right hand suddenly explodes, black hard ice crawling up Hong's arm at a visible speed. His pupils suddenly transforming into slit eyes. The Rasengan in his hand erupts violently, breaking through the Susanoo and smashing into Nien's chest. Boom! The fabric of Nien's chest is instantly shredded by the Rasengan, and a massive amount of chakra explodes in his chest cavity, creating a shock wave that blasts out his back. Puff! With one strike, Nien spits out a mouthful of blood, his body spinning as he falls backward, crashing into the ice spikes he created. Crash! His body falls to the ground along with the shattered ice, and the gust of wind in the air abruptly stops. Obito swallows hard. Seeing that the battle seems to be over, he rushes over, first glancing at Nien on the ground, then looking at Hong's ice-encased right arm, weakly asking, "Hey, are you okay?" Hong raises his right hand, realizing he has completely lost sensation in his entire arm, as if it would shatter with the slightest touch. Cough, cough. Nien lies awkwardly on the ground, his chest caved in, clearly having broken a few ribs. But he is not dead, thanks to Hong holding back at the last moment. His eyes, blood red, glance at Hong's arm before he struggles to speak. "Let me rest for a moment. I will help you defrost." Hong frowns, not quite understanding his intentions. "Then why did you have to make it like this?" Nien gives a grim smile. "I know I can't beat you. I just wanted you to take me seriously. In the end, you finally did, didn't you? You're really a madman." Hong shakes his head, then a flash of red light appears in his eyes. "My technique. Spirit of the J." Nien's whole body trembles, and he bitterly smiles. "I forgot you could use this eye technique. I was being overly sentimental." Hong uses the plundered eye technique to melt the ice on his right hand, shaking it off. "If you want others to take you seriously, work hard to improve your strength, not act like this and seek death." Leaving this remark, Hong sweeps away the shattered ice in front of him and jumps back into the underground altar. "Hey, wait for me." As soon as he lands, he turns back to see Obito jumping down after him. "What are you doing coming down here? Aren't you going to watch him?" "Watch him for what? My task is just to stop him and not let him obtain the dragon vein." Obito smiles, then jogs to Hong's side. "Hey, I say, big brother, you're so strong. Don't you want to go back to the Empire and take a look?" Hong laughs. "What? Are you trying to pull me into your camp?" Seeing his little thoughts exposed by Hong, Obito inevitably blushes, but quickly recovers. "It's not about pulling camps. We are originally one family, just with different opinions. Big brother, you are so strong. Surely you can help them reconcile. That is something your Yanning should do. You guys." "Yanning?" Obito scratches his head, feeling that something is off. "All right, your matters ultimately need to be resolved by yourselves. My secret mission is not over yet, and I don't have the energy to get involved in your disputes." However, Obito hesitated to speak. In fact, as the new generation of the Uchiha clan, watching the members of the family gradually become opposed and hinting at a trend of disintegration, Obito was quite anxious. Unfortunately, his own people were too weak in words to influence both sides' thoughts, and he could only watch from the sidelines. This time out, he finally encountered a strong clan member who didn't seem like a bad person, and he couldn't help but want to persuade Enko to return and oversee the situation. At least he would have more influence than himself. But to his surprise, Enko seemed to care very little. Enko walked alone to the dragon vein, looked around, then took out a scroll, formed hand seals, and activated a sealing technique. Whoosh! As the hand seals fell, the dragon vein began to dim, and a faint white light appeared around Enko. Enko looked up in one direction. In his perception, a decent chakra response was rapidly approaching, presumably a teammate of his. Hey, why don't you think about solving this matter yourself? Isn't your dream to become the Flame Shadow? While still pondering how to persuade Enko, Obito suddenly raised his head, pointed to himself, looking a bit dejected, and said, "You mean me? But I am still too weak. Don't deny yourself." Enko looked at Obito earnestly and said, "You have a good pair of eyes." Whoosh! The next moment, the white light burst forth, and Obito instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, the place was already empty. Huh? Where did everyone go? Hey, Obito! Just then, a surprised voice sounded from behind him. He saw a watermelon-headed man in a green tight suit jumping into the altar, followed by a stable-looking middle-aged man, who was carrying the immobile nun. Fugaka-sensei. Obito, what is going on? Fugaka frowned and asked. When he arrived, he saw Nun lying on the ground surrounded by signs of battle, but he didn't believe his student had such strength. Clearly, there was a third person at the scene. There was a big brother just now. His name was, oh no, I forgot to ask his name. Anyway, he was very strong, and then he suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Fugaka was taken aback, then looked at Nun behind him. You, don't ask me. I don't know anything. Nun immediately said, then averted his gaze and stopped talking, but he already had thoughts in his mind. So that's how it is. Seeing Nin not respond, Fugako had no choice. Although the Uchiha clan was currently disorganized internally, on the surface they were still a family. So he couldn't arbitrarily subject clan members to harsh interrogations and could only helplessly give up. Sai, let us go out first. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared in the underground altar, and Enko's body reappeared. He looked around, and everything was just as it was before. On the ground, the old man's corpse lay quietly, and throughout the country of Lulan, countless chakra responses from Lulan citizens still existed. Phew, I'm back. Enko sighed lightly and walked step by step towards the altar's exit. Scenes of the future flashed again in his mind, and as for what he was thinking, no one knew. Chapter 131. Heart Not Crack Crack. Bundles of grain were neatly stacked onto wooden carts, securely tied with ropes, and were being orderly transported to the border, resembling a scene of preparation for war. Enko stood alone on a high platform, looking down at the busy crowd below, his gaze somewhat vacant as if lost in thought. It had been a week since he returned from the country of Lulan. This time, Enko had seized nearly 80% of the Dragon Vein chakra in one go, filling 8 of the largest capacity storage scrolls. Enough for the Land of Flame to sustain this war. In addition, Kakuza brought back dozens of tons of sand gold. Although the value of sand gold was far less than that of gold, it was still a considerable wealth, which was immediately invested into military supplies upon return. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the Land of Flame was like a fierce tiger hidden in the dense forest, watching the entire ninja world. Whoosh! A gentle breeze suddenly rose beside Enko, lightly lifting the corners of his clothing, and a figure slowly appeared behind him. Lord Enko, everything is going smoothly. Enko retracted his thoughts, slightly tilted his head, and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Maku. Uchiha Maku waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled. Lord Enko, let's not be so polite between us. Enko chuckled. Then if I ask you not to call me Lord, you still haven't changed, have you? Hee hee. Maku scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's just a habit. Long ago, during the Warring States period, Maku had already been Enko's bodyguard. Although called a bodyguard, he was actually a death warrior dedicated to ensuring Enko's safety. In a critical situation, the bodyguard had to guarantee Enko's safety with his life. At first, although Enko was the son of the clan leader, he did not receive such high treatment. Only Uchiha Madara, regarded as the future clan leader, had this privilege. However, as Enko's brothers died one after another on the battlefield, and after Enko came back to life, Madara had just taken over part of the clan leader's power. So, under Madara's orders, 2 close guards were arranged for Enko, Uchiha Maku, and Uchiha Heian. The two were only a few years older than Enko. And since Enko was a modern person, he did not have the arrogance of giving orders, quickly establishing a good relationship with his two bodyguards. After experiencing life and death together multiple times, Enko had long regarded the two as his brothers. However, in a later accident, Uchiha Heian chose to sacrifice himself to protect Enko and Maku, and it was after that incident that Enko awakened his Mangeki Sharingan. Now, only Maku remained by Enko's side, and their relationship was needless to say. They were not brothers, but they were closer than brothers. Maku stretched his arms and yawned, happily saying, "Finally finished everything at the daimyo's mansion. I can return to your side, my lord." "Yes, the Land of Flame will no longer have a daimyo's mansion." Enko nodded. In these 4 years, the Bloodpool clan had completely grasped all the power of the daimyo's mansion through illusions and other means. Once the war was over, they would announce the complete abolition of the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Flame, and in the future, the entire country's authority would be controlled by ninjas. It should have been abolished long ago, Maku said somewhat indignantly. During these years at the daimyo's mansion, I've seen it clearly. Most of these so-called high-ranking officials are just useless, only knowing how to indulge in pleasure, and only a very small number of people truly contribute to the country. That's very normal, Enko said lightly. Once a person gains enough power, it's easy to lose sight of their goals and become immersed in a life of luxury, or walk a path that does not belong to their true self. Maku silently looked at Enko's profile. After a long time, he softly said, "My lord, do you have something on your mind?" Just kidding. What could I possibly have on my mind? My lord, even though I haven't been by your side in recent years, I can still tell that your mood isn't very good. Has something happened?" Enko shook his head. "It's nothing. Just suddenly feeling a bit sentimental." "You're just being sentimental." A sudden voice sounded in the ears of the two, startling Mu to the point of feeling a chill down his spine. He hadn't even noticed when someone had appeared on the high platform. If the other party wanted his life, he might not even know how he died. He turned around abruptly, and for a moment, Mu's face showed shock. But then it immediately revealed a look of respect as he respectfully said, "Chief." Hong was not flustered. He simply looked at Ban in surprise and asked, "Brother, how did you get here?" Not bad. You can actually sense the aura I was deliberately hiding," Ban said, dressed in a long blue robe, his black hair dancing in the wind, looking at Hong with satisfaction. He then pretended to be helpless and said, "Isn't it because there's a troublesome younger brother here?" Brother, you noticed too? Am I that obvious?" At this moment, Mu had quietly retreated, leaving space for the two brothers to talk. Your second brother noticed something was off before we set out. Ever since returning from the kingdom of Lulan, you've been restless. So what happened?" It's really nothing," Hong replied, looking back at the busy crowd below and saying faintly, just a bit conflicted inside. Ban crossed his arms and leaned slightly against the railing behind him, saying, "Go on. Brother, do you think everything we've built now will likely be squandered by our descendants in the future? Of course, I know that prosperity and decline are a normal cycle, but there will always be some unwillingness in the end. So, brother," Hong turned his head and stared seriously at Ban, "have you ever considered pursuing immortality?" As the words fell, the two fell into silence, with only the busy noise below and the whooshing wind passing by their ears. Ban did not answer immediately, but walked to Hong's side, looking into the distance. After a long while, he slowly said, Hong, what is your dream?" "Dream?" Hong was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "I can't really call it a dream. If I had to say, it's just to become stronger and lead our clan down a different path. People desire immortality because they have not yet experienced the ultimate pleasure of life, or perhaps they have unfulfilled ambitions." Ban began to speak slowly. "But immortality is also a curse. The value of time lies in its limitation. When time no longer becomes precious, many things lose their original meaning. I do not deny that the Uchiha clan will go far in your hands, but just like a toy, after playing with it for too long, one will inevitably lose interest and discard it. And when you've grown tired of all the toys, life will find no more joy. So, you are unwilling to see your favorite toy being destroyed in someone else's hands, but one day, you will also lose your enthusiasm for this toy. What you like and are obsessed with is just the joy this current toy brings you." Hong's eyes flickered, as if he had come to understand something. At that moment, Ban placed his hand on his shoulder, speaking softly, "But you are my brother. No matter what you choose to do, I will support your choice." At that moment, Hong seemed to understand what he truly wanted. The knot in his heart that had troubled him for days was finally untied, and his whole demeanor changed, filled with deep emotion. "Brother, he's..." Covering the back of his head where he had been inexplicably slapped, Yenhong looked at Ban in confusion. Now that you've figured it out, what are you still doing here? Don't forget you are the commander-in-chief of this battle. A group of people is still waiting for you in the meeting room. Hee. Got it, brother. Mu, please take care of things here. Watching the two leave, Mu sighed. How nice. Sigh. Feiwa. If you were still here, how great would that be? Chapter 132. The person in the shadows clang, clang, clang on the training platform. Swords flashed. Uzuki Akane danced with twin swords, weaving them in front of her to create an impenetrable silver net of blades. As her opponent, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan flickered rapidly, his short knife flying up and down, perfectly intercepting every attack from Akane. Seeing that her persistent attacks were not yielding results, Akane suddenly tapped her toes on the ground, and while flying back, she hurled both swords with all her might toward Kagami with a delicate shout. Swish! The swords shot through the air like twin dragons emerging from the sea, creating two white currents. Their speed was so fast, it was like a white rainbow, shaking Kagami even before they got close. Throwing one sword is essentially a life-and-death strike for a swordsman, because once a swordsman is without a sword, it's like a warrior without a blade. Their combat effectiveness drops significantly. Therefore, facing such a sacrificial strike, Uchiha Kagami had to muster all his focus. Kagami's eyes shone red as the inside of his Sharingan reached its peak at that moment. He stepped on the ground, and his body flew sideways in the air, the two long swords barely grazing past him as they shot straight to the ground behind him. Buzz! The long swords sank 3 inches into the ground, the blades vibrating with a sound. Swish! Kagami landed and steadied himself, only to feel a slight breeze pass in front of him, followed by a kunai steadily stopping right in front of him. You lost. Uzuki Akane's face was cold, devoid of the joy of victory, as if she were merely stating a fact. Kagami looked at the sharp blade so close to him, his face showing no signs of panic, and he even smiled slightly. Not necessarily. Boom! As his words fell, Kagami instantly transformed into a puff of white smoke. Akane's cold face finally showed a hint of surprise. Just as she turned to look back, a short knife was already poised against her neck. Shadow clone! Akane exclaimed in realization, genuinely impressed. You're really fast. Just lucky, Kagami said, retracting the short knife and pulling out the long sword that was stuck in the ground, handing it back to her. Your speed has also improved a lot. My turn. My turn. Mado Jin, who had been watching from the side, jumped onto the training platform, looking eager to try. Come on, Kagami, I'm all fired up. Kagami looked up at the sky and shook his head. Let's call it a day. Don't forget that Teacher Yenhong is looking for us. Oh right. Mado Jin remembered this and then complained a bit. I don't know what Teacher Yenhong has been doing lately. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Idiot. Akane said seriously while cleaning her sword. Not looking up? Don't you know it's a preparation period for war? With Teacher's position in the Hidden Flame Village, he definitely has a lot to do. Mado Jin's eyes brightened. Preparation for war? Are we going to fight someone? Can we go to the battlefield? In fact, it wasn't Team Mado Jin's fault for not knowing. This time the preparations for war were conducted secretly in the Land of Flames, and not much noise had been made, even within the Hidden Flame Village. Kagami and Akane knew this purely because they were clan members with more information channels. As Kagami gathered his ninja tools, he explained to Mado Jin, the specific arrangements are the village's top secrets. Only the elders at home know. And with our current strength, we probably won't make it to the battlefield. Mado Jin felt a bit disappointed, sigh, but I feel like I'm completely ready. The battlefield is not a game. It's not just about feeling ready, Akane said expressionlessly as she put away her sword. Let us go. I think Teacher is looking for us regarding this war. 3 people walked together towards the Flame Shadow building. As they passed by the Uchiha clan territory, Kagami suddenly said, You guys go ahead. I need to go home and say hello to my family. Akatsuki and Might Guy exchanged a glance, and Might Guy boldly said, Then we'll wait for you here. Kagami thought for a moment and didn't object, nodding, all right. So Kagami quickly walked towards the clan, and after notifying his family at home, he received some advice from his father, who had a certain status within the Uchiha clan and had achieved great military feats during the Warring States period. His father already had some insider information and patted Kagami's shoulder, reminding him to perform well and not let the family down. Kagami listened, feeling a bit confused, but he had some vague guesses in his heart. After waiting for his father's instructions to finish, thinking about his companions waiting for him, Kagami couldn't help but quicken his pace. As he passed the Uchiha family shrine, Kagami only glanced briefly as he was just passing by, but suddenly, he felt as if someone was watching him. Huh? Kagami abruptly stopped, and looked in the direction of the shrine with suspicion. A gentle breeze blew, and there was no one in or around the shrine. Everything was calm. Was it an illusion? Kagami scratched his head in confusion, and after confirming that there was indeed no one nearby, he continued walking out, still with a hint of doubt on his face. Could it be that he was too tired recently? About 5 minutes later, with a barely audible rustling sound, a dark mass emerged from the roof of the shrine, its white eyes staring deeply in the direction Kagami had gone. As expected of the Uchiha clan, such keen insight, it almost got discovered. A sinister voice drifted in the air, but no one heard it. The stone tablet had been destroyed. In this world, there should be no one who can see through Enhong release. Why could this Uchiha Enko sense something was off? Since he noticed that the stone tablet had been tampered with, did he also know of my existence? The schemer who had always hidden in the dark felt an unknown panic for the first time. No, my plan cannot fail. The sinister voice gradually carried a layer of killing intent. Uchiha Enko must not be left alive. The dark mass slipped back into the roof, and the surroundings returned to calm. On the other side, Kagami and his two companions finally met Enko in the Flame Shadow building. Although Enko was not the Flame Shadow, he had his own office, as half of the work in Hidden Flame Village was done by him. In Madara's words, this was to cultivate his ability to handle affairs in advance, preparing him for the future takeover of the clan leader position. Only Madara knew the actual situation. Upon seeing Kagami and the others arrive, Enko directly said, "I called you here because you must have guessed to some extent. Is it because of the upcoming war?" My guy asked eagerly. That's right, Enko did not hide it, saying directly, "The battlefield is the best sharpening stone. So I want to give you a choice. Are you willing to step onto the battlefield ahead?" Of course. Enko raised his hand to interrupt my guy, seriously saying, "There is something I must clarify with you in advance. War is not like a typical task. I will not accompany you. Everything depends on you. In simple terms, there will be great danger, and you may never return. You need to think this through." "No need to think about it. I'm going," Akatsuki said first. "A swordsman never has a reason to retreat." Kagami also said without hesitation, "Teacher Enko, I will go too." My guy patted his chest. "Since you all are going, how could I fall behind? We are a team." Enko nodded. "Since you have made up your minds, I will give you 3 days to prepare. We will set off in 3 days, and I will send a captain to go with you. When you arrive at your destination, someone will naturally come to meet you, and you will follow the captain's orders." My guy curiously asked, "Are we going to the border?" "No, we are going to Land of Water." Chapter 133. Smoke signals rise. It was September, and the blazing sun was slightly gentler than in summer, but the air still carried a hint of heat. On the back mountain of Hidden Flame Village, purple chakra remnants floated chaotically in the air, carrying a chilling aura of destruction. Enko and Shinta stood side by side, both still somewhat shocked, but their eyes revealed unmasked delight. Shinta excitedly waved his arm and exclaimed, "Lord Enko, did you see that? The effect is even more terrifying than we expected. I guarantee that no wall in this world can withstand this kind of power." Although Enko was also shocked inside, he wasn't as excited as Shinta. After all, he could achieve such destructive power himself, though it would take a bit more effort. The power is impressive, but how about its sustainability? Well, Shinta gradually calmed down, turning to look at the steel behemoth behind him. The originally dark body was now glowing red from overload, and the temperature was frighteningly high, indicating it could not launch a second attack. Shinta looked around and finally shook his head. "There's no way. The temperature is too high. If we force a second shot, it might be completely destroyed." Enko frowned and said in a deep voice, "If we improve it now, is it still possible? This isn't a matter of time. To ensure such high output, our current heat dissipation technology can achieve continuous firing. What I can do now is to increase the conversion rate of the Dragon Vein Chakra and reduce its consumption." "I understand." Enko nodded. "Then we have to go with this. Even though we can't fire continuously, its power is enough for siege warfare." Shinta directed his assistants to transport the siege weapon back and said to Enko, "It's a pity the consumption exceeded expectations. Although you brought a lot of Dragon Vein Chakra, it probably can't withstand too much waste." Enko had already made arrangements for this, confidently saying, "You don't have to worry about this. The early stages are just minor skirmishes. It's not time to use them yet. How you use them is up to you." Shinta waved his hand, "But take it easy. If it breaks, it won't be easy to repair. Oh, by the way, I won't be attending the oath-taking ceremony later. I'll let the others go for me. With that time, I can study how to improve efficiency." Enko joked, "What if we lose? Maybe we'll need you for logistics. Come on, if we can't even defeat an enemy that the great Uchiha clan can't handle, what chance do we, who deal with iron all day, have?" we might as well think about how to divide the inheritance. Hey, can you really say that in front of me? Don't you want me to say it behind your back? Aren't you worried about that? Indeed. Privately, Enko had no heirs and had a friendly relationship with the leaders of various clans, often joking about trivial matters. The two walked towards a village, and behind them was a small hill that had been torn apart from the middle. Creak! The moment the door opened, everyone's eyes in the room turned to look, and upon seeing Enko's arrival, their expressions varied. At a glance, the Uchiha clan, the Bloodpool clan, the Craftsman clan, the Medicine clan, and the Uzuki clan, along with the senior members of various prominent families, had essentially all gathered. In addition, there were also ninjas from ordinary families who had been promoted to high-ranking positions in the Hidden Flame Village due to their exceptional abilities in recent years. A grand assembly of nearly 100 people, most of whom wore expressions of subtle excitement and eagerness. For them, having reached this point meant that their own strength had hit a bottleneck, and the chances of advancing further were slim. Hence, at this moment, they care more about their own or their family's reputation. Who wouldn't want their name or family to be renowned? The fastest way to achieve fame was through war. Only fire and blood could cultivate the most beautiful flower of reputation. Therefore, this war was an inevitable trend and also the will of the people. Unlike others, standing at the forefront, Madara merely nodded slightly at Yenhong, but a trace of barely noticeable comfort flashed in his eyes. Yenhong faced the gaze of the crowd and naturally walked to Madara's side, saying, "Brother, as the flame shadow, aren't you going to say a few words? In the village, you are more suited to unite people's hearts than I am." Madara was indifferent to this. In fact, he had no desire for power at all. If it weren't for the outbreak of war, he would have long wanted to resign from his positions as Flame Shadow and Uchiha clan leader, focusing solely on pursuing higher realms of strength. Yenhong did not decline and took a step forward, facing the expectant crowd below. After a brief contemplation, he spoke loudly. 5 years ago, I once said that our endpoint is absolutely not in this corner of the world. The Hidden Flame Village is merely our starting point. After 5 years of development and preparation, it is now time to reap the rewards. As his words fell, even though the crowd below already knew that war was imminent, their hearts still stirred with waves of emotion. Yenhong observed the expressions of those below and continued. The fact that we can gather here shows that everyone is unwilling to be beneath others. We share a common goal, to prove ourselves and reclaim what belongs to us. Therefore, the Hidden Flame Village is now entering the final third phase. He kept the passionate remarks succinct. Everyone was no longer a hot-blooded youth. An actual interest could move people's hearts more effectively. After a vote by the members of the meeting hall, it was decided that starting today, the Land of Flame would officially abolish the daimyo system, establishing the Hidden Flame Village as the highest governing body. The Flame Shadow would become the supreme authority, and a ninja aristocracy system would be implemented nationwide. In a Land of Flame, ninjas would enjoy higher privileges and powers than ordinary people. And the Land of Flame would be the first country in history to be ruled by ninjas. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted into chaos. Ninja control of the country. It should have been this way long ago. We finally waited for this day. But won't this provoke resistance from the outside world? What are we afraid of? If they don't comply, we'll fight. Although the former daimyo had been secretly manipulated by the Hidden Flame Village, it still appeared that the daimyo controlled the country. Now that the Land of Flame abolished the daimyo system, it meant that this matter was placed on the table, which would undoubtedly deliver a strong shock to the world order, inciting fierce opposition from other nations. But did the Land of Flame care? To be honest, they didn't care at all. After Yenhong and the others quieted down again, he finally said, "I believe everyone realizes the consequences of this action. But so what? I hereby announce that the First Ninja World War is about to begin. Let us witness this new feast of the ninja world together." Into the Land of Flame Arc, Chapter 134. Ninja. The wind blew for miles, stirring the fluttering flags atop the city walls. Outside Frostate City, dust was flying, making the air feel unusually dry. Among all the small countries, the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Frost were two of the better ones, often clashing with each other, both wanting to swallow the other to become the strongest among the smaller nations beneath the 5 great countries. Frostate City, as one of the 2 major cities of the Land of Frost, was located on the border between the Land of Frost and the Land of Waterfall, serving to defend against invasions from the Land of Waterfall. The city's defensive facilities were quite complete, although not as strong as the 5 great countries. They were more than sufficient to resist attacks from other small nations. However, since the Land of Waterfall was renamed the Land of Flame, the entire country's strength had skyrocketed like a rocket, surpassing all small nations in just a few years. Yet, due to limitations in land area, there was still a thin line of difference between them and the great nations, making them a unique existence above the small nations yet below the great ones. Because of this, the Land of Frost's vigilance against the Land of Flame had grown increasingly strong, and the military presence in Frost State City had nearly doubled, fearing that one day the Land of Flame might suddenly attack. Strangely enough, since the name change, the Land of Flame had become quiet, merely fortifying its own territory without any intention of external aggression. In contrast, the Land of Frost had tried to probe with a few minor disturbances, but they had all been repelled, leaving the Lord of Frost State somewhat baffled, unable to declare war, yet having to continue observing silently. On the walls of Frost State City, a young soldier crouched down, stealthily climbing to the top of the wall while carefully avoiding the gaze of the patrolling general. He reached the corner where his good brother was and patted him on the shoulder. In response to his brother's puzzled expression, the young soldier gently lifted his breastplate to reveal a hidden treasure inside. Upon seeing the treasure, the good brother's eyes widened in surprise. He looked around to ensure no one was watching them before lowering his head and whispering, "Drinking while on guard? Are you crazy?" The young soldier was unfazed. "What are you afraid of? The Land of Flame won't attack. So, are you drinking or not?" After months of guarding with no alcohol, the good brother was indeed a little tempted, but still retained some rationality and waved his hand, saying, "My dad isn't the lord of the city. If we're caught, we'll definitely get punished." "Chicken, how about your back? What are you afraid of?" The young soldier pouted and opened the bottle, instantly releasing a faint aroma of wine that playfully wafted into their noses. Gulp, gulp. Both of them swallowed their saliva at the same time, akin to hungry wolves spotting a bloody, juicy piece of meat, their eyes lighting up. "Aren't you drinking? I'll leave a sip for me." He got it. After sharing half a gourd of fine wine, both felt completely relaxed, as if floating on clouds, and their conversation became livelier. The young soldier carefully stowed the wine gourd away and casually said, "If you ask me, we really don't need to be this tense every day. After all, the Land of Flame won't send troops to attack." The good brother glanced at the Lord's son, curious. "What do you mean?" "Hey, it's no big deal to tell you. It's not a secret anyway." The young soldier organized his words, speaking mysteriously. "Did you know that the daimyo's authority in the Land of Flame has been seized by ninjas?" "Seized by ninjas?" The good brother was genuinely surprised by this news. In his impression, ninjas, though mysterious, were at most a special force controlled by the state, scattered in number and not formidable. The idea of ninjas holding the reins of power was simply unheard of. "I heard it was from a family called Uchiha or something. Apparently, they're quite powerful in the ninja circles." The young soldier shrugged, but no matter how powerful, it's still like that. "I really don't know what the daimyo of the Land of Flame is doing, letting his own dogs bite him. I used to think he was someone important. Turns out he's just like that." The good brother still found it somewhat unbelievable. "Is this news true? Why would I lie to you?" The young soldier shot him a glance and said, "You don't think about it. Although ninjas are good at assassination, they only engage in these lowly acts. Let them lead troops in a battle, and I feel like I'm stronger than them. Otherwise, my dad, oh no, the Lord wouldn't have sent me here to guard the city." "That is true. No wonder the Kingdom of Flame has been." "Hiss, General, what general?" Just as he was thinking, his good brother suddenly straightened his body and wore a serious expression. The young soldier was taken aback for a moment, then immediately reacted, awkwardly turning his head to look behind him. "Uncle Yenwu. I, in the army, call me General." General Yenwu had a strong and robust physique, his voice booming like a bell. "Yes, General." Yenwu flared his nostrils and suddenly frowned. "Did you drink?" The young soldier laughed awkwardly, held up 2 fingers, and whispered just a little bit. "You." General Yenwu was instantly furious. If the person in front of him wasn't the Lord's only son, he would have slapped him already. The young soldier, however, clearly wasn't afraid of him, displaying an attitude of indifference, as if to say, "I made a mistake, but what can you do about it?" General Yenwu glared at the young soldier for a long time, pondering how to punish the kid, when suddenly his guards shouted anxiously from behind, "General, there's a situation." Hearing this, General Yenwu ignored the 2 who broke the rules and looked in the direction pointed by his guard. In the next moment, his expression became serious. A black line suddenly appeared at the horizon, advancing toward Frost State City at a visible speed. With just one glance, Yenwu raised his hand to issue orders. "Enemy attack. Prepare defenses." Swish, swish, swish. Rows of well-trained archers began to notch their arrows, all eyes focused on the distant black tide. The young soldier still hadn't realized the atmosphere was off and couldn't help but mumble, "No way." The Kingdom of Flame really dares to come over? But now, no one would respond to him. As the black line drew closer, Yinwu could roughly estimate the enemy's numbers, about 10,000. The number wasn't too large, but it made Yinwu frown even deeper, because no matter how many people there were, it was impossible to wait until they were in sight to know the enemy was attacking the city. This could only mean that all the scouts he sent out had been wiped out. Moments later, the enemy had advanced to within 500 meters of Frostate City, and both sides could see each other's faces clearly. General Yinwu squinted as he surveyed the army before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes once again. He could sense that right at the front of this army, there was a row of infantry whose presence was completely different from that of ordinary soldiers, giving off an oppressive feeling. Suddenly, a word jumped into Yinwu's mind. Ninja. Chapter 135. Breaking the city outside Frostate City. The air was filled with killing intent. The vanguard of the Kingdom of Flame was at the city gates. The two sides were merely 500 paces apart, one on the city wall and the other below, staring at each other from a distance. Although he didn't know how this troop had arrived silently at the city gates, Yinwu wasn't too flustered. To be honest, ninjas attacking a city was not much different from ordinary people, and they were even less capable than regular soldiers. Even if ninjas could use ninjutsu and had more terrifying mobility and destructive power than ordinary soldiers, they were still not beyond the limits of the physical body. Being hit by a few arrows would still lead to death. An archer, without considering accuracy, had an effective range of about 60 to 70 meters, while most ordinary ninjas had a maximum attack range of only 50 meters. Beyond that, their chakra would disperse. Therefore, in the case of a rain of arrows, ninjas below the shadow level were no different from ordinary soldiers. Moreover, ninjas were few in number, far fewer than ordinary people, who could easily muster tens of thousands. Siege warfare was a true meat grinder, and the attacking side often needed to pay several times the price of the defending side to break through the city gates. Thus, in past wars, ninjas had only served as mercenaries responsible for assassinations or dealing with enemy ninja forces. There had never been a situation where ninjas were used to attack a city. So, how many ninjas did the Kingdom of Flame have to sustain such an assault? General Yinwu instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. There must be some trick here. Were the ninjas from the Kingdom of Flame really incapable of fighting? Or was there a dragon hidden within this troop? The strong winds howled, as if crying and lamenting. The standoff between the two sides lasted only a moment. It felt like 1,000 years. A loud, thunderous horn suddenly sounded. The army of 10,000 below the city simultaneously charged forward like a silent, deep torrent, unhesitatingly crashing into the city before them. The distance shrank from 500 paces to 400. At this moment, changes began to occur within the army below. Dozens of people were clearly trying to advance a step faster, becoming disconnected from the rear forces, and they entered within 300 paces first. Yinwu took a deep breath. He finally understood that this troop from the Kingdom of Flame was not entirely composed of ninjas, but was a composite army of ninjas and ordinary soldiers. The ordinary soldiers compensated for the ninjas' numerical shortcomings, while the ninjas enhanced the army's quality. It was a strange combination, but quite reasonable, indicating that the opposing side was not filled with incompetent fools. However, did they really think that just over 10,000 of them could take a city? 200 paces. The sound of bowstrings being drawn filled the air, and the glinting arrowheads were all aimed at the dozens who were about to enter the range. 150 paces. Kill. With a thunderous roar from the ugly man in the front, his clansmen shouted in unison, and the speed of the charge surged significantly, the momentum of the dozens surpassing that of the 1,000-strong army behind. At the same time, the vast sky darkened for a moment, and then thousands of arrows rained down, the sound of wind breaking like a swarm of locusts, forming a massive net that covered the charging figures. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of people wielded their knives in a chaotic dance. In an instant, sparks flew in front of them. But no matter how fast they moved, it was impossible to block every arrow. The arrows pierced through their defenses and lightly grazed their skin, exposing a layer of gleaming bone. The arrows could not penetrate the bones. On the city wall, Yinwu's expression finally changed. He immediately shouted, "Use rolling stones. We absolutely cannot let them come up. Hey, charge up." Zhu Ma was covered in arrows, but felt nothing, a mad grin on his face, his eyes red like a demon. And his speed increased rather than decreased as he leaped over the city moat in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 bones flew through the air, neatly nailed to the city wall. Zhu Ma leaped, using the bones as steps. and climbed the city under the rain of arrows. Crash on the city wall, rolling logs and hot oil poured down. A member of the Take clan accidentally got scalded by the boiling oil on his back, a horrifying screech escaping his lips before he could even scream. And he was smashed off the city wall by a rolling stone. At this moment, the army behind had also advanced to within 100 paces, and the archers quickly steadied their formations to shoot at the city wall, alleviating the pressure on the Take clan's ascent. Kill. Finally, Zhu stepped onto the city wall. Before he could stabilize himself, 7 or 8 long spears thrust toward him. Zhu did not dodge, allowing the spears to pierce his body. But with a sweep of his bone knife, the first strike severed 8 long spears, and with a second strike, several heads flew into the sky. For the defenders, once the enemy charged onto the city wall, they had already lost half the battle. A gap had been torn in the entire defense line, and the archers could no longer be of use, forced into close combat. But how could ordinary soldiers withstand the onslaught of the Take clan, who fought like mad wolves? Kill them all. Zhu was completely insane, killing anyone he saw on the city wall with his equally mad clansmen, pushing forward inch by inch and tearing open gaps, completely disrupting the defensive rhythm of Shuangzhou City. With the Take clan at the front, ladders began to hook onto the city walls, and the army of tens of thousands officially started the siege. Noritrit, General Yen Wu roared, drawing his saber and personally charging forward. The young soldiers, who had been pampered since childhood, had never seen such a scene. Their ears were filled with wails of anguish, and in front of them, severed limbs were flying, with rivers of blood spreading even to their feet. Run! Quick, run! He was supposed to just be there to gain some experience, but he completely broke down, shouting to escape from the city wall, and once the first deserter appeared, the morale of the entire army would collapse, leading to a rout that could no longer withstand the tide of attacks. Bastard! Yen Wu's eyes turned red in an instant, cursing the city lord's son and his ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. But as the commander, he absolutely could not retreat. Yen Wu wielded his knife with both hands, clearing the chaotic crowd, his whole being exuding an overwhelming aura, leaping in to slash at the frenzied Zhu. Clang! The blade struck his shoulder, but instead of flesh, it met the sound of metal clashing. Yen Wu felt as if he had chopped down onto a steel plate, the blade trembling violently, and the recoil force shattered his grip. Kill! Bathed in blood, Zhu turned back with a knife, and before Yen Wu could raise his blade to block, he had already severed his hands. Following that, a bone spur pierced through his skull. With a crash, Yen Wu stumbled backward a few steps, then fell directly from the city wall, landing in front of the city he had defended for more than 10 years, and in his dying moments, he saw the city gate being crashed open. The setting sun was like blood, and the horn of conquest sounded like a ghostly wail. In less than an hour, Shuangzhou City fell. The world was shaken. Chapter 136. Winds rise and clouds gather. Fire Country, Kinkouhou Village. The smoke of war from the Frost Country seemed not to have spread to the land of the Fire Country. At this moment, Kinkouhou Village remained peaceful and serene, with the laughter of children, the shouts of vendors, and the chatter of villagers weaving a tranquil tapestry. On the rooftop of the Hokage office building at the heart of Kinkouhou Village, Senju, dressed in a loose blue kimono, had his black hair stirred by the autumn wind, a warm smile on his face as he quietly observed everything in the village, which was the scene he had longed for in his dreams. Lord Hashirama, they have arrived. At that moment, a cool voice from behind broke the harmonious atmosphere. Hashirama slowly turned around and gently nodded to his loyal confidant, who had been with him for nearly 30 years, saying politely, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us go." Hashirama suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, has Tobirama not come out yet? It's been almost 2 months, right? I remember when he invented the Flying Thunder God technique, it didn't take this long." Senju pondered for a moment and said uncertainly, "Perhaps it's another S-rank ninjutsu. I hope it's not some strange ninjutsu." The two entered the building one after the other, with Hashirama taking the lead to push open the door to the Hokage office. Inside the room, 2 people were already quietly waiting. One was Nara Shikaku, the clan head of the Nara clan, and the other was Hyuga Yudo, the young clan head of the Hyuga clan. When they saw Hashirama enter, they immediately greeted him. "Lord Hashirama." Hashirama smiled and waved his hand, indicating that they need not be formal, then sat down in the chair behind the desk, while Taijima skillfully stood beside him. Unlike the tranquility of the streets, the atmosphere in the office felt somewhat heavy. Hashirama rubbed his forehead and spoke first. What do you think about the land of fire invading the land of frost? In the entire ninja world, when it comes to reconnaissance capabilities, the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan could claim second place, and no one would dare say they were first. Therefore, in the intelligence department of Konoha village, there were many members from the Hyuga clan, and as the clan head, Hyuga Yudo naturally knew more information, which was also why Hashirama had called him this time. Do you think they're trying to establish authority? Hyuga Yudo said casually, according to the information from the border. The Uchiha clan has already taken full control of the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Land of Fire is now their toy, and the establishment of a ninja nation will inevitably cause huge controversy. I guess their action this time is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and the Frost Country is just that chicken. Taijima frowned slightly and whispered, "Then are they violating the peace treaty?" "They haven T." Narashikaku explained, "The peace treaty only requires the 6 major countries not to infringe upon each other. The Land of Fire taking action against small countries outside the 6 countries technically does not violate the treaty, and we have no reasonable grounds to intervene." But what? Shikaku's face showed a hint of seriousness as he said in a deep voice, "I just feel that yesterday's war was just the beginning. The Land of Fire will not stop here." Hyuga Yudo raised an eyebrow and said, "Not stopping? What do they want to do? They don't intend to invade the Frost Country, do they?" It was understandable for him to say this. In everyone's perception, major countries wouldn't attack small countries unless in extreme circumstances. First of all, the resources of small countries are limited, and the benefits after conquering them are not significant. Plus, they would have to disperse their energy to manage them, which does not align with the interests of major countries. The second point, which is the most important reason, is that small countries are located between major countries, forming a good buffer zone. With this buffer zone, if a war breaks out between major countries, the battlefield can be placed on the territories of these small countries, thereby reducing losses for their own country. This is also the tragedy of small countries. It's like holding a deadly talisman, forever living in the shadow of major countries. The peace treaty does not encompass small countries because no one thinks major countries would deal fatal blows to small countries. Narashikaku's gaze deepened. But one thing you must not forget is that geographically, the Land of Fire is itself a small country. It's just that with the presence of powerful clans like the Uchiha, we subconsciously overlook this point. Senju Taijima's expression froze, clearly realizing something, murmuring, "You mean?" "Exactly." Shikaka nodded and said solemnly, "They are expanding their territory. Conquering small countries to expand territory? They can't be that foolish, can they?" Hyuga Yudo blurted out. "Even if they take all the small countries, they would then be surrounded by 4 major countries in the middle. Wouldn't that'd be like inviting disaster? But as you said, what good does it do to conquer them? We can only divide the lands of those small countries. So we might as well take the initiative to attack those small countries ourselves." This, Hyuga Yudo was instantly rendered speechless. Narashikaku continued, "They're like a gambler with nothing to lose. As long as they can win money, it counts as a win. While we are wealthy merchants who have to consider our gains and losses. Moreover, once they border the 4 major countries, no one can predict who they will strike against. 4 packs of wolves can indeed bring down a fierce tiger, but before the tiger dies, it can certainly take down 1 or even 2 wolves. So no one will want to be the one to stick their neck out." Hyuga Yudo immediately muttered in dissatisfaction, Hey, why are they the tiger and we are the wolves? We are no worse than them." Narashikaku facepalmed. "I was just making a metaphor. The 4 major countries cannot work together, each one thinking they can profit from the chaos, but they are not as free as they are. So what should we do? Should we take the initiative to strike before they gain momentum?" Senju Taijima shook her head. "But if we do that, we will be the ones breaking the treaty. This won't work, that won't work either. Can we only watch helplessly as they annex the lands of small countries?" Narashikaku sighed. "This is the open conspiracy. Even if we see through it, we can do nothing. Once they gain power, their next target will definitely be one of our 4 great nations. You all say, could this be a misunderstanding?" At that moment, Hashirama, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "What if, as we initially said, the conflict between the 2 countries is merely a private matter?" Shikasuke pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Have the Uchiha brothers appeared on the battlefield?" Seeing Shikasuke's unusually serious expression, Yudo was momentarily taken aback, then recalled seriously that according to the intelligence received, the 3 of them had not appeared. The majority of the attackers were ordinary people rather than ninjas. Shikasuke's expression grew complex. "If they had not appeared on the battlefield, then I can be certain that this is not a personal grudge. Hashirama still felt a bit unwilling. Why? If it were just to vent their anger, wouldn't the three Uchiha heads be able to resolve the issue more quickly? If they haven't acted, then there's only one possibility. They're using this to train their troops. Knock, knock, knock. Before everyone could digest this news, a rapid knock sounded at the door, followed by a ninja dressed as an intelligence officer who hurriedly pushed the door open and exclaimed loudly, "Hokage-sama, we just received intelligence from the border that the Land of Fire has mobilized against the Land of Grass." Chapter 137. The war drums beat bang. A teacup traced a graceful arc in the air before crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces and splashing water everywhere. Useless. All of you are useless. At the head of the table, a middle-aged man wearing a blue long-sleeve kimono and a fan-shaped noble hat furiously pointed at a group of ministers bowing before him and shouted, "You let a city fall in less than an hour. I can't even soak in a hot spring that quickly. What are you all doing? A bunch of useless eaters. Useless eaters. My lord, please calm down." The ministers below were all terrified. Calm down? What else can you do besides asking me to calm down? The army of the Land of Fire is almost at our doorstep. Can't you use your pig brains to think about what we should do now? The ministers below exchanged worried glances, but no one could speak. Baka, what good are you? The daimyo of the Land of Frost's face turned red with anger as he scanned the room and then pointed at a fat man, saying sternly, "It's you? Hurry up and come up with a solution, or I'll have you charged first tomorrow." The fat man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. With his bulk, if he reached the battlefield, he might not even be able to escape. So he quickly began to think of a strategy. But the problem is, strategies can only turn the tide when both sides are of similar strength or not vastly different. Once the gap is too large, any strategy will seem powerless. However, the more critical the moment, the more it can motivate a person's potential. As he saw the Frost Daimyo's expression darkening, the fat minister suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "I have a way." The Frost Daimyo threw another cup at him. "If you have a way, just say it. Why make me guess?" The fat minister was drenched, but didn't dare to get angry. He lowered his head respectfully and said, "My lord, as far as I know, the reason Frost State was breached so quickly is largely due to the ninja they sent. Without those ninjas, the soldiers of the Land of Fire wouldn't have been able to breach Frost State at all." After saying this, the fat minister raised his head proudly, but then a brush pen hit him on the head. "Keep talking. Why did you stop?" The fat minister covered his forehead, feeling wronged, and said, "So, since they have ninjas, don't we in the Land of Frost also have a group of ninjas? We just need to let the ninjas from Frost Ninja Village hold back the ninjas from the Land of Fire. The remaining ordinary soldiers are not a concern." Coincidentally, the village chief of Frost Ninja Village is here. We can ask him how to deal with the ninjas from the Land of Fire. In the corner, the village chief of Frost Ninja Village, Hirabayashi Satoru, who had been silent and trying to minimize his presence, suddenly shivered and raised his confused eyes to scan the room, finally resting his gaze on the fat minister. Censored. The Frost Daimyo also knew that the people below were passing the buck. But now that the nation's survival was at stake, he naturally grasped at any straw. He immediately turned to Hirabayashi Satoru and said, "Satoru, what do you think? The problem is serious." Hirabayashi Satoru inwardly roared, but on the surface, he appeared troubled. He carefully organized his thoughts and said, "My lord, the ninja village of the Land of Fire was founded by a ninja clan called Uchiha, and this Uchiha clan is not like ordinary ninja clans." Enough, enough. The Frost Daimyo impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. "I don't care about your Uchiha, or whatever. I'm asking you, can you deal with them?" Hirabayashi Satoru's expression twisted, and after struggling internally for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I can." Phew. The Frost Daimyo finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression softened. "How confident are you?" Hirabayashi Satoru held up a number with his hand, at least 60%. But what? "The Uchiha clan is very powerful. I need time to prepare." The Frost Daimyo frowned. "How long do you need?" Hirabayashi Satoru thought seriously for a moment and tentatively said, "About a day." "Good." The Frost Daimyo was overjoyed and pointed at Hirabayashi Satoru, saying loudly, "You have 1 day's time. Their army will take at least a day and a half to get from Frost State to here. If we can successfully resist the Land of Fire's attack this time, the Daimyo's office will increase the funding to Frost Ninja Village by 30%. "Thank you, my lord. That is more like it." With a heavy stone lifted from his heart, the Frost Daimyo relaxed completely. The Land of Fire is not that formidable. The reason we lost this time is primarily that we were caught off guard. I heard they are also attacking the Land of Grass. Fighting on two fronts is simply seeking death. Yes, they were originally just a group of ninjas. Once they achieved a little success, they became complacent, completely oblivious to the art of war. Exactly. Where do you find a daimyo as far-sighted as ours? Indeed, the originally tense atmosphere instantly became harmonious, and smiles adorned everyone's faces as if they could already see the smile of the goddess of victory. Only Hirabayashi Satoru's eyes were dim, lost in thought. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and the army of the Land of Fire set out again. The territory of the Land of Frost is not that large. There are only 2 main cities in total. Aside from the border city of Frost State, there is only Frost Snow City, where the daimyo's office is located. Once Frost Snow City falls, the entire Land of Frost will be completely under the control of the Land of Fire. As the army of the Land of Fire gradually gathered outside Frost Snow City, a killing intent once again rose. In the center of the Land of Fire's army, Yenhong squinted and surveyed the gathered troops of the Land of Frost beneath Frost Snow City, his eyes playful. They are giving up the advantage of the city and confronting us directly. They seem quite confident. Beside him, Uchiha Mu said casually, "It looks like they have about 30,000 troops, nearly 3 times our strength. No wonder they have the confidence to clash with us head-on. Boss, let me go." On the right, Takeyama was so excited he was trembling all over, eager to try. If it weren't for Yenhong watching nearby, he would have charged in already. "Stay put and watch." Yenhong shot him an annoyed glance. The effects of the medicine hadn't fully dissipated yet, and he hoped he wouldn't end up sick himself. "Huh, what are you afraid of?" Zhu Ma shrugged indifferently, but still listened to Yenhong's words, watching from the side with some reluctance. The Taikuri clan had strong melee capabilities, but they had a hereditary disease that increased in likelihood with each use of their bloodline limit, causing most to not live past 50. To reduce the onset rate, Yenhong had specially commissioned the Yao family to develop a suppressive medicine that, when taken after using their abilities, could effectively lower the chance of illness, though it also meant they couldn't use their bone veins again for a period afterward. While Yenhong and the others were observing the army of the Frost Country, atop the walls of Frost Snow City, the Frost Daimyo was personally leading his troops, also watching the nearby army of the Flame Country. He pointed towards the center of their formation and turned to ask a close minister, "Who is that kid?" The minister squinted into the distance and shook his head, saying, "I don't know, might be a ninja from the Flame Country." "Humph, letting such an inexperienced kid command? Is there no one else in the Flame Country?" The Frost Daimyo scoffed disdainfully. "How prepared are our ninjas?" "Report, my lord. They have all been dispersed and arranged within the army." "Good. Then let them all perish here." Boom! The yellow wind blows, and the war drums beat. Chapter 138. Swift as the wind under the dark and gloomy sky, tens of thousands stood facing each other, the heavy atmosphere pressing down on everyone's heart like a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums thundered, accompanied by the shouts of countless soldiers. "Kill, kill!" The tide surged. The sight of tens of thousands charging at the same time was quite spectacular, like 2 massive waves colliding, shaking the entire earth. However, before the 2 waves could clash, the army of Frost Country suddenly erupted in a spray of blood-red waves. Hey, what are you doing? Don't! Help!" Suddenly, the ninjas from Frost Ninja Village, scattered throughout the army, turned on their allies, drawing their weapons and indiscriminately unleashing various ninjutsu. The full force of a ninja's attack was something an ordinary soldier could never withstand, and with the army packed closely together, one jutsu could wipe out a large number of them. The sudden rebellion caused a brief chaos in the Frost Country's army, but the Flame Country's forces did not stop their charge, crashing straight in. One side was full of morale, while the other experienced internal strife. The result was predictable. In just the time it took for a brief encounter, the army of Frost Country was pressed hard by the Flame Country, and many soldiers could not even distinguish who their allies were. Half of their attention was spent guarding against their own people, let alone facing the enemy. This time, Yenhong had deployed even more ninjas in the Flame Country's army. Even if the Frost Ninja Village ninjas hadn't betrayed them, he was confident he could break through the 30,000 troops of Frost Country head-on, let alone in the current chaotic situation. The fact that they hadn't collapsed immediately was already a testament to the quality of their army. Traitors! This damned group of traitors! On the city walls, the Frost Daimyo cursed loudly, wishing he could personally go down and slaughter these traitors, filled with rage as he glared at his close minister. "Quick! Arrange for people to go to Frost Ninja Village. I want these traitors to pay for their betrayal." But the close minister did not lose his composure. With a pained expression, he said, "My lord, since Frost Ninja Village dared to betray us in battle, they must have prepared an escape route in advance. That guy Hirabayashi Chihiro asked for a day's preparation time, so they probably already secretly moved the villagers away. And indeed, upon learning that he would be fighting the Uchiha clan head-on, Hirabayashi Chihiro had already thought of a way out. As a ninja, how could he not know the strength of the Uchiha clan? Faced with the options of death or betrayal, he decisively chose to betray. The moment he returned, he sent someone to the army of the Flame Country to seek surrender, expressing his willingness to lead his entire village to leave the Frost Country and join the Flame Country's camp. And he disclosed all internal deployments of the Frost Country without reservation. Yenhong was also pleased to accept Frost Ninja Village's active surrender. Betrayal is context-dependent. If both sides are evenly matched and the outcome uncertain, betrayal is despicable. However, in a situation of significant disparity in strength, self-preservation can be understood. After all, not everyone is a die-hard loyalist. After accepting the surrender of Frost Ninja Village, Yenhong instructed them to rise in revolt during the charge of both armies, thereby disrupting the morale of the Frost Country's forces, which could also be seen as their letter of allegiance. Hirabayashi Chihiro was quite decisive. After receiving a reply, he immediately took action, still pretending to be cordial with the higher-ups of the Frost Country, while secretly evacuating the elderly, women, and children from the village. In just one day, everything was organized clearly. The final effect was significant. The army of the Frost Country fell into absolute passivity from the very beginning. And under the threat of being attacked from both sides, their formation was disrupted in just a few minutes, showing signs of collapse. Well, the battle is decided. Yenhong smiled faintly, then stretched his body a bit. Lord Yenhong, what are you planning? Yenhong slightly raised his chin, indicating the direction of the city walls. To catch the ringleader first. Although this is for training, troops are precious, and I can't afford to waste too much here. Then let me. Zhu Ma started to speak, but was shot a glare by Yenhong, causing him to sulk back into a corner, drawing circles in boredom. Watch him. Understood. Yenhong nodded, then leaped down from the central command platform, walking step by step towards Frost Snow City. Kill, as he gradually approached the battlefield. The noise grew increasingly deafening. In the chaos, a soldier from the Frost Country spotted Yenhong, his eyes lighting up as he charged over with his sword. Swish, the soldier slashed down, only to find that the kid who had just been in front of him suddenly vanished. Before he could turn around to search for him, a sharp pain shot through his waist, and looking down, he realized a line of blood had appeared from nowhere, his body slowly separating along it. Ignoring the scream that came from behind, Yenhong, wielding Cold Edge, plunged into the chaotic battlefield like a black specter. The vast battlefield was instantly carved out a bloody path, with severed limbs flying and blood raining down. Unlike Ban's wild brutality, Yenhong's approach focused on efficiency. Everyone faced a single strike, and where it landed was left to chance. With good luck, they might lose an arm or a leg. With bad luck, their heads could fly into the sky. He pushed through like a tiger, entering a sheep pen, quickly attracting the attention of a few on the city walls. The Frost Daimyo's eyes widened as he watched Yenhong advance faster than cutting grass, incredulously exclaiming, What kind of monster is this? The close ministers around him also looked shocked, unable to help but advise, My lord, he seems to be coming for us. Shouldn't we retreat? Yes. If we don't run now, it will be too late. The Frost Daimyo took one last look at his army below, which was already showing signs of fleeing. Realizing that defeat was inevitable, gritting his teeth, he ordered go. Boom! Just as the words left his mouth, a thunderous roar erupted from below the city walls. Seeing the daimyo trying to flee, Yenhong stopped hesitating. A powerful surge of chakra blasted away all the surrounding foot soldiers, and with a heavy stomp, he created a bowl-shaped depression in the ground, propelling himself directly towards the city walls. The countless soldiers below only saw a dark shadow shooting into the sky, leaping to the city walls in an instant, and striking towards the Frost Daimyo's head. The terrifying momentum was like a hellish demon. The Frost Daimyo, who had always lived a life of luxury, had never encountered such a situation before. His eyes filled with horror. He stood there dumbfounded. With a swift motion, the cold blade pierced through the head of the Frost Daimyo effortlessly. The terrifying chakra within the blade caused the daimyo's head to explode, scattering bones and blood, and even killing a small group of people nearby. Yenhong lightly swung his long knife, shaking off the blood droplets, and coldly observed the remaining onlookers. The city walls fell into an eerie silence for a moment, only to be followed by a wave of panicked cries. My lord, run! The soldiers below, seeing their daimyo dead, lost all desire to fight, discarding their armor and fleeing in all directions. In no time, A thunderous cheer erupted from the entire Frost Snow City. Chapter 139. The Will of Fire. My lord, everything is here. In the Frost Country daimyo's mansion, a trembling minister handed a stack of documents to Hong, then obediently stood to the side, his legs quaking, lowering his head like a quail. The pressure from the seemingly harmless young man before him was overwhelming. Fearing that one wrong move might lead to his own demise, Hong casually flipped through the documents and remarked playfully, "So this is your country's tax revenue and expenditure over the past decade? TSK. It looks clean on the surface, but I bet a lot has ended up in your own pockets, right?" The minister chuckled awkwardly. Some things didn't need to be said aloud, as they both understood. Hong set the papers down and said, "I'm not interested in what you did in the past, but now I have 2 tasks for you to handle. You don't have any objections, do you?" "And no. Absolutely no objections." Hong glanced at him and said lightly, "Don't be nervous. If you do well, you might gain some benefits you couldn't obtain before." Although he knew there was some exaggeration in those words, the minister couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. At least he probably wouldn't die. His tone became more sincere. "As you command, my lord." Hong raised a finger. "First, you should know where your daimyo's private residence is. I'll arrange for a group of people, and you will lead them to raid the place." Raid the house. That's right. Since you've feasted on so much, it would be a waste to leave it behind. Contribute it to support my army. Of course. Besides your daimyo, pick a few other wealthy households to raid as well. I'll give you a quota. If you don't meet it, you'll have to make up the difference. If you can't make up for it. Understand? Understood. The minister hurriedly nodded, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead, already having a list of targets in mind. Second, from this moment on, the Frost Country will officially be incorporated into the territory of the Flame Country. All future internal affairs will be governed by the Flame Country. After I leave, someone will come to take over everything here. But you will need to cooperate with the transition. The minister showed a difficult expression. "My lord, to be honest, several influential figures in the daimyo's mansion have just been dealt with by you on the city wall. My own weight is too low. I'm afraid I can't suppress the opinions of others. I'm worried they will." Hong glanced at him and waved his hand. "You don't need to worry about this. The person coming here to take over will ensure they can't make a fuss. Any other issues?" "And no, none. The raiding team is already at the door. If there are no issues, please lead the way." "Yes." Just as the minister exited to carry out his task, Uchiha Mu happened to walk in with several reports. The two brushed past each other, and Mu handed the reports to Hong, saying, "Lord Hong, these are reports from the land of grass and the land of water." Hong didn't open them immediately, but first asked, "Have our casualty numbers been tallied?" Mu replied, "They have been counted. Among the ninjas, most are injured, with 56 injured and 17 dead. The casualties among ordinary soldiers were higher, totaling over 800. A total of 158 ninjas from Frost Ninja Village are willing to surrender and join our army, along with over 7,000 ordinary soldiers, which is enough to make up for our losses. Using war to sustain war is the fastest way to accumulate strength." Hong said thoughtfully. "However, the newly joined personnel need to be dispersed and assigned to various units to prevent any mutiny." "Understood. I will personally take charge of the specifics." Hong nodded and finally looked at the 2 reports in his hands, first opening the one from the land of grass. After reading it carefully, a slight smile appeared on his lips. "The progress on my brother's side is not lagging behind us at all. They are already preparing to advance into the land of rain. We can't let him get too far ahead." Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry, my lord. We only need a day to regroup, then we can continue our advance northward. The strength of the land of rice is even weaker than the Frost Country. I believe in at most 2 days, we can occupy the entire territory." Hong stroked his chin. "The army of the land of rice is indeed quite ordinary, but their ninja clans are somewhat interesting." "Are you referring to the Kazekage clan?" We should try to win them over if the opportunity arises." "Of course, if they don't recognize the situation." Hong didn't continue, but opened the second report. Just a glance made his expression turn exceptionally intriguing. "Oh? How interesting." Noticing Mu's curiosity, Hong casually handed him the report. Mu took it, and upon seeing it, his expression changed dramatically, unable to suppress his exclamation. "Hiss. The first Mizukage is dead." This news was truly unexpected, and even Hong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that his older brother would strike so hard. However, this was a good opportunity. Years ago, Bailian dominated the seas, subduing various clans with absolute force. With Bailian's death, aside from a newly appointed second Mizukage, Kagaya H. Getsu, there were no other strong figures in the land of water. and Kirigakure would surely fall into a brief period of chaos and be unable to attend to itself. Yenhong took out a map of the ninja world, spread it on the table, and pointed to the islands at sea. In that case, inform the boat clan to start their operations. Quickly take over the land of hot water and the surrounding islands. After we conquer the land of rice, we will directly attack the land of iron, surrounding the land of whirlpool. Originally, they had planned to deal with these small countries on the continent before addressing the Uzumaki clan. But now their extermination day would be moved up. Mu walked over to Yenhong's side, looking at the map on the table, suddenly pointing at the border between the land of fire and the land of iron, worriedly saying, "But if we do this, if the land of fire sends troops from behind while we attack the land of whirlpool, it will cut off our retreat. Isn't that too risky?" "Uzumaki clan as bait to lure us in. Unfortunately, the one in charge of Konoha right now is Senju. In his eyes, even if the Uzumaki clan is his wife's family, it is worth less than Konoha by a fraction. He would never actively drag Konoha into the chaos of war. But what if Senju suddenly decides to join the war? Don't worry when the time comes. I will ask my brother to create some commotion at the border of a land of fire. With my brother's deterrence, Hashirama will be even less likely to act rashly. Yenhong patted Mu's shoulder. Once you understand the will of fire of Konoha, you won't worry about them attacking us first. Mu scratched his head. The will of fire? What is that? Yenhong shrugged. In simple terms, it means everything revolves around the village. Personal sacrifices are not important. Every sacrifice made for the village is meaningful. Although the Uzumaki clan sacrifice themselves, at least the Hidden Leaf village can achieve a brief peace, so their survival is insignificant. Yenhong's eyes were deep. So let the Uzumaki clan die in this will of fire. Chapter 140. The Wind Demon clan. The fine autumn rain drizzled between the pavilions and towers of the daimyo's residence, in a fresh and elegant small courtyard. Golden chrysanthemums bloomed wantonly, like clusters of orange sparks burning in the misty rain. In the rain pavilion at the center of the courtyard, a teapot on a small stove bubbled, emitting wisps of white smoke. The daimyo of the land of rice, dressed in a scholarly robe, stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the gray sky, his eyes filled with unshakable sorrow. Step, step, step. Amid the light rain, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached from afar. A tall man strode forward, letting the rain soak his clothes, his pace still unhurried, with a peculiar weapon strapped to his back, walking step by step toward the rain pavilion. The weapon resembled a folded fan, but was huge in size. Lacking a fan surface and only consisting of ribs, each rib forged from fine steel, with sharp edges, exuding a chilling sharpness. The man set the weapon down beside him, bowed to the daimyo, who waved his hand, turned, and sat down on the cushion by the tea table, letting out a gentle sigh. The man was not polite either, sitting down directly opposite the daimyo, and asked, still struggling. The daimyo picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for both of them, lamenting, "The army of the land of fire is at the forefront. Even the land of frost could only hold out for 5 days, sigh. Let alone us, who are not even as good as the land of frost." The man raised his teacup and drank it all in one gulp, wiping the tea stain from the corner of his mouth. Both sides are in a deadlock. Fight or surrender, it's better to be straightforward. The man's carefree nature seemed to alleviate some of the daimyo's worries. He smiled lightly and poured the man another cup of tea. "And what about you? I heard that the land of fire is ruled by ninjas, and the Wind Demon clan is not an unknown name in the ninja world. Joining the land of fire should be the best choice for you." The man shrugged and did not deny it. Although the Wind Demon clan could not be considered a major clan, it barely squeezed into the second-tier family threshold, but its reputation in the ninja world was not low, because like the Takumi clan, they were also skilled in making ninja tools. However, unlike ordinary ninja tools, they were more adept at creating and using large-scale ninja tools. The most famous being the Wind Demon Shuriken, which was used by almost every ninja village and through the sale of ninja tools. The Wind Demon clan accumulated a lot of resources and wealth. But large ninja tools are not mainstream ninja tools. Not every ninja can use them. Most ninjas still prefer lightweight kunai and shuriken, which is also why Yenhong recruited the Takumi clan, but did not consider the Wind Demon clan. The man, Kazuma Junjia, raised his hand to stop the daimyo from refilling his tea and said boldly, "Don't add any more. I can't drink it. It's better to drink alcohol directly." The daimyo shook his head, placing the teapot on the tea table, looking at you. "You don't plan to join the land of fire? The Uchiha clan already has a group of blacksmiths. Our Wind Demon clan is not that cheap. Kazuma Junja said flatly. The ambition of the Land of Fire is known to all, and what is terrifying is that they have the strength to match that ambition. If I had known the situation would be like this, I might have chosen to join the Land of Fire years ago when we were weak. But now it's too late. There is no need to confront them head on. The daimyo said softly, to strike a rock with an egg is not a wise move. In life, how can every choice be wise? Kazuma Junja said very freely, surrendering without a fight is not my character. I can't swallow this anger. At most I'll just die. Don't look at me like that. I'm not the same as you. You're a daimyo. You have to consider the people of an entire nation, while I'm just a clan leader, a second-tier clan. Once I throw down the burden, I'm free. At least I can do what I want to do. The daimyo smiled a bit, a smile full of helplessness. It seems I can't persuade you. Kazuma Junja laughed. You know what kind of person I am, but don't do anything foolish. If you should surrender, then surrender. Ha! You are the hero who died bravely in war. While I can only be the king of a fallen nation. How frustrating. Kazuma Junja laughed heartily. Ha! All right, in the next life, let us switch roles. I'll be the daimyo, and you'll be a ninja. After laughing, Kazuma Junja glanced at the sky, slowly stood up, strapped the weapon on his back, and said, Enough reminiscing, the guests are almost at the door. It would be too impolite not to go out to greet them. The daimyo drank tea alone, and just as Kazuma Junja was about to leave the rain pavilion, he suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. Kazuma Junja did not stop, stepping into the rain curtain behind him. The daimyo's voice, tinged with sadness, came, Be careful, brother. Kazuma Junja's figure gradually disappeared in the rain, and in the air, 2 words faintly floated. Be careful. Kazuma Junja walked out of the daimyo's residence. At the entrance, more than 10 fully armed clansmen waited in the wind and rain, each with determination in their eyes. Kazuma Junja was slightly taken aback. You guys, clan leader, we can't let you take all the glory alone. Exactly. Don't think about leaving us behind. That's right. Although our Wind Demon clan isn't the strongest, we are definitely the most united. Looking at the passionate clansmen in front of him, Kazuma Junja suddenly felt a bit of soreness in his eyes, and his heart was filled with great ambition. Good. Then let us go meet that legendary Uchiha. The rain in the sky fell heavier, with large raindrops hitting the ground, gradually forming shimmering puddles. In the absence of cement roads, when encountering heavy rain, many routes would turn into flowing mud pits, making large-scale military movements impossible. On a vast gobi, the army of the Land of Fire was forced to camp here. Countless flags symbolizing the hidden flame fluttered in the wind and rain. In the central tent of the camp, Hong, dressed in a tight black robe, was learning about the recent war trends from the intelligence gathered from various regions. Besides Hong, there were also Uchiha Mu, Take Mai, and several generals responsible for the regular army present. Before each deployment, Hong would call them over to discuss some marching details to prevent any mistakes. However, just as they were halfway through their discussion, an urgent report came from outside the tent. Lord Hong, enemies detected 1 kilometer away. Hong put down the intelligence in hand and said flatly, How many people? Just about 10. About 10? Hong thought for a moment, then stood up. Let us go take a look. Hearing this, Take Mai, who had been somewhat drowsy, instantly perked up. Someone is coming. You, sigh. Hong shook his head helplessly, not bothering with this battle maniac. He first lifted the tent cloth, took an umbrella from the guard at the door, and then walked into the rain. When the group reached the entrance of the military camp, they happened to see a dozen black figures walking toward them, moving at a slow pace, but giving off a suffocating sense of oppression. They don't come in peace. Beside Hong, Uchiha Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, while Take Mai's eyes became even more alert. Finally, the visitors lined up 30 steps in front of Hong and the others. And from the various forms of giant ninja tools strapped to each person's back, it was not difficult to guess their identities. Fama Junja stepped forward, and in the rain, a fierce and high-pitched roar erupted. I, Fama Junja, lead the 16 members of the Fama clan, here to seek death. Chapter 141, The Last Song. The heavy rain fell on the wilderness, rising wisps of faint mist. The 17 members of the Fama clan stood proudly in the rain, allowing the downpour to drench them. Their eyes filled with fearless determination, their auras steady as a mountain. Hong's face showed no expression as he looked at the Fama clan, who seemed to embrace death, and calmly asked, Are you representing the Land of Rice? Or just yourselves? Fama Junja stepped forward, neither humble nor arrogant, and said, It has nothing to do with the Land of Rice. I have only heard of the Uchiha clan's reputation and wish to seek guidance. Not willing to back down? Yin Hong nodded, choosing not to speak further. After all, everyone has their own pride, and he was not a god who could command everyone to bow down at will. The few in front of him clearly came with the intent to die, and Yin Hong did not wish to persuade them. But the Feng Ma clan's calm demeanor and facing death did make him take a slight notice. Feng Ma Junjie took a giant fan-shaped weapon from his back and calmly said, "Come on, dying at your hands is not disgraceful. Boss." Beside him, Zhu Ma was almost going crazy, looking at Yin Hong with eager eyes, as if to say, "If you don't let me go, I'll hang myself right here." Yin Hong chuckled lightly and then waved his hand forward. "Ha ha ha, understood." Zhu Ma grinned widely and strode forward, his brows full of unruliness, his eyes fierce like a beast. Although Uchiha Yin Hong was not present, Feng Ma Junjie did not let his guard down. Anyone who could follow Yin Hong would not be a mediocre person. Crack, crack, crack. Zhu Ma's spine wriggled, and a bone spike emerged from the back of his neck. He grabbed the bone spike and pulled it out, accompanied by a series of spine-tingling crack sounds, revealing a nearly 4-foot-long bone knife in his hand. Bone? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Feng Ma Junjie's expression grew serious. The intelligence network of a small clan was not on the same level as that of a large clan, and many pieces of information were beyond reach. Clan leader? The clan members behind looked at Feng Ma Junjie simultaneously, only to see him wave his hand. Since there is only one person on the opposite side, we have no reason to bully the few with the many. I will go first. Zhu Ma, however, did not care how many people were on the other side, his steps quickening, splashing water as he charged through the rain, his massive form breaking through the curtain of rain, creating a long trail of mist. Godi! Boom! Zhu Ma erupted, launching himself into the air, raising the bone knife high and slashing downwards at Feng Ma Junjie. Swoosh! A crisp metallic scraping sound suddenly echoed between heaven and earth as Feng Ma Junjie swiftly unfurled the giant metal fan in his hand and swung it fiercely at the air. Wind release! Whirlwind dance! Splash! The curtain of rain between the two exploded, and the violent whirlwind carried countless raindrops, crashing towards Zhu Ma in the air. Bang! A muffled sound rang out in mid-air, and Zhu Ma found himself unable to evade, being blasted away in an instant, flying backward for dozens of meters before landing on the ground, his clothes shredded by the fierce wind, revealing a muscular physique. Zhu Ma wiped the rainwater from his face, a hint of fervor in his expression, unbothered by the pain. "Now, it's my turn." With that, he raised his left hand, his fingers straightening as he quickly flicked forward. Corpse bone pulse, 10 finger piercing. Bang! 5 finger bones transformed into bullets, piercing through the heavy rain and reaching Feng Ma Junjie in the blink of an eye. Clang! Feng Ma Junjie quickly raised the iron fan, and the finger bones shot into the fan's ribs, creating a blinding spark. Huh! Taking advantage of the moment Feng Ma Junjie was blocking, Zhu Ma charged forward, his entire body relentless, the bone knife thrusting forward without any flashy techniques, directly aiming for Feng Ma Junjie's chest. Feng Ma Junjie remained calm, bending low to sidestep the bone knife, and sweeping the iron fan horizontally. The seemingly massive fan danced in his hand like the wind, showing no heaviness, the sharp edge glinting coldly, aiming to directly bisect Zhu Ma. A sinister smile crept across Zhu Ma's lips. He had never had the habit of dodging in a fight, his muscles bulging. And facing the horizontal slash of the iron fan, he recklessly pressed forward, the blade turning to cut at Feng Ma Junjie's shoulder. Swoosh! The edge of the iron fan sliced into Zhu Ma's waist, but after penetrating 3 inches, it was firmly caught by bone, unable to advance another inch. While Zhu Ma's bone knife also struck Feng Ma Junjie's shoulder, instantly splattering blood. However, Feng Ma Junjie's bones were not as tough as Zhu Ma's. Seeing his entire arm about to be severed by the bone knife, he had no choice but to raise his left hand, gripping the blade forcefully to stop the bone knife. Zhu Ma's attack style was all about boldness, and while this approach had its advantages, it also had obvious drawbacks. Once he attacked, he left himself wide open, and to a skilled opponent, it was no different from seeking death. Although the Tate clan's bones were as hard as iron, their internal organs could not be hardened. As long as someone got close, a single palm to the chest, using chakra, could shatter his heart directly through the bones. However, the advantages were equally clear. If the opponent's strength was roughly the same, they would have no way to deal with such reckless fighting, as it would normally trade life for life right from the start. Feeling the bone knife being held, Zhu Ma's eyes were filled with ferocity, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly slammed his head into Feng Ma Junjie's forehead. Thud! Fama Junjie felt as if his head had been struck by an iron hammer, his eyes instantly bloodshot, and blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, quickly washed away by the rain, pooling at his feet into a crimson puddle. Stumble, stumble. Fama Junjie staggered back a few steps, clearly suffering a heavy blow, finally stabilizing himself by propping the iron fan against the ground, gasping heavily. By this point, those around could already see the outcome, or rather at this stage, the victor had been determined, and continuing would only lead to a fight to the death. Uchiha Mu stood beside Yenhong, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Although he had witnessed it many times, he had to admit that the Take clan's bloodline limit was indeed extraordinary, making them virtually invincible in close combat with equal strength. Yenhong could not deny this. After all, he was somewhat related by blood, and naturally, he would not be lacking. Clan leader. On the other side, the members of the Fengma clan were filled with worry, rushing forward to help, but were stopped by Fama Junjie raising his hand. As long as I can stand up. Then let us continue. Zhu Ma dragged the bone knife forward slowly, possibly having not fought so freely in a long time. He rarely spoke more than a few words. What a pity, I can't follow the boss to witness stronger power. Follow? Famaju's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his arm to wipe the blood from his mouth and nose, saying, if one day you encounter someone stronger than your boss, would you also betray him? Zhu Ma was taken aback, to be honest. He hadn't thought about that question because since joining Yan'an village, he hadn't encountered any stronger experts. Could it be that there were beings in this world stronger than the boss's older brother? Fama Junjie raised the iron fan again. Come on. Zhu Ma shook his head, no longer thinking about those things, and after gathering his energy, he suddenly erupted, his figure instantly appearing in front of Fama Junjie, the bone knife dancing like the wind, violently slashing at Fama Junjie. And Fama Junjie also gave up defense. Every move was a life-for-life exchange, holding nothing back. Ding, ding, ding. The two men engaged in a fierce battle, and the torrential rain around them was stirred into a water tornado by the wildly unleashed chakra, swiftly shifting with their steps. From the perspective of onlookers, the two were weaving back and forth across the wilderness, and, in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. However, Fama Junjie had already been injured, and at this point, he was gradually reaching the end of his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Ma let out a furious roar, and with a fierce thrust of his bone knife, he aimed directly at Fama Junjie's chest, trying to end the battle immediately. Crack! Upon seeing the knife thrusting towards him, Fama Junjie suddenly opened his iron fan, using the fan bones to block the bone knife, then quickly closed it and swiped to the side, simultaneously slapping towards Zhu Ma's chest. Wind release, gale palm. At this moment, Fama Junjie realized that Zhu Ma's bloodline limit could change the hardness of his bones, and his own weapon couldn't break through the defense. So he had been waiting for an opportunity to strike when his opponent showed a flaw. Zhu Ma's face revealed a look of astonishment for the first time, but it quickly turned into madness as a mass of bone spikes erupted from his chest, meeting the palm strike coming from Fama Junjie. A madman wouldn't fear death. Even in death, he would take down an arm of his opponent. Boom! The chakra contained in the palm suddenly exploded, sending waves of water rippling through the torrential rain. But the palm stopped just an inch away from the bone spikes, hanging limply. Sigh! Fama Junjie sighed, looking at the suddenly appearing Yenhong, who had grasped his wrist, and he smiled bitterly. I overestimated myself. Zhu Ma retracted his bone spikes, knowing he had been careless, and he smiled reluctantly. Boss, hurry and take the medicine. Hey! Watching Zhu Ma return to the military camp, Yenhong released Fama Junjie's wrist and said, to be honest, I haven't encountered such a pure ninja like you in a long time. Fama Junjie replied with relief, to be praised by Uchiha's third family head like this. I have no regrets in death. Yenhong fell silent for a moment before sighing, what a pity. Ha! Fama Junjie laughed heartily. At this moment, his chakra had long been exhausted, and in the midst of the storm, he shouted, all members of the Fengma clan, attack, kill, in the torrential rain. It was the final lament of a clan. Chapter 142. Above the sea, under the vast sky, there was an endless, ethereal sea, with sea winds blowing, creating layers of waves. On the surface of the sea, warships cut through the water, leaving behind rippling trails. On one of the warships, Might Yuan was hunched over the railing of the deck, vomiting profusely into the sea, his complexion pale and breath weak, completely devoid of his usual vitality. Hey, are you okay? A cool voice rang out as Yuzuki Akane walked over to Might Yuan's side, her cold features lacking any extra expression. but her voice carried a hint of concern. Might Yuan raised his head, struggling to force out a smile. I'm fine, I'll be okay, ugh. Uchiha Q also approached with a worried expression, handing Might Yuan a flask of water. Why don't you rest on the ship for a while? Glug glug. Might Yuan took the flask, rinsed his mouth, wiped away the water from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and finally felt a bit better. So he said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I won't hold you back. In your current state, going to the battlefield is holding everyone back. Huh. The battlefield is not a place for you to play house. A serious voice sounded from behind the three. They turned to see a lean man with a ponytail walking out from the ship's cabin. Not very old, around 25 years old, but he carried an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing this person, the three of them also respectfully nodded in greeting. Captain Huakai. Uchiha Huakai, one of Uchiha Madara's personal guards, and being chosen by Madara was enough to prove his exceptional strength. Although Uchiha Huakai was not particularly striking in appearance, he was a genius expert within the Uchiha clan, one of the top figures in the clan aside from the three family heads. He had followed Madara across the battlefield since the Warring States period, and now he was only 25 years old. This time, Yanhong intended for his three students to experience the baptism of war. But the intensity of the battlefield on land was too high, and the rapidly changing circumstances could easily lead to uncontrollable accidents. Therefore, Yanhong arranged for them to accompany the Zhou clan to deal with various small nations at sea. These so-called small nations were merely some insignificant tribes, with the entire military strength not even comparable to a small nation on land. Thus, the risk factor was extremely low. To be on the safe side, Yanhong even entrusted Uchiha Huakai to personally lead the trio's team to ensure their safety. After arriving in the land of water, they participated in several small-scale battles, which were mostly one-sided victories, as many small nations at sea didn't even have ninjas. After all, not every nation could afford to raise ninjas. As someone who had personally experienced the Warring States era, Uchiha Huakai had no interest in wars of this scale. He was purely there to keep an eye on Q and the others to prevent any accidents, and he hardly engaged in battle at all. However, as the surrounding small nations were cleared out, their sights turned towards the third strongest nation at sea, the Land of Soup. The Land of Soup was one of the only three nations besides the Land of Water and the Land of Whirlpool that had ninjas, and the combat power of Soup Ninja Village was not too shabby. So, even Uchiha Huakai had to take it seriously. Captain, please, let me go. I recover quickly. Ugh, don't talk to me, hey. Huakai immediately jumped back, avoiding the unknown liquid that spewed from Might Yuan's mouth. In this state, you still want to go to the battlefield? Whether you can stand steady right now is a question. Ha ha ha, it's just seasickness. I used to get seasick too, but after spending enough time on the ship, you get used to it. Zhou Tensui laughed as he approached. He didn't dare to be neglectful towards the four from the Land of Flame, especially when he knew that these three boys were students of Uchiha Yanhong. He was even more afraid of them getting into trouble on the battlefield, although he had already told them that life and death were fated and special care was unnecessary. He couldn't take it lightly. If anything happened to them under his watch, even if he didn't get blamed, the cooperation between both sides would likely be affected. Huakai nodded slightly. Tensui, are we nearing the Land of Soup? That's right, Zhou Tensui replied with a smile. That's why I wanted to discuss the upcoming battle plan with you. Go ahead. Zhou Tensui straightened his expression and said, according to the intelligence we have gathered, the military strength of the daimyo's residence in the Land of Soup is not very strong, as there are no large cities present, so capturing it won't be difficult. The only thorny issue is the ninja strength of Soup Hidden Village. Zhou Tensui paused and then politely continued, so I was thinking you, Captain Huakai, could lead a portion of the people to capture the daimyo's residence, while I take the rest to hold off Soup Hidden Village. What do you think? Uchiha Huakai glanced at him, knowing what he was thinking, and said, I think it's better to switch it up. You take charge of capturing the daimyo's residence, and we'll deal with Soup Hidden Village. But Zhou Tensui looked troubled, and this was not a feigned expression. He was genuinely afraid something would happen to them, which was why he suggested they attack the relatively easier daimyo's residence. I've said it before, there is no need to go out of your way to accommodate us. Huakai said calmly, backing down when faced with difficulties is not our style. If we didn't want to encounter some risks, we wouldn't have come here. All right, I understand. Zhou Tensui nodded. From the previous battles, he had already realized that the strength of the person before him was far beyond his own. It was best to have Hua lead to hold back Tangyin Village. Since that's the case, everyone must be cautious. After coming to this understanding, Zhou Tensui no longer hesitated and said seriously, according to the intelligence we have gathered, there are two individuals in Tangyin Village that require special attention. One is named Wei Yin, the current village chief of Tangyin Village, who is very skilled in using water ninjutsu. The other is named Wenyan, who is Wien's brother and is adept at lightning ninjutsu. However, that's not the most critical point. Zhou Tianxue paused for a moment, and under the curious gazes of several people, he slowly continued. Because these two brothers are full siblings, their chakra resonates with each other, although they do not possess a bloodline limit. The fusion of their chakras can give rise to a bloodline limit known as a rando. Huohua's brow twitched, finally showing a bit of interest. Interesting. It seems it's best to separate them and defeat them one by one. Yes, but they have always been together, almost inseparable, so separating them won't be simple. I understand. Just leave the specifics to us, Zhou Tianxue said understandingly. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. We should arrive in the land of water by afternoon, but they probably already know we are coming and may be on guard. Huohua nodded slightly. After Zhou Tianxue left, Huohua turned to Jing and the others. So you all heard that. Jing, Qian, you two will come with me. We need to formulate a plan. Yuan, you stay on the boat. Captain, please. Let me participate too. Might Yuan pleaded with a distressed expression. I'm really fine now. Huohua hesitated a bit. Such training opportunities are indeed rare, and having him nearby should pose no problem. However, just to be sure, he wanted to confirm one last time. You're really okay now? Although Might Yuan's complexion was still pale, he looked somewhat better than before. He tried hard to straighten his body and loudly faced Huohua, saying, Don't worry, Captain. I'm really fine. Bleh. Hey, this is my new clothes. You have to stay on the boat. I'm sorry. Captain, I didn't mean to. Bleh. Baka. Chapter 143. Landing on the island the moon was dark, and the wind was high. On the coastline of the land of water, arrow towers were built by the sea, filled with shadowy figures, and several small teams patrolled back and forth along the coast. Torches lit up the entire coastline like a serpentine orange snake winding along the shore. During this period, the entire sea was in turmoil. First, the Mizukage of the water country's Kirigakure died unexpectedly, causing turmoil among the ninja forces of the water country, which even affected the livelihoods of the common people. After all, the destructive power of ninja battles was immense, and when it involved ordinary citizens, the feudal lord had to intervene, leading to chaos throughout the water country. In addition, the Zhou clan, originally just pirates, suddenly began invading small countries at sea, capturing them at a terrifying speed. In just a week, they had conquered more than 10 small nations. Although many small countries chose to surrender directly, it still showcased their formidable strength. The land of water, while the third strongest country at sea, did not favor war. Historically, their feudal lords were somewhat pacifistic, disliking disputes and advocating for peace. However, those with such a disposition often feared death the most. While Hashirama genuinely hoped for world peace, their advocacy for peace stemmed largely from the fear of being attacked. Therefore, upon learning that the Zhou clan had risen to war at sea, they immediately strengthened their coastal defenses, fearing that one day the Zhou clan would come for them. In the flickering light of the torches, a soldier, as per usual, held up a simple telescope to survey the distant sea. Just as he thought it was another ordinary day and was about to put down the telescope for a break, he suddenly saw a row of black shadows approaching from the horizon. The soldier immediately rubbed his eyes, thinking it was an illusion due to the darkness. When he raised the telescope again, he realized it was real. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A low horn sounded, piercing the pitch-black night. The ghostly fleet silently approached, lining up 10 miles away, standing off against the soldiers on the coast. Gulp! Many soldiers couldn't help but swallow nervously. Battles at sea were far less frequent than on land, so in terms of combat experience, land soldiers could easily outclass them. Moreover, many of them were new recruits, and their first time on the battlefield would surely leave them flustered. Just not fleeing would be a sign of strong character. At that moment, a loud horn echoed over the sea, followed by sharp whistling sounds piercing through the night. Whoosh, 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 using the torchlight. The people on the shore could vaguely see the giant crossbow bolts flying through the air. Be careful. Boom! The coast erupted with loud explosions, as the crossbow bolts pierced through the arrow towers, creating massive holes and embedding themselves into the ground. In an instant, smoke billowed and debris flew everywhere. Several crossbow bolts shot toward the crowd. Some people couldn't dodge in time and were instantly skewered, pinned to the ground. The bolts were connected to chains, the other ends on the ships. As the bolts embedded into the coast, the chains transformed into iron bridges connecting the warships and the shore. Kill! With a command, countless shadows began to land along the chains, their dense figures quickly filling the iron links, like ants swarming. The reason for landing this way was entirely to prevent the ships from docking. The soldiers on the shore would set up hidden stakes along the coastline, and if the ships got too close, there would be a risk of sinking. Fire. In the brief chaos, the people on shore quickly organized a counterattack, arrows raining down like a storm. Many were struck and fell from the chains into the sea, and soon dark red blood stains appeared on the water surface. Although the attacking side suffered significant losses, Zhou Tinshui didn't mind much. Most of the dead were former surrendering soldiers meant to draw fire, while his real elite ninjas were. Splash! The turbulent sea suddenly erupted, and members of the Zhou clan surged out, being the first to land on the shore. As pirates by nature, they found swimming easier than drinking water. Taking advantage of the fire being drawn by the people above, they immediately took the water route to the shore. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. After landing, more than a dozen people simultaneously formed hand seals, and suddenly, a huge wave rose in the sea. When many people unleash the same ninjutsu simultaneously, quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. Several water dragons converged in the air, forming a colossal sea dragon, crashing towards the coastal defenders with terrifying momentum. Boom! The roaring water dragon exploded among the crowd, causing the ground to shake and people to be thrown into disarray. The originally barely sustainable defense line was instantly shattered. With no resistance left, more and more people successfully landed, and the defense of the land of water had completely collapsed, leading to a widespread rout. Its ninjas quickly sent a signal. Whoosh! Boom! A brilliant firework exploded in the sky, instantly illuminating the dark night. This should be a distress signal sent to Tangyin village. Uchiha looked at the dazzling fireworks in the air and said in a deep voice, "Let's move. Quick battle. Quick resolution. Be careful." Zhou Tian Shui didn't care at all that his command authority had been taken away. He nodded and hurried with a group of people towards the direction of the daimyo's mansion in the land of soup. After watching them leave, Huahua turned to look behind him. Besides Uchiha Q and Yuzuki Akane, there was also a group of what could be called the most elite members of the Zhou clan, and their task was to directly intercept the reinforcements from the hidden soup village. Huahua glanced at the two of them. For him, bringing them back alive was the most important thing. After receiving the response from their eyes, Huahua said softly, "Let's go." Swish, swish, swish with a command. Everyone transformed into invisible shadows, quietly blending into the night, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. In a dense forest, dozens of people quickly traversed through the woods. Leading them were two identical middle-aged men, who were also known as the twin heroes of the hidden soup village, Wu Yin and Wu Yin. "Brother, what if the enemy takes this opportunity to attack our hidden soup village while we're all out helping the daimyo's mansion?" Wu Yin asked his brother. Wu Yin, however, was very decisive, responding coldly. "The village can be rebuilt if it's gone, but if the daimyo's mansion falls, then our hidden soup village will be finished too." Wu Yin said in frustration, "Damn Zhou clan, have they gone mad? They actually dare to invade the land of soup. Where do they get the courage?" Wu Yin shook his head. "The Zhou clan alone definitely doesn't have the guts to start a war. They must have a backer." "A backer? Brother, do you think it could be the land of water? Whoever it is, we must stop them." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yin suddenly heard a sound and raised his hand sharply, causing everyone behind him to stop, looking at their village leader in confusion. Wu Yin focused, hearing a faint rustling sound coming from a distance, as if a small animal was passing through the grass. The sound extremely subtle. Normally, Wu Yin might not pay attention to such a minor noise, but at this special moment, a sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he blurted out a warning. "Be careful, crash." Under the dim moonlight, a strong wind surged through the jungle. Chapter 144. Ambush, be careful. Bang! At the moment he sensed something was wrong, Wu Yin pushed his brother aside with one palm and reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. But Wu Yin was still in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening, when a dazzling flash of light appeared before him. Swish! A bright blade came down from the sky, nearly grazing Wu Yin's body. If his brother hadn't pushed him, that blade would have surely split him in two. Wu Yin stumbled backward, losing his balance, and before he could regain his senses, he felt a sudden pain in his chest, his body flying backward like a boiled shrimp. At that moment, countless ninjas surged out from all directions, swiftly attacking the ninjas of the hidden soup village, causing immediate chaos. Seeing the scene before him, Wu Yin realized he had fallen into an ambush. But before he could stabilize the situation, he suddenly sensed a strong wind coming from above. Clang! Wu Yin raised his kunai with all his strength to block the long sword that was coming at him. As their weapons clashed, Wu Yin's expression changed drastically. Such a heavy sword, a master. Wu Yin gritted his teeth, bracing against the long sword, and fixed his eyes on the unfamiliar man in front of him, struggling to squeeze out 3 words from his throat. Who are you? Dead men don't need to know too much. Well, what? Didn't waste time talking with him. Raising his hand as the blade wind poured down, and amidst the flashing blades, the killing intent surged. On the other side, Wu Yin was kicked away by Hua, flying dozens of meters, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He looked up to see his brother being attacked relentlessly, completely unable to fight back, and felt that if it took a few more seconds, he would be finished. Damn it! Wu Yin cursed angrily. Just as he was about to rush over to help his brother, he suddenly felt another cold wind coming from behind, having just been ambushed once. Wu Yin's hair stood on end, and without hesitation, he turned to look back, only to see a pair of scarlet eyes. Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Zing. Wu Yin's pupils dilated, as if he was in a world turned upside down, his mind going blank, unable to distinguish up from down. Now, Akane. Moon Shadow Sword Flow. Double Moon Dance. In the forest, the sound of swords rang out sharply, the piercing sound like 100 birds flying towards the phoenix. And the cold light surged with the sound of the sword, passing through Wu Yin like a gentle breeze. Slash puff. Bright red blood burst into the air, splattering onto Uzuki Akane's cold face, adding a touch of chilling beauty, but disbelief flickered in her widened eyes. Crash! Wu Yin flew back. 2 intersecting lines cut deeply into his chest, visible to the bone, blood gushing out continuously. If he had been a moment slower, he had no doubt he would have been split in 2, having been ambushed twice and nearly dancing with death both times. Even a mud Buddha would turn red with anger. He didn't even care about his brother now, wanting only to kill the 2 little bastards in front of him. Damn you. Now it's my turn. Q flew to Akane's side, cautiously watching the enemy before him, and said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to use lightning release to forcibly break the Jinjutsu on himself. It's all my fault for my lack of skill in Jinjutsu. Uzuki Akane shook her head gently. Now isn't the time to blame ourselves. Let us deal with this guy first. All right. Q nodded, his double Tomo Sharingan glowing with red light. I'll do my best to create an opportunity for you to defeat me, just based on you 2. Wu Yin formed hand seals with both hands, and his body erupted with lightning. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Lightning release. Thunderclap. A self-created lightning ninjutsu by Wu Yin. Stimulates his cells with electricity to achieve unparalleled speed, and with extreme speed comes extreme power. This ninjutsu is somewhat similar to lightning armor, but not as perfected. After prolonged use, the electricity can cause irreversible harm to the user. Additionally, this ninjutsu only enhances the user's physical speed without improving neural reaction speed, which means Wu Yin cannot change his moves midway. If the opponent anticipates his actions ahead of time, then he would be the one in danger. Slash. In an instant, Wu Yin, standing before the 2, seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving behind a blue electric arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported right in front of them. Q's eyes widened, but the double Tomo Sharingan could only see a blurry figure, and he immediately shouted a warning. Be careful. To your left. Akane and Q had developed a deep mutual understanding after spending time together. The moment Q spoke, Akane had already raised her sword to block her left side. Clang. At the same time, a kunai fiercely struck against the long sword. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoing as Akane was forced backward by the immense force. Wu Yin's figure moved, just as he was about to pursue his advantage. A sudden gust of wind came from above. Wu Yin's expression changed, and he quickly raised his kunai to block. Clang! Wu Yin's body halted abruptly, staring at the youthful face before him, and he suddenly realized those eyes. You are from the Uchiha clan. The Jouhou clan's backer is actually you. Are the hands of the land of flames reaching out to the sea? Q's expression was cold, not answering, for his teacher, Hong, had taught them long ago that during battle, it's best not to waste words. Those who talk too much often die first. Q's eyes widened, and he activated Jinjutsu again on Wu Yin, but having suffered once, Wu Yin was naturally on guard, instinctively closing his eyes. In a one-on-one fight, the most taboo thing is to take your eyes off your enemy. Jing forcefully deflected the shuriken and simultaneously spun around, delivering a kick to Wu Yin's chest. Wu Yin's chest was already marked with 2 bloody grooves from Qian's attack, and now being kicked in the wound made him nearly faint from the pain. At that moment, Qian, wielding dual swords, charged at him from the other side. Wu Yin screamed in agony, But after all, he was a high-ranking ninja with a strong ability to endure pain. His body swayed slightly, and he suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from the sight of the two. Again with this ninjutsu, Jing's expression tightened, his muscles tense, and his Sharingan spun rapidly, searching for Wunyan's figure. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of blue light flashing beside him and instinctively raised his long knife. Boom! A loud rumble erupted in the forest as the grass and trees beneath him were instantly flattened by the violent chakra, and a shuriken, accompanied by countless broken leaves, was aimed at Jing's heart. Clang! Amidst the sparks flying, Jing only felt a terrifying force coming from the knife, so strong that he couldn't defend against it. And he was sent flying backward dozens of meters, only stopping when his back slammed into a large tree, causing countless leaves to fall like rain. Damn it! I can't see his movements at all. Jing gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain in his body, his grip on the knife trembling uncontrollably. Be careful! Qian's anxious voice rang in his ears, and Jing felt another flash of lightning before him. Chapter 145, Uchiha Jing Clang, with a sound like muffled thunder. Not far away, Qian saw a flash of lightning pass through beneath Jing, and Jing was immediately lifted up by the terrifying force. The lightning, after passing through Jing, suddenly made a sharp turn and returned at an extremely terrifying speed. Clang, clang, clang. In the dense jungle, the fallen leaves were stirred by the crosswind, turning into a chaotic green whirlwind. A blue lightning bolt continuously darted around Jing, sparking and producing sharp thunderclaps. Jing was like a rag being thrown around. Each time he fell, he was lifted up again by the rushing lightning. Kid, let us see how long you can hold on. Wunyan, covered in blood, had ferocious bloodshot eyes. Already heavily injured, the stimulation from the lightning caused his wounds to crack open further, and the blood that hadn't even flowed out was evaporated clean by the violent lightning, making his face even paler. Although Jing appeared to be in danger, in reality, he hadn't sustained any substantial injuries. Although his double Tomo Sharingan couldn't completely see Wunyan's movements, he could barely catch a glimpse of a blurry figure just before the attack landed. Moreover, since Wunyan couldn't change his attacks on the fly and his moves were relatively singular, Jing was able to rely on his combat instincts to barely block Wunyan's nearly frenzied thrusts. However, unable to withstand that terrifying force, he was continuously sent flying into the air. Thus, the two fell into a brief stalemate, but this was also a countdown to death. Jing might be able to block 100 strikes, but as soon as he made a single mistake and let one through, it could be the end. Similarly, if the heavily injured Wunyan continued to be stimulated by the lightning for too long, he might not even wait for Jing to make a mistake before his own body couldn't hold up. Qian, standing by, was filled with anxiety. Wunyan's speed was too fast, and with him constantly weaving around Jing, she had no chance to intervene, as a single misstep could lead to injuring her teammate, leaving her only able to watch helplessly. So close, just a bit more. In midair, Jing's Sharingan spun rapidly. Although he could only barely block Wunyan's thrusts, his eyes were slowly adapting to Wunyan's speed, and the originally blurry figure was gradually becoming clearer. I must see his movements clearly. Although Jing was suspended in the air, he was becoming more and more adept, and the red light in his eyes was growing stronger. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Clang! A fierce glint suddenly flashed in Wunyan's eyes, and his already terrifying speed surged once more, creating a dull sound of wind breaking in the air. Jing's heart raced, and his eyes widened as he saw Wunyan, who had only been holding a shuriken in one hand, suddenly raised both hands, each holding a sharp shuriken infused with lightning chakra, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Clang! Poochie! In mid-air, Wunyan once again flashed past Jing, but this time he left behind a trail of glaring blood. Two shurikens struck together. Jing could block one, but couldn't stop both at the same time. He didn't expect this kid to be so sharp, managing to twist his body at the last moment to avoid a fatal blow. However, the rhythm was broken, and the next attack would definitely be unavoidable. A cruel smile spread across Wunyan's face as he stomped down on the ground, causing the grass beneath him to shatter. Lightning erupted around him, his clothes torn apart by the flashes, and his hair stood on end from the stimulation of the lightning, moving at a speed nearly frenzied. Jing! Qian shouted, no longer caring about anything else, rushing towards Jing in an attempt to desperately block this strike. On the other side, Huoko had kept a third of his attention here, originally thinking of slowing down the pace to let the two of them train a bit, which is why he hadn't immediately dealt with the nearly defeated Wien. But seeing this scene now, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately released the barely surviving Wu Yin, turning to rescue Jing. But just as he moved, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. TSK, this kid really has some talent. Jing was flying sideways in midair, with a deep wound under his right rib. Crimson blood spraying into the air. Under Wu Yin's sudden thrust, the immense force caused him to uncontrollably rotate sideways, just as he was side-on to the attacking Wu Yin again. A good opportunity. It's over. Wu Yin rushed forward at high speed, completely ignoring Qian rushing to assist, as he had absolute confidence in his speed and was certain he could kill this Uchiha kid before her. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Wu Yin couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk, raising the blood-stained shuriken once more, aiming the bloody blade at the back of Jing's heart. But in the next second, the triumphant smile suddenly froze on his face. Jing's body was sideways to him, but his head suddenly turned, and in his crimson eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan shone brightly. I see you. Not good. Wu Yin was shocked, but he couldn't stop his movement. The drawbacks of ninjutsu were glaring at this moment. Jing abruptly twisted his waist in midair, his long knife perfectly avoiding the thrust of the shuriken, striking first, stabbing into Wu Yin's shoulder. Then, chakra erupted violently along the blade. Boom! A shockwave suddenly erupted in front of Wu Yin, as if a cannonball had been fired, and he was sent flying back at a speed faster than before, crashing into the ground at an angle. Boom! The ground exploded with flying dirt, creating a bowl-shaped deep pit. Covered in blood, Wu Yin bounced out of the pit, sliding across the ground for dozens of meters, carving out a deep trench. Wah! Stopping, Wu Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, leaving behind a terrifying wound that had been pierced through at his shoulder, his bloodshot eyes filled with deep confusion and unwillingness. How is this possible? Jing finally landed gracefully, but the wound at his waist made his steps slightly unsteady, yet the red light in his eyes shone brightly as he said flatly, "You lost." Truly worthy of the legendary Uchiha clan. I didn't expect even a little brat like you to be so powerful. No wonder you have the ambition to stir up a war in the ninja world. Wu Yin's eyes flickered, but I haven't lost yet. Jing merely shook his head lightly. It's useless. I've already seen through your movements. You have no chance. Sharingan? Hee, but this pair of eyes. She doesn't have them. After saying that, Wu Yin suddenly launched forward, charging like a cornered beast straight at Uzuki Akane. Jing's eyes flashed with a mix of anger and surprise. He wanted to save his teammate, but the sudden pain from his side wound left him no time to act. He instinctively reached into his ninja tool pouch and grasped a shuriken. Akane's heart skipped a beat as she saw Jing turn the tide, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lacking practical experience, she stopped in her tracks, not expecting Wu Yin to counterattack in his dying moments, leaving her completely unprepared. Am I going to die? Akane closed her eyes slowly as she watched the lightning rush toward her. At that moment, she seemed to hear a familiar voice. Ada, take my kick. S. Thanks to the great God Qing phone for the certification, thanks to all the big shots for the gifts, and thanks to every reader who loves this novel. Chapter 146. Reflection. People on the brink of death may experience auditory hallucinations, and at this moment, Akane felt she was in such a state. Yet, amidst her dazed mind, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she heard Wu Yin scream. Akane quickly regained her senses and looked up, only to find a boy in a green tight-fitting suit with a buzz cut standing in front of her. She and Jing often teased Might Guy's fashion sense, but now seeing it, it seemed much more pleasing to her eyes. With a kick, Might Guy struck Wu Yin, who was already at the end of his strength and could not withstand this powerful blow, sending him flying to the ground, unconscious. Not far away, Jing breathed a sigh of relief, released the shuriken from his grip, and hurried over. By the time he arrived, Hua also rushed over, carrying the unconscious Wu Yin and casually tossing him aside, asking, Akane, are you okay? I'm fine. Hua nodded and scanned the battlefield. The battle was nearing its end. Tangyin village was ambushed and had been on the back foot from the start. Their strongest village leader was beaten to a pulp, leaving them demoralized, with many choosing to surrender. Seeing the situation settled, Hua turned his attention to the three of them and said gravely, this war, well, let's call it a war, should also let you see your shortcomings. First, Jing, since Hong defined you as the captain of the trio, they valued not only your strength, but also your leadership skills. However, along the way, you relied too much on your teammates. Trusting your teammates is not wrong, but letting them affect your judgment is a dereliction of duty for a captain. I'm sorry. Jing lowered his head, feeling ashamed. Hua, turn to my guy. And you? What are you doing up here? My guy scratched the back of his head and smiled. Hee hee, it's because you were all fighting. How could I stay on the ship alone? I thought I'd come over and fight alongside you. Besides, I think I arrived just in time. But you disobeyed orders. Hua said sternly. That's right. You did save your teammate this time, but what about next time? If you disregard orders and act on your own, well, every time, then what do you need a captain for? If something unexpected happens, who will take responsibility? I'm sorry. Lastly, Akane, your mistake is the most fatal. You let your guard down before the battle was over. Do you think you don't want to die quickly enough? I'm sorry. Akane lowered her head straightforwardly. In the battle, she realized she was still too immature. The ones you need to apologize to aren't me, but yourselves. Your lives are your own, but don't let personal issues affect the whole team. After Hua finished speaking, he suddenly raised his right hand and firmly pinched the shuriken that shot out from an angle. You can still stand. I underestimated you. The three of them looked on in surprise as the two brothers, who had been unconscious, helped each other to stand again. However, both were in terrible condition. Wunyan had been sneak attacked 3 times, severely injured and covered in blood, while Wu Yin was barely hanging on after being beaten by Hua. Yet, both still showed some fighting spirit on their faces. Wu Yin gasped for breath and shouted angrily, "The Uchiha clan attacks us, small countries. Do they not fear the retaliation from other major nations?" Hua waved his hand, signaling Jing and the others to step back, coldly saying, "You don't need to worry about that. Since you don't plan to surrender, then go die." Wu Yin and Wun Yin exchanged glances, without a word understanding each other's thoughts, each extending a hand as they began to form seals in unison. Boom! At the same time, Hua vanished from his spot, flickering in the air a few times, and with a slash, he aimed directly at their hands, forming seals. Wind release, lightning flow dragon. With the hand seals completed, a blue water dragon roared out from behind them, crashing towards the charging Hua. Hua's eyes narrowed, and the momentum that had been overwhelming instantly transformed into the drifting of willow leaves. The transition between hardness and softness was seamless. While dashing at high speed, he lowered his body, sliding through beneath the water dragon like falling snow, and then burst forth with full force again. Not happening, Wu Yin shouted. And then with a flick of his finger, the blue water dragon turned its head, spinning to bite at Hua's back. Wind release, water release, and lightning release combined ninjutsu. Possessing the destructive power of lightning release and the controllability of water release, could naturally change the direction of attack according to Wu Yin's will. Feeling the terrifying chakra rapidly approaching from behind, Hua gauged the distance between them and realized he would be hit by the opponent's ninjutsu first. He couldn't help but mock himself. Just now, I was lecturing those kids, and now I've made such a low-level mistake myself. How embarrassing. Hua captain. Behind him, my guy's eyes widened in shock. Crack. Time seemed to pause for a moment, or perhaps everyone felt a moment of daze in their hearts. Once that sensation passed, Jing and the others were astonished to find that Hua had already appeared behind Wu Yin and Wun Yin, even sheathing his sword, while one of their necks had a clearly visible line of blood. Boom! The blue water dragon instantly exploded in midair, followed by 2 heavy thuds of something falling to the ground. Huh? What happened? My guy looked at the scene in confusion. Wasn't it just... How? You think I want to get hurt? Hua shot him a glare and added, if you want to act on your own will, then you better have the strength to match it. All right, let's clean up the battlefield. The daimyo's side has probably finished as well. He got it. My guy and Akane started to clean up the battlefield, while Jing stood by, deep in thought. Was that the Mangeki Sharingan? You have the same eyes as teacher Yenhong. When will I? Slap. A large hand patted him on the shoulder, and in his ear came the earnest voice of Hua. You need to know that too much is as bad as not enough. And some strength may not be what you desire. Without waiting for him to say anything, Hua waved his hand, saying, all right, I don't like preaching either. Some things are better left for your teacher to teach you. From what I know of him, he must have left you some backup plans, right? Jing didn't hide it and nodded honestly. That guy, as expected. Hui smiled and shook his head. Judging by the time, they should now be in the Iron Country, and it seems they will soon converge. Whoosh! The sky was filled with heavy snow. A country where snowflakes fell endlessly. Boom! On the snow-covered ground, a figure soared into the sky, followed by a resounding and unrestrained laughter. Ha ha! Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such an existence in the Iron Country. Yenhong's eyes shone brightly, and his aura soared. Come on, let me see the true power of your samurai. In response to him was an ancient voice, as you wish. Chapter 147. The Last Samurai Whoosh. The biting cold wind carried the falling snow, sweeping across the vast land draped in silver. This is a country that experiences snowfall year-round, a land guarded by samurai. Unlike the one village per country system of the ninjas, in the Iron Country, the status of samurai is very high. They have essentially taken over the country's armed forces and hold significant power. Similarly, the Iron Country is an absolutely neutral nation. Long ago, the Iron Country signed an agreement with other countries, stating that ninjas and samurai would not interfere with each other. So for the past few hundred years, apart from internal civil wars, the Iron Country has never engaged in external warfare. But this time, the smoke of war will once again descend upon this land. In the central stronghold of the Iron Country, a black furnace belched orange flames, bringing warmth to the already small room. At the window side of the room, an old man and a young man knelt across from each other on tatami mats, and between them was a table holding a steaming pot of tea. The old man occasionally picked up the teacup to take a sip, his wrinkled face calm, like a still pond, not stirring a single ripple. In contrast, the middle-aged man across from him wore a face full of anxiety. After several attempts to speak, but hesitating, he finally said, "Master Fujitani, the army of the Land of Fire has already entered the borders of the Iron Country. I implore you to lend us your strength." Fujitani Taku slowly set down the teacup in his hand and casually replied, "I have sheathed my sword for 6 years and have long since shed my identity as a samurai. You shouldn't seek out an old man like me for such matters." The middle-aged man forced a bitter smile. "Master Fujitani, if you don't take action, the Iron Country will be finished." Fujitani Taku shook his head. "Even if I act, I cannot save the Iron Country. You should know how strong the enemy is this time. I know the Uchiha clan is indeed very powerful, but what they rely on is just their Sharingan. Isn't your swordsmanship precisely the counter to their abilities? That's because your understanding of them is still insufficient." A hint of reminiscence flickered across Fujitani Taku's face, his tone still calm. 40 years ago, I brought my swordsmanship to a whole new level, and I believed I had no rivals in the world. So, I went alone to challenge their clan leader in the Land of Fire." The middle-aged man uncertainly asked, "In the end, you lost?" "I lost, and I lost terribly." A hint of emotion finally appeared on Fujitani Taku's face. "In the first 20 exchanges, I held an absolute advantage with my swordsmanship. After 20 exchanges, even when the opponent used a brand new pair of eyes, I was still able to match him equally. Until he used a technique that I simply could not counter, a powerful force that maximized the use of chakra." Fujitani Taku slowly withdrew his thoughts, his eyes returning to silence. "Even now, I cannot counter that technique, so seeking me out is completely meaningless. But now the clan leader of the Uchiha is no longer the one from 40 years ago. The current Uchiha may not even be able to use the technique you mentioned." The middle-aged man still did not give up, continuing to persuade. "You also know that in the Iron Country today, there has yet to appear a successor who surpasses you. If even you do not take action, then the last pure land belonging to the samurai will fall under the rule of ninjas, and the samurai will be completely finished. But the samurai have long been dead." The old voice was filled with desolation. "What do you mean by that?" "Alas." Fujitani Taku sighed deeply, turning to look at the snow falling outside the window. "According to the records in the samurai's chronicles passed down through generations, long ago, there were no ninjas in this land, nor any so-called ninjutsu. Even the existence of chakra within humans was non-existent." The middle-aged man exclaimed, "No chakra? How could that be possible? As for whether it's true or not, I don't know." The old man continued to explain slowly. "So at that time, there were only samurai in the world. They strictly adhered to the way of the samurai, pursuing the purest swordsmanship. That was the true samurai. But then, everything changed. After the world experienced a great calamity, humans gained this energy called chakra. Gradually, when people discovered that chakra could be refined and used in battle, the samurai began to face extinction. Everyone wanted to learn the easier-to-use ninjutsu, and no one would delve into the so-called swordsmanship anymore. Even now, samurai, in order to enhance their combat power, would attach chakra to their blades, having long lost their original purity. The so-called samurai have long ceased to exist. In the old man's aged eyes, the sharpness remained, as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man, saying, "In my life, I have never used chakra. Since I became a samurai, I have been wholeheartedly pursuing the ultimate swordsmanship. Therefore, when I exhaust my life and find that no matter how hard I try to improve my swordsmanship, I cannot surpass that ninjutsu I witnessed that day, I knew that the samurai had completely died. The middle-aged man's face darkened a few shades, feeling quite uncomfortable. After a long silence, he slowly stood up. I understand. I apologize for disturbing you, Master Fujitani. You are right. But I am after all the general of the Iron Country, the leader of the contemporary samurai group. Even if the samurai have died, I must continue to defend the Iron Country. The middle-aged man solemnly bowed to the old man and then strode out of the room. The room fell silent again, with only the crackling sounds of burning wood. Fujitani Taku stared out at the snowy landscape for a long time, his gaze deep and still, like an ancient statue. It was unclear how long had passed when the old man reached out again to grab the teacup in front of him. At the moment he grasped it, he frowned slightly. The tea had gone cold. Alas, let it be. Fujitani Taku set down the teacup, slowly stood up. Though he was over 70, his not tall frame still stood upright. He walked step by step to the corner of the room, where an ancient wooden box was placed. Opening the box, inside lay a peculiar long sword, quietly resting. The blade is over 3 feet long, completely snow-white, and its shining surface conceals a sharp edge. On the white hilt, one can clearly see the elegantly carved small characters, remaining snow. The old man gently caresses the sword, his gaze gentle, as if he is meeting an old friend after many years. Old friend, this is the last time, the old man whispers, then raises the long sword. The blade, trembling lightly, producing a clear, ringing sound in the air. A few minutes later, an aged figure steps into the swirling snow. A man and a sword, just like in the past. This is The Last Samurai. Chapter 148. Confrontation in a narrow path as the wind and snow howl. An army slowly trudges across the wilderness, leaving behind black marks on the snow. The flags flap in the cold wind, and the warm breath exhaled from their mouths turns into wisps of white mist in the air. The entire army marches solemnly, with only the heavy sounds of breathing and the clattering of armor. At the forefront of the line, Hong wraps himself in a black cloak, a dark cold blade hanging at his waist, bracing his arm against the biting cold wind as he gazes at the towering buildings that have come into view. After the Wind Demon clan made their declaration of death, the daimyo of the land of Rice unsurprisingly chose to surrender, actively cooperating with the handover to the land of flame, with the only request being a proper burial for the bodies of Wind Demon Junjia and a few others. After occupying the land of Rice, the army set out again, heading straight for the land of Iron, located to the north of the land of Fire. For this attack on the land of Iron, Hong did not mobilize too many troops due to the neutrality treaty signed with other countries. The military strength of the relatively peaceful land of Iron was not strong, with the only formidable force being their group of samurai. In Hong's eyes, these so-called samurai were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The technique of attaching chakra to weapons could easily be mastered by any ninja with a bit of training. Aside from that, most samurai lacked any other means of attack, making them completely unable to compete with ninjas. Moreover, not only were the people inadequate, but the defensive facilities of the land of Iron were also a complete mess, with not even a decent city to speak of. In terms of difficulty in conquest, Hong thought it was even easier than the land of Frost. However, the geographical location of the land of Iron was quite advantageous. The entire country was half coastal, allowing access to any place at sea through its ports, while also effectively blockading the coastal areas of the land of Fire, which was the fundamental reason Hong wanted to take the land of Iron. What kind of weather is this? I'm freezing to death. Bamboo, Ma rubbed his arms. His face slightly reddened from a cold. Boss, I must warm up later, or I'll freeze to death here. I already told you to stay behind. Who told you to insist on coming along? Besides, the samurai of the land of Iron are just a bunch of rabble. They can only help us warm up. Uchiha Mu casually said. After spending some time together, he and Bamboo Ma surprisingly got along well. Although Bamboo Ma had a bit of a rough personality and didn't think much before acting, he was truly daring and aggressive, and he was relatively friendly toward allies stronger than him. After they had a sparring match, Mu, without using illusions, defeated Bamboo Ma by a narrow margin, earning him a bit of respect. While rubbing his arms, Bamboo Ma replied, well, you know, I've never killed a samurai before. If I don't kill a few to take back, I won't be able to sleep well. You're really a freak, always thinking about killing and setting fires. Mu couldn't help but retort, then curiously asked, by the way, if your clan all has this kind of mindset, how do you pass on your lineage and reproduce? I see there are no women in your clan. Upon hearing this, Hong, who was standing between the two, couldn't help but perk up his ears. He was also somewhat curious. It's simple. When a clan member reaches a certain age, they go to a nearby village to find a woman, capture her to bear offspring, and then release her afterward. Moreover, our clan is quite special. All descendants are male, with no females. TSK, that's quite a unique way of reproduction. Mu smacked his lips, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Hong with a playful gleam in his eyes. I say, Lord Hong, when are you going to find a partner to raise offspring? The last time I saw Fire Core's sister looking at you. Cough, cough. Hong suddenly coughed, interrupting his words. Someone's coming. Mu's sensing ability was not as strong as Hong's. He curiously asked, Those guys from the Land of Iron really dare to take the initiative? No, just one person. Hey, this seems a bit interesting. Hong waved his hand to halt the army behind him, waiting for the other party to appear. In less than 5 minutes, a figure appeared within everyone's sight. The newcomer had a weathered face but a tall stature, dressed simply in a long linen robe, with a completely snow-white, long sword hanging at his waist. Walking slowly through the wind and snow, Hong squinted slightly, his Sharingan revealing itself. The chakra within the newcomer was unremarkable, but the imposing aura surrounding him was striking. As if he were a divine sword embedded between heaven and earth. Similarly, Fujitani Taku walked slowly in the snow, his gaze sweeping over the army ahead, locking onto the young man at the forefront. Although he did not use chakra, he could sense the aura of others. Hong appeared young, but to him, he felt like an azure dragon overlooking the world, definitely a top-tier powerhouse of the age. Fujitani Taku's eyes dimmed for a moment, his heart heavy. The development of ninjas was still thriving, but the samurai were. This is a samurai. Bamboo Ma's eyes lit up, twisting his neck. 2 bone spikes slowly emerging from the palms of his hands, and he stepped forward. Smack! The next moment, an arm was raised horizontally, blocking his path. Boss, you can't beat him, Hong casually explained, then looked at Fujitani Taku and said, Is the old man trying to stop us? Fujitani Taku said calmly, I'm old now. I just want to take a final walk. For the Land of Iron? Or for the samurai? To be honest, I'm not interested in whether samurai exist. I just want the land of Iron. After that, samurai can still live on this land. Fujitani Taku shook his head. I am no longer a samurai. And having lived for so many years, I understand the principle of respecting the strong. I'm not here seeking your pity. Consider this the stubbornness of an old man wanting to end a fixation from his youth. It seems the old man is here for me, Hong smiled. But why should I engage in battle? It's not arrogance. The current Land of Iron cannot withstand a single charge from my army. Give me a reason to strike. Fujitani Taku gazed at the swirling snow, his voice still like a pool of dead water. But in that case, you will also suffer casualties. If I die, they probably won't resist anymore. So, you're the strongest among them. Hong looked at the snow-white long sword at the old man's waist and raised a hand to gesture behind him. Seeing this gesture, Mu was slightly taken aback, then ordered, all units, retreat 100 steps. Hong took off his cloak and casually threw it into the cold wind. Once the army had completely withdrawn, he slowly placed his right hand on the hilt of the cold blade. Well, your reasoning has moved me. However, I hope you can bring me some excitement. Chapter 149. The invisible blade. The wind howled and the snow fell fiercely, the chill pervasive. Under the gray, dark clouds, thousands of soldiers looked up, all ordinary soldiers. The reason they were willing to serve the Land of Flame was that the treatment offered by the nation was higher than before, since they were selling their lives anyway. It didn't matter for whom they sold them. Ordinary people who cannot use ninjutsu naturally want to witness those extraordinary powers with their own eyes. So they all turned their gazes to the 2 figures standing between heaven and earth. Fujitani Taku holds the hilt of the blade of Zansetsu with one hand, his eyes devoid of any waves, as if he were an ancient pine standing firm in the wind and rain for 1,000 years, enduring the vicissitudes of life. The wind and rain, yet remaining unyielding and proud. Hong stands 10 meters away, his bangs fluttering slightly in the wind and snow, his crimson Sharingan showing no excess emotion, only quietly observing this weathered old man. Whether samurai or ninja, they cannot escape the source of energy known as chakra, and the Sharingan can see the flow of chakra within others, allowing one to predict the opponent's attack methods. However, at this moment in Hong's eyes, the chakra within Fujitani Taku resembles a pool of stagnant water, calm and undisturbed, just like its master. Not using chakra, Hong raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat puzzled. How much of a stir could a samurai who has no ninjutsu and does not use chakra create? Thinking of this, Hong's fingers on the hilt of his blade moved slightly, wanting to test this old man's abilities. But the other's speed was even faster than he expected. Swish! A piercing sound of the blade rang in everyone's ears. The wind and snow in the world suddenly stopped, and beneath the dust and mist was a radiant blade light like a white rainbow. Hong saw a cold gleam suddenly shoot out from the suspended snowflakes in the air, silent and swift, arriving before him like a ghost. Zulfast! Clang! Hong's cold blade intercepted the silver light aimed directly at his face, and sparks flew in the cold wind. Looking at the old man's deep gaze, Hong felt a hint of doubt in his heart. Is that it? But in the next second, Hong's hair stood on end, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged forth, while his mind echoed with the urgent warning of Kuang Ya. Dodge quickly! Clang! Hong's eyes narrowed, and he withdrew sharply, like a flying shuttle sliding backward, creating a swirling vortex of wind and snow in front of him, retreating several dozen meters in an instant. Crash! In the next moment, the white ground was suddenly cut open, creating a long trench dozens of meters long, with countless white snow mixed with dark yellow soil shooting up into the sky, then falling like raindrops. From above, it looked as if a celestial chasm had suddenly appeared between the two. Hong landed on the snowy ground, looked down, and saw that his robe had been neatly sliced open at the chest, the cold wind seeping into the gap and bringing a piercing chill. What has happened? Hong looked at the massive trench in front of him, his heart still racing. This attack had shown no signs, or rather, his eyes hadn't seen the other party's blade movement at all. If it hadn't been for his reflexes at the last moment, he would have taken a heavy hit. What an incredible human. In his mind, Kuang Ya lazily coiled his massive body, his vertical pupils shimmering with interest. After coming out of the dragon cave, it was the first time he had seen such a peculiar character. Stop being cryptic, what was that just now? You can't see his attack because you don't use Senjutsu. Kuang Ya hissed. At the moment he drew his blade, the natural energy around began to gather and was used as his weapon to attack you. Fortunately, you reacted quickly, or you would have been in trouble. Hong was clearly taken aback. Natural energy? Are you saying he uses Senjutsu? Kuang Ya shook his head. Not Senjutsu, just a use of natural energy. It resembles the frog techniques used by that group from Iboka Mountain. Frog technique? Frog-style hand? I see. Hong understood and then asked, is there a way to counter it? Like, could you warn me before he strikes? No, his blade is too fast. There's not enough time. Kuang Ya yawned, lazily resting his head against his coiled body. What are you afraid of? While his attack is hard to defend against, its power is just SOSO. You can easily deal with it using your Susanoo. It's nothing serious. It's just a pity your human lifespan is too short. This old man is clearly nearing his limit. If he had another 100 years, he might really develop his own Senjutsu. After casually expressing his thoughts, seeing that Hong had no issues, Kuang Ya continued to slither and fell asleep. During the brief exchange between the man and the snake, Fujitani Taku quietly stood in place. Once Hong came to his senses, he slowly spoke. Use ninjutsu. Old man, I admit I underestimated you before. Hong casually flicked his blade. You must not be using chakra for the sake of this samurai's purity, right? Well, to respect this purity, let us speak with our blades. Hey, what is the boss doing? Why not just take this old man down? Zhu Ma muttered in confusion from his side. To him, overwhelming violence was what stirred the blood, while Mu, as Hong's personal guard, could gauge Hong's intentions. In the hearts of most ninjas, the importance of ninjutsu ranks above that of taijutsu. As a ninja's mobility can be enhanced through chakra, so very few people train their taijutsu specifically. However, the importance of taijutsu is not inferior to that of ninjutsu, especially in battles within the same tier, where the side with stronger taijutsu often determines the final outcome. Hong clearly wanted to use Fujitani Taku as his whetstone, rapidly improving his taijutsu skills through external pressure. While a whetstone can sharpen a blade, if one is not careful, it can also damage the edge. Fujitani Taku's eyes remained calm as water, not minding becoming someone else's whetstone. His aged yet spirited gaze fixed on Hong's eyes as he gently uttered one word, good. He also wanted to see how a ninja speaks with a blade. Under the cold wind, a samurai, a ninja, and two long blades. Swish this time. Hong moved first. Chapter 150. Spirit of the Snowstorm, Samurai Clang. The thousands of soldiers watching did not see how Hong moved. He simply vanished from his spot, shattering the flying snow and leaving a trail of white mist behind him. In the storm, the blade light flashed. Fujitani Taku's eyes narrowed, his hands gripping the blade as he stepped forward, his entire aura condensing into a beam. The 3-foot-long blade drew an arc, and with extraordinary combat intuition, he slashed toward his left. Clang, boom! A black and white long blade met in midair, the sharp sound of metal clashing resonating through the heavens. The uncontainable force surged through their bodies and into the ground, causing the snow, which was half a knee deep, to explode instantly, transforming into a swirling white storm around the two. Crack, crack, crack. After a brief stalemate, a grinding sound emerged from the point where the two blades met, as the black cold blade gradually embedded into the white blade of Zansetsu, producing a shower of dazzling sparks. For the first time, there was a flicker of fluctuation in Fujitani Taku's gaze. He hadn't expected the opponent's blade to be so sharp. He knew that this blade had followed him for many years, yet even now, it could be considered an extraordinary weapon. Fujitani Taku reluctantly reduced his strength to avoid having the blade he regarded as a companion severed right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Enhong would not show him any mercy. After deflecting Zansetsu, he suddenly thrust forward, his angle devious and speed astonishing, targeting Fujitani Taku's face directly. Swish! At that moment, Enhong's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his kaleidoscope Sharingan flickered rapidly in his eyes. Although he couldn't sense the natural energy in the atmosphere, he could see the snowflakes drifting to his right being silently sliced in half, suddenly appearing beside him. Crash! Enhong's body dropped sharply, the invisible blade brushing closely against the back of his neck, instantly severing a lock of black hair. Whoosh! Taku Fujitani, seeing this, lunged in with a horizontal slash, the piercing sound of the wind accompanying a bright silver arc, changing the tide of attack and defense once again. Enhong immediately lightly stepped on the ground, his figure quickly retreating. Even though he reacted swiftly, he was still grazed by the blade, leaving a streak of blood on his chest. Taku Fujitani, having succeeded with his attack, showed no mercy, flipping his right hand to grip the long knife and slash back horizontally. A flash of red light appeared in Enhong's eyes as he raised his cold blade, precisely placing it against the surface of Taku Fujitani's knife. The two blades seemed to suddenly stick together, rotating with the force applied, diverting the horizontal slash. And then Enhong raised his right leg high for a side kick, striking Taku Fujitani's shoulder. Bang! The two sides had exchanged several moves in the blink of an eye, and to the observing soldiers it looked like two figures had collided, followed by the entire snowy ground exploding, and then one figure flew out. Boom! Taku Fujitani shot down onto the snow like a cannonball, instantly kicking up a fan-shaped wave of snow several meters high. Enhong, without any pause, charged forward like a ghost in the night, the snow beneath his feet being violently pushed aside, leaving a long groove several meters wide, heading straight towards the direction where Taku Fujitani landed. Taku Fujitani, after all, was older, and his body's functions were not what they used to be. After suffering such a heavy blow, he felt pain all over and hadn't recovered when a figure appeared in his line of sight, coming closer. Swish, swish, swish. Once Enhong closed in, it was as if he were a parasite, launching a series of relentless slashes, the light of his blade resembling a swarm of bees, densely enveloping Taku Fujitani. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone saw a wave of snow surging backward across the snowy field, with the sound of metal clashing echoing all around, the frequency gradually increasing. Under Enhong's close-quarter slashes, Taku Fujitani retreated while blocking, his situation appearing perilous, yet each slash and defense was flawless. However, with the continuous clashes of the two blades, the once white blade was gradually covered with countless tiny cracks. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Taku Fujitani's technique was superior to Enhong's, but Enhong managed to keep up with him thanks to his extraordinary dynamic vision and seemingly endless physical stamina. What astonished Taku Fujitani even more was that, amidst the constant exchanges, Enhong's swordsmanship visibly improved at a rapid pace, and he could see a part of his own shadow reflected within it. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, dynamic mimicry. Seeing this, Taku Fujitani's momentum suddenly condensed, his movements halted abruptly, revealing an opening. As Enhong's blade came thrusting toward him, he suddenly pressed down on the back of the cold blade, pinning it firmly to the ground, and the once torrential onslaught instantly stopped. Huh! Enhong let out a low roar, bending his knees and exerting force, attempting to directly lift the long knife that was pressing down on his cold blade. But before he could exert his strength, the wind and snow before him changed in an instant. The pouring wind and blizzard were pushed aside by an invisible natural force, and an unseen blade descended again. Boom! Enhong had no choice but to abandon his blades, leaning back, feeling a violent energy brush against his body. And a burst of blood erupted from his right shoulder. Before Yenhong could regain his posture, Taku Fujitani had already stepped forward, following up with a thrust of his long knife aimed straight at Yenhong's throat. Whoosh! At this moment, Yenhong was unarmed, but he still did not use ninjutsu. He directly brought his hands together to firmly clamp the blade, and before the tip could touch his throat, he maneuvered it around the left side of his neck and twisted with all his might, simultaneously kicking the hilt of the cold blade that was stuck in the ground. Snap! Taku Fujitani's eyes widened as he watched his battered sword ultimately break under the immense pressure. A fleeting moment of daze crossed his eyes, but he disregarded the black long knife shooting up from beneath him. The cold blade, under tremendous force, was yanked from the ground, spinning like a whirling windmill. The sound of wind tearing through the snow as it sliced past Taku Fujitani. Swish! The winds and clouds of the world seemed to come to a sudden halt at this moment. Yenhong took several steps back, creating distance, his right hand grasping the air, and the flying thunder god mark engraved on the hilt of the cold blade flashed, causing the long knife to return to his hand. He leisurely wiped the blood off the blade and quietly stared at the elderly man before him. Taku Fujitani's gaze remained fixed on the half-broken sword in his right hand, a hint of sadness deep in his eyes. He intended to raise his left hand to touch the blade, but discovered he could only lift a small part of his forearm, blood gushing from the broken end. Drip! Drip! On the stark white snow field lay a glaring river of blood, telling the tale of a duel's conclusion. A flash of red light appeared in Yenhong's eyes, and his injuries suddenly lessened fivefold. The wounds that were already not severe nearly healed. Looking up at the now flickering candle in the wind, Taku Fujitani calmly said, "If it weren't for the timing and the terrain, I would have been the one to lose. Old man, you are indeed strong, but you still haven't used ninjutsu." Due to blood loss, Taku Fujitani's face turned extremely pale, but his voice remained strong. 40 years ago, I lost to the clan leader of your Uchiha clan. Although I lost, I didn't give up. Since then, I wanted to prove that my sword can surpass ninjutsu. So I spent 20 years mastering single strike, but by then, that clan leader had already died, and I never used that strike again. Now it's my turn to die, but I don't want to leave this world with that strike, after all. It's the last strike. Yenhong nodded, readying himself for combat once more, and said seriously, "Come on." Taku Fujitani held the broken sword in one hand, slowly raising it above his head. "Be careful." Boom! A sudden muffled sound echoed from the sky, and thousands of soldiers looked up, only to see the clouds above being stirred by the broken sword. Hey, what is that? Quickly, run. It's too late to escape." Countless snowflakes and debris began to swirl and gather around Taku Fujitani, extending all the way to the heavens, transforming into a giant white blade that reached the sky. In the presence of this massive, elongated blade, the people below looked like ants gazing up at a towering mountain, appearing so insignificant. In the distance, a middle-aged man gathering samurai troops was suddenly captivated by this celestial phenomenon, and his face changed drastically. Could it be? Realizing what was happening, he hurriedly rushed over, leaving behind a group of bewildered samurai. In the spiritual space, the recently fallen asleep Kwang Yu was startled awake again. Seeing the scene outside, he shouted anxiously, "He can mobilize such immense natural energy." "Hey, Yenhong, quickly use Susanoo. Don't mess this up." "I know. This time." Yenhong didn't dare to be reckless. Chakra surged throughout his body, and under the massive amount of power from his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, the fourth form of the black Susanoo descended upon the earth. Looking at the black giant towering over 100 meters tall before him, a faint smile finally appeared on Taku Fujitani's otherwise calm face. Boom! In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the colossal blade descended from the heavens. Yenhong's gaze fixed, and the Susanoo artifact, Yasakani no Magatama, a long spear also made of black chakra, appeared in Susanoo's hand, held horizontally to block the path of the descending giant blade. The other soldiers shut their eyes, awaiting the judgment of death. Whoosh! The giant long sword struck the Yusho spear, and at the moment of contact, the entire long sword instantly exploded, turning into a gust of scattered wind, carrying boundless flying snow, dissipating between heaven and earth. It dissipated on its own? Even the wild tooth was momentarily stunned. It didn't seem like a half-finished product. Was this old man doing it on purpose? Whoosh! Yenhong didn't speak, similarly dispersing the Susanoo, and after landing, looked towards Fujitani Taku's direction, only to see the old man quietly kneeling in the snow, his head bowed. with a broken sword that had witnessed decades of storms with him lying horizontally on his knees, silent and motionless like a statue. The others watching from behind were all staring at such a dramatic scene, and after a long silence, Zhuma finally said nonchalantly, Hey, actually, it's not a big deal. The boss could definitely have blocked that just now, right, boss? I could have blocked it, but you guys might have died in large numbers. Zhuma fell silent. Master Fujitani. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed to the scene, first taken aback by the mess before seeing the two figures standing and kneeling at the center. Thud, the middle-aged man helplessly slumped to the ground, a master. The wind and snow in the sky continued, but the soul of the warrior was no longer seen. Chapter 151, Crisis Creek. Pushing open the blue wooden door that had gathered a bit of dust, the long-lost sunlight poured down freely on Tobarama's face. Having been in the dim underground for a long time, the afternoon sun felt a bit glaring, and Tobarama gently raised his hand to shield his brow. And only after fully adapting did he lower his arm and let out a heavy breath of stale air. Casually dispelling the barrier he had set, Tobarama, whose face looked somewhat fatigued, stepped out of the laboratory where he had stayed for 3 months. Teacher Tobarama, your experiment is over. At the exit of the underground laboratory, Sarutobi Hizashi, who was on duty today, looked at the approaching Tobarama with surprise, his gradually maturing face full of respect. Monkey, you worked hard. Tobarama nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. After all, after his elder brother, the position of the second Hokage would most likely be handed to him, and for the third Hokage candidate after him, he still preferred to cultivate it himself. He had indeed found several exceptionally talented young individuals as his personal guard, which could also be considered half-disciples, for after all, one cannot train candidates without teaching them something. Among his few disciples, Sarutobi Hizashi was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Perhaps inheriting the excellent genes of his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, Hizashi naturally possessed chakra of all attributes, which meant he could learn any ninjutsu in the ninja world without any thresholds, except for bloodline limits. With Hizashi's good comprehension, he not only quickly learned the ninjutsu Tobarama taught him, but could even extrapolate and develop extended ninjutsu. For instance, after Tobarama had just taught him the shadow clone technique, he was able to figure out the shuriken shadow clone technique. Although this ninjutsu was not of high rank, the difficulty of creating ninjutsu and learning ninjutsu could not be generalized. However, to become a qualified successor to the Hokage, mere strength was definitely not enough. The character of a person was even more important. In Tobarama's view, Hizashi's personality was quite similar to his elder brother's. He was too gentle outwardly, and without a strong diplomatic means, it would only harm the village's interests. Aside from Hizashi, he was also quite concerned about another disciple named Shimura Danzo. Although Danzo's ninjutsu proficiency was not as good as Hizashi's, he had above-average talent, and the height he could reach in the future should be sufficient to become Hokage. However, unlike Hizashi, his personality was too hard and rigid, easily broken. It would be great if both of their personalities could be balanced out. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tobarama couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Changing a person's character was not something that could be done overnight. It can only be done step by step. Seeing the worry on Tobarama's face, Hizashi thought it was a problem with the development of a new ninjutsu and proactively asked, Teacher, was the research smooth this time? Not bad. I improved a previously unfinished ninjutsu and also created a new ninjutsu. It took me quite a bit of time. Tobarama's underground laboratory was set up in the back mountain of Konoha village, still some distance from the village, and the two were chatting as they walked. Since Tobarama was in closed-door creation while developing ninjutsu, he was unaware of the news from the outside world, so he also asked, What is the current situation in the ninja world? Tobarama himself was in charge of Konoha's Umbu, and during his seclusion, most of the Umbu's power was handed over to his elder brother, Hashirama, but he also left some for his few disciples, which could be considered training for them. In response, Hizashi spoke knowledgeably. During the time you were developing ninjutsu, the Land of Fire has successively conquered 6 countries, including the Land of Frost, the Land of Grass, the Land of Rain, the Land of Birds, the Land of Rice, and the Land of Iron. However, after occupying these countries, the Land of Fire stopped its actions. I guess it should be consolidating its territory. Tobarama's face darkened, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, Anything else? There's also intelligence from the sea. It had to be said that although Hizashi was young, he was already quite adept at handling intelligence matters. First, it was suspected that a civil war had broken out in the Mist Village, likely over the struggle for control of the village. But since the Mist Village had sealed off the news, the final outcome was unknown. Seeing that Tobarama did not respond, Sarutobi Hizashi continued. In addition, there is the matter of the boat clan invading small countries at sea. Oh, hearing this, Tobarama looked over in surprise. According to the latest intelligence, the boat clan has occupied 12 island nations, including the land of hot water, and has seemingly become the second largest maritime power outside of the land of water. What? Tobarama's expression finally changed, and an idea he least wanted to see immediately appeared in his mind. What's wrong, teacher? Hizashi looked at Tobarama with some confusion. In his impression, his teacher rarely displayed such a flustered demeanor, so he asked in confusion. Although the boat clan has captured many small countries, their size is still far from that of the major countries, and moreover, they are at sea, so their influence on our land of fire shouldn't be significant. Let's head back to the village first. Tobarama did not explain, quickening his pace towards the village. Although Hizashi was confused, he also realized that things seemed to be more complicated than he thought, and quickly followed Tobarama's footsteps. Tobarama's speed was fast, and he did not stop in the middle. He didn't even have time to greet the guard at the back door, rushing straight to the Hokage building. As the second in command of Konoha village, Tobarama had his own independent office. When he was not present, the Umbu would organize a report of the collected intelligence and place it here, sealing it with special restrictions. Tobarama casually dispelled the restrictions and quickly read through all the intelligence collected recently. During this time, Hizashi also hurriedly walked in but did not disturb him. He just quietly watched from the side. After about 30 minutes, Tobarama finally processed all the information and took out a map of the ninja world from the storage cabinet beside his desk, spreading it out on the table. The country of grass, the country of frost, the country of fields. Tobarama murmured as he traced his fingers over the corresponding countries on the map. In his increasingly stern gaze, he slowly realized that the territory of the country of flames now spanned north and south, like an ambitious dragon overlooking the entire shinobi world. Tobarama then shifted his focus to the sea, secretly deducing that the Boathouse clan would never have the audacity to openly invade the maritime countries without a powerful backing. It had to be the country of flames. Currently, the country of soup and the country of iron had fallen into their hands, effectively blocking the passage between the continent and the ocean. The ambitions of the Uchiha clan would definitely not stop there. Their ultimate goal must be the 5 great countries. So if it were me, the next target would be the Uzumaki clan. Yes, only by annexing the entire foundation of first-rate clan could they gain the absolute strength to wage war against great nations. Looking at the land of waves on the map, which seemed wrapped in a giant net, Tobarama's expression grew grave. Monkey, gather all the Umbu members and have them stand by at the Umbu base. Yes. Hizashi sensed the severity of the situation and immediately left the office. Tobarama hurriedly exited, intending to find his elder brother upstairs. But just before he left, he paused for a moment, contemplated briefly, and then turned away from the Hokage building, heading towards the Senju clan's territory. Chapter 152, Sister-in-Law, You Wouldn't Want. Konoha Village, Senju clan's residence. As the most powerful family in Konoha, the Senju clan's residence appeared quite low-key, looking just like an ordinary village dwelling, completely lacking the grandeur expected of top-tier clan. At the heart of the residence stood a modest yet elegantly arranged house, clearly showing signs of careful maintenance. And this was the home of the clan leader, Senju Hashirama. Although Tobarama was Hashirama's only younger brother, they did not live together. Upon reaching the entrance, Tobarama did not go straight in, but politely knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened from the inside, revealing an elegant figure, dressed in a simple white kimono, with her red hair styled in 2 buns. She wore no excessive accessories at home, yet her beauty was undeniable. Upon seeing Tobarama, Uzumaki Mito's face flashed with surprise. Little Tobarama, what brings you here? Are you looking for your brother? He's at the Hokage building. Sister-in-law, Tobarama nodded in greeting and then looked at Mito. I came specifically to find you. Looking for me? Mito blinked in confusion, but still stepped aside to let him in, saying softly, come in and talk. Tobarama nodded, stepped inside, always maintaining an appropriate distance from Mito, and sat cross-legged on the tatami in the living room. Mito closed the door and brewed 2 cups of tea, placing them on the table, then knelt across from Tobarama. Speaking first, I heard from your brother that you've been experimenting with a new ninjutsu these past few months. How's it going? This S-rank ninjutsu has exceeded my expectations and will definitely come in handy in the future. As he mentioned his newly developed ninjutsu, Tobarama's expression visibly relaxed a bit. But he clearly hadn't come just to discuss that, so he pondered how to broach the main topic. Mito noticed that Tobarama seemed to have something important to say and proactively asked, "So, little Tobarama, what is it you want to talk to me about?" Tobarama let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't particularly good at dealing with women, especially his sister-in-law. If it weren't for the greater situation, he wouldn't be comfortable being alone with Mito. "Sister-in-law, I came to ask for your help." Tobarama got straight to the point. "You must know about the recent movements of the Country of Flames. They've invaded several small countries and successfully expanded their territory. But I'm certain their goals are far beyond this. Sooner or later, or rather soon, they will turn their sights on the 5 great countries. We cannot continue to sit idly by and watch them grow to an uncontrollable level. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for us. We must take action." Mito's gaze flickered as she grasped Tobarama's intention, and she felt a mix of amusement and frustration. She then patiently replied, "You want me to persuade Hashirama, right? But you know how your brother is. He advocated for signing the peace treaty, which stipulates that the 6 great nations cannot invade each other. He would never be the first to break that agreement. Moreover," Mito's expression grew serious as she continued, "if we attack the Country of Flames, not only would it be unjustifiable, but the other great nations would definitely stand by and watch, waiting to reap the benefits, which would only drag Konoha into the flames of war. In that case, not only would Hashirama not agree, but I also wouldn't support you in persuading him. But what if their next target is the Uzumaki clan?" The air in the room suddenly thickened, and Mito's eyes flickered slightly. "What did you say?" "Sigh." Tobarama sighed and spoke slowly. "Although this is just my speculation, I am at least 90% sure that their next target is indeed the Uzumaki clan." Seeing that Mito remained silent, Tobarama continued, "Currently, the Boathouse clan occupies most of the maritime countries, and they must be under the control of the Country of Flames. They will definitely not let the remaining Uzumaki clan escape, especially the deeply rooted Whirlpool hidden village. Uchiha Madara is stationed at the Land of Flames, so he won't appear. But Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Enko are very likely to participate in the attack on the Uzumaki clan. Although the Uzumaki clan has your father in command, he definitely won't be able to withstand the 2 top experts." Mito took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes, but the slight tremor of her eyebrows revealed her inner turmoil. Tobarama had made it very clear, if Konoha did not take action, the Whirlpool hidden village was almost certain to perish, and her father and brother would likely face dire consequences. How many members of the Uzumaki clan would escape ultimately depended solely on luck. On one side was her family, and on the other was the hard work of her husband. Choosing between the two was undoubtedly tormenting. Tobarama did not rush her, simply waiting quietly for Mito's decision. After an unknown amount of time, Mito finally opened her eyes, her face showing clear signs of fatigue and pain, yet her voice remained steady as always. "Since I have married your brother, I am now a Konoha ninja. I cannot drag the entire village into war because of my family." Tobarama's gaze darkened. Upon hearing Mito's final decision, he did not show any excess emotion, but a closer look revealed that he seemed to relax slightly. He then said slowly, "Sister-in-law, I do have a method that can save the Uzumaki clan without involving Konoha." Mito's heart stirred. When it came to the survival of her family, it was hard for her to maintain her inner calm. "What method?" "It's simple. It's not only the Country of Flames that can exploit loopholes in the agreement, and their goal isn't the territory of the Uzumaki clan, but the resources on that territory. Therefore, we just need to find a way to prevent them from obtaining those resources. If necessary, we can completely abandon the territory of the Uzumaki clan." "What should we do specifically?" Tobarama pondered briefly and then shared all his thoughts, while Mito listened quietly. "Although it's a bit of a shortcut, it's currently the only way. It's beneficial for both the Uzumaki clan and our Konoha village. However, this method still requires my brother's consent. If I try to persuade him alone, I'm afraid he won't agree." "So," Tobarama said this, drained his cup of tea, and looked directly into Mito's eyes, saying in a deep voice, "Sister-in-law, you wouldn't want to see your family perish, would you?" Sigh. Mito let out a deep sigh. After all, it's her own family. She couldn't just watch them perish. We'll talk to Hashirama. Then I'll leave it to you, sister-in-law." A smile appeared on Tobarama's face. If it works, it would definitely give the Land of Flame a huge surprise. Chapter 153. Brotherly chat. The cold wind blew gently, and snowflakes drifted down. In a corner of a mountain covered with white snow, white mist swirled around, surrounded by green plants and pavilions. In the distance, hazy majestic mountains revealed an elegant natural aura. Several dragon heads spouted hot spring water, creating wisps of white mist. Splashing, the sound of flowing water rang out. As a figure broke through the water's surface, resting his arms on the edge of the hot spring, revealing a strong, muscular body. This feels great. These small countries may not be very powerful, but their lives are quite enjoyable. If second brother likes it, we can create our own hot spring in the future, even if the environment might not be as beautiful as here. Enko also leaned against the edge of the hot spring, his muscular upper body above the surface, holding a cup of green drink, savoring it leisurely. Let's talk about it after the war is over. I just had a feeling. Kanai ran her fingers through her long hair, shaking off droplets of water, then looked at the cup in Enko's hand. What are you drinking? Give me one too. It's fruit wine from the land of iron. Not bad, Enko said, and with a thought, a circle of black skeletons appeared beside him. A skeletal arm reached out, pouring a cup of wine from a nearby flask and steadily handing it to Kanai. You brat, using Susanoo like this? Kanai laughed and scolded, taking the drink and taking a sip. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Wow, it really is good. Enko dispersed the Susanoo around him and said with a smile, Isn't that what my ability is for? By the way, second brother, since you passed through the land of flame this time, did you visit the village? Don't worry. Everything in the village is fine. With Big Brother in charge, nothing will go wrong. In the initial planning of the war, the first step for the land of flame was to expand its territory, using war to sustain war and rapidly accumulate raw resources. Uchiha was stationed in the land of flame to prevent the land of earth from attacking, while Enko was responsible for expanding north, Kanai for the south, and finally, Tajiri would integrate and collect all the lands and resources of the small countries. The most crucial part of this plan was the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was quite special and had a very deep relationship with Konoha village. Although in the original timeline, Konoha did not help them for some unknown reason, leading to the Uzumaki clan being attacked by multiple countries and eventually facing extinction. To be safe and avoid any butterfly effect caused by their own actions, Enko still summoned Kanai before attacking the land of Whirlpool to prevent Konoha from intervening. It's not that they feared Konoha, but rather that engaging in battle with Konoha was not part of the plan at this time. Kanai finished her drink and relaxed back into the water, leaving only her head above the surface, and said reluctantly, I say, third brother, are we really going to hand over the territory we fought so hard for? It's not handing over, it's an exchange, Enko replied slowly. Stretching the front too long is a big taboo. The land of small countries doesn't hold much value for us. It's better to exchange it for some beneficial resources. I understand the reasoning, but it's still a bit hard to accept. Kanai pouted but didn't dwell on it. Then she changed the subject. By the way, third brother, I forgot to ask you, why did you destroy that clan monument and shrine? You might not know, but some of the older members of the clan have quite a big opinion on that. Enko didn't care about this at all and even asked with interest, what did they say about me? Kanai shrugged. Just some old clichés, saying that what you did is disrespectful to our ancestors and irresponsible to the younger generation. If it weren't for the war right now, they might have called you back to interrogate you. That was very much in line with their style. But it was no longer their era. Who says it isn't? Kanai's eyes flickered red, summoning her Susanoo arm, and imitating Enko's manner, poured herself a glass of fine wine. In the end, these old guys were suppressed by Big Brother, but we are also curious, why did you suddenly destroy that thing? Enko pondered slightly, unsure how to explain it to his second brother, mainly because he couldn't clearly articulate how he knew. Moreover, he didn't want to rely on lies to gloss over it. Once he told one lie, countless more would be needed to cover it up. Furthermore, he didn't want to deceive his two brothers. Seeing the conflict on Enko's face, Kanai suddenly smiled and said, Hey, what kind of expression is that? Since you have your reasons, I won't ask anymore. Sorry, second brother, What's there to apologize for? It just shows that the little brat who always followed behind me, pestering me to teach him ninjutsu, has grown up. Hey, second brother, let's not bring up those old stories. Enko's face flushed red. When he first crossed over, his body was only 7 or 8 years old, and he didn't know any ninjutsu at all. Moreover, in the Warring States period, no one taught you ninjutsu. Everyone just got a set of armor and a knife. Even as the son of the clan leader, he had to obediently go to the battlefield. Although Enko was reassigned from the front lines after he was resurrected, even logistics during that era was a high-risk job. Every family liked to ambush enemies from behind and grab resources before fleeing. This was something that Enko, who had just arrived, couldn't bear. To improve his chances of survival, he could only pester his two brothers to teach him ninjutsu. And Uchiha, being the young clan leader, had many responsibilities, so it was mostly Kanai teaching Enko ninjutsu. To learn more ninjutsu and fit the image of a child, Enko would often act cute and spoiled. This made him, whose soul was already an adult, feel embarrassed every time he thought about it. I haven't seen you this shy in a long time. The warm atmosphere dispelled Enko's inner anxiety, and he smiled lightly. Thanks, second brother. What are you being polite for? Whenever you feel like talking, just tell me. Splashing, Kanai stood up from the water, reached for a towel next to her, and began to dry herself. It's about time to set off, but you must be careful this time. Uzumaki Ashina is not an ordinary ninja. Even our father has suffered at his hands before. But we've already surpassed our father, haven't we? Enko stood up, full of confidence. This is our era now. Age is not an advantage. That's true. Second brother, I'm leaving the land of iron to you. Make sure to block Konoha's support route. Within 7 days, I will definitely take the land of Whirlpool. Ha ha ha. Can I put on his blue robe? His handsome face full of pride. Go ahead. Even if Senju Hashirama comes personally, I won't let him step into the land of iron within 7 days. Chapter 154. Winds over the sea. The angry sea roared, rising and falling with the waves. A fleet of warships formed into a mass, resembling floating giants, silently cleaving through the waves, heading towards their predetermined direction. This was a temporary naval combat force assembled by Enhong, setting off from the Iron Country and coordinating with the Zhouhu clan to encircle the Whirlpool Country. Although Enhong appeared confident about this operation, he did not underestimate the Whirlpool clan. Like the Senju and Uchiha, the Whirlpool clan had a long-standing heritage, and while their foundation was not as strong, they still surpassed other clans. Their terrifying sealing techniques made them even more feared by other forces. The reason was simple. While the Uchiha and Senju were indeed powerful, they were indifferent to those who did not provoke them. The Whirlpool clan, however, was different. Although they would not attack you, some of their sealing techniques were sold to the outside. As long as the payment was right, anyone could purchase their sealing jutsu. Thus, almost every clan had suffered at the hands of their sealing techniques. If you did not buy them, your enemies would, leaving you unable to compete. Consequently, you had no choice but to purchase them, but once everyone had done so, the outcome remained the same, stalemate, but the casualties increased significantly due to the sealing techniques, leading to a terrifying internal friction vortex, with only the Whirlpool clan profiting. If it weren't for the close relationship between the Whirlpool clan and the Senju clan, they might have been attacked long ago. This also indirectly showcased the horror of the Whirlpool clan's sealing ninjutsu, especially with the legendary figure, Uzumaki Namikaze. Known as the ancestor of Konoha's sealing techniques, still alive, completely eradicating the Whirlpool clan was not as simple as it seemed. The sound of the sea breeze rustling the flags on the ships pulled Enhong's thoughts back to reality. Squinting slightly, he soon spotted a grand fleet at the horizon where the sky met the sea. Compared to the temporary force he had gathered, the naval army before him was superior in both scale and quality. Currently, the only maritime powers capable of this were the Water Country or the recently strengthened Zhouhu clan. Ha ha, at last, you've come, my lord. I've been eager to strike. Before they were fully close, Enhong could already hear the booming laughter of Zhouhu Tianshui and saw a row of people standing on the main ship's deck. Bang! Enhong lightly stepped on the wooden board, leaping gracefully to land in front of them. He first scanned the crowd and then smiled. It seems that Chief Tianshui is ready. Always ready, Tianshui replied, his eyes brimming with excitement. Witnessing the downfall of a top-tier clan was indeed a source of amusement. That's quite a wicked pleasure, Enhong chuckled and then turned to Uchiha Hua, who stood beside him. Hua had grown up alongside Uchiha Madara, so Enhong held him in high regard. Likewise, Hua took good care of this younger brother he had watched grow up. Hua, you've worked hard. How are my 3 students doing? They have decent talent, but they're still a bit immature. With proper training, they could achieve something. Hua waved his hand casually. But don't ask me for this kind of thing next time. I don't like to be distracted during battle. This wasn't because Hua looked down on the trio, but rather a habit formed over many years. In a warring states period, getting distracted on the battlefield was tantamount to signing your death warrant. This was also one reason why the current Jainin of Awagakure avoided taking on students. Sigh, Hua, it would be such a pity if your skills go unpassed down. Enhong gently persuaded, as it was all for the future of the village. You brat, now you're setting your sights on me. No wonder the chief said you've grown smarter, Hua teased. We'll talk about this later, but I have high standards for my students. I won't accept just anyone. Haha, then it's settled. And don't worry, they're all good seeds. After saying this, Enhong finally looked at the well-behaved Jing and Qian standing aside. On the surface, they appeared unchanged, but they had clearly become more composed, with an added air of menace compared to before. While it couldn't be called a complete transformation, they were markedly different from the 2 he had sent out before. This was the tempering of war. Hong was confident that if these two encountered his past self from half a month ago, they would undoubtedly be able to defeat him in an instant. Thinking of this, Hong asked, "Why are only you two here? What about Yuan?" Jing explained, "Teacher, Yuan got seasick and is still resting in the cabin." Seasick? Hong was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. "That's truly inherited. Let him rest well. How do you feel about your first experience with war?" "Not bad," Qian replied calmly, her demeanor increasingly cold, like a drawn sword. After experiencing the trials of war, Jing appeared much more mature and composed. Yet his character remained peaceful as he answered, "This experience has taught me a lot, and I must thank Captain Hua for his guidance. It has also highlighted many of my shortcomings, which I will work hard to correct in the future." Well summarized, but Hong gently patted his shoulder. "Sometimes you can relax a bit. You don't have to be so tense all the time." "Eh?" Jing scratched his head in confusion, causing everyone to shake their heads and laugh. After exchanging pleasantries, Hong quickly got to the point, looking at Zhou Tianshui with a serious expression. "So, Chief Tianshui, what is your planned course of action?" Zhou Tianshui replied earnestly, "The land area of the Whirlpool country is not large, and its only port is located on the eastern side of the island. According to our original plan, once our forces combine, we will encircle the Whirlpool country to prevent the Whirlpool clan from escaping through other waterways. Our main force will then launch an attack from the east. What do you think?" Hong thought for a moment and couldn't come up with a better plan, then nodded. "Feasible. However, it's important to note that the Whirlpool clan not only possesses powerful sealing techniques, but also unparalleled vitality. In simple terms, they're harder to kill than ordinary people, so we must be careful. Moreover, for us, the goal is not to annihilate them, but to plunder their resources. Anyone attempting to take resources will be killed without mercy." "Understood. Then let us set off." Chapter 155. The waves crashed against the shore, stirring up countless sprays of water and sand. The wind whipped through the remnants of waves, producing thousands of pale, frothy crests. At the dock on the eastern side of the Whirlpool country, the current leader of the Whirlpool clan, Uzumaki Namikaze, wore a blue combat robe over layered armor, with two 3-foot curved blades strapped to his back. Due to his advanced age, Namikaze's once red hair had turned white, but his wrinkled face bore a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes that remained bright, gazing at the ebb and flow of the tides, lost in memories of the past. At over 60 years old, Namikaze was considered quite elderly in this era. Over the course of the more than 60 years, he had led the Whirlpool clan to a new height. Long before Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were born, the Uchiha clan was the only one in the ninja world that could be called a top-tier family, while others like the Senju, Whirlpool, and Hyuga clans were merely first-rate families. At that time, Uzumaki Namikaze decisively aligned himself, leading the Whirlpool clan to ally with the Senju clan to jointly oppose the Uchiha clan. When Senju Hashirama grew up, he even betrothed his daughter to him. It turned out that his choice was not wrong. Under the leadership of Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan leaped to become the second super elite family and successfully defeated their old rival, the Uchiha clan. As the saying goes, when one person achieves the Tao, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. With the help of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Erasure successfully took over the land of waves and established his own ninja village. One clan equals one village, and one village equals one nation. What great glory! However, little did he expect that as time changed and the world was unpredictable, everything from the past seemed fleeting. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice from behind pulled him back to reality. "Father, everything has been arranged. The entire village is already in a state of readiness, and the barrier has been activated," but Erasure came back to his senses, turned to his son Uzumaki Ishii, and said solemnly, "But what?" Ishii showed a puzzled expression and asked, "I don't understand." "It's just the Boat Household clan. Although they have taken over many small countries at sea, there's really nothing to be afraid of. Those small countries are a bunch of weaklings. If it were us, we could easily conquer them, so I think we don't need to make such a big fuss." Erasure glanced at his son, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. "You know why I haven't passed the position of clan leader to you all these years?" This. Ishii's expression suddenly froze. This was also a thorn in his heart. Seeing his contemporaries, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, become clan leaders and lead their families to fame in the ninja world. While he remained merely the young clan leader, he felt anxious as his son was growing up and might directly surpass him to become the clan leader. But his father had been reluctant to pass the position to him. Could it be because Uchiha Madara's father died early? Erasure snorted coldly and said without mercy, It's precisely because you only see the surface of things and don't think deeper. To put it harshly, you're short-sighted. In this regard, you're not even as good as your sister. If she hadn't married into the Senju clan, I would have considered passing the position to her. Ishi immediately retorted, I'm not as inadequate as you say. You only see the boat household clan. But have you ever thought about why just one boat household clan dares to start a war at sea? Although there was a recent internal conflict in the village hidden in the midst of the land of water, once they stabilize, they can easily deal with them. Are they looking for death? Ishi was not a fool. With a little hint from his father, he thought of the reason and exclaimed, they have someone backing them. Could it be the land of water? How'd I give birth to such a thing? Erishur shook his head in frustration and said, Don't you know what's been happening on the continent recently? Continent? Father, do you mean the Uchiha clan? Erishur said weakly. The land of iron has already fallen into their hands, and the land of hot water has also been captured. Now we are like turtles in a jar, with no way to retreat. How could this happen? Ishi's expression changed, and then he thought of something and hurriedly said, Right, didn't we ally with Kinkouhou? We can send a message to them. With Kinkouhou's help, it should be no problem to resist the Uchiha clan. Kinkouhou? Erishur thought of his son-in-law and smiled bitterly. That might not work. Why? Are they going to betray us? Because. Erishur was about to explain when he suddenly felt something and slightly closed his eyes. His expression then darkened. They're coming. What's coming? Ishi frowned in confusion, and his peripheral vision suddenly saw a row of black dots rapidly approaching from afar. Enemy attack. I'll gather the troops. Wait. Erishur suddenly called out to him urgently. Notify everyone to leave the land of waves and retreat to Kinkouhou. It will be too late if you wait. Ishi was taken aback. Retreat? Why? Don't ask so much. Hurry up. What about you, father? Erishur did not speak, turning his back to the oncoming enemies, clearly giving his answer. Swish! A crossbow bolt shot through the wind, the piercing sound tearing through the sky, like a meteor crashing towards the two. Bang! A muffled thunder suddenly echoed in midair. A transparent barrier enveloped the land of waves, the crossbow bolt striking the barrier like a stone falling into water, creating ripples but failing to shatter it. After one strike, the crossbow bolt lost its power and fell to the ground with a clang. Go, father. Yes. Ishi took one last look at his aging father and gritted his teeth as he ran towards the village. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, countless arrows flew like locusts, raining down continuously on the barrier, producing a series of muffled sounds. Boom! The barrier above suddenly erupted in sparks. In a rain of arrows, hundreds of arrows tied with explosive tags fell onto the barrier and exploded, causing the barrier's fluctuations to grow more intense. Yet it remained unbroken. What a tough shell. On the main ship's deck, boat household Tensui had an ugly expression. He knew the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were profound, but he didn't expect them to be this troublesome. Just the protective barrier left him helpless, so he turned to the person beside him, Enhong, and asked, Sir, what should we do? The barrier technique is also a branch of sealing techniques. There are only two ways to break a barrier. One is through violent destruction. Every barrier has a limit to what it can withstand. If it receives an attack that exceeds its limit, the barrier will naturally shatter. The other is to exhaust it. No matter how strong the barrier is, it still requires chakra to maintain it. Generally, the ninjas providing chakra for the barrier are from the barrier team, and a ninja's chakra is not infinite. So as long as we keep suppressing with firepower, we will eventually exhaust the barrier's chakra. But this method is also quite time-consuming. So, the Enhong naturally chose the first one. Fire core, bro. You use wind, and I'll use fire. Fire core, raise an eyebrow. Got it. Fire release. Great fire. Annihilation. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Boom. The wind aided the flames, and the raging fire seemed like a fire god annihilating the world. Wherever it passed, the sea water evaporated completely, revealing the underlying reefs. Under the scorching of the flames, the reefs turned back into dark liquid. Crash! The endless sea of fire crashed against the barrier. Flames surged upwards along the barrier, and the entire barrier glowed a stunning crimson. Behind the barrier, Erishur stood like an unyielding pine tree, watching the terrifying sea of fire before him, which seemed capable of devouring everything without even blinking. Swish! As the sea of fire dissipated, the barrier remained intact. The surrounding seawater rushed back into the vacuum between the fleet and the island, creating a cloud of mist that blocked the sun. What a strong barrier technique! Jing was shocked, and even Qian's cold face showed a hint of astonishment. Not to mention the other ninjas on the ship, who were all dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Hong sighed. The Uzumaki clan truly lives up to its reputation. Sir, should we still use firepower to exhaust it? Hong shook his head. Only a fool would use that stupid method. By the time the barrier breaks, everyone would have already left. Ah. Hong waved his hand, leaped off the ship, landed on the sea, and then walked step by step towards the shore, stopping 100 paces away. Looking at the white-haired old man on the shore, Hong said loudly, Uzumaki Erashur, I've long admired your name. Erashur snorted coldly. Come in and speak. Ha ha ha, all right. Hong's gaze was stern as he bit down hard on his right thumb, blood dripping from the finger and splashing onto the surface of the sea, creating ripples. Well, it's just the time to test this toy. He then placed his palm on the water's surface. Come forth. 9 Tails. Chapter 156. The power of the tailed beast. The tailed beasts have been defined by people since ancient times as terrifying existences of disaster. Their immense power instilling deep fear in all humanity. Each of their appearances is referred to as a natural calamity. Roar. Amidst the deafening roar. Terrifying chakra rampage between heaven and earth. 9 tails, resembling dragon pythons, danced wildly in the air, and a massive body, reminiscent of a mountain, cast a large shadow on the sea surface. Merely standing there generated a suffocating sense of oppression. Gulp. Boatman Tinshui couldn't help but swallow hard. Cold sweat appearing on his forehead without him even realizing it, his voice trembling slightly. Is this really the legendary 9-tailed fox? The adult can even casually control such a monster. No one responded. Everyone's eyes widened, their breaths growing a bit hurried. Whoosh, the sun hung high in the sky, and the sea breeze howled along the dock. On the massive head of the 9 tails, Hong crossed his arms, his crimson eternal eye calm as water, gazing at the vortex behind the barrier, yet there was still no trace of panic on his face. Truly a seasoned veteran who experienced the Warring States period. Hong sighed momentarily in his heart, but it was just a moment. In the next second, he concentrated his thoughts. Roar. The 9 tails let out a thunderous roar, its right paw lifted high, accompanied by a whistling sound as it slammed down on the barrier. Boom. The violent force dispersed the white mist on the sea surface, and a clear shockwave ring appeared on the barrier, with countless cracks instantly spreading across the ground beneath. It didn't break. Boatman Tinshui couldn't help but exclaim, if that slap had been aimed at them, the entire fleet would probably have been scattered. Yet this barrier somehow held up. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Hong's eyes as well. But instead of anger, he felt joy. After all, once they dealt with this Vortex clan, these barrier techniques would all belong to them. Then let us be a bit reckless. Whoosh! Under Hong's control, the 9 tails raised its head slightly, its massive mouth suddenly opening wide, as red and blue chakra began to gather continuously before the astonished gazes of the crowd, gradually forming a pitch-black energy ball. Hiss! Hui's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, quickly, have all ships retreat. Hurry back. As the entire fleet frantically retreated, Lu Ming, who had maintained a solemn expression, finally changed his face, looking up at the pitch-black chakra ball, a sense of crisis bubbling in his heart for the first time. This move is very troublesome. Hong stood atop the 9 tails, feeling the overwhelming chakra up close, marveling at the 9 tails' power, while a hint of fervor crossed his eyes. Be careful not to die. With that, Hong gently waved his hand. Tail Beast Bomb. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the ground, and everyone present instantly went deaf. Only seeing that black ball containing terrifying chakra descending from the sky, crashing straight into the barrier, illuminating the entire world with blinding flames. Boom! The originally impenetrable barrier shattered almost instantly, and the place where Lu Ming stood was directly engulfed by the flames. Under the violent explosion, the entire dock was destroyed in an instant, debris and dust flying into the sky, then swept away by the shockwave, trampling countless flowers and trees along the way. The aftershock spread to the sea surface, and the previously calm waters were once again stirred up by the strong winds, rolling into a blue sea wall pushing out to sea, with warships violently rocking under the surging waves, and many weaker individuals being thrown off the deck into the water. Boom! In the distance, I.C., who was organizing the retreat of his clan, felt the ground tremble, turning back to see a magnificent mushroom cloud rising in the direction of the dock. Father, ISC felt a pang in his heart, then gritted his teeth and continued leading his clan to flee the land of Vortex. With no other docks available, they could only use small boats to cross. Some large supplies had to be left behind, taking only lightweight items. Lord Ise, it's bad. Looking at a panicked clansman rushing over, Ise frowned and asked, "What happened?" "My lord, enemy ships have been spotted along the coast of the land of Vortex. We are surrounded." "What did you say?" Ise's face paled. Under normal circumstances, they could definitely fight their way out, but with the entire clan migrating and many women, children, and the elderly around, forcing a way out would surely lead to heavy casualties. In an instant, Ise found himself unable to make a decision, unable to help but sigh. Father, indeed. I'm still unworthy of being the clan leader. On the other side, at the dock, after the explosion, the entire coastline had turned into a wasteland, and everywhere one looked was a scene of devastation. Whoosh! Countless flying debris and water droplets fell from the sky, resembling a heavy rain, cascading down upon the ruins. The dock was silent, only the sound of debris hitting the ground and the crackle of residual flames burning. The members of the boatman clan, watching from afar, gradually came to their senses, staring at the dock that had been reduced to ruins, their hearts filled with horror. Is it really over? Yenhong looked down at the empty dock from above, feeling somewhat puzzled. The tailed beast bomb was indeed powerful, but most of the damage had been blocked by the barrier, and the remaining aftershock Shun-Ti have directly annihilated Lu Ming. Whoosh! Indeed, as Yenhong had expected. After a moment of silence, several brilliant golden lights suddenly erupted from the ruins. Clank, clank, clank. With the sound of metal grinding, 8 golden chains soared upwards, precisely wrapping around the massive body of the Nine Tails, and an old figure flew out of the ruins along with the chains. Lu Ming's white hair was disheveled, his robes tattered, even stained with many charred bloodstains. But even in such a sorry state, Lu Ming's demeanor remained unyielding, with no trace of fear on his face. Roar! The Nine Tails, entangled by the chains, began to struggle violently, and the golden locks emitted a piercing squeaking sound, as if they would snap at any moment. Ha! The diamond lock. Huh! It does have strong suppressive power, but to completely restrain the Nine Tails, it might still be lacking. Yenhong raised 2 fingers, just about to control the Nine Tails to break free from the chains, when suddenly his expression changed, and he quickly formed hand seals. In the next second, the Nine Tails suddenly vanished into a puff of white smoke. Huh? What happened? The people behind looked at each other, their expressions bewildered, not understanding what had occurred. Whoosh! Yenhong descended from the sky, landing steadily on the ground, looking at Lu Ming, who had retracted the golden chains, and said solemnly, "As expected of a veteran from the Warring States, your insight is truly sharp. You aim to sever my connection with the Nine Tails." In response to this, Yenhong felt somewhat helpless. This was the flaw of being a non-perfect Jinchuriki. While controlling the tailed beast with the Sharingan was quick and convenient. Once the connection was severed, there was a high chance the tailed beast would regain its consciousness and turn against him, biting back. "You are also more capable than your father. I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to have so many excellent juniors. No wonder they have such grand ambitions." "Huh!" Yenhong snickered, then waved his hand, declaring loudly, "The barrier has been broken. Everyone, charge in. Yes, kill." Under the leadership of Huaha and Zhuahu Tianshui, a vast crowd disembarked and stormed towards the interior of the Uzumaki country. Uzumaki, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He wanted to intercept them, but was firmly held back by Yenhong. With a swift motion, Yenhong drew his cold blade, his expression stern. "Come on, Uzumaki clan leader, let's start the second round." Chapter 157. Uzumaki, Lu Ming. The sea wind howled fiercely, and the cries of battle shook the island. The soldiers led by the Zhuahu clan surged forward, but they tacitly avoided the 2 in the center of the field, charging straight towards the interior of the Uzumaki country. Watching countless soldiers and ninjas pass by him, Uzumaki, Lu Ming closed his eyes in pain, knowing that this time the Uzumaki clan was doomed, his face inevitably revealing a sense of helplessness. The Uzumaki clan is likely to perish in my hands. Seeing Uzumaki Lu Ming, who seemed to age suddenly, Yenhong couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, but that was all. The connection between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha was too deep. If they were let go, it would only strengthen Konoha's power, so they must die. Taking a deep breath, Uzumaki Lu Ming's aura suddenly shook, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was like a torch, fixated on the black-clad youth before him. He spoke solemnly. "It seems that my Uzumaki clan is unlikely to escape this calamity today. Since that's the case, I can only abandon my old life and fight to the death to take you down. Exchanging a clan for a single person is not impossible. Huh, then let's give it a try. Suddenly, Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw two shadows appearing beside Uzumaki Lu Ming's eyes, and two mask-like patterns appeared on his face. Although his figure stood still, it felt as though he had vanished from the world. This is Sage Mode. In the mind space, Kwang Yu stared at Lu Ming outside and explained he has enveloped his body with Sage Chakra, blocking perception while isolating your plundering eye technique. The only place that can achieve this is the wet bone forest. Kwang Yu paused, then continued, that's right, it's that slug sage technique. You need to be cautious. Although the sage mode of the wet bone forest does not enhance physical strength and ninjutsu as much as the other two clans, its boost to mental power is quite terrifying. And you, with your Sharingan, should understand the importance of mental power better than I do. Understood. Hong nodded slightly. Little Iya, give me some chakra. Heh, you really are not polite. Boom. In the outside world, Hong's eyes suddenly widened, and beneath the gorgeous eternal eye patterns were strange vertical pupils. With a light push of his foot, without any unnecessary movements, he vanished in the blink of an eye and reappeared before Lu Ming. Uzumaki Lu Ming's expression was serious, and two 3-foot-long curved blades unsheathed from behind him. His right hand wielded a blade that drew a white arc in the air, delivering an upward slash. Clang! The swift cold blade collided with the curved blade midair, instantly sparking as the force was so great that both weapons shifted direction. Ha! Uzumaki Lu Ming roared, after deflecting the cold blade with one sword. His figure spun like a windmill, and his left hand followed with a second blade aimed directly at Hong's face. Faced with the sudden strike, Hong halted his forward momentum, sidestepping while slashing back with his blade, blocking the incoming attack. Mental power, although intangible, is as important to ninjas as chakra. From controlling chakra within the body to using perception and illusion techniques, all rely on this invisible mental power. A ninja with strong mental power can manipulate every bit of chakra in their body with extraordinary perception, minimizing consumption, and can sense the enemy's attack paths and intentions in close combat. Thus, in the sage mode of the wet bone forest, Uzumaki Lu Ming's reaction speed had reached an extremely terrifying level. Uzumaki Lu Ming's dual blades combined both reality and illusion. With each strike, his right-hand blade accurately targeted the pressure points of the cold blade, dissipating most of the force, while his left-hand blade was exceptionally fierce, striking at the openings in Hong's attacks, delivering deadly blows. Moreover, with his extraordinarily strong mental power, Lu Ming multitasked seamlessly, the two blades flowing together as if two people were attacking simultaneously, with no sense of stagnation. Clang, clang, clang. In just a blink, the quiet coastline was filled with the crisp sounds of clashing weapons. From a distance, one could see the blades flashing violently between the two, and the gusts of wind around them formed a small storm, swirling around them for a long time. In the center of the storm, Hong's eyes raced with the Sharingan, and the cold blade in his hand even created a residual shadow, managing to defend himself flawlessly under such high-frequency attacks. But prolonged defense leads to inevitable flaws. I can't continue to fight up close. Hong decisively abandoned close combat, as Lu Ming swung another blade at him. Instead of blocking with his sword, he twisted his body, letting the incoming blade pass by, then stepped on the back of the curved blade, propelling himself into the air. Boom! Lu Ming's blade struck empty air, the curved blade hitting the ground and instantly tearing a trench in the dirt. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion rang out in the air. As Hong soared into the air, seemingly without forming any hand seals, his chest suddenly expanded outward. Fire release, dragon flame, song technique. Boom! 4 fire dragons roared out, charging towards Lu Ming's position from above, below, left, and right. The raging flames almost sealing off all his escape routes. Oof. Lu Ming snorted coldly, his white hair flying, and he quickly formed several seals with one hand, then pointed the blade forward. Swish! Several runes appeared in front of Lu Ming, and the fire dragons collided with the runes, as if crashing into a muddy pit. Not only did they not explode, but they were gradually enveloped by the runes, causing no ripples whatsoever. Bang! Hong gathered all of his strength and hurled the cold blade forward. The 3-foot-long sword transformed into a pitch-black flying shuttle, its speed so great that it let out a piercing shriek in the air. You want to interrupt my sealing technique? Lu Ming's brow furrowed. The fire dragons had not been completely sealed, and if the sealing technique was interrupted, they would explode, directly blasting him while withstanding the 4 fire dragons. which would surely result in either death or injury. Such a young man with such extraordinary combat awareness, but you still underestimate the power of Sage. Although the speed of the long blade was fast, Uzumaki Liu Ming's reaction speed was even faster. At the moment the blade was about to pierce his forehead, he suddenly tilted his head, the blade grazing past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of white hair. The severed hair was caught in the turbulent air, flying towards the ground, but in the next second, it was swept away by a sudden gust. Crack! Before the cold blade could hit the ground, a bony hand suddenly grasped the hilt, the pitch-black long blade carving a half-moon arc in the air, slashing towards Liu Ming's waist at a terrifying speed. Flying Thunder God technique. Elusive like a ghost. It's over, Uzumaki clan leader. Clang! Another piercing boom. Enhong stared wide-eyed in shock. Before him, a golden chain blocked the seemingly fatal strike at an extremely precise angle. How was this possible? It's no wonder Enhong was so shocked. No matter how strong one's perception, it could only sense that someone was behind them. But what that person was doing, or from which angle they were attacking, was beyond the reach of perception. The only ninjutsu capable of revealing the actions of an enemy behind is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and the Kagura Hard Eyes. In an instant of distraction on the battlefield, it became a fatal mistake. Vortex Uzumaki suddenly turned around, swinging his curved blade like the scythe of death, and struck towards the open gate of Flame Rainbow with a reverse slash. It's over, Uchiha Jr. Boom! A shockwave erupted on the coast, as a figure shot out like a cannonball, first piercing through a rock, then arcing through the air and crashing into the sea. Boom! The sea churned, raising a massive wave, endless water shooting up into the sky, only to fall back down like a torrential rain. Ugh! Blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the sea surface beneath him. His aged face took on a sickly flush, his eyes slightly dazed from the heavy blow. And if it weren't for his superhuman perception allowing him to block at the last moment, that strike would have probably. His white hair was soaked by the seawater, hanging limply over his forehead, peering through the gaps in his hair towards the coast. On the coast stood a pitch-black Susanoo. Chapter 158. One wave after another boom boom boom. Thunder roared over the vast sea. A figure was frantically fleeing over the surface of the water, his battle armor already in tatters. White hair sticking tightly to his back. Behind him, endless, exploding water. Black Susanoo Magatama came raining down like cannonballs, each containing terrifying power, with a momentum so grand that it could dim the stars and moon. The sea was boundless, with no cover, as Vortex Uzumaki dodged the bombardment of a Yotsuka Magatama while observing the black giant standing on the coast. Susanoo. Although it was Vortex's first time witnessing this legendary ultimate ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan had inherited knowledge for nearly 1,000 years, and naturally, they had recorded information about Susanoo. According to the records, this ninjutsu had both offensive and defensive capabilities and was extremely difficult to deal with. Ordinary ninja tools, or ninjutsu, simply could not break through Susanoo's defenses. To deal with Susanoo, there were only two methods. The first was to wear it down. Although Susanoo was powerful, it required a vast amount of chakra. According to the information left by predecessors, as long as one could hold out for 5 minutes, Susanoo would automatically dissipate, and it seemed to have a significant backlash on the user, allowing for a comeback. The second method was to attack its vulnerabilities. Susanoo was not invincible. Its weakness lay at the feet of the user, where there were defensive gaps. As long as one could find a way to launch an attack from below, one could break through Susanoo's defenses. Although the recorded information was like this, Vortex Uzumaki couldn't understand why the Susanoo in front of him still had legs. On the other side of the coast, Flame Rainbow had activated the third form of Susanoo, the one used by Madara against the 5 Kage, created with 25 would-release clones. And with a wave of his hands, several Magatama shot towards the fleeing Vortex Uzumaki. Despite being in the advantageous position, Flame Rainbow showed no joy on his face, as his attacks completely missed the opponent. Under the combination of Sage Mode and Kagura's Hard Eye, Vortex Uzumaki's perception had clearly reached a terrifying level. As soon as Flame Rainbow's attacks took shape in his hands, Uzumaki had already sensed it and could predict the trajectory of the attack, allowing him to evade just in time. Thus, although Vortex Uzumaki seemed to be in a perilous situation, he was still able to skillfully dodge such a dense barrage of attacks. The sage art of Wet Bone Forest was practically tailor-made for the Uzumaki clan. Whether it was Kagura's Heart, Eye, or Adamantine Sealing Chains, both required control over spiritual energy and the Sage mode of Wet Bone Forest greatly enhanced spiritual power. Inside Susanoo, Flame Rainbow couldn't help but sigh. If our Uchiha clan could master this sage art. It's a nice thought. In the middle space, Crazy Fong chuckled, saying that the sage art of Wet Bone Forest is different from our Dragon Cave. It emphasizes lineage. Since a successor appeared in the Uzumaki clan, it'd be very hard for outsiders to learn it. If they can't learn it, then we cut off their inheritance. As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo's knees bent, and its form lowered, then suddenly straightened. Boom! The earth trembled, and the surrounding soil and rocks instantly spread out, forming a circular shockwave, creating a vacuum zone in an instant. Vortex Uzumaki, who was fleeing over the sea, felt his heart leap. Suddenly, the light above him turned dark, and a large shadow enveloped him. This is bad. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed over the sea. The massive Susanoo descended from the sky, directly creating a bowl-shaped depression on the sea. The rising circular waves were shattered by the earth-shattering impact, shooting out like a rain of needles in all directions. From the top of Susanoo, Flame Rainbow frowned slightly, realizing how quickly Uzumaki had managed to dodge. The chakra of Uzumaki's sage art had masked Flame Rainbow's perception, making it impossible to find Uzumaki's figure on a vast sea. As he ran away, swish, 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 the sound of rushing wind echoed as several golden chains pierced through the surface of the sea, wrapping around Susanoo like golden serpents. Clang! The chains tightened continuously, and the powerful suppressive force spread along Susanoo's exterior to Flame Rainbow, causing him to shudder. Such strong sealing power. Not only chakra, but even my ocular power is gradually slipping from my control. No wonder this sealing technique can suppress tail beasts, but with this, your position is also exposed. Flame Rainbow forcibly mobilized the suppressed chakra, and Susanoo immediately assumed an aggressive stance, raising its right arm to punch towards the source of the golden chains. As the punch was thrown, the water below was pushed down several meters, and even the air was torn apart under the incredible impact. Huh! Vortex Uzumaki shouted angrily, pulling fiercely on the adamantine chains binding Susanoo, actually causing Susanoo to stagger, its fist misaligned and crashing into the sea, creating a massive wave. The splashing water drenched Uzumaki, but he remained unfazed, rapidly forming hand seals. Whoosh! The golden chains tightened once more, and under the immense suppressive force, the chakra on Susanoo's surface began to fluctuate violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Ha! You think you can break my Susanoo that easily? Flame Rainbow sneered. Then let's try this. Swish! Vortex Uzumaki frowned, feeling an unstoppable massive force transmitted through the chains. And before he could react, he was suddenly lifted. Flame Rainbow controlled Susanoo, grabbing the chains with one hand, and with a fierce exertion. Both the golden chains and Uzumaki were swung in a half circle and smashed towards the sea behind. Boom! Vortex Uzumaki was slammed into the sea, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs severely injured, nearly crushed. Meanwhile, Flame Rainbow also couldn't maintain Susanoo any longer, as Susanoo dissipated. He landed heavily on the sea, almost in the blink of an eye leaping above Uzumaki, his blade wrapped in a terrifying momentum, slashing down directly at Uzumaki. Die for me! Clang! Uzumaki immediately raised both blades to block, but his severely injured body couldn't hold up, and he was smashed into the sea, plunging into the depths. Flame Rainbow struck successfully, not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, and as he raised his hand to deliver another blow, he suddenly felt a sinking beneath his feet. Looking down to see two golden chains had wrapped around his ankles, pulling him into the water. Splash! As soon as he entered the water, a fierce wind assaulted him, and Uzumaki, wielding both blades, came slashing from both directions simultaneously. This aggressive fighting style is extremely dangerous, equivalent to abandoning all defense for the sake of offense. Completely a life-for-life approach. Yenhong immediately tilted his head to evade the incoming strike, ignoring the curved blade aimed at his waist, and swung his long knife backhandedly, slashing towards Lu Ming's chest. If you want to exchange injuries, then let's do it. With a whoosh, two bursts of blood mist exploded in the sea. Lu Ming's curved blade grazed Yenhong's waist, leaving a bloody trail, while simultaneously his own chest was torn open with a gaping wound down to the bone. Eye technique. Heaven's Bodhi. The wound at his waist rapidly closed, reducing his injuries fivefold in an instant, and Yenhong's momentum suddenly surged, almost immediately thrusting his knife forward again. Come on, keep going. Seeing Yin Hong's rapidly healing wound, Lu Ming's eyes clearly flashed with a hint of astonishment. The blade of cold edge was almost at his throat. Although he had anticipated it, his severely injured body couldn't keep up with his reflexes. Thud, the dull sound of the blade entering flesh. The shoulder of Vortex Lu Ming was pierced directly, the tip of the knife protruding from his back, releasing a stream of dazzling blood mist. Boom! The calm surface of the sea was once again shattered. Two figures surged out of the water, with Yin Hong pushing forward fiercely, colliding with Lu Ming towards the shore. Rumble! A cloud of dust and mist immediately rose on the shore as Lu Ming, gripping the handle of cold edge, retreated, blood continuously pouring from his mouth and nose. Yet his eyes remained as calm as water, showing no signs of fear. Clang! Finally, Lu Ming was slammed against a giant rock, the blade embedded deep into the stone. Pinning him there, the earth-shattering noise abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of the cold wind and heavy breathing. Blood gushed from Lu Ming's shoulder like a fountain, and the celestial paint on his face gradually faded. After trying to pull out the long knife embedded in his shoulder a few times and realizing he had already lost his strength, he finally let his arm drop. Ha! Ha! Yin Hong gasped for breath, and seeing Lu Ming unable to resist, he slowly spoke. Tell me the location of the wet bone forest, and I won't kill you. Lu Ming chuckled twice, blood froth caught in his throat, and he spoke with difficulty. My family has been exterminated, and living is just a struggle for survival. What meaning does it have? Uchiha. What a pity. You don't need to try to read my memories with Genjutsu. I've already sealed my memories related to the wet bone forest, so just kill me. Yin Hong remained silent for a moment. Seeing the determination to die in Lu Ming's eyes, he sighed, took out a kunai from his waist, and slowly raised it. Since that's the case, goodbye. Taking one last look at this world, Lu Ming slowly closed his eyes. He had brought the Vortex clan to the pinnacle, but never expected to bury them by his own hand, the center of the family. Sigh. Yin Hong, stop. Suddenly, a calm voice floated into Yin Hong's ears with the sea breeze, but it struck like a thunderclap in his heart. Shock, confusion, and astonishment surged through him all at once, freezing him in place. For the first time, Yin Hong felt a sense of fear welling up in his heart, causing his mind to go blank in an instant. Mechanically turning his head, he stared blankly at the familiar yet strange figure not far away, his voice involuntarily carrying a hint of hoarseness. Why are you here? Senju Hashirama. Chapter 159. The Edge Stops Time rewinds to half an hour earlier. With a deafening explosion, the barrier overhead quickly dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. The barrier was broken. The enemy is coming. Yes, young clan leader. What should we do? Let's fight them. We can't just wait here to die. But what about the old and the children? Shouldn't we hide? The chaotic and noisy voices filled Vortex ASC's ears, making his head buzz, and he finally couldn't help but shout, Enough. Everyone quiet. Swish. In an instant, the surrounding sounds ceased, and everyone looked at him eagerly, hoping their young clan leader could lead them out. I took a deep breath. Must stay calm. Think about what my father would do at this time. Although ISC was not as capable as Lu Ming in command, he was from a prominent family and not a complete fool. After thinking for a few seconds, he began to give orders. Xian Shui, Fei Hua, you two take the old and the children to a safe place to hide. The rest follow me to distract the enemy. Once we draw them away, you will immediately evacuate the land of whirlpools. The two young men exchanged glances and then responded loudly yes. Watching the older and younger members of the clan gradually leave, ISC's tone became serious. Everyone, it has come to this. I have nothing more to say. The enemy is approaching. For the future of our Vortex clan, please fight with me. Kill. They are coming. In the distance, the vast boat clan surged like a tide, led by Uchiha Huaha, who felt emotional upon seeing the Vortex clan's people ready for battle. They truly are a top-tier family, maintaining such fighting spirit even in this dire situation. What a pity. Beside him, Zhou Tianshui shouted angrily, Kill. Kill. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two sides collided, weapons clashing, blood flowing, and ninjutsu flying, weaving a brilliant yet brutal tapestry. Comparing the formations of both sides, the average strength of the Vortex clan was certainly much higher than that of the Zhou clan, but unfortunately, the Zhou clan had absorbed many small families and wandering pirates after swallowing numerous small nations at sea, giving them an absolute numerical advantage, with almost every member of the Vortex clan being besieged by a dozen or 20 opponents. Move towards the coastline. Kill your way out. Vortex ISC, covered in blood, continuously directed his clansmen to break through when he suddenly felt a fierce wind attacking from the right. Clang, a loud noise, both stepped back 2 paces. Staring at those crimson Sharingan, ISC shouted angrily. So, it's you, Uchiha? Hua retorted. So what if it is us? From now on, your Vortex clan will disappear from history. Then I will kill you first. As soon as the words fell, the two resumed fighting. Although Vortex ISC's leadership skills were lacking, his personal strength was not weak. And with the current sense of being trapped like a beast, he fought with 120 of his combat power. In contrast, Hua had no intention of fighting to the death with ISC. His goal was to delay IC, preventing him from supporting his clansmen. Once he dealt with the other members of the Vortex clan, he would then surround and kill this lone commander, achieving victory at the smallest cost. And indeed, as he expected, during the time the two were locked in combat, the Vortex clan fell completely into a disadvantage. After all, even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, and in just a short while, there were many casualties. Watching his clansmen fall one after another, ISC's eyes instantly turned red, and just then, Hua suddenly revealed a flaw, opening a path. Good opportunity. ISC's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled away to help his clansmen. But as soon as he moved, Hua suddenly exploded, stabbing a knife towards ISC's waist. Concern leads to chaos. Hua deliberately gave a flaw to deliver a fatal blow. Swish, a 3-foot-long knife traced a chilling arc, like the scythe of death, with an extremely tricky angle. As ISC realized something was wrong and tried to pull out the kunai to block, it was obviously too late. Although he had shifted the blade, it still left a deep wound on his chest, exposing bone, and he stumbled, losing his balance. While you're sick, take your life. He would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. With a twist of the blade, he aimed directly at ISC's heart. Distracted, ISC had lost the initiative, and after being severely injured by the first strike, he no longer had the strength to dodge the second blow, only able to watch as the blood-stained blade thrust toward his heart. Young clan leader. Many clan members cried out in panic. If their young clan leader died, the Uzumaki clan would be finished. Boom! Just as he was about to succeed, the entire ground suddenly trembled, and in an instant, the earth tore apart, with countless roots resembling giant pythons, roaring out from underground, not only knocking Hua away, but also separating everyone from both sides. Would release. He looked horrified and immediately retreated, gazing warily at a figure not far away, his eyes filled with disbelief. ISC, having narrowly escaped death, fell to the ground and rolled twice, his red hair covered in dust, looking very disheveled. But at this moment, his face was filled with joy. Hashirama! Ha ha ha! You're here just in time. What? Is that Senju Hashirama, the Hokage of Konohagakure? The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Upon hearing Hashirama's name, the camp of the Boat clan showed significant unrest, panic visibly appearing on everyone's faces, while the Uzumaki clan was all smiles, eager to celebrate. Boat clan's Tianshui quickly dashed to Hua's side, cautiously staring at the unimposing man before him. Senju Hashirama. Is he really Senju Hashirama? But why is he here? Swish, swish. The personnel from both sides gradually gathered back to their respective camps, but all eyes were unavoidably drawn to the man clad in red armor, and the entire venue suddenly fell into silence, waiting for him to speak. Sigh. A helpless sigh echoed in the air as Hashirama put down his hands from the hand signs and sincerely said, "Everyone, can we stop this war? I beg you." His tone sounded very humble, but no one dared to ignore his words. Tianshui looked at Hua, unsure of what to do in this situation. Should they retreat or retreat? Hua, coming back to his senses from the shock, realized that this operation would likely be in vain, but still spoke solemnly. Senju Hashirama, does Konoha intend to tear up the peace treaty and go to war with our land of fire? Don't forget, you were the one who proposed this agreement. Of course not. Hashirama immediately explained, our Konoha has no intention of going to war with your country. This was just my personal action. After all, the Uzumaki clan is also my wife's family. He was suddenly a loss for words, mainly because Hashirama's reasoning was reasonable. Moreover, he hadn't brought any other Konoha ninja with him, nor had he harmed anyone from their side. He had merely separated the two sides. Of course, the most important factor was his unfathomable strength. In the world of ninjas, strength ultimately held the highest regard. ISE gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his injuries, and said, Hashirama, quickly go to the Easter dock. My father is still battling Uchiha Enko. Father? Hashirama thought for a moment, then looked at Hoi. Why don't we go together? I think we could talk this out properly. Kinkouhou turned his gaze back to Hoi. What should we do? Hoi shook his head helplessly. Sigh, let us go. This operation has failed. Konoha really played a good hand here. I hope Enko over there has. Sigh. And so, under Hashirama's leadership, the two teams that had been fighting fiercely, except for a few who stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, slowly walked toward the Easter dock. Chapter 160. The wind rises over the sea whoosh. The sea breeze blew through Enko's tousled hair, but could not dispel the shock in his Sharingan. Why? Why is Senju Hashirama here? Enko had considered that Konoha might intervene to save the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Izuna to guard the Land of Iron, aiming to cut off Konoha's rescue route. However, he was not shocked by Hashirama personally coming to the Land of Waves, but rather by the fact that he had not sensed Hashirama's arrival at all. He understood that if Hashirama had decided to take action personally, then Izuna alone could not stop him. Hashirama could, even if Tobarama or other strong individuals hold Izuna back, allowing him to break through the blockade of the Land of Iron more quickly. Yet, whether it was him breaking through or having others hold Izuna back, neither could be done so silently. After all, Izuna had already obtained the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and had long surpassed his original self. Even if Hashirama was strong, he could not instantaneously kill Izuna without causing a ripple of chakra fluctuations. The battle between strong individuals would undoubtedly cause intense chakra disturbances, and for strong ninjas, sensing this disturbance from a distance was not difficult. Just like the four Hokage who were reincarnated in the original timeline could sense chakra fluctuations from a battlefield hundreds of miles away while in the Uzumaki clan shrine. So, once Izuna and Konoha's side engaged in battle, not only would Enko receive an immediate warning, but Madara in the Hidden Cloud Village would also sense it, taking action to pressure Konoha and preventing Hashirama from acting rashly. This was why Enko dared to openly attack the Land of Waves. The problem was that, in Enko's perception, the Land of Iron was calm and peaceful, with no signs of any anomalies. This abnormal phenomenon could only indicate two situations. One was, as mentioned above, that Hashirama had instantly killed Izuna, and obviously, there would be no chakra fluctuations from such a sudden kill. The other possibility was that Hashirama did not take the route through the Land of Iron. The vast ocean has countless routes, and one could certainly reach the Land of Waves from the coastal area of the Land of Fire, but that would mean taking a longer detour. And with the current ocean currents, it would be impossible to arrive here at this time, even at the fastest pace. So, how did this guy arrive so silently? Wait a minute, silently. Could it be? You really are something, Senju Tobarama? On the other side, seeing the fluctuating expression on Enko's face, Hashirama sincerely spoke first. Enko, can I ask you to release my father-in-law first? Enko glanced at the still-pinned Uzumaki Asuna and realized he could no longer kill him. He sighed regretfully in his heart and pulled the blade of cold edge out. Crack! A stream of blood spurted from the wound, and Asuna let out a muffled groan, his body weakly sliding down the rock, only to be steadily caught by Hashirama the next second. So fast, Enko's pupils constricted sharply. His Sharingan had not been able to capture Hashirama's instantaneous movement in time. He had only experienced this with one person, his older brother, Uchiha Madara. At this moment, however, Hashirama was not considering so much. After stabilizing Asuna, he took out a black pill from his pocket and fed it to Asuna. After taking the medicine, Asuna's complexion noticeably improved, and the wound stopped bleeding, though his breath still felt very weak. Cough! I didn't expect to still be alive. Asuna smiled bitterly and then looked at Hashirama, saying, You saved us, but what about Konoha? Don't worry, father. Leave everything to me. I have to say, as the first Hokage, Hashirama emanates an unparalleled sense of approachability that makes it hard not to trust him. Hashirama waved his hand, signaling the other members of the Uzumaki clan to take Asuna away. He then stood up and looked at the Uchiha youth before him. The Senju and Uchiha clans have been enemies for nearly 1,000 years, with countless wars erupting over the millennium and innumerable clan members dying in those conflicts. Yet from the beginning, Hashirama never considered a death feud with the Uchiha. He always believed that the Senju and Uchiha clans could coexist peacefully. During his youth, he spent time with Uchiha Madara and could see that deep down, Madara also disliked war, or rather, that he shared the same dream. This was one of the reasons Hashirama never gave up on the hope of reconciling the two clans. However, there was one exception, Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Enko. From Enko, he could see an ambition even stronger than Madara's, an unabashed aggressiveness. What was even more frightening was Enko's high level of initiative and extraordinary leadership skills. In Tobarama's words, if this person is not dealt with, the ninja world will surely descend into chaos. Sighing inwardly, Hashirama spoke slowly. Enko, can we talk? Huh. Enko sneered, replying indifferently. Are you here to declare war on our land of fire, Hokage? Hashirama shook his head. Of course not. This is your personal action and does not represent the whole of Konoha, right? Enko scanned the onlookers not far away, already deducing Konoha's plan. Bringing the strongest Hokage to the land of Whirlpool. With your strength alone, you could end this war. Moreover, since you have familial ties with the Uzumaki clan, it perfectly distances Konoha from the conflict while allowing us to return empty-handed, completely disrupting our plans. Am I right? Hashirama was taken aback, surprised that in just a brief encounter, Enko had already seen through their plan. Such a sharp strategic insight indeed left Hashirama somewhat stunned. Then, why incite war? Isn't it better for everyone to coexist peacefully? Peace. How do you think peace can be achieved in the ninja world? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback by Enko's question, but still responded earnestly, by fostering mutual trust, understanding, and cooperation between nations, letting go of grievances, and developing harmoniously together. We can achieve peace in the ninja world. That's just an idealistic view of peace. Enko scoffed, as if it were a castle in the air, far removed from reality. Hashirama paused, frowning. Then what do you suggest we do? Unify the ninja world. When there is only one nation left in the ninja world, external threats will naturally cease to exist. Then we can perfect internal governance and allocate resources reasonably, achieving true peace. Or perhaps. Enko looked up at the pale sky, but ultimately did not finish his sentence. But how many lives would be sacrificed for that? The road to peace is already paved with the bones of the fallen. Hashirama fell silent, and after a long while, he spoke. I'm sorry. I don't agree with your view. It's too unfair to the sacrifices made. Even if constructing the road to peace is exceptionally arduous, I won't give up. At least. While I'm alive, I don't want the ninja world to fall into war again. Indeed, Enko covered half of his face with his left hand. Talking to you is just a waste of breath. Hashirama did not respond, only solemnly stated, you may leave. Afterward, I will take the Uzumaki clan away from the land of Whirlpool. Damn it. On the other side, Shuho Tensui clenched his fists in frustration. We were so close. Without the Uzumaki clan's resource support, how can we? Damn it. Hokaku also sighed regretfully. We can only think of other ways. Hoof, Uzumaki-yusei, who had been bandaged, let out a heavy breath and then glared angrily at the invaders beside him. Although this invasion was ultimately forcefully stopped by Hashirama, the Uzumaki clan still lost many members, suffering significant losses. The Shuho clan and Uchiha clan, I will definitely take revenge. At that moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang in everyone's ears, followed by shocking words. Who said we have to leave just like this? Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted along the coast. Not only the Uzumaki clan members, but even Hokaku and others were taken aback. What does this mean? Are they going to confront us directly? Hashirama was also stunned for a moment, but rather than getting angry, he asked, what does this mean? Enko, still covering his left face, said coldly, since you are here in a personal capacity to save the Uzumaki clan, then I will also personally challenge you. Whoa. Another uproar ensued, and Kagami blurted out, Teacher, don't rush. At this moment, it was Hokaku who first calmed down, explaining, Enko is the clan leader's brother. Since Hashirama doesn't want to drag Konoha into war, he won't do anything to Enko. However, Hokaku paused, somewhat confused. I don't understand. Why challenge Hashirama? What is the significance of doing this? Even if he wants to attract the attention of the clan leaders on the continent, there isn't enough time for support. Teacher may have his own thoughts. You want to challenge me? Hashirama pointed to himself in bewilderment. Why, Hashirama looked down at his hands, feeling something. This sensation is drip, drip. Blood dripped from the gaps between his fingers, flowing faster and faster, gradually pooling into a puddle of blood beneath his feet. Immediately after, the whole land began to tremble violently, and everyone present widened their eyes in fear, staring at the ground beneath them as if some terrifying thing was about to break through the earth. Boom! The cold wind howled, and the earth mourned. Enko slowly lowered his left hand, his left eye filled with blood vessels, devoid of light. Since you want to stay out of it, then I'll take some interest from you. 5 minutes is enough. Wood release. Wood golem technique. Chapter 161. Enko versus Hashirama would release. one of the most powerful bloodline limits in the ninja world, possesses a formidable ninjutsu system with offensive, defensive, and sealing capabilities. Those who master it can destroy everything with a mere gesture. Boom! The already cracked earth split further, causing countless seawater to flood in. Amidst the shaking of the earth and mountains, massive trees intertwined and coiled, transforming into a towering wood giant. The wood giant looked down upon the land, resembling a deity standing between heaven and earth. Indeed, as Tobirama said, he took away my wood release. Hashirama gazed at the imposing wood giant, his eyes deep as water. Yet he was not flustered at all despite having his ninjutsu stripped away. He even sincerely praised, "Madara has a very good brother. If only he weren't so aggressive." This guy. Among the agitated crowd, ISC clenched his fists tightly. Once upon a time, he could hold his own against Enko, but now, an insurmountable chasm existed between them. And atop the wood giant, Enko's condition was not as good as imagined. As expected of Senju Hashirama, this move almost exhausted all my ocular power, and I nearly couldn't maintain my Sharingan. Yenhong felt the emptiness in his eyes and sighed. Well, at least it severed his arm. In the spiritual space, Kwangya looked serious. This guy, Senju Hashirama, is really strong. I know he's strong, and I never thought of defeating him. So let's take something from him. Yenhong's chakra surged as he looked down from above at the god of ninjas. Senju Hashirama, get ready. Boom! The entire ground shook violently as the massive wooden figure took a step forward, the gust of wind spreading outwards, instantly reaching the onlookers. Many weaker ninjas were even knocked down by the fierce wind, unable to lift their heads. In the center of the storm, Hashirama's robes fluttered wildly in the wind, but his figure remained utterly still, like an unyielding pine tree. Although Hashirama did not understand why Yenhong suddenly challenged him, avoiding battle was not his style. Once it came to combat, Hashirama's aura instantly grew heavy, and his usual warmth faded. Since it had come to this, let us do it. Swish! The wooden figure suddenly slammed down with a punch, the heavy fist wind sounding like a muffled thunder, striking down at Hashirama's position in front of everyone's shocked gaze. Boom! The ground within nearly 100 meters instantly turned to dust, cracks spreading like a spider web all the way to the sea, creating a bowl-shaped depression at the center. Just the power of a single punch could easily obliterate 99% of ninjas in the ninja world. But Hashirama was clearly not among them. In the center of the deep pit, a seemingly unremarkable dirt ball rose up, its surface covered in cracks. As the dirt crumbled away, revealing Hashirama's unharmed form. What is Senju Hashirama? Yenhong frowned, although it was just a probing attack. He didn't expect it to be blocked by a simple earth release technique. Even the simplest ninjutsu, when stacked with massive chakra, could produce remarkably significant effects. So, let us see how you block this. Wood release. Birth of the world tree. Boom! Countless tree shadows surged up from beneath. The snake-like branches began to spread wildly, crashing into each other, like roaring waves pouring toward Hashirama with unstoppable might. He could actually unleash wood release to this extent, facing the tidal wave of trees. Even Hashirama dared not confront its sharp edge head-on. He stomped down hard and quickly retreated toward the sea, trying to widen the battlefield. Then let us add some fire. Yenhong commanded the wooden figure to pursue Hashirama from behind, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As Hashirama ran, he sensed a movement in his ears and glanced back, the intense firelight illuminating his entire vision. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs crashed to the ground, instantly erupting into towering flames. The red fire igniting the wildwood, turning the entire coastline into a burning sea of flames. The onlookers had never witnessed such a large-scale battle. Their eyes were filled with shock. Vortex ISC, seeing Hashirama being chased and attacked, turned pale. He wanted to help but felt completely unqualified to intervene. Bang, bang, bang. Hashirama dodged and weaved on the wooden terrain, constantly avoiding the falling fireballs, while moving closer to the sea, attempting to shift the battlefield onto the ocean. Yenhong's Sharingan flickered red, continuously calculating Hashirama's movements, and then his chest suddenly swelled. Boom! The bleak sky suddenly brightened for a moment. A whistling fireball trailing a blinding tail, smashing right where Hashirama was about to land. Splash! As Hashirama flew forward, he had no time to dodge, and was instantly engulfed by the exploding flames. His upper robes burned away, revealing a strong, muscular body. Although Hashirama was blasted into the air, he showed no signs of rigidity. Twisting in midair, he spun halfway around, and without any visible hand seals, a high-pressure water column shot out, targeting Hong standing atop the wooden figure. Water release, water severing wave. Swish! The piercing sound of the rushing wind was like the sharp cry of a mountain hawk. The water column moved at an unbelievable speed. Hong did not expect Hashirama to counterattack in such a situation. Only able to vaguely see a shadow dart across the sky, instinctively commanding the wooden figure to raise its arm in defense. Crack! The water column pierced through the wooden figure's arm, slightly deviating, almost grazing Hong's cheek, cutting off a few strands of his black hair. After a missed strike, Hashirama could not help but sigh. Nice reflexes, but next. Huh? Before he could finish, Hashirama's calm expression suddenly changed, and his suspended body showed signs of disarray. Splash! To the onlookers' astonishment, a wooden dragon suddenly surged up from beneath Hashirama, biting his body and carrying him through the air in a sweeping arc, then crashing down toward the sea like a falling meteor, bringing with it a devastating force. Boom! The wooden dragon dove into the ocean, driving Hashirama down to the seabed, tearing apart the surface of the water and creating a circular hollow that connected to the ocean floor. The massive waves surged to the shore, extinguishing the still-burning flames, and the splashing water even fell onto the heads of distant spectators. Most of the wooden dragon was submerged in the sea, with only its tail wildly thrashing on the surface, seemingly struggling desperately. Boom! In the next moment, the wooden dragon's massive body was torn apart, and a figure shot out like an eagle soaring into the sky, effortlessly landing on the ocean's surface. As expected, I knew this move wouldn't work on you. As soon as Hashirama landed, he heard a light sigh beside him. He looked up, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Above the vast sea stood a gigantic wooden figure, with 5 swirling wooden dragons coiling behind it, each engulfed in roaring flames. Standing in front of the fire dragons, Hashirama seemed like a tiny grain of rice. Hashirama stood on the ocean surface, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, combining wood release with fire release. Quite imaginative. Looking down at Hashirama, Hong waved his hand, burned to ashes. Wood release. Dance of the fire dragons. Whoosh! The 5 fire dragons roared simultaneously, like apocalyptic beasts, charging toward Hashirama below. Chapter 162. Let's see how you dodge. Roar! The 5 wooden dragons, bathed in fire, swooped down from the sky, before they even got close. The intense heat radiating from them already caused a burning sensation on the skin. With such a massive amount of chakra and such precise control over ninjutsu, Hong had clearly surpassed the Beto from 4 years ago. Hashirama's expression grew serious. He formed 3 hand seals in front of him. In that case, I must be cautious as well. Boom! As the seals were completed, 5 water dragons surged up from the sea beneath him, their power rivaling that of the 5 fire dragons in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they collided with the fire dragons. Sizzle! The 10 raging dragons twisted and fought in midair, burning wooden debris falling from above, and the sizzling sounds of water and fire merging echoed in the air, with evaporating mist quickly enveloping the world. In terms of ninjutsu intensity, the wooden dragons definitely surpassed the water dragons, but unfortunately, Hashirama was backed by the ocean, with an endless supply of water to replenish the water dragons. Once the wooden dragons bit and destroyed the water dragons could quickly regenerate, leading to a back-and-forth battle where the flames on the 5 wooden dragons gradually extinguished, leaving their massive bodies riddled with wounds. Seeing this, Hong raised 2 fingers, dissipate. Boom! With a low shout from Hong, 5 wooden dragons exploded, scattering into hundreds of wooden spikes that instantly shattered the water dragon into fragments, then enveloping the area below in a torrential downpour. The technique of insertion. As the rightful master of wood release, how could Hashirama not recognize his own ninjutsu? Faced with the overwhelming wooden stakes, even he dared not take it head-on in his physical form, especially with his wood release being seized. Splash with a raised hand. A scroll had already appeared horizontally between his hands. With a swipe of his right hand above the scroll, a 5-foot-long blade appeared in his grip. Although Hashirama was renowned in the ninja world for his wood release, this didn't mean his taijutsu was lacking. On the contrary, inheriting the monstrous strength of the Senju clan, Hashirama could crush most ninjas with just his bare hands, and his proficiency in taijutsu was unmatched by few. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy blade danced like the wind in Hashirama's hands. The clear blade light instantly weaving into an impenetrable giant net. Branch rain crashed against the blade net like a flood colliding with a millennia-old stubborn rock, scattering into several streams. All forcefully blocked outside the blade net. Whoosh! At that moment, a strange sound of wind breaking came from behind. Yenhong had appeared behind Hashirama, like a ghostly shadow, enveloped in a fierce black blade light, moving as fast as teleportation, slashing towards Hashirama's back. Is this Flying Thunder God? Almost the instant Yenhong made his move, Hashirama sensed the unusual movement behind him. His whole aura suddenly condensed, legs spreading into a bow stance. Left foot stepping back heavily. Boom! With the impact of his violent strength, the sea beneath their feet was immediately splashed up, forming a water wall in front of Yenhong. Crash! The indestructible cold blade slashed horizontally, tearing a gap in the water wall. But just as the gap was broken, a cold gleam had already arrived with the waves. Despite having estimated Hashirama's strength, Yenhong was still shocked, his heart trembling at the sight. The initial advantage had unexpectedly reversed in the opponent's movements. However, Yenhong's reaction was not slow either, and he similarly thrust his blade in a hard collision. The two weapons met in midair, yet strangely did not stir up a ripple. The moment the cold blade touched the large knife, it transformed into a 3-foot-long snake. Using the force to coil around the large knife 3 times, the blade tip directly pointing towards Hashirama's wrist. Hashirama fought much like Madara, favoring grand and fierce exchanges, forcefully overwhelming his opponents with his massive chakra's terrifying destructive power. With his older brother as a training partner, Yenhong developed a set of techniques specifically aimed at these two. Since he couldn't match their explosive power, he decided to avoid their sharpness, using softness to overcome hardness, seeking a slim chance of killing. Watching the blade directly targeting his wrist, a hint of surprise appeared in Hashirama's eyes, clearly encountering this strange technique for the first time. He immediately flipped his wrist, pressing down the handle to block. Ding! A crisp sound rang out in midair. The long knife separated upon contact, and seeing that he hadn't disarmed Hashirama, Yenhong pulled the knife back with one hand, dragging it to the side, then suddenly straightened it like a recoiling poisonous snake, stabbing towards Hashirama's throat. Hashirama tilted his head to let the incoming black blade pass, his left hand clenching into a fist, just about to unleash a punch to push Yenhong back when he saw the cold blade that had just missed twisting along his shoulder blade. The blade now aimed at his left wrist from extremely tricky angle. At that moment, even the battle-hardened Hashirama felt uncomfortable with this set of techniques. As if his fist had struck a leaf, no matter how strong the power was, it couldn't be unleashed. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, the two had exchanged several moves, Yenhong's movements flowing like water, exuding an ethereal feeling of passing through a sea of flowers. Not a leaf touching him, using skill to suppress Hashirama. Hey, did I see that right? Lord Hashirama is actually at a disadvantage. It seems. This Uchiha Yenhong is actually this strong? The members of the Uzumaki clan, seeing their long-awaited savior being suppressed, turned pale with fear, worried that if Hashirama lost, they would have to face extinction again. As for the few Uchiha present who could clearly see the situation, Uchiha Onoka furrowed his brows. Although Yenhong held the upper hand, he hadn't inflicted any real damage on Hashirama, merely putting him in a passive defensive position. However, once Hashirama regained his would-release ninjutsu, or chose to break through with injuries, the situation could easily reverse. Boom, as expected. Just as Yenhong again circled around to attack Hashirama's defensive gap, when he aimed a knife towards Hashirama's shoulder, Hashirama surprisingly stepped forward instead of retreating. Uff! The cold blade pierced flesh, drawing out a string of crimson blood beads. A flash of joy crossed Yenhong's eyes. He had never thought he could kill Hashirama, as the gap in raw strength couldn't be bridged by skill alone. The technique he created was not meant to kill, but to injure, aiming to extract Hashirama's cellular tissue. Got it. Boom. Just as Yenhong intended to follow up with a slicing strike, an intense sense of crisis suddenly surged within him. He saw Hashirama, disregarding his shoulder injury, gripping the large knife's handle with one hand, the veins on his exposed skin bulging, the 5-foot-long blade describing a half-circle in the air, coming down with an almost frenzied speed. Whoosh! The surrounding air instantly solidified. Before the blade even reached him, the violent energy pierced Yenhong's skin painfully, as if a towering mountain was crashing down upon him, instilling a sense of unavoidable despair. Yenhong knew that Hashirama would likely not kill him for the sake of temporary peace, but he wouldn't gamble his life on this so-called high probability. After all, Hashirama was merely wary of the Land of Fire, not afraid. Would release. Ranking technique. Forced to retract his blade, two ghost-faced wooden shields rose from beneath Yenhong's feet, firmly protecting him. Rumble. The large knife struck the wooden shield, instantly erupting with a deafening roar. The sea beneath them created a circular depression under the crushing force, sending endless water soaring into the sky. Crack. The ghost-faced wooden shield suddenly developed several cracks, spreading quickly like a spider web. Huh! With an angry shout, Hashirama exerted force again. Crack. In the next second, the ranking was completely shattered, revealing Yenhong's shocked face beneath the flying wood chips. Boom. The large knife continued its momentum, crashing down onto the sea, as if a celestial being was cleaving through the ocean, directly carving out a 100-meter-wide wave. Whoosh! Just as Yenhong regained his senses, a figure had already instantaneously appeared before him, a palm infused with massive chakra aiming straight for his chest and abdomen. Attempting to knock him out, Yenhong's pupils contracted, right hand holding the knife, left hand pressing against the blade surface, positioning the cold blade horizontally in front of him. Boom! Yenhong's arms shook violently, the cold blade being pushed back to his chest, monstrous strength surging through him, causing a wave of force to explode from his back, creating a fan-shaped wave behind him. With that single blow, Yenhong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his internal organs experiencing a slight shock. His eyes rolling back a bit, clearly losing some consciousness, and the long knife in his hand slipped from his grip unconsciously. Not good. Onoka's face changed drastically, moving to rush forward desperately to assist, while the others also snapped back to reality, rushing up together. Hashirama's battle intent gradually subsided. He had no intention of killing Yenhong. He grabbed Yenhong's falling body, intending to throw him to Onoka, but suddenly felt something was off. The caster had lost consciousness, so logically the ocular technique should have been released, but his own ninjutsu. No way. Kei immediately released his grip on Yenhong's clothing, but it was already too late. With a crash, the Yenhong in his hand suddenly transformed into a human-shaped wooden post, for which a large number of wooden strips surged out, quickly wrapping around Kei and binding him tightly in place. Would release. Clones. Kei was clearly taken aback, his mind immediately recalling the earlier scene. Was there a substitution in the rankings? Boom! At the same time, the water on the right side exploded, and a figure burst out of the water like a soaring dragon, with his right hand grasping the air, and the cold blade instantly appeared in his palm. Yenhong's handsome face was nearly crimson, his eyes flickering with red light, and his chakra surged to its peak. Gulme, let's see how you dodge now. Swish! This nearly full-powered strike was so fast, it was almost frenzied, even turning into an afterimage, passing through Kei's side in the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Chapter 163. Wait a minute, it's not over yet. The Land of Fire, Hidden Flame Village. Rumble. The surging torrent sounded like 10,000 horses galloping, crashing through the riverbed wide enough for a zhong, around 3 meters, then cascading down from a height of 100 meters, resembling a white curtain hanging upside down, with a sound like thunder from the heavens, until it fell to the cliff bottom, finally transforming into countless dancing silver snakes. At the bottom of the waterfall, Madara sat cross-legged with his upper body bare, eyes closed, allowing the torrent to crash down on him, then parting along his clearly defined muscles, appearing like an ancient, unyielding stone, remaining completely still. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a figure approached quickly, arriving at the foot of the waterfall in just a few leaps. Even though he already knew of Madara's strength, he couldn't help but be secretly astonished at the sight before him. Because the Land of Fire has many waterfalls, many ninjas from a Land of Fire would train their bodies by using the impact of the water to enhance their physical strength and resistance in all aspects. However, this method of body training is not something just anyone can use. Those with poor physiques would be crushed to death if they rashly stood under a waterfall, especially the towering 100-meter waterfall before him, which few could withstand in the entire Land of Fire. Is there something? A deep voice entered the newcomer's ears, bringing him back to reality quickly, and he respectfully said, "Chief, we received a letter from the Land of Earth." Upon hearing this, Madara opened his eyes, slowly standing up under the impact of the waterfall, as if the torrent pouring over him was merely a gentle rain on an ordinary day. Splash! Madara stepped out from the waterfall and, in the blink of an eye, arrived on the shore, grabbing the clothes placed on the ground and casually draping them over himself. "Show me." "Yes." Uchiha Raijin stepped forward, hand presenting a yellowish letter. Madara opened it and casually glanced at it, snorting disdainfully, "Humph, they think too highly of themselves. Not taking action without benefits. Aren't they afraid of eventually bringing disaster upon themselves?" The current land of fire still retained the warlike spirit of the Warring States period. And Raijin was even more furious. It's just a small land of earth. If they weren't hiding in the mountains all the time, we would have wiped them out long ago. Madara looked at his clansmen speechlessly. In the 4 years since the end of the Warring States, many members of the Uchiha clan had awakened their Mangekyou Sharingan, including Uchiha Raijin. In fact, it could be understood upon reflection. During the Warring States, families would frequently fight, and death was as common as eating. People's emotions had long been numbed. There would be feelings of sadness and anger, but no extreme fluctuations. This is also why Uchiha clan members awakened their eyes relatively late during the Warring States period. Even Madara awakened his Sharingan only in his early teens. Since entering a brief period of peace, the tension in everyone's hearts had eased, and their numbed emotions gradually revived. Now, recalling family members who died on the battlefield stirred their feelings, leading them to awaken their Mangekyou Sharingan. The Uchiha clan had always been proud, looking down on others as mere pawns. Now that the overall strength of the clan had visibly increased, they could no longer sit still and wanted to return to the land of fire to wrestle with the Senju clan, not to mention the other countries. However, thinking about it and actually taking action were two different things. It required careful planning. According to their established plan, they would naturally not bite off more than they could chew with the land of earth. But they also couldn't let them think the land of fire was easy to deal with. Thus, Madara folded the letter back up and said, "Then reply and let them wait. I don't believe they will." "Huh?" Before he finished speaking, Madara's aura suddenly condensed, and he turned his head towards the northeast. The overwhelming pressure made Raijin, standing beside Madara, hold his breath, thinking that some terrifying figure had infiltrated the village. After looking around and finding nothing unusual, he cautiously asked, "Chief, what is wrong?" "KS chakra." Madara frowned tightly. "Why is his chakra appearing there?" "Yenhong." "Damn it. Raijin, get the others to gather at the border of the land of fire. Wait for my orders, and be ready to storm into the land of fire." "Understood." In Madara's eyes, a flicker of a predatory rage emerged. "K, you'd better not do anything stupid." Whoosh! The turbulent seawater in the air fell down, resembling a gentle rain. Who? Yenhong gasped for breath, his muscles slightly aching from the explosive effort, desperately trying to calm the drumming heartbeat in his chest. "Who?" After taking several deep breaths, Yenhong wiped the seawater from his face and turned to look at K. Crackle! On K's body, as the time limit of the God of the Wood technique expired, the wooden strips began to fall off by themselves, revealing K's bare upper body and a deep wound visible to the bone under his rib. Hiss! Those surrounding gasped in shock, for this was K. After all, there were only a handful of people in the entire ninja world who could fight him, let alone inflict such a heavy injury. This would definitely be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. As he asked from a distance, "K, you're not." But his voice suddenly halted. Hiss! Hiss! Suddenly, wisps of white smoke emerged from the originally grotesque wound, and then began to heal at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, the wound was no longer visible, and even his aura seemed to have returned to its peak. Yenhong, even knowing all of K's secrets, found it hard to believe when he witnessed such a monstrous self-healing ability. After seeing Yenhong calm down, K also said solemnly, "Shouldn't this be over?" "Who?" "No more fighting." Yenhong waved his hand, casually creating a flourish with his knife to flick the blood off, then sheathed the blade at his waist. Although his chakra was still abundant, nearly 90% of his eyesight ability had been exhausted in the struggle to seize K's would release. If he continued fighting, it would probably be him being chased by wooden figures. Although K didn't know why Yenhong suddenly wanted to fight him, he certainly couldn't kill Yenhong. First, that wasn't his character. After all, Yenhong hadn't directly harmed Konoha. Secondly, based on his understanding of Madara, if Yenhong died at his hands, Konoha would likely plunge into an endless war immediately. While he also knew that this war would probably come soon, if he could delay it for a while, then so be it. Shaking his head, Kei felt a bit weary inside. In that case, I will take the Uzumaki clan and leave. Just when everyone thought the matter was finally coming to an end, Yenhong's voice once again echoed in everyone's ears. Wait a minute. Chapter 164, Plucking the Goose's Feathers. Wait a minute. Hong's cold voice called out to the members of the Uzumaki clan who were already planning to leave. All of them looking at him with rather strange expressions, as a bizarre atmosphere suddenly enveloped the sea surface. What's the matter, buddy? What do you want now? Hashirama frowned, but calmly asked, Is there something else? The sea breeze swept through Hong's robes as he first glanced around at the crowd before leisurely saying, You can take the people, but the things must stay. The things here naturally referred to the assets that the Uzumaki clan had accumulated over the centuries, including their collection of ninjutsu and all their wealth and resources. You're dreaming. Before Hashirama could speak, Ise was the first to shout angrily, his demeanor suggesting a fierce determination akin to a person who is willing to sacrifice everything when their wealth is at stake. In fact, it was not surprising that he was so furious. If a family were to be raided and all its accumulation taken away, the overall strength of the clan would naturally decline. A first-rate clan could directly become a second-rate clan, and wanting to upgrade again would not happen overnight. Even if they retained their lives, many of the passed-down sealing ninjutsu had stringent difficulty or conditions, which this generation of the Uzumaki clan had not fully mastered. Once lost, it was very likely that the inheritance would be cut off permanently. Of course, there was also the most important point. You can't possibly defeat us, so how dare you ask us to leave our things behind? Is this the attitude of a loser? Hashirama clearly understood this, but his emotions remained stable as he quietly watched Hong, waiting for his next words. We both know the purpose of this operation, Hong continued. I have considered that your Konoha might interfere, but I didn't expect you, Lord Hashirama, to come personally. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. I have also prepared some countermeasures. What do you mean? You were able to silently cross hundreds of miles to get here, using some sort of space-time ninjutsu, Hong said, raising a hand to point at his own eyes. But my eyes tell me that you do not know any such ninjutsu. So, without a doubt, you were brought here by someone else using space-time ninjutsu. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the work of Senju Tobarama. Although I don't know why he can apply the Flying Thunder God technique to others, as the developer of the ninjutsu, it shouldn't be difficult for him to slightly modify the preconditions. Hey, what exactly are you trying to say? Ise asked impatiently, feeling that something was off. Since you can't return in a short time, I can, Hong stated, looking into Hashirama's eyes and speaking slowly, but I can. Swish this time. Many clever people had already vaguely guessed what Hong was trying to say. As expected, Hong's next words were, If I return to the Land of Fire now and join forces with my brother to attack the Land of Fire, how long can Konoha, without you to hold the fort, last? As Hong spoke, he raised his hand to point at the members of the Uzumaki clan in front of him. By the time you bring these people back to the Land of Fire, Konoha will probably have. You are threatening us. Ise instantly became furious, and in his desperation, he tore open the wound at his waist, causing a wave of pain, but he could only glare angrily at Hong. If looks could kill, Hong would have died 1,000 times by now. Hong completely ignored this minor character and instead looked at Hashirama at the front. With the Flying Thunder God technique, although I cannot defeat you, you also cannot keep me here. Hearing this, the nearby Fuho Tensui's eyelids twitched, secretly lamenting, If you leave. What'll we do? Sigh. Hashirama let out a deep sigh. Does it have to be this way? I don't want to go to war with you, Konoha, but I also don't want to return empty-handed, Hong said decisively. The people can go, but the things must stay. The air fell silent once again. The atmosphere, which had slightly relaxed, became tense again. Hong still appeared calm and collected as he looked at Hashirama, waiting for his response, while secretly mobilizing his chakra. His nerves taut to the limit, ready to launch a ninjutsu at any moment. Time passed second by second, and the surrounding breathing became more and more hurried. Several people could not help but place their hands on their weapons, their faces flushed, on the verge of breaking down. Enough! An aged voice rang out from behind the crowd. Uzumaki Arena, supported by a clan member, stepped forward. The wounds on his body had been treated urgently, but his pale complexion still couldn't be concealed, and he looked weak, yet his eyes remained bright. Arena first glanced at Hashirama, then turned to Hong and said, Don't worry, we won't take anything. Ise quickly said, Father, shut up. Oh. Seeing Arena make a statement, Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Hashirama and calmly said, So, what is your meaning, Lord? Hashirama remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Father, are you really willing to? Yes, I've already decided, Arena said without hesitation. Since you are willing to help us, we will definitely not bring trouble to Konoha. After all, They are just some external possessions. Since the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan had said this, Hashirama naturally had no reason to hesitate. All right, we will leave. Yenhong waved his hand, and the members of the Fuho clan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, immediately making way as they watched the Uzumaki clan leave. Let us go. Let us count the spoils. Thus, Yenhong swaggered behind the Uzumaki clan, following them into the whirlpool hidden village. Under their hateful gazes, he opened their treasury and began to count and transport the spoils right in front of them. Too much. A young member of the Uzumaki clan could no longer endure it, but was firmly held back by those beside him. Yet every person's eyes were filled with strong resentment and anger. Let us go. Because most of the things had been left behind, they quickly packed their belongings. Yenhong even thoughtfully provided several small boats for the entire clan to leave the land of whirlpools. Then, I wish you all a smooth journey. Amidst the many murderous gazes, Yenhong smiled and waved to Hashirama on the boat, making it seem as if he was bidding farewell to a longtime friend. Hashirama glanced at Yenhong with a complicated expression, then commanded the fleet to sail towards the land of fire. On the boat, looking at the gradually shrinking land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Arena seemed to age several years in an instant, a glimmer of desolation flashing across his face. Hashirama slowly walked to Arena's side and softly said, "Father, just now. Thank you." "Don't thank me." Arena shook his head and turned to stagger towards the cabin, leaving behind a haunting remark, "Whether you want it or not, war is destined to come soon, so prepare early." Sigh. Chapter 165. Raiding the home, as the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. Just as the Uzumaki clan left their homeland with endless humiliation, the land of whirlpools was instead filled with laughter and joy, forming a stark contrast. The Fuho clan, being pirates by origin, was adept at pillaging, and after a wave of looting, they left almost nothing behind, even cleaning out the eggs from the hens in the village. Zhou Tianshui had never encountered such a rich family in his life. When Yenhong sent off Hashirama and the others and returned, he saw Tianshui busily directing his subordinates. "This house must be the home of the Uzumaki clan leader. It looks quite expensive. All right, take apart everything that can be taken apart and load it onto the ship. Wrap up all those collected paintings and calligraphy carefully. Don't scratch them, or we want to be able to sell them for a good price later. As for these ninja tools, let everyone take a share. They are indeed of a higher quality than the ones we usually use." "Hey, what are you sneaking around for? Where are you hiding? Show me." "Hiss, where did you find this?" "There's even a yellow, cough cough, whatever, with a war ongoing. How can you focus your energy on such books? I'll temporarily confiscate this book to prevent you from forgetting our main business." After casually dismissing his subordinates, Zhou Tianshui saw that no one was paying attention to him and quietly stuffed the treasures he had just confiscated into his ninja tool pouch. "Oh, what good stuff are you hiding?" Tianshui shuddered, and when he looked up, he saw Yenhong's amused smile. "This. I just hope they don't lose their ambition. If Lord Yenhong likes it." "Stop. I'm not interested in that." In this regard, Yenhong was indeed not lying. It wasn't that he was indifferent, but the quality of such novels in this era was simply too poor, completely lacking the invigorating feeling. He often regretted that he had traveled to this world too early and couldn't read the famous series Intimate Paradise. "How's the inventory going?" Back to the main topic, Tianshui's expression immediately became more serious as he replied earnestly, "I've only done a rough inventory so far, and it has completely exceeded our initial expectations. Based on my estimates, once we fully digest this batch of resources, we may be able to confront the land of water directly. After all, it's a family capable of establishing its own country, and their foundation must be deep." Yenhong sighed, then said solemnly, "Of course, this only gives you an opportunity to enter the arena. In today's ninja world, in terms of military strength, the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of lightning are undoubtedly the three strongest nations, with the land of earth coming next. While the recently erupted civil war in the land of water and the impoverished land of wind are slightly weaker. Although the Zhou clan's overall strength has surged after consuming the Uzumaki clan's assets, they're already at the threshold of a major power. But the advantage of major powers lies in their deep foundations. As long as they are not uprooted, they may suffer heavy losses but can recover in a few years. The Zhou clan, however, is like a plant that has been hastily grown. They only barely have the strength to fight. If they don't win, even if it's a 50-50 chance after one battle, they will have no strength left to fight again and will only be able to continue to struggle in a corner. I understand this point as well." Tianshui's face was filled with determination, I am already very satisfied to have the capital to fight them. Even if I don't seek trouble with the Land of Water, once they free their hands, they will still come after us. This battle cannot be avoided. Hee, it's good that you have such determination. Yenhong looked into the distance. Our main battlefield in the Land of Fire is on the continent, and we can't fight on multiple fronts, so you have to rely on yourselves at sea. I also know that it's almost impossible for you to eliminate the Land of Water, so you only have one way, which is to drag it out until we can free our hands. If you can't hold on then, Yenhong didn't finish his sentence. But Tianxue understood the meaning behind it, and couldn't help but chuckle. The Land of Water has not been able to do anything to us over the years, and now we're no longer what we used to be. I'm not bragging. Even if the Land of Water sends out all its forces, I can still drag them down in the sea. Yenhong thought for a moment and raised a finger. 1 month. From the moment the Land of Water enters the war, you need to hold them for a month. If you can hold them, the Land of Water will have to change its name. If you can't hold them, then you will have to give up the sea battlefield. Giving up the sea battlefield means giving up on the Zhou clan. 1 month? Tianxue thought for a moment and said, 1 month is fine. But when will the Land of Water enter the war? I don't know. That depends on when their allies will ask them for help. Allies? Tianxue frowned in confusion. Wanted to say something more when he saw Uchiha bringing Q and Aki over, holding a storage scroll in hand. Oh, look at Hua's expression. It seems you've gained a lot. Hee. Even Hua, who usually doesn't smile much, had a hint of a smile on his face at this moment. He raised the scroll in his hand. All the ninjutsu stored in the warehouse is here. According to the initial distribution plan, the Zhou clan would absorb the assets of the Uzumaki clan to quickly strengthen their own power, thus gaining the ability to compete with the Land of Water. While the core treasures of the Uzumaki clan, which are the various sealing techniques and barrier techniques they have inherited, would belong to the Land of Fire. This was also the first time Hua saw the sealing techniques mastered by the Uzumaki clan and couldn't help but exclaim, they truly deserve to be the Uzumaki clan. The sealing techniques they possess are indeed exquisite. It's just a pity that some of the sealing techniques are too difficult to learn. It's likely they want to be mastered in a short period. Yenhong waved his hand. If they could be easily mastered, I would question their value. Originally, I wanted to eliminate the Uzumaki clan for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't want them to strengthen the power of Konoha, and 2, only by eliminating the strongest craftsman could the weapons he forged be called the strongest. I just didn't expect it would be Hashirama himself coming. Hua did not comment. Hashirama is indeed a major concern for our Land of Fire, but perhaps only the clan leader can compete with him. Yenhong shook his head. Honestly, I would rather eliminate Tobarama Senju than Hashirama. Tobarama Senju? Some things Hashirama might not even think of, and even if he does, he might not take action. But Tobarama is different. Although his strength is not as good as his brother S, his execution ability is too strong. This whole situation today is definitely a plan conceived by Tobarama. If it weren't for Hashirama's gentle personality, we might end up with nothing. Hua nodded slightly and then asked, what should we do now? Yenhong pondered for a moment and said, we must return to the Land of Fire immediately. The commotion today has caused quite a stir, and the other major countries have mostly already seen that our next target is one of them. If they are not foolish, they will certainly take action, and we must also make corresponding countermeasures. Moreover, I have something more important to discuss with my elder brother. Chapter 166. Who will we fight after all? The sun shone on the path in the forest, and the layers of green leaves rustled gently in the breeze. The mottled light and shadow were scattered on the ground, forming a beautiful picture. Tobarama leaned against the gate of Konoha with his arms crossed, gazing at the beautiful scene before him. The red light in his eyes flickered, making it difficult to discern what he was contemplating. At a certain moment, Tobarama came back to his senses and turned his gaze to the path ahead. At the end of the road, a group of people, dragging their weary bodies, was walking toward him, each face bearing a hint of desolation, like a group of homeless refugees. Tobarama, the person walking in the front, Hashirama, spotted his younger brother at a glance, his eyes flashing with confusion as he asked, what are you doing at the village gate? Seeing that the Uzumaki clan had come back empty-handed without bringing any other supplies, Tobarama already knew that most of their assets had likely fallen into the hands of the Land of Fire, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Fortunately, in the end, they brought people back, and with the addition of the Uzumaki clan, the strength of Konoha village will undoubtedly see a significant increase. If the Land of Fire hadn't invaded the Land of Whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan might not have joined Konoha in the end. Looking at it this way, the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools doesn't seem to be entirely a bad thing, does it? Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Tobarama took the initiative to approach and said, I sense that you were about to arrive at the village, so I came to the entrance to take a look. Lord Uzumaki, long time no see. Welcome to Konoha. I've already planned the clan's territory for you in the village, and Big Sister is waiting for you to settle in. By the way, brother, I just received news that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has invited you to the daimyo's mansion for a meeting tomorrow. The daimyo wants to discuss something with me? Hashirama blinked in confusion, while Uzumaki Ashina, seeing the two brothers discussing important matters, felt it necessary to avoid any suspicion as a newly joined clan. So he greeted them and led his clan members into the village. Tobarama had already arranged everything regarding the Uzumaki clan's integration into Konoha, even planning their territory in advance. At that moment, someone was there to welcome them into the village, and they were treated well, which warmed the hearts of the Uzumaki clan members. On the other hand, Tobarama explained, after using the Flying Thunder God technique to send you to the Land of Whirlpools, news came from the border of the Land of Fire that the Land of Flame has mobilized troops at the border, and the scale is not small. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression changed. Are you saying the Land of Flame really intends to go to war with us? Tobarama shook his head, although they have mobilized troops. They haven't sent them out. It's likely that Uchiha Madara sensed her chakra and is putting pressure on us. Phew, that's good. Hashirama finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then he heard Tobarama's tone shift. Although there hasn't been a direct conflict, it has still caught the attention of the daimyo's mansion. Given the previous turmoil caused by the Land of Flame in the ninja world, this invitation for you to go to the daimyo's mansion is probably to discuss matters related to war. No, we absolutely cannot take the initiative to start a war. Tobarama raised his hand to signal Hashirama not to get excited and patiently said, that's also my intention. We must not send troops to the Land of Flame at this time. Of course. Hashirama initially agreed, but soon felt something was off. He knew his brother's personality well. Tobarama always harbored a grudge against the Uchiha clan and would never miss an opportunity to strike against them. Why would he actively suggest giving up on sending troops against the Land of Flame? Sensing Hashirama's confusion, Tobarama understood what his brother was thinking, and with a slight twitch of his mouth, he explained, the Land of Flame's intention to attack the 5 great nations is already well known. We just don't know which one they will attack first. Based on my speculation, although we have always been at odds with the Land of Flame, they're least likely to strike us, so we must not take the initiative to attack them now and bring the war to ourselves. Although there was a hint of fortune-seeking in his words, the ultimate goal was indeed the same as Hashirama's, to prevent Konoha from being drawn into the war. This made Hashirama feel a bit relieved. Don't worry, tomorrow I will discuss this matter with the daimyo. Tobarama nodded and reminded him again. However, even so, we must remain vigilant. It's best to strengthen the border defenses in case something unexpected happens. Although Hashirama was kind-hearted, he was not foolish. He agreed with Tobarama's reasoning and immediately accepted. You must be tired after all your traveling, so I'll handle the village matters today. You should go home and spend time with your wife. After all, it's rare for the family to be together. After discussing serious matters, Tobarama kindly suggested that Hashirama return to accompany his family. Hashirama had no doubts, as the position of the second Hokage would eventually be handed over to Tobarama, so he didn't mind and relaxedly entered the village. Once Hashirama had completely left, Tobarama sighed and said softly, so, have you found out about the internal movements in the Land of Flame? Whoosh, the air around him suddenly shifted, and a figure seemed to appear out of nowhere behind Tobarama, dressed in black with white armor and wearing an animal mask. Kneeling on one knee, he said in a deep voice, I apologize, my lord. The information regarding troop movements in the Land of Flame is extremely well guarded, known only to a few high-ranking officials. I have not been able to gather specific information. Tobarama was not surprised by this, waved his hand, and said, continue to monitor their actions. If you receive any news, report back immediately. Yes. In the next moment, the figure vanished into the air. There was one thing Tobarama did not mention earlier. Although Konoha was not taking action, it was unwilling to compete with the Land of Flame. Once they went to war with other major countries and ended up in a mutual destruction situation, he would naturally take advantage of the opportunity. However, it was still unclear which major country the Land of Flame's target was, and frankly, none of the 5 major countries were easy to deal with. The Wind Country, although the weakest in overall strength, was poor and had no strategic significance in defeating them. The Water Country was located far from the sea, making it unlikely to attack them by crossing the ocean. The Earth Country was surrounded by mountains, making a strong assault costly. The Lightning Country was already strong and bordered very few countries, only the Earth Country and the Frost Country. As long as they fortified the border with the Frost Country, they could utilize the geographical advantage of being able to defend against many with few, the Fire Country. Although wide open, was the strongest overall, and a strong attack from the Land of Flame would only lead to mutual destruction, and they might not even win. Each country had its inherent advantages, as they were all major powers and could not be easily swept aside like small countries. Tobirama gazed towards the direction of the Land of Flame and murmured, "So, who exactly is your target?" Chapter 167. The Legend of the Rinnegan. In the golden autumn of September, the sky was high and the clouds were light. 5 days had passed since the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, igniting the entire ninja world like a blazing fire and finally drawing the attention of the other 5 great nations. Prior to this, although the Land of Flame had pushed through and occupied several small countries, to the great nations, such behavior was akin to child's play. They believed they could do the same, and possibly even more easily, as great nations had long-standing prestige. When a great nation faced a small country, it was likely to win without a fight. Small countries would surrender on their own. Now that the Land of Whirlpools had been destroyed, even if they looked down on the Land of Flame, they had to take it seriously. After all, they did not believe that the Land of Flame's rapid advance was just to bully a few small countries. Their ultimate goal was certainly the few great nations. However, the Land of Flame, no matter how powerful, would not provoke 2 great nations at the same time. They would only choose one from the 5. But which one it was remained unknown, leaving the great nations feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind all this was also feeling a bit uncomfortable. In the Land of Flame, in the core area of the village, 2 figures flashed like thunder, intertwining and stirring up gusts of wind, occasionally followed by exclamations of frustration. "Hey, brother, don't hit my face. I haven't found a partner yet. Oof, aren't you quite capable? You dare to challenge Hashirama, so let me see how capable you are now." At that time, if they had chosen to retreat, their plans would have been thrown into chaos, so it was better to gamble everything on a single chance. And look, the results turn out quite well. Hee, then let's gamble too, and see if you could take 10 of my moves. Hiss, take it easy, big brother. Your strikes are even harder than Hashirama's. After the fall of the Land of Waves, Enko first returned to the Land of Iron, and then, together with Izuna, brought a portion of soldiers back to the Land of Fire. He initially thought of confirming the next battle plan with his big brother upon returning home, but unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he was dragged by Madara to the training ground under the pretense of testing his recent strength improvements. However, Enko could clearly see that this was his big brother blaming him for taking the risk of challenging Hashirama one-on-one. Boom! Enko crossed his arms to block a punch from Madara, only to feel a wave of soreness and numbness in his arms, causing him to retreat quickly and nearly fall off the training platform. "Ha, good. Big brother, don't hold back. Third brother is not weak now." On the stands, Izuna watched the 2 spar with great interest, even reminding Madara, "Big brother, aim for the butt. There is plenty of meat there," Yuan-T heard him. Upon sensing that Enko and Hashirama had engaged in battle, Izuna, who was in the Land of Iron, was genuinely startled. He wanted to rush over to help, but found it impossible to reach in time, so he could only anxiously wait in place. Fortunately, Enko eventually appeared before him unscathed. But like Madara, Izuna immediately blamed Enko for taking the risk of confronting Hashirama. Although Hashirama was unlikely to kill him, what if he lost his mind? That would be a situation where regret wouldn't come in time. To instill a sense of urgency in his younger brother and prevent him from recklessly putting himself in danger again, Izuna also challenged Enko to a spar under the guise of testing his strength. However, the awkwardness came when Izuna suddenly realized that he seemed to no longer be able to defeat Enko. Whether fighting barehanded or using weapons, he couldn't last even 50 exchanges. Although they were sparring without using ninjutsu, in terms of chakra, Enko was clearly not below him, meaning that without realizing it, he had already been surpassed by his younger brother. This left Izuna feeling a bit melancholy, but more than that, he felt a sense of relief and pride. After all, that was his brother. Of course, none of this affected his willingness to see Enko struggle. If he couldn't defeat his little brother, there was still Big Brother. "Get down here." Just as Izuna was enjoying the scene, he suddenly saw Madara pointing at him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. As an elder brother, allowing his younger brother to take risks alone seemed like he had been too lax lately. It was just the right time to have a special training session together. Izuna's expression turned bitter as he walked step by step toward the training platform under Enko's gloating gaze. Hud, hud, hud. A series of hurried footsteps approached, and soon, Tianyuan, who managed the medical institution of the Hidden Flame Village, rushed over. Upon seeing the three brothers on the training platform, he was visibly taken aback. Did I come at a bad time? Lord Enko, you didn't ask me to come. No, you came at just the right time. Enko exclaimed gratefully, shaking his sore arms. I called you over to show you something and to ask some questions. Big brother, second brother, you should come too. This concerns the future of our clan. Seeing the chance to escape the devilish training, Izuna immediately responded. I believe Enko wouldn't call us without reason. This must be important. Big brother, we should listen first. You too. Madara shot a glare at his younger brothers, sneering, you'd better actually have something to discuss. Thus, the four of them moved from the training platform to the office of the Hidden Flame, confirming that no one else was around. Enko took out a scroll from his pocket. Seeing Enko's serious expression, Izuna couldn't help but ask, what is it? Why is it so mysterious that it needs to be kept close? Don't rush, second brother. Enko spread the scroll on the desk and quickly formed several hand seals. Boom! As the last hand seal was completed, a burst of white mist erupted from the center of the scroll. When the smoke dissipated, a transparent glass bottle was revealed, inside which lay a small piece of flesh about the size of a fingertip. Madara frowned slightly. This is... Enko nodded. That's right. This is Hashirama's flesh. Oh, Hashirama's flesh? Izuna raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, impressive, Enko, you actually managed to take a piece of flesh from Hashirama. Hashirama didn't intend to kill me, so he held back, plus there were some tricks involved. Enko casually explained, then solemnly said, but I didn't keep this piece of flesh to show off. Big brother, second brother, do you remember the legend of the Rinnegan? Both Madara and Izuna were taken aback. The Rinnegan? The Rinnegan? Tianyuan looked confused, feeling like he shouldn't be here. The legendary eye created by the Sage of Six Paths, which is said to require the powers of both the Uchiha and Senju clans to unlock. Madara's expression turned strange. So you want to use Hashirama's flesh to unlock the Rinnegan? Izuna also felt a mix of amusement and frustration. I thought it was something serious. After all, legends are just legends. Our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have been fighting for so long. And I don't know how many clan members have eaten the flesh of Senju clan members because of this legend. But no one has awakened the Rinnegan in hundreds of years. Of course, they can't awaken it. After all, only the combined power of the reincarnations of Indra and Azura can awaken those eyes. Enko thought to himself, unsure how to explain this to his two brothers, and then turned to Tianyuan. Tianyuan, can you extract the cells from this piece of flesh? Oh, seeing he was finally asked a question related to his expertise, Tianyuan let out a sigh of relief and leaned down to carefully examine the piece of flesh in the bottle. After a long while, he slowly said, what a pity. Chapter 168, Negotiation Sigh, what a pity. After observing for a long time, Tianyuan straightened up, gently shaking his head with a hint of regret in his eyes. Enko frowned, what do you mean? Tianyuan organized his thoughts and explained slowly, three lords, you see. This piece of flesh has a dark brown surface, which is clearly already decaying. The piece itself is small, and after removing the spoiled parts, there's basically no good meat left. Enko's expression froze, and he waved his hand. It can't be helped. Mainly, I didn't expect Hashirama to come, and it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I didn't have any containers for storage, so I had to bring it back in a hurry. Tianyuan nodded and continued, from what the Lord means. You want to extract the cells from the flesh and implant them into another person. In that case, considering the loss rate. Even if you can extract cells in the end, they would be very few, perhaps even less than the cells from a single spit. Sighing, Enko lamented, what shame about this rare opportunity. The next time I might get Hashirama's cellular tissue will probably be on the day when my big brother battles with Hashirama. In fact, this also had to do with the times. The current level of technology wasn't that advanced. If it were several decades later, perhaps it could really be extracted. Although Madara didn't understand why Enko was so obsessed with this elusive legend, he still reminded him, pursuing power is fine, but you must not form an obsession. This is merely a legend. Yes, Enko, no one has ever seen the Rinnegan, Izuna echoed in the past. There were even people in our clan who had affairs with the Senju clan, and their offspring didn't have the so-called Rinnegan. So it's hard to say whether it truly exists. The meaning between the two is quite clear. They want to enhance their strength, which is fine, but they should use tangible and practical methods rather than focusing their energy on some elusive legends. The reason why Uchiha Madara in the original timeline planned to implement the Eye of the Moon plan was because he had run out of other options. In the entire ninja world, apart from himself, there was no one else behind him, relying solely on his own strength to change the entire landscape of the ninja world. Even if he was Uchiha Madara, was impossible, so he could only walk this uncertain and illusory path. Now, however, the direction of the world has been drastically altered by the butterfly effect of Yenhong, with the Uchiha establishing their own nation and gaining immense power, fully capable of changing the ninja world in a realistic sense. Therefore, Madara would naturally not consider those illusions. Well, it seems that this is temporarily unfeasible. Yenhong was not overly troubled, even without the Rinnegan, as long as the Land of Flame remained steady and steady. There is still a chance to unify the ninja world. Moreover, the Rinnegan cannot be awakened overnight. During the period of its cultivation, Madara's strength would be significantly suppressed, which is indeed not a good time. Seeing that Yenhong did not get stuck in a dilemma, Madara secretly nodded and then remembered something. While you were away, the Land of Earth did send a reply, but it seems to lack any sincerity, as they are hinting at wanting to gain more benefits from us. As he spoke, Madara pulled out a letter from the documents on his desk and casually tossed it to Yenhong. Quite normal, if it were me. I would also take this opportunity to extort some. Yenhong was not surprised by this and reached out to take the letter, but did not rush to open it. Instead, he looked at Tian Yuan, who seemed to have something to say. What's wrong? Is there another way to extract cells? Not exactly. Tian Yuan stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, although we can't extract the cells, we can try alchemy. Alchemy? Using human flesh for alchemy? Tian Yuan explained nonchalantly. Humans are also animals, so they can certainly be used as medicinal ingredients. As long as we use other auxiliary medicines to reduce their rejection, it should be fine. Moreover, I've heard that Senju Hashirama naturally possesses extremely powerful self-healing abilities, and I've long wanted to try the medicinal effects of his flesh and blood. However, I'm not sure whether it can become a medicine, and the specific efficacy is also unknown. We need to try to find out. Yenhong waved his hand casually and said, since we can't extract the cells, then it's useless to keep them. Just go ahead and use them. That's good. Tian Yuan left the office with a fiery gaze, holding a bottle containing Hashirama's flesh, and before leaving, he didn't forget to say, Lord Yenhong, rest assured, I will do my best not to waste this rare material. Izumi Nai watched Tian Yuan's departing figure and smiled, saying, to be honest, I used to look down on these logistics personnel, but now it seems their role is indeed significant. Yenhong replied, during wartime, too many logistics personnel can indeed become a burden, but from the perspective of long-term development, we cannot do without these special talents. This is also the reason why I have been reallocating the graduates of the ninja school. Sometimes, the value of an excellent technical talent far exceeds that of a combat-type ninja. As Yenhong spoke, he opened the letter and quickly skimmed through its contents, unable to help but sneer. As expected, their appetite is quite large, and they show no intention of cooperation. Izumi Nai leaned over to take a glance, raised an eyebrow, and said coldly, they really dare to ask, wanting half of our land in exchange for cooperation. Do they really think we are the ones begging them? Why don't we just take action against them directly? Although Yenhong also felt uneasy, he did not lose his rationality and stopped him, saying no. The Land of Earth is located among the mountains, taking advantage of the geographical advantage. The cost of forcibly breaking in from the outside is indeed too high. We simply cannot afford it. On the contrary, reaching a temporary cooperation with them is the best solution for us. They must be dealt with last. But we can't just let them extort us, right? They want half of the land we painstakingly acquired just like that. Are they crazy? Or do they think we are fools? Yenhong shrugged and said, there's nothing we can do. After all, we are the ones seeking cooperation. From a business perspective, it's not unreasonable for them to raise the stakes. This means we need to send someone to negotiate with them. Negotiate? Izumi Nai was taken aback. Who should go to negotiate? Yenhong smirked slightly and said, in our Land of Flame, who can match our finance minister when it comes to negotiation skills? Kakuzu. Izumi Nai's eyes lit up. He had indeed seen Kakuzu negotiating business matters with foreign merchants, and his spirit of not giving an inch. Cough, cough. His uncompromising attitude truly impressed him. Of course, one Kakuzu alone isn't enough. We also need someone to play the bad cop. Bad cop? What is that? Simply put, we need someone to exert military deterrence, making them understand that we are not easily compromised. Well, it seems I have to make another trip. Hey. Izumi Nai pressed down on Yenhong's shoulder seriously and said, if you have to do everything yourself, then what is the point of having me as your brother? This time, just stay in the village. It's just a show of force. I can go. Well, Yenhong thought seriously for a moment. The strength of the first Suchikage, Ishikawa, should not be underestimated. Simple military deterrence might not intimidate him. Some techniques are also needed. I should go instead. Hey. Are you looking down on me? Your second brother? Second brother, that's not what I meant. Then let me go. Enough, stop arguing. A deep and calm voice suddenly sounded, causing the originally noisy environment to freeze. Madara was seen leaning against the desk with his arms crossed, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Both of you stay here, I will go. Yenhong and Izumi Nai exchanged glances, and after a long time, Izumi Nai cautiously said, as the Flame Shadow and the highest decision-maker of the Land of Flame, I think. Madara suddenly looked at Izumi Nai. Cough, cough. I think it's obviously most suitable for you to go. Big brother. Third brother, what do you think? Yenhong glared at Izumi Nai disdainfully and then said with righteous indignation, indeed, in terms of deterrence, our negotiator must be big brother. Madara nodded in satisfaction, got up, and walked past the two, casually patting their shoulders before preparing to head to the Land of Earth for negotiations the next day. Phew, after Madara left, the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Yenhong said with a wry smile, sigh, big brother really is. Since that's the case, second brother, you and I should prepare for the march together. When big brother returns, we can mobilize our troops. For some reason, I suddenly feel a bit sympathetic toward those people in Awagakure. Yenhong raised the letter in his hand, saying, actually, I still prefer their rebellious demeanor. The two brothers exchanged glances and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, instantly filling the office with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 169. Encounter in Destiny. The autumn morning breaks through the mist in the mountains and fields, and as far as the eye can see, apart from the towering mountains, there is only the silent, empty mountain. In the Land of Earth, Iwagakure. This is a ninja village primarily made of rock, centered around the tower-like Tsuchikage building, with other buildings scattered outward, resembling an ancient fortress from a distance. At the entrance of the village, two gatekeeping ninjas, as usual, patrol the entrance, confirming that there were no unusual circumstances before starting to chat idly to pass the time. Have you heard? It is said that in the Land of Flame now, ninjas like us are considered nobles, and it seems they don't need to do missions, receiving a generous monthly salary instead. Is that true? Is there really such a good thing? Why would I lie to you? And I heard they have completely taken control of the daimyo's residence. The entire country is ruled by ninjas. Hiss! The companion gasped in shock, looked around, and seeing no one was there, cautiously said, you mean, since the treatment over there is so good, should we just... Sure. You can't say such things casually. If the higher-ups find out, you're done for. Hey, I was just speaking casually. Huh? Someone's coming? The two looked towards the village entrance and saw two figures walking through the morning mist, leisurely approaching Iwagakure. And in no time, they had reached just outside the village gate. The man in the lead wore a green robe, his long black hair flowing in the wind. And on his back, he carried a huge fan. As he walked, he resembled a deity descending from the heavens, giving off an imposing aura with every movement. The two gate-guarding ninjas exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward, blocking the path of the newcomers, and shouted, Hey, who are you? This is Iwagakure, not a place you could just visit at will. Tread. Madara stopped in his tracks, frowned, and Kagaya stepped forward to explain, we are ninjas from the Land of Fire, here to discuss cooperation with the Tsuchikage. The Land of Fire? Upon hearing this, the two Iwagakure ninjas were clearly taken aback. But we haven't received any news about the Land of Fire coming to discuss cooperation. Kagaya pondered for a moment and understood the other party's intention. Shaking his head with a smile, it seems they want to pressure us psychologically through this, a typical tactic in business negotiations. A boring trick. Madara had no time for such nonsense and continued to stride forward, scaring the two into drawing their weapons. Stop, or we won't be polite. Tread, tread, tread. The only response was the sound of footsteps that seemed to come from hell. Bastard. Take him down. Lord Inoki. The Tsuchikage has instructed us to receive the distinguished guests from the Land of Fire. What we are doing might not be appropriate. Not far from the main entrance, a young man dressed in tight brown clothing, with an unusually large nose and an extremely short stature, floated in midair, looking utterly unconcerned. So what? The Land of Fire is just a small nation. When negotiating with us, they need to recognize their inferior position. Let us leave them hanging for a while, and when the time is right, we will let them in. But the guard felt uneasy and cautiously said, the Land of Fire has already been taken over by the Uchiha clan. It might not be good to offend them. What? Are you afraid of them? Inoki waved his hand dismissively. It's just rumors. Besides, this is our Iwagakure. Are we supposed to fear them running wild? Seeing that Inoki was determined to assert dominance over the Land of Fire, the guard could only helplessly accompany him. After all, this unsightly little man was favored by the Tsuchikage and was essentially the biggest political asset in Iwagakure. In recent years, the first Suchikage, Ishikawa, had shown signs of retiring due to age, and the second Suchikage would undoubtedly be selected from his bodyguard, Mu. As the only direct disciple of Ishikawa and Mu, Inoki was destined to be the future third Suchikage. To ensure his safety, Ishikawa even assigned him a bodyguard, making it difficult for the guard to intervene in Inoki's actions. If trouble really did arise, the higher-ups wouldn't do anything serious to Inoki. At most, they'd scold him a bit. But if they offended the future Suchikage, that would narrow their own paths. Thinking this way, the guard decided to let it be and accompanied Inoki leisurely towards the village entrance. Inoki's character was always stubborn and strong-willed, and at this moment, he was filled with a fighting spirit. Unfortunately, he missed the last 6 Kage summit because he was training in dust-release ninjutsu, so he didn't know who from the Land of Fire was coming this time. He wanted to see why they could claim the top position. The guard chuckled awkwardly, just about to flatter him, when suddenly there was a muffled sound. Bang! Following the sound, a figure shot towards them like a bolt from a crossbow, tracing a white arc in the air before plummeting down and crashing onto the street. Boom! The figure landed on the ground, but bounced back up, skipping several times along the road for over 10 meters before collapsing on the ground, motionless. The guard, seeing the person who had flown nearly 200 to 300 meters, couldn't help but gasp, immediately rushing to the figure's side to check for breath. There's still a breath. We must provide immediate medical attention. Inoki's expression turned grim. He didn't expect them to actually dare to act. Let's go see who is so arrogant. With that, he quickly flew towards the village entrance. The huge commotion also attracted the attention of many people. The guard handed the unconscious companion over to the arriving ninjas and gritted his teeth to catch up with Inoki's figure. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few hundred meters, they arrived at the main gate, and the sight before them made them shudder. The gate of Awagakure had been violently smashed open, debris scattered everywhere, and the place was in ruins. In the center of the entrance stood a tall man, arrogantly holding someone by the neck, lifting them high into the air, his eyes filled with dead silence, as if looking at a struggling ant. Inoki's eyes widened in shock, and he sternly shouted, "Put him down." Madara glanced over at them, then suddenly flung the person in his hand towards them. Whoosh! The figure shot like a cannonball, and the guard rushed forward to catch his companion's body. Bang! With a dull thud, the guard felt as if he had caught an out-of-control carriage with his bare hands. Having no time to react, he was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground several dozen meters away. Witnessing this, Inoki's eyes filled with disbelief. He knew very well the level of his guard, yet he couldn't even catch the person thrown at him. Even he, who was usually arrogant, realized that the guy before him was no ordinary person. "Hey, who the hell are you?" The only response was a deep voice. "A child like you dares to ask my name? How dare you look down on me?" Inoki exploded with rage. Ever since his talent was discovered by the Suchikage, no one had dared to speak to him like that. Chakra erupted from his body, forming waves that expanded outward. "Then let me show you who the real child is." The swirling chakra lifted the hair on Madara's forehead, yet it did not stir a single ripple in his eyes. In the entire ninja world, only Hashirama could truly provoke his desire to fight. Everyone else was just a game of varying levels of boredom. "What? Do you want to dance too?" Chapter 170. Shadows in the open space behind the main gate of Awagakure. What was once a tidy ground was now filled with ruins. The iron gate, forged from fine steel, was embedded in the ground in A shape, and the scene was a sight of devastation. Inoki floated in midair, feeling that the long-haired man before him was not simple. Yet his youthful arrogance prevented him from easily backing down, especially since this was his territory. "No matter who you are today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Just then, the guard pushed aside the companion lying on him. Looking at the proud figure in the arena, feeling a sense of familiarity, he wanted to remind Inoki not to be impulsive, but it was already too late. With the enhancement of the earth and stone technique, Yuki soared from the ground, and although his figure was small, his momentum was like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, leaving a white trail in the sky. Earth release, rock fist technique. Yuki formed a one-handed seal, and countless rocks enveloped his right arm. Taking advantage of the high altitude, he descended like a meteor, launching a powerful punch towards Madara's head. Madara slightly lifted his head to look at the rapidly approaching Yuki and slowly raised his left hand. Yuki's stone fist, with all his strength, struck, but Madara intercepted it in midair with ease. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Madara didn't even budge, and the rock fist that should have shattered mountains stopped abruptly the moment it touched his palm. Rumble! The violent force was directed into the ground. creating a circular pit beneath him. But Madara remained completely still, like an unyielding ancient pine nailed to the ground. Yuki's eyes were filled with horror. There were very few people in the entire Iwagakure who could take his blow head-on, let alone do so with such ease, as if he had merely caught a falling leaf. What a joke! Yuki's face gradually twisted in rage, his muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, and he leaned forward to press his left hand against his right rocky arm. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Rumble. This time, Madara finally took half a step back. The stones beneath him completely shattered. Under the amplified gravity, Madara's robe billowed upwards, and there was finally a flicker of movement in his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect you to be small in stature but strong in power. It's indeed a decent performance, but still lacking. Huh. Yuki's face turned red. Chakra surging all over his body as he tried with all his might to press Madara down. But aside from that initial half-step, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge Madara an inch. It seems you still want to keep dancing, but your footing is already unstable, so it's my turn now. Crack! Under Yuki's horrified gaze, Madara's fingers curled like claws, and he forcefully gripped the rock fist, causing a web-like network of cracks to instantly spread across the surface of the rock fist, followed by a series of ear-piercing, shattering sounds. At this moment, Yuki realized he had hit a brick wall, and as he tried to withdraw, it was already too late. Scrape! In the next second, the heavy rock fist was directly crushed by Madara, and as large chunks of rock fell away, Madara's hand snaked around Yuki's wrist. Then, crack-a! The excruciating pain of shattered bones surged like a tide, and the barely teenage Yuki, who had never endured such suffering, let out a mournful wail. Stop! The guards were immediately alarmed, rushing towards them. At this moment, he couldn't care less about who was coming. If Yuki died before his eyes, he might not be buried with him, but his life would be effectively over. However, before he could take a few steps, he suddenly froze in place. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his body trembled with fear. Killing intent. Boundless killing intent. Madara maintained his grip with one hand, but his eyes had unknowingly transformed into crimson Sharingan, combined with the invisible murderous aura surrounding him, resembling the king of hell from the underworld. Looking down at two petty clowns, just a surge of momentum scared the guard into not daring to act rashly, as if taking one more step would lead to immediate death. In an instant, a name finally surfaced in his mind. Uchiha Madara. If the guard felt this way, it was needless to say how Yuki felt, as if he had lost 3 souls and 7 spirits, forgetting the pain in his hand, only staring in terror at Madara before him. You. So boring. Madara shook his head, lifting Yuki up with his left hand and slightly pulling back his right fist. Wait a moment. Just as Madara was about to strike a punch, a deep yet loud voice suddenly came from afar. From the direction of the voice, a figure flew over at high speed, and upon getting closer, one could see that the newcomer was wearing a white Suchikage robe, his wrinkled face full of urgency. It was none other than the first Suchikage, Ishikawa. Madara glanced at Ishikawa, paused for a moment, then gathered strength to punch toward Yuki's chest. Boom! A shockwave erupted in front of Madara, and a straight black line shot backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, creating a long trench several dozen meters before finally stopping. Dust fell in torrents. At the end of the trench, Ishikawa raised one arm to block in front of him, countless shattered rocks falling from his arm, while the other hand held the already terrified Yuki. Cough, cough. Thank you, Lord Madara, for your mercy. Ishikawa gasped a few times to calm his tumultuous breath, then gratefully glanced at Madara, knowing that Madara had intentionally slowed down at the last moment, giving him a chance to save Yuki, so he apologized. Sorry. We did not host the two well. Regarding the cooperation, please come to my office for a detailed discussion. Madara looked down at his right hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and praised, not bad ninjutsu. It seems you were a bit stronger than that, Mizukage. Ishikawa also knew that the recent death of the first Mizukage was caused by the person before him, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to mention it at this moment. Turning to look at his beloved disciple, he found that aside from a broken arm, he was mostly unharmed, which also relieved him. I'm sorry, old man. Yuki lowered his head, still trembling uncontrollably, clearly showing the immense psychological shadow Madara had cast over him. I'll come back to teach you a lesson. Ishikawa shot him an angry glare, signaling the guards who had regained their composure to take Yuki away to heal, then personally accompanied Madara and Kakuzu into the village. Please. Madara brushed off the dust from his shoulder and said lightly, I really want to see you take revenge for your disciple. Hee hee, Lord Madara is joking. This was indeed our fault. Although Ishikawa felt very aggrieved, he could only force a smile. Although he was not young, he did not want to seek out the first Mizukichi so soon for a chat, and had to choose to endure humiliation. Seeing Ishikawa's honest demeanor, Madara immediately lost interest. Wave his hand, Kakuzu, let's go. Kakuzu replied, following Madara's footsteps, but his eyes occasionally glanced toward the gate, pondering silently. The stones from the land of Earth were indeed much sturdier than those from outside, and with the impending war, building city defenses would require stones, which certainly had a significant market. However, mining and transportation would be troublesome. I wonder if Lord Enko's Flying Thunder God can. I'll note it down and discuss it with that guy when we return. Chapter 171. The best opportunity, the land of Earth, Iwagakure. The Tsuchikage Tower, located in the very center of Iwagakure, looked like a high tower built from rocks from a distance, exuding an ancient atmosphere. It could be said that the area of the Tsuchikage Tower is the largest among all the Kage buildings, so their conference room is also quite spacious. In the middle is a rectangular conference table surrounded by a row of bluish stone chairs. Aside from that, the entire conference room is empty. At this moment, there were already 5 people seated in the conference room. Besides Madara and Kakuzu, representing the land of Earth were Tsuchikage Ishikawa, a senior official from Iwagakure named Kuroiwa, and a minister from the land of Earth's feudal lord's office. Because the cooperation between the two parties involves the territorial issues of the Earth country, Iwagakure must seek the opinion of the daimyo's office. In fact, the daimyo's office of the Earth country initially did not want to get involved in this matter. In their eyes, ninjas are merely a special military force maintained by the country, and strictly speaking, they are in a subordinate relationship, having no right to interfere in the country's territorial issues. However, now that the political power of the Flame Country is in the hands of ninjas, it can be considered that they are negotiating cooperation from the position of a country. Only then did the daimyo's office send an official to attend the meeting. At this moment, the atmosphere in the large conference room was somewhat strange. Ishikawa looked sternly at Madara, but inside he was going crazy. Who negotiates with the boss personally? Is there no one else in the Flame Country? Moreover, even if the boss personally came to negotiate, you clearly came seeking cooperation. Why are you acting as if we are the ones begging you? As for the official, he originally wanted to show some authority to establish the difference in status between them. But after exchanging glances with Madara, he became as submissive as a quail, now lowering his head as if there was some precious treasure on the ground. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, although sitting in the guest seat, had his arms crossed assertively, exuding an aura that completely overshadowed everyone else, making it difficult to negotiate. Fortunately, there was also Kakuzu at the negotiation table. As the finance minister of the Flame Country, Kakuzu had long dealt with merchants coming to and from the Flame Country, and they were not just ordinary small traders. Those who could communicate face-to-face with him were often wealthy businessmen. Merchants seek profit, and being persuasive is fundamental in negotiations to secure the best interest for themselves. So when it comes to negotiation skills, no one present could match Kakuzu. Seeing that the atmosphere around was almost set, Kakuzu slowly spoke up. Lord Tsuchikage, can what just happened be seen as the Earth Country's attitude towards this cooperation? Ishikawa's mouth twitched imperceptibly, cursing Noki in his heart. Being young and impetuous is one thing, but one must find a right person. Causing trouble with the wrong targets shows a lack of insight. However, on the surface, Ishikawa still spoke apologetically. I sincerely apologize. But this was not our intention. It was just that my disciple acted thoughtlessly. I hope both of you can forgive us. With this apology, his momentum naturally weakened by 3 points, and he lost the initiative from the start. Kakuzu immediately seized the opportunity to push forward. As you can see, to promote our cooperation, our Flame Shadow personally came to your country to discuss with you, which shows our sincerity. I wonder what your thoughts are. Sincerity? What sincerity? Hee. Ishikawa chuckled dryly and continued. This proposal indeed benefits our Earth country, and we are indeed interested in reaching this cooperation. But what? Ishikawa carefully considered his words and said slowly, simply exchanging land seems somewhat inappropriate. After all, the land you are offering in exchange used to belong to the grass country, right? The meaning of this statement was clear. The territory of small country in front of a large country is like a backyard, basically coming and going as they please, and the daimyos of small countries would not dare to stop them. So large countries would not specifically occupy small countries' land, which is essentially an unwritten rule. Yet you not only misuse public land, but also want to use this piece of land to exchange for our Earth country's original territory. How is this different from extortion? Then let's not exchange. At this moment, Madara suddenly interrupted. I don't mind taking it myself. As soon as these words came out, Ishikawa's body visibly tensed, and there was a hint of confusion and disbelief in his eyes. No, why are we flipping the table at the start? Is this how negotiations are conducted? Although he was very wary of Madara's strength, being able to become the first Suchikage and inherit the will of stone showed that Ishikawa was definitely not a softie. After being pressed multiple times, a surge of anger arose in him, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Hey, that's not necessary. The previously silent official from the Earth Country immediately spoke up to mediate. After all, he was the only ordinary person present. If a fight broke out, he would definitely be the first to die, so he could only hurriedly advise, everything can be discussed. There's no need to hurt each other's feelings. Indeed, Kuroiwa also advised, war is not beneficial for either side, but we cannot accept this method of exchange. How about this? I heard that the Rain Country has also become part of your territory. If we could use the lands of the Rain Country and the Grass Country as an exchange. Impossible, Madara said coldly, if it weren't for my brother's insistence. I wouldn't be interested in negotiating terms with you. The Grass Country is already the bottom line. Don't push your luck. A threat. A blatant threat. It was a tough stance that insisted on the exchange, whether they liked it or not. Yet Madara had the strength to flip the table, causing everyone to fall silent again. Ishikawa's expression was grave as he constantly calculated in his mind how much of a chance he had to subdue these two if he acted now, gathering the full strength of the village. The official from the Earth Country kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, regretting that he should not have come here. These ninjas were simply barbarians, completely unreasonable. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Kakuzu finally spoke again. Lord Madara, please calm down. Just a single sentence instantly relieved the pressure on the officials from the Earth Country. Please do not misunderstand. We truly came with full sincerity. If your country is really reluctant to part with that portion of territory, how about we change our method of cooperation? Ishikawa's expression softened somewhat, and he feigned calmness as he said, please go ahead. Since we are not choosing to exchange, we can mutually rent. Rent? Kakuzu nodded, that's right. The land will still be under each other's jurisdiction, but we can pay to rent the rite of passage. What do you think of this? The three from the Earth Country exchanged glances. This method seemed feasible. Was the territory of the Grass Country important to the Earth Country? It was obviously very important. The Earth Country was surrounded by mountains, making it difficult for outsiders to invade, and it was equally hard for those inside to exit. The Grass Country was the only passage that allowed them to quickly reach the outside world. Without the Grass Country, they would have to choose to traverse mountains and hills, which would consume significant time and resources. The reason they were unwilling to exchange was that the Grass Country was easy to attack, but hard to defend. The territory had no barriers, and exchanging their own land for a place that could be taken at any time was clearly a loss. But if it was just a temporary rental, then this land would still essentially belong to the Flame Country. They were merely borrowing a path. Even if it were attacked, it would have nothing to do with them. If it's a rental, then there shouldn't be any problem. The official immediately spoke up, fearing that if they didn't agree, the other side might truly lose their temper. Seeing that the officials from the Earth Country had agreed, Ishikawa also felt he couldn't say anything against it. Moreover, this transaction indeed wouldn't be a loss for them, so he silently nodded. The subsequent arrangements were straightforward. Both sides negotiated the pricing issue and ultimately settled on a price that made the Earth Country very uncomfortable, with a provisional rental period of 1 year. After finalizing the agreement, out of courtesy, Ishikawa still invited Madara and Kakuzu to stay overnight, and the next day, he sent the two away from Iwadakure. It was only at this point that Ishikawa let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he sent off this monster. I hope Onoki is doing okay. Beside him was Wu, who had just returned to the village after completing a mission today. His injuries weren't too severe, and with some rest, he would recover. But the psychological trauma he suffered was quite serious, and I was afraid it would affect his future development. Sigh. Sure, he sighed. This could be considered a test for him. If he could overcome this psychological fear, it might not be a bad thing for him. Wu remained non-committal, then became a bit puzzled. Why would the Land of Flames exchange the lonely mountain wilderness with us? Could it be that they planned to attack the Land of Thunder? Sure, he furrowed his brows. I had that suspicion before, but it shouldn't be very likely. The lonely mountain wilderness is a vast expanse located beyond the mountains in the northern part of the Land of Earth, serving as a buffer zone between the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder. In its primeval emptiness, the Third Raikage battled for 3 days and nights against 10,000 ninjas from Iwadakure, ultimately dying from exhaustion. Theoretically, An attack on the Land of Thunder could indeed be launched from here, but sure, he didn't believe the Land of Flames would do so. The reason was simple. The Land of Thunder shares borders with two places, one with the Land of Frost and the other with the Land of Earth. It's clear that the border city adjacent to the Land of Earth is much better defended than the one by the Land of Frost. Now that the Land of Frost has been conquered by the Land of Flames, even if they truly intend to attack the Land of Thunder, choosing to assault a place with stronger defenses instead of an easier target would be foolish, right? Whatever they plan to do has little to do with us. But we might be able to take advantage of the situation in the Land of Grass. Wu asked, take advantage of it? For what? Shi's eyes deepened as he replied softly, wait. Wait for the best opportunity. And now, the Land of Flames has come upon the best opportunity. Year 5 of the Flame-Hidden Autumn. The Land of Flames tore up the peace agreement, mobilizing an army of 150,000 and 20,000 ninjas, aiming at the Land of Thunder. Chapter 172. Siege in the Land of Thunder, Yuan Village, Yunlei Gorge. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a blinding fireball shot into the sky, and thick smoke billowed upwards. Splash! Between several peaks was a huge bowl-shaped crater, with the surrounding lake water rushing into the pit, forming a swirling vortex. Congratulations, my lord. It's finally successful. In the distance, a half-grown boy ran over excitedly. Upon seeing the devastation caused by the Chakra's outpouring, he couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. It's Xiaoxi. The second Raikage, bare-chested and displaying his muscular physique, had a more composed look on his face as he walked while putting on his clothes, asking calmly, what happened? Since returning from the 6 Kage talks, the second Raikage had locked himself in Yunlei Gorge, engaging in what could be described as extremely intense training, aiming to one day reclaim everything he had lost. At this moment, someone was sent to find him, indicating that something significant had occurred. As expected, the boy named Xiao immediately recalled his purpose for coming and said, Lord Raikage asked me to find you. He said to hurry to the Raikage Tower. Understood. The second Raikage quickly dressed himself, looked at the place where he had trained hard for several months, and murmured softly, it's time to go out. With that, he resolutely left. In the Raikage's office, the first Raikage AI looked at his seemingly transformed son with a hint of satisfaction on his face and smiled. It seems you have completely mastered this power. I feel great now. The second Raikage clenched his fists, feeling the raging power within him, his face filled with confidence. But he quickly calmed down and asked, is there something you wanted to talk to me about, father? When it came to serious matters, the first Raikage also put away his smile and said solemnly, the Land of Flames officially declared war on us yesterday. Oh, they finally couldn't hold back? The second Raikage was not surprised by this news. In fact, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected them to attack the Land of Thunder so soon. Did they really think we were those easily crushed small nations? The first Raikage shook his head and raised his hand to interrupt. Don't underestimate them. According to intelligence from the front lines, the Land of Flames has mobilized a full-scale attack with over 100,000 troops, and the number of ninjas is estimated to be no less than 10,000. They are definitely not easy to deal with. Such a large number caught the second Raikage off guard. He had initially thought the Land of Flames would just test us with a few probing attacks, but it turned out they were serious. The first Raikage glanced at his son and indicated a document on the desk. The reason I called you here is that the daimyo's office hopes we can send ninjas to Raikage City to counter the ninja forces of the Land of Flames. Therefore, I want you to lead the team. The second Raikage did not refuse, or rather, this was exactly what he wanted, so he asked straightforwardly, when do we depart? Immediately. Raikage City, located at the border between the former Land of Frost and the Land of Thunder, is the first frontier city between the two nations. As a border city of a great nation, Raikage City's defenses are definitely superior to all small nations. The towering city walls are made of the best stone materials, and the outer city is even covered with a defensive barrier. Although it isn't as extreme as the Land of Whirlpools, it can still withstand a considerable amount of firepower. On the city walls, several ballistae are lined up. The nearly 6-meter-long bolts can pin a row of people together upon hitting them, and their powerful impact can even break through the earth flow wall. The sky was cloudless, and the scorching sun hung high. On the city walls of Raikage City, tension filled the air as countless soldiers stood ready, their solemn gazes fixed on the walls beyond. After 3 days of long travel, the second Raikage finally led 5,000 ninjas from Yuan Village to Raikage City and arrived at the city walls at the first opportunity. The main general of this city was a burly man named He Wu, who nodded lightly upon seeing the second Raikage and said, thank you for your hard work. We'll need your help to deal with the ninjas in the enemy camp. Leave it to us. The second Raikage confidently responded, then turned his gaze to the outside of the city. About 10 miles outside Raikage City, the vast camp of the Land of Flames appeared before his eyes, with tents densely packed together, resembling a massive wave that blotted out the sky, giving a sense of oppressive pressure. So this is the army of the Land of Flames? Quite spectacular. Hearing the second Raikage remark, General Hiwu also nodded in agreement. Indeed. To be honest, I've been in the military for decades, and this is my first time participating in such a large-scale battle. It truly gets the blood boiling. The second Raikage remained non-committal, looking at the distant camp, and suddenly asked, haven't they launched an attack yet? General Hiwu shook his head. Not yet. They set up camp 5 days ago, and there have been a few groups of ninjas approaching the city, but they were very cautious and not many in number, likely just probing our strengths and weaknesses. Then why don't we take the initiative to strike? There are only about 20,000 soldiers in the city, and with the ninjas from Yuin village you brought, we have less than 30,000. Yet the enemy has over 100,000 troops. We can hold out behind the city walls, but if we go out, it's certain death. The second Raikage glanced at the enemy camp a few more times and realized he couldn't glean any useful information. So he said, I'm not familiar with siege warfare, so I'll follow your orders, General. But there is one thing I need to clarify in advance. General Hiwu raised his hand. Go ahead. In the opponent's ninja team, there are several individuals with extraordinary strength that ordinary people cannot handle. The second generation Raikage spoke in a low voice, although I can take care of them. If I engage in battle with them, the commotion will be quite large. I hope the general can instruct the soldiers under him not to approach recklessly. General Hiwu raised an eyebrow. He knew that the range of the ninjutsu attacks was vast and could potentially harm friendly forces indiscriminately. He did not oppose and replied, no problem, I will be cautious. General, there is suddenly movement in the enemy camp. What? General Hiwu's expression changed, and he immediately took out a simple telescope to look across. He saw countless soldiers in armor pouring into the camp of the Land of Flames. A massive force of about tens of thousands, and the camp was filled with shadows and bustling activity. They actually reinforced their troops? General Hiwu frowned. We haven't even started fighting yet, and they suddenly increased their numbers. What is going on? After pondering for a long time without any clarity, Hiwu could only instruct the defending soldiers to remain vigilant and observe the situation. Thus, another day passed, and the army of the Land of Flames still did not attack the city. By the next day, according to the scouts' reports, it seemed that over 10,000 more soldiers had poured into the enemy camp. Judging by the scale, the other side had gathered nearly 200,000 troops. How can there be so many? You can't be mistaken. My subordinate saw it with his own eyes. It cannot be wrong. General Hiwu's expression grew heavy. If the enemy truly had 200,000 troops, then his own force of less than 30,000 would definitely not be able to hold the city. They could be overwhelmed simply by numbers. However, on that day, the army of the Land of Flames still chose not to attack. On the third day, nearly 10,000 more soldiers surged into the enemy camp. Where did the Land of Flames get so many troops? General Hiwu finally could not contain himself. To confirm the news, he personally approached the enemy camp for reconnaissance and indeed saw a sea of people inside, with a clamor that shook the heavens. How can we hold this? After confirming the enemy situation, Hiwu's face changed drastically. With such a disparity in numbers, staying in the city was clearly waiting for death. Even the previously confident second-generation Raikage fell silent upon hearing this news. He believed he had the strength to protect himself, but the 5,000 ninjas he brought with him did not. He couldn't possibly arrive with 5,000 and leave with just himself, could he? What do we do now? We have no choice but to seek reinforcements. Thus, a letter requesting aid was quickly sent by several ninjas to the daimyo's residence. Upon learning of the situation, the daimyo also mobilized the garrison from nearby cities and rushed to Raikage City for support. By the time the reinforcements from the Land of Lightning arrived at Raikage City, it had already been 7 days. During these 7 days, the army of the Land of Flames still did not choose to attack, but every day, around 10,000 soldiers continued to pour into the military camp, causing the camp scale to expand outward, with shadows of people seen everywhere and a magnificent presence. However, with the arrival of reinforcements, there were now over 80,000 people in Raikage City. Although the gap was still significant, as the defenders, they could barely be considered evenly matched, which greatly relieved Hiwu, the second-generation Raikage, and others. Once everything settled down, a doubt suddenly arose in the mind of the second-generation Raikage. Strange. Why did they have such a significant advantage in numbers a few days ago, but still did not launch an attack? Kinkouhou smiled and said, after all, we are a great nation, and they must be somewhat intimidated. Intimidated? Would that guy be intimidated? The second-generation Raikage suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, but could not articulate what it was. But something was off. The bleak autumn wind swept across the vast land, lifting strands of withered yellow chill. Enhong looked up at the towering city walls not far away, the slanting wind stirring his robes. Behind him was the massive army of 100,000. The wind rose, drums beat. Attack the city. Chapter 173. Openly repairing the path. Secretly crossing the storage, the north wind howled, stirring up thousands of yellow sands. Among all the cities in the Land of Lightning, the one with the strongest city defense force is undoubtedly Thunder City, which serves as the capital and the political core of the entire nation. In addition, if we talk about the second largest city in the Land of Lightning, it would be another border city, Thundercloud City. Due to geographical reasons, the Land of Lightning is bordered by the sea on two sides, and it only shares borders with two countries, so there are only two border cities, Raikage City, which defends against the Frost Country, and Thundercloud City, which guards against the Earth Country. For thousands of years, countless wars have erupted between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. As one of the 5 great nations, the strengths of the two countries can be said to be on par, so as the first line of defense against the Land of Earth. Thundercloud City is also the most important line of defense, with its city defense strength even stronger than that of Raikage City. On the city wall, nearly 1,000 soldiers in armor stood solemnly, their eyes fixed on the vast wasteland ahead. Although there was no battle, Thundercloud City still maintained a certain level of vigilance to prevent a sudden attack from the Land of Earth. Today, the raging war tore apart this tranquility. When the city commander, Shiping Naoki, solemnly arrived at the city wall, what he saw was a black wave slowly advancing towards them. Not fast, but with an overwhelming pressure. What's going on? The Land of Earth has sent troops to attack? I don't know. We haven't received any news. The nearby personal guard was also puzzled, with a hint of confusion on his face. Also, why do I feel like this army is different from before? Shiping Naoki immediately took out a portable telescope to check. He saw that about 10 miles away, the Black Army was continuously pressing toward the city. From the flying banners in the center, he could see a clear symbol resembling a 3-tomo Sharingan. The Land of Flames. What? The Land of Flames? The personal guard looked incredulous. How could the army of the Land of Flames appear in the territory of the Land of Earth? Have they allied? Wait. No. They shouldn't be over at Raikage City? Why are they here? You ask me, and who should I ask? Shiping Naoki impatiently interrupted. No matter why they are here, just hold the city for now. The personal guard's face turned pale. But we just divided our troops to support Raikage City. There are only 50,000 troops in the city now. Damn it. Shiping Naoki punched the city parapet. However, as a general, he did not panic in the face of the situation. He said loudly, immediately send someone to inform the daimyo's residents to recall the troops. The enemy probably has about 150,000. The remaining troops can hold for half a month without any problem. By the time reinforcements arrive, whether it is the Land of Flames or the Land of Earth, they're not to be feared. Yes, with the military order given, the soldiers acted promptly. Thundercloud City immediately entered a state of full alert. Countless city defense weapons were pushed to the city walls, and armored soldiers stood ready. In just a short time, everything was prepared. TSK. The response is quite fast. As expected of the 5 great nations, they are indeed different from those small countries. 5 miles away, Quan Nai stood at the forefront of the army, leisurely surveying Thundercloud City ahead, appearing relaxed, as if he were on an outing rather than coming to battle. Third brother, you really are something. They must think we are still at Raikage City and might have even dispersed their forces to support there. They didn't expect our target to be here. Hee. Just a little trick. Enhong's eyes flashed with red light. Sure enough, like Raikage City, there is a protective barrier outside the city, and it seems to be of a decent level. Gotcha. Quan Nai cracked his neck and said eagerly, what is the big deal? Just watch me break it. Second brother, don't rush. Enhong smiled and stopped him, saying, if this requires your personal involvement, then the significance of my research on this weapon is lost. With that, the military formation behind them immediately opened a passage, and dozens of soldiers pushed 4 massive steel beasts to the front of the line. The beasts were enormous, with a nearly 5-meter-long, 1.5-meter wide black cannon barrel firmly fixed to a base made of red sandalwood, which was equipped with 6 wheels for easier transport. However, Their terrifying weight left deep ruts in the ground as they passed, with dozens of soldiers pushing them forward, all flushed and panting heavily. This was the siege weapon that the Yan'in armory had spent a fortune and several years researching and building, the Uchiha cannon. The 4 Uchiha cannons were lined up in front of the formation, and the soldiers skillfully buried the iron chains on the gun mounts into the ground to secure them, preventing the recoil from causing the cannons to fly back. The black cannon barrels were aimed at Thundercloud City, 5 miles away, with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem printed on the cannon body, exuding an aura of destruction. This range was just outside the attack range of the city's defenses, so they didn't have to worry about being covered by the firepower on the city walls. Izumi Nai approached one of the Uchiha cannons and knocked on the cannon body, producing a dull clang sound. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Yenhong, does this thing really have the power comparable to the tailed beast bomb, as you said?" Yenhong smiled slightly, while directing the soldiers to adjust their positions. He explained it does have great power, but there are also obvious drawbacks. The preparation time is too long, and it cannot fire continuously. After one shot, it requires a long cooling period. Otherwise, it will cause a barrel explosion. Also, it is too heavy and can only be used for siege warfare. Upon hearing this, Izumi Nai frowned and commented, "That does sound troublesome. I hope the power meets expectations." Hee. I had to use a lot of persuasion to convince Kaku to allocate funds for these 4 Uchiha cannons. If it doesn't work, I won't have the face to go back and see him, Yenhong replied. As they spoke, 4 ninjas stepped forward, approached the secured Uchiha cannon, took out a scroll, unfolded it, and locked it into the designated slot. Then they looked up, waiting for Yenhong's command. "Oh, I see, this is the dragon vein chakra you brought back," Izumi Nai said enthusiastically, stepping aside with her arms crossed. "Come on, let me see if it's as powerful as you say." It still needs a bit more time to charge. Yenhong thought for a moment and then pointed to the leftmost cannon, saying, "Let us test this one first. Make sure to aim accurately. Fire the first shot at the city wall as a greeting gift." "Yes." The ninja who was pointed at rubbed his hands excitedly, then carefully released the seal on the scroll and began the final charging process. This entire process took nearly a quarter of an hour. Naturally, the people in Thundercloud City noticed what was happening. Ship felt a bit uneasy for some reason, furrowing his brows as he observed the commotion below, wondering, what are they doing? And what is that thing? His bodyguards were equally confused, having never seen such a strange device, speculating it should be some kind of siege machinery. But what good is it from this distance? Besides, we have the city's protective barrier. Ship's frown deepened. The actions of the Land of Flame were indeed strange. He still couldn't figure out how they had silently arrived here. That guy he woo wasn't a fool. He would falsely report military intelligence without reason. If there were 300,000 enemy troops outside Thundercloud City, then where did the people here come from? The Land of Flame certainly couldn't have that many soldiers. "Look, they're moving again," a soldier shouted, pointing at one of the strange weapons below, which suddenly revealed purple patterns all over its body, as if it was harboring some terrifying existence. The young man in black beside it, who looked like a leader, extended his hand and pointed. Fire. Chapter 174. Uchiha Cannon. In October of the 5th year of Yan'in autumn, Thunder Cloud City fell, and the southern city walls were completely destroyed. According to survivors who escaped, the force that breached the city was an irresistible, divine power. Outside Thundercloud City, the first Uchiha cannon, after a brief charging period, displayed swirling purple patterns on its cannon body, and the temperature of the barrel began to rise noticeably. The few people standing nearby could clearly feel waves of heat hitting them. Izumi Nai stood proud and curious, glancing back and forth between the cannon and the city wall, eager to see if this strange weapon truly had such tremendous power. "Prepare." Yenhong saw that the Uchiha cannon was fully charged, checked to ensure it was aimed correctly, then gestured for the onlookers to step back. He raised his hand and pointed. Fire, with a sound that was not very loud but carried a heavy thud. The entire Uchiha cannon shook backward, and a slightly blinding purple lightning bolt shot out from the muzzle. The Uchiha cannon did not use traditional cannonballs, but rather a massive chakra from the dragon vein, so what it fired was chakra as well. Simply put, it was a laser cannon. The purple laser shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, crossing several miles in an instant and striking the protective barrier of Thundercloud City. It pierced through the barrier effortlessly, as if a knife cutting through butter. Without even a moment's pause, the entire barrier shattered instantly and directly penetrated the city wall. There was no sound, The laser easily drilled through the wall, like an eraser casually wiping away all traces of obstruction in its path. It continued until it exhausted its energy, crashing into a distant mountain, where a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom! Like thunder, echoing for miles. Clatter. On the city walls, many soldiers dropped their weapons, their eyes filled with fear and confusion, their stunned minds unable to comprehend what had just happened. They saw that the thick city wall had a massive hole in it, and due to the angled strike, a corner of the upper tower was also sheared off. The cut was smooth and even, still emitting thick smoke that hadn't dissipated. Ship's face turned pale in an instant, his mouth agape, almost collapsing to the ground. What the hell is that thing? Everything happened too quickly. In that brief moment, he felt the world before him enveloped in purple light, and when the light faded, his worldview had completely collapsed. If one shot could easily penetrate the city wall, then what would happen if there were several more? How could he defend the city? With what could he defend it? Even the commander began to panic, let alone the ordinary soldiers below, especially those near the blast radius. They were dumbfounded. Just a second ago, their comrades were fighting alongside them, and in the next second, they had completely evaporated. Yes, evaporated. There were no remains, not even a scream, as if they had never existed in this world. After a flash of purple light, they turned to ash, leaving only a large hole that was still smoking. Run, run! After several seconds, they finally came to their senses, screaming and trying to flee. In previous wars, at least they could die wrapped in their armor, but this left no bodies behind. If they didn't run, would they just stay and become targets? Unlike the chaos on the city walls, below the city walls, there was a chorus of cheers. Over 10,000 soldiers from the Land of Flame watched this unbelievable scene, feeling as if their presence was unnecessary. With such power, which city could withstand it? Juma, who is most revered for his strength, was now beaming with excitement, his eyes shining brightly as he couldn't help but shout, "Ha ha, this thing is thick and long. And so powerful, boss. I like this. Just a bit not durable." Yenhong ignored this foolishness and looked at Quan Nai's slightly surprised expression, proudly saying, "How about it, second brother? Not bad, right? It's indeed impressive. It seems the money wasn't wasted." Yenhong nodded and then raised his hand to command. Fire the remaining 3 cannons together, one to blast open the city gate, and the other 2 continue to bombard the city walls. Break their defense completely. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, 3 more lasers shot towards the already stunned Thundercloud City. Amid the eager gazes of the crowd, 3 more holes appeared in the city, and the entire city gate turned to ashes, countless defending soldiers unable to dodge, disappearing into nothingness in the blink of an eye. After 4 chakra lasers, the barrel of the Uchiha cannon turned a noticeable crimson, the temperature so high that those nearby dared not approach, and it couldn't be forcefully cooled with water ninjutsu. Otherwise, due to thermal expansion and contraction, the barrel might crack. But that was enough. Yenhong drew out his cold blade. "Second brother, you stay to command the central army. The vanguard troops follow me to kill." "Kill!" A low horn shattered the sky. Yenhong took the lead, followed by tens of thousands like a tidal wave, charging towards Thundercloud City. A few miles distance could be covered in moments by ninjas, and with chakra enhancing his feet, Yenhong leaped onto the city wall, reaching the top in just a few jumps. The defending troops on the wall hadn't even regained their senses from the panic when they suddenly saw someone flying up, still somewhat unresponsive. Swish! The cold blade danced like the wind, and several nearby soldiers instantly turned into shredded corpses. The city wall wasn't wide to begin with. Yenhong could almost cut through it alone, and with the enemy in disarray, it was like chopping vegetables, blood flowing like rivers in the blink of an eye. "Everyone, don't panic. The enemy has begun to climb the city. That weapon won't fire again." Naru Shipanji roared desperately, and the soldiers of the Land of Thunder, not to be underestimated, regained some morale upon realizing there would be no more devastating attacks, and began to counterattack. Archers shot arrows like rain towards the base of the city, trying to stop the enemy from getting closer. But with the city gate gone, how could they possibly withstand the momentum of the mighty army of the Land of Flame, especially with countless ninjas mixed in? Kill! Leading the charge was naturally the Take family led by Juma. Each like mad wolves, once on the city wall, they killed anyone they saw. With their bloodline limit of corpse bones, they weren't something ordinary weapons could penetrate, sweeping through with unstoppable force. Following them was the vanguard ninja unit led by the Uzuki clan. Unlike the Take family's bloody violets, their swordsmanship was superb, often sealing the throat with a single strike, their movements clean and brisk, exuding a unique elegance of swordsmen. with a ninja unit sharing the pressure on the city wall. The ordinary soldiers quickly poured in through the wide-open city gate, and a thunderous roar of battle erupted in the city. Naruto saw a large number of enemy troops entering the city, his face turning ashen, knowing the situation was dire. It was only a matter of time before the city was completely lost, and despair surged in his heart. But he was the city lord. While he was in the city, it was a matter of life and death. Tightening his grip on the long sword in his hand, this general who had defended Thundercloud City for 23 years let out his last battle cry, "Kill." The battle lasted a full 2 hours. After 2 hours, a soldier from the land of flame stood on the blood-soaked city wall, sounding the last horn of the battlefield, like weeping and lamenting. Chapter 175. The place is empty after the people are gone in the afterglow of the setting sun. The sky was blood-red. Outside Thundercloud City, smoke billowed. Blood stained the ground, and the enemy's corpses piled up like a mountain beneath the city wall. The large flag on the wall had been replaced with the national flag of the Land of Flame. Hong, covered in blood, leaned against the parapet to rest, gazing into the distant horizon, lost in thought. The siege began yesterday morning and lasted 2 full hours. After all, the Land of Thunder was a major nation, and the basic training of the soldiers was still there. Once they realized the Uchiha cannon couldn't fire continuously, they quickly regained their composure from the panic. Although the city gate had been blasted away and the city wall damaged, they still stubbornly resisted, engaging in street battles with the Land of Flame. The army of the Land of Flame held an absolute advantage in morale, but they had traveled a long distance without any rest, hoping to catch the enemy off guard. In contrast, the opposing side was waiting for the weary, having the advantage in physical strength. Moreover, this kind of street fighting limited Hong's output because the Land of Flame aimed to capture the city, not to massacre it. His ninjutsu had great destructive power, and any carelessness could wipe everything around him. While he could somewhat unleash his power on the city walls, once inside the city, he was forced into close-quarters combat. The two sides fought for 2 hours, and seeing they were powerless to turn the tide, the remaining troops of the Land of Thunder slowly retreated from the city. Hong chose not to pursue, but instead began to clean up the battlefield. Taking Thundercloud City was equivalent to kicking open the door of the Land of Thunder, theoretically achieving 1/3 of the success. However, the remaining battles were not easy. To continue the momentum, they had to seize every opportunity on the battlefield. Fortunately, the communication technology in the ninja world was not well developed, and messages were either delivered by people or through Eagle Courier, leading to delays and leaving many controllable opportunities. What are you thinking? Are you not going to take a break? Quan Nai slowly climbed the city wall and walked to Hong's side, softly saying, "Now we can be considered to have established a foothold. With Big Brother at home, there's no need to worry. As long as we advance step by step, the Land of Thunder will eventually fall. You shouldn't overexert yourself. You need to rest when it's time to rest." Hong shook his head. "Not enough. Our advantage is time. We must completely take them down before they realize what's happening. Otherwise, once they gather their forces, we'll be in trouble." "Quan Nai Thai set an I Budao. Ohat, do you have a good idea?" After thinking for a moment, Hong said, with Thundercloud City breached, "Our next target is Thunder Rain City. However, the news of the city's fall will also reach the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Thunder, and they will definitely send the troops from Thunderlight City to assist." Hong drew his cold blade and began sketching a simple map on the city's floor tiles, explaining, "There are 2 routes from Thunderlight City to Thunder Rain City. One is through Thundercloud City, but that route is a detour. By the time they travel here from afar, we will have already seized Thunder Rain City, so they shouldn't choose this path. Excluding this route, they only have one left, which is to go through Thunderwind City directly to Thunder Rain City. So, second brother, I want you to take the lead and capture Thunderwind City first, cutting off their reinforcements and buying us some time." No problem. It's just a small city." Before coming, the two brothers had already familiarized themselves with all the cities of the Land of Thunder. And Thunderwind City was much smaller than Thundercloud City, comparable to the former Frost Country's Frost Prefecture City. With Quan Nai's current strength, capturing it would indeed not be a problem. Hong had no doubts about this, but reminded second brother capturing Thunderwind City is easy. The hard part is holding it. If I'm not mistaken, the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village are likely also in Thunderlight City now. Once the army from Thunderlight City comes to assist, they will inevitably encounter them. Cloud Hidden Village, huh? Quina not only showed no fear, but instead revealed a look of great interest, saying, "Now that's interesting." Seeing Hong's hesitant expression, Quina laughed and said, "Don't worry. I'm not as brainless as that idiot Juma. I won't just rush him blindly. How about this? Just to be safe, Yenhong and Quina made an agreement for a month. After a month, no matter what, you have to come back and meet us. Just 1 month? Quina hesitated. Isn't that a bit short? You won't have enough time to reach Thunder City, right? It's indeed not enough to reach Thunder City, but it's enough to make those onlookers want to join in. That will be the real ninja world war. Quina suddenly understood. So that's why you left some people in the Land of Flame. All right then, I'll take people to take down Thunderwind City now. Hee, you're the one who is anxious, aren't you? We still have to attend the victory banquet tonight. I've already sent someone to find merchants in the city to prepare food and drinks. After a long journey, the soldiers below should relax a bit. Quina smiled and rubbed Yenhong's head. Good. You, this guy, are actually lecturing me. I'm your brother. Hey, brother, you still have blood on your hands. Don't get on my hair. Hiss. In that case, take this. Hey, don't touch my butt. Under the setting sun and in a pool of blood, the two brothers playfully fought as if they had returned to their childhood. A few days later, in Thunderlight City, hundreds of miles away, Hiwu climbed to the city wall as usual, gazing at the camp of the Land of Flame stationed in the distance. For so many days, the Land of Flame had not initiated an attack, as if they were merely demonstrating their strength. Hiwu wasn't a fool. He was initially intimidated by the number of enemies, but over time, he felt something was off. After all, the daily food consumption for hundreds of thousands of people was astronomical. The Land of Flame couldn't just waste resources like that. You've noticed something off, right? The second-generation Thunder quietly appeared by his side. Whether it's true or not, we'll know if we go take a look. We have nearly 100,000 people in the city now. Why should we be afraid of them? Hiwu shook his head and raised his hand to stop him. Our task is to hold this city. No matter what tricks they are playing, as long as we don't lose the city, we have merit. Why create trouble for ourselves? The second-generation Thunder didn't quite understand. For him, the best defense was offense, as long as they could repel the enemy. Wouldn't that count as holding the city? However, Hiwu was the highest authority in this city, and since he was only there to assist in the defense, he didn't press further and could only follow orders. Just as the two were about to head back when they couldn't discern anything, a loud eagle cry suddenly echoed in the sky. Hiwu frowned, extending his hand to allow the messenger eagle to land on his arm. After taking the letter from the eagle's leg and unfolding it, his expression changed drastically after just one glance. What? Thundercloud City has been breached by the Land of Flame. The second-generation Thunder, hearing this, focused his gaze, and a blinding thunder erupted from his body. In the astonished eyes of Hiwu, he leaped off the city wall, transforming into a blue lightning bolt heading toward the camp of the Land of Flame. In just a moment, the second-generation Thunder rushed back, but his expression was extremely grim. The Land of Flame's camp is empty. In one night, 300,000 people vanished into thin air. Chapter 176. The Chaos of People Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In a conference room in Thunderlight City, Hiwu still muttered in disbelief, with various vice commanders and strategists present, and the second-generation Thunder, as the second-in-command of the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, was naturally among them. A group of people sat around a round conference table, with a letter for aid placed on the table. But everyone's face bore a hint of confusion. The Land of Flame breached Thundercloud City? But isn't Thundercloud City on the territory of the Land of Earth? Could it be that the two countries formed an alliance? And how did they get to Thundercloud City? Clearly, they were still in our camp outside the city yesterday. According to the letter, they captured Thundercloud City at least 3 days ago. Where did they get so many troops? And where did those 300,000 outside the city go? Moreover, they said Thundercloud City was breached due to a powerful weapon that could easily break through the city wall's barrier. Are they joking? Exactly, and the discussions below blended into a murmur, but after a long time, no one could make sense of it, and they even suspected it was false information. Enough. Hiwu could no longer bear it, and raised his hand to interrupt the voices below, his brow furrowed in irritation. Because I previously requested reinforcements from above. Troops were dispatched from various places to help me defend the city, including some from Thundercloud City. In the end, I'm fine, but Thundercloud City got wiped out instead. If responsibility is assigned, I'll inevitably share the blame, and if it goes wrong, I might have to bear the label of falsely reporting military information. So now he had two things to do. First, clarify the reasons and explain to the higher-ups that he had fallen for the enemy's trick. After all, falsely reporting military information was a severe crime that could lead to execution, while the latter was merely an issue of capability, which might result in demotion at most, but certainly not death. The second thing was to remedy the situation as quickly as possible, Perhaps he could still salvage the situation and balance the merits and demerits. Thus, Kinkouhou looked at the second-generation Thunder, sitting to his right, and asked in a deep voice, since the Land of Flame is a ninja nation, from a ninja's perspective, can they accomplish such feats? The second-generation Thunder had been pondering these matters since earlier and was now calmly analyzing. Although the Uchiha clan of a Land of Flame indeed has ninjutsu capable of spatial transfer, it's practically impossible to transfer hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously over such a long distance. A strategist immediately snorted. So you mean to say the Land of Flame really has nearly 500,000 people? Aren't you ninjas supposed to be able to use ninjutsu? Is there really no ninjutsu that can multiply their numbers? Multiply their numbers. The second-generation Thunder was taken aback at first. Then a flash of realization crossed his eyes. So that's it. It must be the clone technique. The clone technique, one of the most basic techniques, is a beginner-level ninjutsu that any ninja can perform. Unlike the shadow clone technique, where the clones are physical entities with the same abilities as the original. The clones created by the clone technique are mere illusions. They have no real combat effect aside from scaring opponents. Correspondingly, the clones from the shadow clone technique share the original chakra, and it's already considered a lot for an ordinary ninja to create 5 or 6 shadow clones. However, since the clone technique only creates illusions, it consumes very little chakra, so it's nearly effortless for a ninja to create tens of thousands of clones. Because the clone technique is rarely used in actual combat, the second-generation Thunder instinctively overlooked it. But now that he understood, everything suddenly made sense. No wonder the Land of Flame had so many people yet hesitated to attack. It turns out they might only have a few dozen real fighters, with the rest being clones. Their initial target was Thundercloud City, and everything they did was to draw attention and divert their focus, while secretly reaching an agreement with the Land of Earth to execute a feint. What a cunning Land of Flame! Understanding the tactics used by the enemy, Kinkouhou slammed his fist on the conference table in anger. And what about that so-called weapon? Does the Land of Flame really have something that can easily breach our defenses? I wouldn't know. After all, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. The second Raikage shrugged, but then changed the subject, saying that among the ninjas of the Land of Flame, there were indeed individuals who could break a city alone with their own strength. Or rather, if it were up to me, I could do it too. That's not surprising. TCH, boasting, many people below scoffed, as in their eyes, ninjas were merely weapons in their hands. Although they had some skills, how strong could they really be? A hint of anger flashed in the second Raikage's eyes as he secretly clenched his fists. All right, Kinkouhou interrupted, waving his hand. Since we've seen through their scheme, we should think about what we should do now. Do you have any ideas? Naturally, we should send troops for support, a staff officer said first. If I were the commander of the Land of Flame, after capturing Thundercloud City, the next target would definitely be Thunder Rain City, and then all the way to Thunder City. As long as we send troops for support now, we can intercept them on the way. Someone rebutted. But sending troops to Thundercloud City now would take about 5 or 6 days just to march there. It would be too late. Who said we have to go to Thundercloud City? Do you think they would wait for us there? The officer rolled his eyes at him. Can't we go directly to Thunder Rain City? As long as we pass through Thunder Wind City, we can quickly reach Thunder Rain City. This arrangement indeed had no issues, and Kinkouhou had no objections. Then we will trouble everyone from Yunin Village to make another trip. Besides, I'll have my deputy lead 40,000 men to act with you. We must reach Thunder Rain City before the Land of Flame does and block their offensive. Will 40,000 be too few? A deputy general said worriedly. The Land of Flame has more than 100,000 troops. Splitting off 40,000 might not be enough to hold them off, right? The strength of the Land of Flame is not in the foot soldiers, Kinkouhou said incisively. Their soldiers come from the small countries they conquered in the past, and their combat power is negligible compared to our army. The real strength lies with those ninjas, so as long as we can defeat those ninjas, it is equivalent to defeating the Land of Flame. As he spoke, Kinkouhou glanced at the second Raikage, saying that how to deal with those ninjas would depend on the people from Yunin Village. The second Raikage smiled slightly. That's exactly why I'm here. Kinkouhou nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Then you will set off immediately. If all goes well, you should reach Thunder Rain City in 4 days. Understood. Just as everyone was preparing to go back and pack their things to set off, a sinister voice suddenly echoed in the conference hall. Don't struggle anymore. The Land of Flame has already occupied Thunderwind City, and you are a step too late. Everyone was taken aback, with the second Raikage reacting the fastest, almost instantly looking towards the corner of the room, where a figure had appeared without anyone noticing. The figure was extremely short, wrapped in a black robe, with a hood covering its head, making it impossible to see its appearance. "Who are you?" "Me? He, the enemy of the Uchiha clan, and also someone who is here to help you." Chapter 177. Unease in the Land of Flame, Thundercloud City. It had been 4 days since the Land of Flame captured this city. After 4 days of rest, the army of the Land of Flame was once again gearing up, with the next target being the closest Thunder Rain city. As the commander of the entire army, Yenhong had arrived outside a room at this time and raised his hand to push open the door and walk in. The room was filled with a faint medicinal aroma, mixed with a trace of blood, and from time to time, intense coughing could be heard. The interior of the room was very simple, with a table covered in various medicines and a large bed about 2 meters long, where a weak figure lay. Upon seeing Yenhong enter, the figure struggled to get up but was gently pressed back down by Yenhong. "All right, just lie there honestly. Don't really wear yourself out." The face of Zhu Ma was abnormally flushed, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were still defiant, carrying a hint of unruly boldness. "Cough, boss. Just let me go out. Lying here is no better than dying." Yenhong shot him an annoyed glance. "Then should I send you on your way now?" "Huh. Let's not do that." A red light flashed in Yenhong's eyes. Although the Sharingan couldn't see through like the Byakugan, it could still discern the general condition of others' bodies. In his eyes, Zhu Ma's body was suffering from severe mutations due to his bloodline limit, with both cells and blood showing irreversible infections. Although Yenhong didn't know medical ninjutsu, even in later generations where medical ninjutsu was more advanced, Orochimaru, who had extensive knowledge of human anatomy, had no way to treat the hereditary disease of the Takaguri clan, let alone in this era where medical ninjutsu was not yet widespread. To be honest, Zhu Ma was already one of the longest-lived members of the Takaguri clan in history. Normally, they wouldn't even live to this age. The medicine developed by Tian Yuan could only provide temporary suppression, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The internal mutations still existed and were continuously worsening, merely slowing the rate of deterioration. Therefore, since the siege battle 4 days ago, Zhu Ma's condition had completely erupted, and he had instantly reached a state of exhaustion, barely clinging to life with the help of medicine, but he could no longer fight. As one of the earliest clans to follow the Uchiha, Yenhong initially regarded them merely as a weapon for charging into battle. Unlike normal clans, the entire group revered combat, bloodthirsty and violent, making them difficult to control. But later, Yenhong discovered that as long as they recognized a powerful master, they would basically not choose to betray unless they encountered an even stronger presence, because ordinary fame and fortune held no allure for them. Their life's meaning was solely in battle. Especially Zhu Ma, as the leader of the Takaguri clan. Although his personality was a bit volatile and acted purely on instinct, he was very obedient to Yenhong's orders. Having spent 5 years together, even raising a dog would create feelings, let alone with a human. So Yenhong was equally sighing at Zhu Ma's impending death. "Just take your medicine on time. If you stop using the corpse bone pulse, you might live for another 2 or 3 years. That's impossible." Zhu Ma was practically refusing Yenhong's command for the first time, saying nonchalantly, "Our clan has always died on the battlefield, not in bed. Even if the boss doesn't let me fight, I will sneak out. Even if he can go out, what can you do in your current physical condition?" Boss, don't underestimate me. At least I can still help you take Thunder Rain City." "Haha, go be cannon fodder?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Ma didn't speak, and another round of pain made him start to cough violently. But the indifferent look in his eyes revealed what he was really thinking. Yenhong didn't stay long. Seeing that Zhu Ma didn't have any major issues for the time being, he turned to leave, but not before saying, "You stay here to recuperate. Once Thunder Rain City is taken, I'll let you rejoin the team." The boss understands me." Outside the door, Uzuki Rahido was quietly waiting. After his father, Izuki Tokimi, retired due to old age, the position of the Uzuki clan leader was handed over to him. And this time he also led the Uzuki clan to battle alongside the army. In a land of flame, the status of the Uzuki clan was quite awkward. In terms of combat power, they were inferior to the Uchiha and the Blood Pool, and even the Takaguri clan, who excelled in swordsmanship, could defeat them. In terms of contributions, the Takumi and Yao clans could outshine them by a long margin. Although he had followed the Uchiha clan early on and was in a position that was neither too high nor too low, he knew that without contributions, he would eventually be marginalized. Therefore, this time, Uzuki Raiten took the initiative to apply to be the vanguard of the ninja force, striving to demonstrate the role of the Uzuki clan. Yenhong slightly nodded at Uzuki Raiten and then spoke for the time being. This Thundercloud City will be under your protection. Under my protection? Uzuki Raiten pointed at himself in confusion, not doubting his ability to defend it, but rather feeling that it might be a bit of overkill. Thundercloud City, as a border city of the Land of Lightning, was meant only to defend against the Land of Earth, but clearly the Land of Earth would not attack now, and the Land of Lightning would not be foolish enough to take a roundabout route. Therefore, guarding this city seemed meaningless. They could just send anyone to garrison it. So why did it have to be him? Uzuki Raiten couldn't figure it out and asked, "Do you think the Land of Earth might suddenly turn against us?" I don't know. Yenhong also realized that his answer was somewhat hasty, thought for a moment, and then explained, "My brother has already taken Thunderwind City. But according to the intelligence he sent, we still haven't received any reinforcements from the Land of Lightning. So you're worried they might actually take a long detour to attack here?" Uzuki Raiten scratched his head, doubtfully saying, "They shouldn't be that foolish, right?" Yenhong couldn't grasp what the other side was planning either. Theoretically, if the news reached Lightning Light City and they took the route through Thunderwind City, they should have already arrived at Thunderwind City by now. Unless they truly chose to take a detour by the time they got here, he would have already broken through Thunder Rain City, and if he moved quickly, he might even take another city. However, since such an abnormal situation arose, Yenhong still felt it necessary to be on guard, which is why he decided to leave Uzuki Raiten to guard the city. "Wait until I take Thunder Rain City. If no abnormalities occur, then you can come and join us." Yenhong stroked his chin and added, "I'll leave a Uchiha cannon for you to defend the city." Is that really necessary? Uzuki Raiten felt that Yenhong was being overly cautious, but seeing his resolute gaze, he finally shrugged and agreed, "Fine. Then I'll stay for a few more days." After explaining everything, Yenhong led his troops to Thunder Rain City. Outside the city gate, Yenhong looked back at Thundercloud City, and a faint unease suddenly surged in his heart. After thinking for a long time without finding any flaws, he suppressed his distracting thoughts and continued leading his troops forward. Chapter 178. Good afternoon. The continuous rain poured down, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sky over Thunder Rain City was dark as ink, the daylight dim and lifeless. Heavy rain splashed against the bluestone street, creating bursts of waterflowers. In such harsh weather, there were few pedestrians on the street, with only a few hotels by the roadside glowing with clusters of orange-yellow lights. Suddenly, the curtain in front of the tavern was lifted by a pair of large hands, and a man dressed in a raincoat strode in, took off his raincoat and hung it on the wall, then walked straight through the noisy hall to a table in the corner, pulled out a chair, and sat down, wiping the rainwater off his face. 3 people were already sitting at the table. Upon seeing the man take a seat, a man with a long ponytail impatiently spoke, "Hey Hayden, why did you call us out in this dreadful weather? I'm on a winning streak today. If you waste my time and money, I'll seriously flip out." Hearing this, the only woman at the table sneered, Yaren, cut it out. With your gambling skills, even a dog on the street could beat you. "Hey, Mariko, it's been a while, and you're still as sharp-tongued as ever." Yaren narrowed his eyes slightly, leering at Mariko's curvaceous figure, joking, "How about we find a place to test my gambling skills?" A trace of disdain flashed across Mariko's charming face as she spat, "Go try it with your mother." "All right, you two, stop arguing." The voice came from an extremely burly man, over 2 meters tall, giving a deep sense of oppression. His cow-like eyes fixed on the last arrival, Hayden, as he said in a deep voice, "Speak up, Hayden, what is the matter?" Hayden nodded and spoke, "Brother Lei Yin, and Mariko and Yaren, I've just accepted a mission today, and I'm hoping you all can join my team." "A mission?" Yaren raised an eyebrow. "What kind of mission needs all 4 of us? And how much are they offering?" "My appearance fee, isn't cheap." Hayden glanced at him and slowly raised 2 fingers. "They're offering 200 million Rio." "Whoa." Yaren's eyes lit up suddenly. "That is quite generous." "What? You don't mean we have to take the head of a daimyo, do you?" Hayden shook his head and said, "No. It's to infiltrate the army of the Land of Flame." The atmosphere immediately fell into an eerie silence. After a long time, Yaren slammed his palm on the table and stood up angrily. "Baka, what bad luck. Don't come to me with this kind of job where there's money but no life to spend it. You're wasting my time." "Yaren, sit down." The tall Lei Yin immediately stopped him. "Hayden isn't the kind of person who lacks judgment. Let us hear what he has to say." Huff. Hayden took a deep breath. "You should know that the army of the Land of Flame is now less than 20 miles outside the city, and they could be at the city gates by tomorrow morning at the latest. So, the city lord found me today and hopes to hire us to take action." Mariko asked suspiciously, "What can we do with just the 4 of us?" "I don't know if you've heard, But the reason the Land of Flame was able to break through Thundercloud City so quickly is because of a terrifying heavy weapon that can easily destroy city defenses. The City Lord wants us to infiltrate the army of the Land of Flame, find this weapon, and figure out a way to destroy it. In one country, not only the ninja villages have ninjas. For example, the famous 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire in later generations. Only Asuma is from Konoha Village, while the others are from different places in the Land of Fire and are not under the jurisdiction of Konoha Village. Similarly, the 4 of them were ninjas from the Land of Lightning, drifting outside of Cloud Hidden Village, usually living by taking various odd jobs. Each of them had decent strength. Otherwise, the Lord of Thunder Rain City would not have sought them out. However, decent strength or not, such a high-risk mission still left them in deep thought. That was a camp of over 100,000 troops, and they had to destroy the other side's main siege weapon. Just thinking about it, one could guess that the area where this thing was stored would definitely be heavily guarded. There was a high possibility that once the 4 of them infiltrated, they would not come out alive. But correspondingly, the reward was also extremely generous. In this era, 200 million Ryo was enough for the 4 of them to live extravagantly for a lifetime. After all, no one wanted to live a life on the edge every day. With this money, they could retire on the spot. As someone who frequently lacked money, Yarn was the first to speak. What do you all think our chances are? Less than 20%. Haydn paused before continuing. This time I'm just informing you of this matter, and I need the money, so I want to give it a try. Whether you go or not is up to you. Mariko and Lei Yin frowned, clearly considering it very tricky. The 4 of them had met during a previous mission, and since they got along well, they had teamed up for several missions afterward, making them close friends. That was why Haydn approached them first this time. But this mission was 100 times more dangerous than any of the previous ones they had undertaken together. I'll go. Yiren made the first statement. Isn't it just the military camp of the Land of Flames? It's not some hellish place. This money, I want it. After a slight hesitation, Lei Yin also nodded. Since they were here, they should at least give it a try. The group turned their attention to the last member, Mali Z, waiting for her response. Sigh. Since you all are going, I'll reluctantly accompany you. Fadian breathed a sigh of relief at this, as having one more person meant one more chance. Since that's the case, let us get ready and act in half an hour. Good. Heavy rain fell incessantly, shrouding the area in mist. The continuous downpour severely affected the army's marching speed, forcing them to temporarily set up camp and wait for the rain to lighten before advancing. Within the Grand Camp, 4 figures suddenly appeared and then vanished into the rain without causing a ripple. Ninjas excel in stealth, but avoiding heavy defenses is not an easy task, especially when trying to find the storage place of the Uchiha cannon in such a large military camp, which makes it even more challenging. Let us check the rear camp. The leader, Fadian, signaled to the 3 behind him and then focused intently, moving stealthily to the blind spots of the patrolling soldiers, heading first towards the rear camp. After bypassing a patrol, the 4 finally reached the rear camp area, where the guards were surprisingly more relaxed compared to the front camp. Yiren surveyed the surroundings and asked suspiciously, "Are we at the wrong place? Why is there no one here?" Fadian furrowed his brow and looked around. According to the intel, this weapon is long and cylindrical. If we really can't find it, we'll have to withdraw immediately. The other 3 had no objections, so they quickly spread out to search, carefully inspecting each tent. Luckily, their luck was good, and soon they made a discovery. Found it. With a swift motion, Lei Yin and Mali Z immediately took positions to watch from the front and back, while Marin quickly approached Fadian and cautiously lifted the tent flap in front of them. Inside the large tent, 3 steel beasts lay quietly in the center, their dark cannon barrels gleaming with a silver metallic sheen, giving off an oppressive sensation from afar. A glimmer of awe flashed in Yiren's eyes as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the weapon described as capable of destroying the heavens and the earth? It does look extraordinary, but isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Forget about that. Let us complete the mission and retreat." Fadian felt something was off. This was clearly a storage location for important resources, so why were the guards weaker instead? But since they had already infiltrated, he couldn't think too much about it. After confirming the surroundings were clear, he stepped into the large tent. "Oh, good afternoon to the 4 of you." A clear, yet indifferent voice suddenly rang out, causing the faces of the 4 to change dramatically. Fadian shivered, instinctively reaching for the tools at his waist, turning to the direction of the voice. Chapter 179. Instant kill. The military flags rustled in the wind and rain, and the heavy downpour hit the command tent, creating a series of crackling sounds. Hong sat in the command tent, looking at the latest intelligence reports on the table, his brow furrowed. 3 days had passed, and there was still no sign of reinforcement from the Land of Thunder in Leifeng City. Strangely, according to the latest news from the moon phase, there was also no trace of them within 50 miles of Leiyun City. They hadn't gone to Leiyun City or Leifeng City, as if the amassed army in Leiguang City was completely indifferent to the battles here. Something strange is afoot. Knowing their essay problem, but being unable to pinpoint it was driving Yenhong mad. He hadn't been able to calm down for days. Are you overthinking it? In the spiritual space, Kuang-ya curled up his massive body, leisurely flicking his tail, and remarked, "You're being paranoid. It's making me irritated. If you're bored, just come out and walk around. I want to stop you." "Do you think I want to?" Kuang-ya replied irritably. "I'm now a wanted snake in the dragon cave. If I'm discovered, it'll be troublesome." Yenhong chuckled and teased. "Weren't you claiming to be the second in the dragon cave? Aren't you afraid of them?" "Of course, I dare to say I'm second in a one-on-one fight, but they don't come at you one at a time." "You seem to have a point." To distract himself from his irritation, Yenhong started chatting aimlessly with Kuang-ya. "I remember you said you fought with the White Snake Sage because you learned a forbidden technique from the Dragon Cave. So what exactly is that technique?" Kuang-ya proudly lifted his head. "That's the pinnacle of Dragon Cave techniques. Even the old lady couldn't fully master it." "Oh." Yenhong raised an eyebrow. "So you've mastered it?" Cough, cough. "Not quite yet." "Huh. Hey, you little rascal." Just as the man and snake were chatting casually, Yenhong suddenly frowned. What's wrong?" "Someone breached the barrier, and it seems they are after the Uchiha cannon." "Well, just in time for some fun," Yenhong said, raising 2 fingers, and the next second he appeared in the heavy rain, looking at the 4 cautious intruders not far away, and cheerfully greeted them. "Oh, good afternoon to you 4. With a loud splash, the atmosphere in the entire rear camp suddenly froze. The already tense bodies of the 4 trembled simultaneously, instinctively drawing their weapons, staring at Yenhong as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yenhong crossed his arms, letting the rain soak his robes. With a teasing look in his eyes, "It's raining so heavily outside. Why not come in and sit down?" Fadian snapped back to reality from his shock. His expression darkened. He never expected their movements would be exposed at the last moment. And when did this guy arrive? Lei Yin and Ma Lizi also slowly moved closer, keeping a wary eye on the suddenly appearing youth, silently asking Fadian whether to fight or retreat. Fadian's ears slightly twitched. He could confirm that there was no army surrounding them, meaning this person had not reported their infiltration. If they recklessly tried to withdraw now, it might attract the army's attention, and if they were surrounded by a large number of troops, they would surely die. Quickly analyzing their current situation in his mind, he nodded slightly. Kill him and silence him. Swish, swish, swish. In the wind and rain, a flurry of blades erupted. Yiren was the first to spring forward, shattering the rain curtain like an arrow released from a bow, thrusting his short blade directly at Yenhong's face. At the same time, a shuriken shot out from Fadian's hand, swiftly blocking Yenhong's escape route. Earth release, ground movement, wind release, chaos. Lei Yin and Ma Lizi simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu, and Yenhong felt his feet sink as if they were completely trapped underground, while the wind and rain around him began to fly chaotically, making it difficult for him to see the situation ahead. In just an instant, the 4 executed a perfect encirclement, their mutual understanding shining through in this moment. Any ninja of the upper ninja rank would have been instantly killed under such a precise combined attack. Unfortunately, they were up against Yenhong. Not caring about losing his line of sight, with a twitch of his ears, Yenhong raised his right hand, accurately catching the flying shuriken, then drawing a bright silver arc in the air, deflecting the incoming short blade from below. Clang! A dazzling spark erupted in the air. The tiger's mouth of Yiren suddenly split open, and the short knife flew out of his hand under an indescribable, terrifying force, flipping over and embedding itself in a nearby pillar. Yiren's eyes widened in shock, realizing he had kicked an iron plate. As he leaned back to retreat, he saw Yenhong's left hand curling like a hook, extending out like and then felt a pressure in his throat as he was forcibly lifted off the ground. Ugh, ugh. Yiren clutched Yenhong's arm tightly, his face turning a shade of liver red, his legs flailing desperately, his mouth wide open, but only managing to emit some meaningless syllables. Yenhong's gaze was cold and indifferent as she looked at the struggling enemy in her hand, as if observing a dying fish. "Do you want to dance too?" "TSK, it really doesn't feel the same without my brother." Yanon muteur de disinterestedly. Yet her body remained motionless, holding Yiren up as he continued to struggle for his life. Meanwhile, Fei Dian and his companions were completely dumbfounded, watching as Yiren was crushed in Yin Hong's grip like an ant, their eyes filled with uncontrollable fear and a deep sense of despair rising within them. How do we fight this? If you don't want to come in and sit, then die. Fire release, burning flame. Boom! A torrent of flames suddenly ignited from Yin Hong's left hand, fearless of the pouring rain, instantly engulfing Yiren's body. As the flames burned, Yiren began to struggle madly, but with his throat being choked by Yin Hong, he couldn't make a sound, only able to twist silently in the searing flames. Gradually, his struggles became weaker until he was completely reduced to ashes. Fire release, burning flame, an A-rank ninjutsu created by Yin Hong. Fire release techniques have often been criticized for not being lethal. It's not that they lack power, but rather that most fire release techniques are launched from the mouth, making them long-range ninjutsu that give enemies time to dodge or respond, resulting in a low hit rate. However, this technique discarded distance, requiring no hand seals, and was released directly from the hand at close range, ensuring it could burn the enemy directly. After all, no matter how powerful a ninjutsu is, if it can't hit, it's pointless. The burning flames also attracted the attention of the surrounding soldiers, and large numbers of troops rushed toward the scene, with countless ninjas speeding in, the sound of rushing wind continuous in the rain, like a locust swarm. Soon, the area was densely packed with no less than several hundred people. Fei Dian looked around at the heavenly net surrounding him, his face turning pale. He could only shout loudly, "Run! Everyone for themselves! Lightning release! 10,000 lightning!" Lei Yin formed hand seals, and instantly countless lightning snakes swirled around, attempting to forcefully clear a path, while Fei Dian and Mariko ran away without looking back. Rushing toward the camp's exit, bang! A sudden loud noise echoed through the heavens and earth. Yin Hong moved like lightning. The gust of wind she created forming a circular void in the rain. At the same time, her cold blade unsheathed from her waist, ignoring the flickering blue lightning, flashing past Lei Yan's incredulous gaze. Swish, blood splattered. Bystanders only felt a blur before witnessing a head soaring into the sky, accompanied by a column of blood. Fei Dian turned back to look, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, but before he could utter a word, the pouring wind and rain were pierced, leaving only a line of black light in front of him. Whoosh! The sound of the blade was like a dragon's roar, suppressing all the surrounding noise. Fei Dian barely raised a kunai to block, but his chest erupted with a mist of blood. The blade's aura condensed into a line, exploding out his back and spreading in the rain, creating a cylindrical water trough. Mariko, the last remaining, felt her mind go blank, knowing it was useless to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, "Spare my life, I am willing to." Swish! A flash of black light in the torrential rain. Before Mariko could finish her sentence, she felt a tightness in her throat, staggering back 2 steps, her charming eyes filled with confusion. Her red lips moved a couple of times, then with a plop, she fell to the ground, splashing a few droplets of water. Whew! The world fell into silence at this moment, with only the continuous sound of wind and rain remaining. Henlebodies. Jan EnhongSteals then leisurely walked towards the command tent. Behind her were looks of admiration and respect. You really don't understand how to cherish beauty, do you? The last woman, from your human perspective, could be considered a beauty, right? Don't you have any other thoughts? Oh, is that so? I killed her too quickly to see her face. Guangjia. Chapter 180. Sudden change. The heavy rain fell all night long, only gradually easing by the next morning. When the rain lightened, it signified that the battle was about to commence. On Thunder Rain City, the atmosphere was tense. Rumors about the Uchiha cannon had long since spread here along with news of the army's defeat, and once rumors begin to circulate, they only grow more sinister. By the time they reached the end, some even said that this weapon could annihilate people without a sound or form, and that even the sturdiest walls crumbled like paper before it, shattering upon contact. This made the soldiers guarding the city feel as if they were on the execution ground, trembling and unsure of what to do. Everyone, don't panic. A supervising officer stood on the city wall, facing the clearly terrified soldiers below, and shouted loudly, "What you've heard over the past few days is all rumor. There is nothing so terrifying in this world. The reason Thunder Rain City was breached by the enemy is that we fell into their trap and were caught off guard without preparation. But we are different. We have made all the necessary preparations and will definitely keep the enemy out of the city. Moreover, the higher-ups are already aware of the situation here and have sent reinforcements, so we cannot be frightened by those rumors. We are soldiers of the Land of Lightning." The strongest army in this world. With the supervising officer's rallying speech, the morale of the troops was finally lifted again. The fear on the soldiers' faces gradually dissipated, and upon reflection, they realized it was all hearsay, likely exaggerated, and they might just be scaring themselves. Seeing his speech had some effect. The supervising officer felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to continue to rally the soldiers' emotions, he suddenly noticed the soldiers in front of him all showing expressions of terror, trembling as they looked behind him. The supervising officer was taken aback and furrowed his brow, turning to look behind him, and what met his eyes was a purple light that seemed to ignite the entire world. Swish, like a rolling knife cutting through tofu, there was no earth-shattering sound, and a large group of people cleanly and neatly disappeared from this world. After a moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from a great distance. Boom! The explosion awakened the dazed soldiers, who looked at the still-smoking circular gap in the city wall and the vanished comrades. No matter how passionate they were at this moment, they all calmed down, giving way to a deep-seated fear. Scatter! Don't stand together. Get away from me. Run. 5 miles away, beside the glowing red Uchiha cannon, a ninja dressed as a jounin put down his telescope, somewhat irritated, and scolded. I set a shift a little more to the right. It was off by so much and only killed a few minions. Such a waste. The subordinate responsible for firing the cannon looked somewhat embarrassed and quietly defended himself. We were too far away. How could we hit every time? We don't have the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Hey, you dare to retort. All right. Enhong waved her hand to interrupt the jounin's scolding. The accuracy of the Uchiha cannon is indeed an issue. When we go back, let's see if we can get Shinta and the others to install a scope. But the position of the city gate is so obvious, it shouldn't miss, right? Another Uchiha cannon operator patted his chest and said, Hee, Lord Enhong, don't worry. If I miss the shot, just stuff me into the cannon and fire me out. He chuckled, so fire away. Whoosh, boom. As the defenses of Thunder Rain City were completely torn apart, the army of the Land of Flame began its final charge. With light rain falling and killing intense soaring. Faced with the imposing army of the Land of Flame, the already frightened defending soldiers were unable to mount an effective defense. In just one encounter, they were beaten into a complete rout. When the Lord of Thunder Rain City saw that the city was about to fall, he actually chose to abandon the city and flee, taking all his life savings and his sister-in-law with him. The army of the Land of Thunder, already on the brink of collapse, lost all will to resist the moment they saw their lord run away, instantly crumbling into chaos. Under the one-sided slaughter, the Land of Flame took over the city without much effort, leaving a portion of people to handle the aftermath while the rest systematically began to take over everything in the city. Because Enhong had issued an order not to disturb ordinary citizens, the populace did not resist the soldiers of the Land of Flame, and everything proceeded smoothly. Under the broken city tower, a squad of soldiers from the Land of Flame covered their mouths and noses with cloth as they dragged the dead bodies into a large pit that had been dug in advance. After all, if these corpses were not handled uniformly, it could very well lead to some infectious plague. This is so refreshing. I've never fought such an easy battle before. One soldier said as he dragged a corpse, chatting casually with his comrade beside him. I was worried that Lord Enhong, being a ninja, wouldn't be good at fighting. But I guess I underestimated him. Yeah, his companion agreed. I didn't expect ninjas to be not only powerful, but also able to create such terrifying weapons. Hey, did you see the expressions on the enemies' faces? They were all scared like little chicks. I feel like if this continues, we might really be able to conquer the Land of Thunder. What do you mean, might? We definitely can. Hee, true. The soldiers chuckled in agreement. But then one soldier suddenly noticed a figure approaching from a distance. The figure was moving slowly, but from the height of the jumps while running, it was clear that the person was a ninja. Hey, who are you? Stop right there. The soldier shouted in panic. And the shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone around, who gathered over in a defensive manner. Although it was just one person coming, if it came to a fight, a single ninja could easily slaughter all these ordinary people. However, as the distance closed, they felt something was off. The figure was staggering and seemed to be injured. Thud! The figure could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground in front of them, gasping heavily, the sound like a deflating drum, his body heaving up and down with each breath. Quick, go call Enhong. When Enhong received the news and rushed to the city gate, he was immediately struck by the scene before him. His expression darkened, and he waved to the medical ninjas who had come with him to implement emergency aid immediately. Mitsuki Hayori was drenched in sweat, having run nonstop for a day and a night. His body trembled slightly from the intense exercise, his face was covered in blood. making it hard to recognize his original appearance. His chest was caved in, clearly indicating serious injury, and he had reached the point of exhaustion. Huff, huff. Mitsuki Hayori's gaze began to dull, unable to see the scene in front of him. Upon sensing a powerful chakra approaching, he immediately relaxed and fell into unconsciousness. Before passing out, he managed to utter one sentence. Thundercloud City has been breached. Chapter 181. Turbulent Undercurrents. Time rewinds to a week ago. In the military conference hall of Thunderlight City, faced with the sudden appearance of a stranger, the second Raikage's body instantly crackled with glaring lightning, his muscles tensed, ready to unleash a lightning strike. Don't get excited, son of the Raikage. A sinister voice came from under the wide hood, making everyone frown involuntarily. I am not your enemy. On the contrary, we have a common foe, the Uchiha clan. Crash! A sudden loud noise erupted in the hall. Kinkouhou and other high-ranking officials of Thunderlight City were startled, only to see the second Raikage suddenly leap up, transforming into a blinding bolt of lightning, crashing through all the tables and chairs, and instantly arriving in front of the cloaked figure. Stop playing tricks. Let's take him down first. The strike was incredibly fast. Many people hadn't even reacted before the second Raikage collided with the black-clad figure. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, countless stones and dust flew, and a deep pit was formed in the ground. But besides the second Raikage, there was no sign of the black-clad figure. The second Raikage looked back. Not far behind him, the black-clad figure slowly emerged from the ground, teasingly saying, I told you not to get excited. It's a pity to break all these tables and chairs. He had used the earth-style ninjutsu to evade at that moment, but the second Raikage sneered, Humph. Let's see how many times you can hide. Cough, cough, wait. Just as the second Raikage was about to strike again, Kinkouhou intervened, suggesting they first hear what he has to say. Although the second Raikage still wore a look of disdain, he paused, reminding, Aren't you afraid he's a spy sent by the Land of Flame? Kinkouhou pondered for a moment and shook his head. The Land of Flame has already breached Thundercloud City. Thunderlight City no longer holds much significance for them, so they probably won't scheme against us. Let's hear what he wants to say. As Kinkouhou was in charge, the second Raikage snorted and finally extinguished the lightning armor surrounding him. Seeing the second Raikage stop, the black-clad figure let out a sigh of relief. Aside from having decent escape abilities, he had almost no means of attack. If the second Raikage truly wanted to capture him, he would have had to flee in disgrace. That's right, this mysterious black-clad figure was Kuroju. Fortunately, he had gambled correctly. Kinkouhou bore the main responsibility for the breach of Thundercloud City. If he were to be punished, he might even lose his head. Kuroju's appearance at this time was a gamble that Kinkouhou, wanting to redeem himself, would not easily give up this opportunity that had come to him. What he needed to do next was to convince Kinkouhou as much as possible. General, you are indeed a wise man. Kinkouhou waved his hand, signaling him to get to the point. Cut the extra talk. Tell me who you are and what you want with us. Kuroju didn't mind and cheerfully said, I cannot disclose my name, but the Land of Flame or the Uchiha clan is also my enemy. However, with my own strength, I am completely unable to take revenge on them. Therefore, I have come to seek cooperation with you. What makes a secretive character like you worthy of our trust? Kuroju glanced at the second Raikage, but I can help you solve your current predicament. Kinkouhou tapped the table with his fingers and responded, Go on. Kuroju, full of confidence, said, Now that the Land of Flame has breached Thundercloud City, to be honest, the next few cities won't be able to stop their advance. The only chance to halt them might be the ninjas from the hidden cloud village here. Upon hearing this, the second Raikage's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Kuroju continued. The Land of Flame has naturally thought of this, so they sent Uchiha Izuna ahead to Thunderwind City. He has already taken that city and cut off your supply route in advance. So now you have two options. Either take a detour to Thundercloud City, but you won't make it in time. By the time you arrive there, the Flame Nation will likely have almost reached Thunder City, where you can break through Thunderwind City. But you must be well aware of Uchiha Izuna's strength, and defeating him won't be an easy task. The second Raikage argued, He's just an Uchiha Izuna. I can handle him alone. All right, even if you manage to defeat him in the end, the supporting team will suffer serious setbacks. How will you deal with the army of the Flame Nation then? The second Raikage fell silent, rebutting, The claim that Uchiha Izuna has taken Thunderwind City is just your word. We haven't received any related news. It could also be that you. Kinkouhou raised his hand slightly to stop the second Raikage's words. Since the other party dared to come, this news was likely true. So what do you suggest we do? Black Zetsu said, I have a way to get you to Thundercloud City quickly and without being detected. How fast? In less than an hour. How is that possible? Everyone present was astonished. Even the usually proud second Raikage showed a momentary look of shock and couldn't help but ask, "How can you prove that?" He just watch. With the words falling, a completely white humanoid creature suddenly emerged from beside Black Zetsu. Before anyone could ask, Black Zetsu took the initiative to introduce it. This is White Zetsu. Although it has no combat power, it can attach itself to a human and then move quickly underground. Unless a strong person specifically senses below the surface, it won't be easily detected. He wasn't very knowledgeable about ninjas, so he turned to look at the second Raikage. The second Raikage approached White Zetsu and reached out to sense it, discovering that this unknown creature contained a significant amount of chakra, even more than an average ninja. "How can I trust that this isn't your trap?" Black Zetsu said nonchalantly. "If you don't believe it, you can find someone to test it. Just in time to see if the news about Thunderwind City is true or not." However, there aren't many White Zetsus, only a little over 100, and it will take about 3 days to transport all 5,000 ninjas from your hidden cloud village to Thundercloud City. "Only 5,000? Isn't that a bit too few?" A strategist beside him inquired. "And since you can take people to Thundercloud City, why not go directly to Thunder Rain City? Does the land of lightning raise idiots?" Black Zetsu cursed inwardly, but patiently explained on the surface. "Before long, Uchiha Enjo will lead his army deeper into the land of lightning. So the garrison left in Thundercloud City won't be many. 5,000 ninjas from the hidden cloud village are enough to break the city. Moreover, if you go directly to Thunder Rain City, not to mention it's difficult to fend off the hundreds of thousands of troops from the Flame Nation. Even if you manage to hold them off, it would only slow their attack rhythm. They can still retreat to Thundercloud City and look for another opportunity. Capturing Thundercloud City first would effectively cut off their retreat and allow you to ambush their army from behind. At that time, Uchiha Izuna will surely return to support, and then you can send the remaining army through Thunderwind City to encircle them, forming a 3-pronged attack to completely eliminate them in the heart of the land of lightning." Kiwu's eyes lit up more and more, and he couldn't help but shout, "All right, let's do it this way." The plan was intricately linked, and even the second Raikage couldn't find any flaws after hearing it. He remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Black Zetsu's strategy. Kiwu's suppressed emotions were finally released, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to recruit. "I wonder if you would be willing to be my advisor?" "Sorry, my goal is just to take revenge on the Uchiha clan. I'm not interested in being an advisor." "That's too bad." Black Zetsu sneered inwardly, thinking if luck was on his side and he could kill Uchiha Izuna or Uchiha Enjo in this ambush, he would have the opportunity to lure Uchiha Madara, who lost his beloved brother, to start the Moon Eye plan. Then Mom could. I hope the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village aren't useless. Amidst the flames of war, dark currents surged. Chapter 182. Blue Demon Fire about 10 miles outside Thundercloud City, in an inconspicuous grove under a dirt slope. Numerous white spores emerged from the soil. After crawling out of the mud, they revealed the figures of the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village as they shed White Zetsu. The second Raikage brushed off the dirt from his body and casually asked, "How is it? Were we discovered?" "There were a few waves of scouts, but they definitely didn't find us." "Well done." Because they were transported in batches, the first arrivals had to conceal their whereabouts until everyone was gathered. Fortunately, they were all ninjas, and hiding was just basic training, so they wouldn't be easily detected. Gulu. Beside him, Black Zetsu slowly emerged halfway, sinisterly saying, "Everyone has been delivered. Now it's up to you. No need for you to say." Although Black Zetsu played a crucial role in this operation, the second Raikage inexplicably found him displeasing, always feeling he was a cunning and treacherous person, unworthy of associating with. Black Zetsu didn't care. As long as he achieved his goals, he was indifferent to the process. Then I wish you good luck. After Black Zetsu once again sank underground and left, the second Raikage suddenly waved his hand, set off. Yes. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures surged out, racing towards Thundercloud City. On the other side, atop Thundercloud City, Mitsuki Naitoda was patrolling as usual. Although he didn't believe enemies would come knocking, he would still fulfill his duty of guarding the city. Lord Naitoda. Good morning. Morning. While greeting the soldiers guarding the city, Mitsuki Naitoda was calculating the time in his heart. Our army should be nearing Thunder Rain City by now. This small city could be taken in a day at most, so if that's the case, I should be able to return to the team in a few days. After inspecting and finding no abnormalities, Mitsuki Naitoda leaned his hands on the battlements, boredly watching the clouds in the sky. Once this war is over, I should find a partner. Otherwise, the old man will urge me again. I heard the girls from the Uchiha clan are quite cute. I wonder if I can find a suitable one. Maybe my kids can even awaken the Sharingan in the future. But it seems like the Uchiha clan has to take in their son-in-law, so my kids would have to carry the Uchiha surname. That's fine. It's not embarrassing to say. Mitsuki Naitoto was daydreaming alone, fantasizing about his bright future, even thinking of names for his children, when he suddenly felt something was off. At the edge of his vision, countless dense black dots suddenly appeared, like jumping black pearls, rapidly approaching this way. What is this? Ninjas. It's the Hidden Cloud Village. Enemy attack. Woo. The piercing sound of a horn echoed through the sky, marking the beginning of this surprise attack. TCH. They reacted quite quickly. The second Raikage watched the swirling figures on the city wall and knew he had already attracted the attention of those inside. But his speed did not slow down at all. There were only about 10,000 guards inside the city. With a single push, they could scatter them. Yes. Were they really predicted by Enjo? But how could they have arrived here so quickly? Mitsuki Naitoto's face showed shock, but he wasn't panicked. Seeing the enemy charging with full force, he waved his hand decisively. Activate the barrier. Swish. The translucent barrier resembled an inverted glass bowl, firmly enveloping the entire city. At the same time, a large number of archers climbed to the city walls, pointing their arrows towards the outside. The strength of the barrier of Thundercloud City was not particularly high. The left-wing troops, break it open. Understood. Hundreds of ninjas from the left wing simultaneously formed hand seals, and a massive amount of chakra surged into the sky. Lightning release. Thousand thunder. Hundreds of ninjas released their jutsu at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. Dense bolts of lightning resembling the arrival of a thunder god. Countless lightning snakes rapidly converging to form a heavenly punishment thunder pool, carrying a vast power that made one's scalp tingle, crashing from the bottom up onto the barrier. Boom! The barrier was instantly covered in lightning. Like a spider web draped over the semicircular barrier, crackling sounds merging into one, and dazzling blue light illuminated the entire city. However, as the thunder gradually dissipated, the barrier above Thundercloud City remained intact. What? How was this possible? The second Raikage stared up in shock, incredulously asking how the protective barrier of Thundercloud City had become so strong. The subordinates beside him were equally stunned, having prepared to break the barrier and unleash a massacre. But after a round of operations, the barrier was completely unharmed, leaving them unsure whether to retreat or continue charging. But the defending troops on the city would naturally not give them a moment's respite. With a command, the sky suddenly darkened for a moment, followed by a rain of arrows pouring down. For an archer to shoot down a ninja head-on was nearly impossible, but a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. Thousands of arrows shot simultaneously, causing even the second Raikage to flinch. Swish, 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 ta. In an instant, blood splattered, and screams erupted. Strong ninjas could withstand it with their powerful chakra, suffering only minor injuries, but among thousands, there were bound to be inexperienced rookies. Facing the all-encompassing barrage, just one wave took down hundreds of them. TSK, quite tenacious, huh? The second Raikage watched the chaotic crowd below leisurely and issued another command. Continue shooting. I don't believe they can hold on. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of arrows arrived in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, another 100 people perished. The second Raikage, clad in lightning armor, had the arrows bounce off him, surveying the seemingly impregnable barrier on the city wall with a very grim expression. Damn it. I understand now. The Uchiha clan attacked the land of Whirlpool before. This is the Vortex clan's barrier technique. No wonder it's so formidable. As the third wave of arrow rain was about to shoot out, a small area of panic emerged among the people below. The barrier couldn't be broken, and retreating would mean standing here as live targets, right? In that case. The second Raikage raised his hand sharply. Everyone retreat. Swish, swish, swish. The Hidden Cloud ninjas began to retreat, yet the second Raikage remained standing in place. Huh? What does he want to do? The expression of the Sun Day looked serious, and a very bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Boom! In the next second, the aura on the second Raikage surged at a visible speed. A chilling blue demon fire surged into the sky, spreading outward like a prairie fire. Oof. This move was originally intended for that person, but it's fine. Let you see the humiliation I've suffered this past year. Crash! Demon fire surged. The Sunday's pupils gradually widened, looking up at the shadow, gradually enveloping him, suddenly pale. This is bad. Chapter 183. Two tails again roaming roar. Under the sky, a roar similar to that of a tiger or cat resonated throughout the battlefield, causing countless people to tremble in fear. The Sunday's face turned pale, his eyes filled with lingering terror. Hey, what kind of joke is this? There's actually a tailed beast. This was a two-tailed cat demon engulfed in blue chakra flames, its massive body covered in black patterns. With one yellow and one green, eye coldly gazing down at the defending troops on the city wall, as if looking down on a group of insignificant ants. Tailed beasts have been disasters since ancient times, feared for their terrifying destructive power. Some fear them, while others covet them. The Hidden Cloud Village had been eyeing the power of the tailed beasts since its establishment and had already begun researching the operability of Jinchuriki. At that time, their target was actually the nine tails within the borders of the Land of Lightning, but before they could organize a team to attempt to capture it. The Hidden Flame Village had already beaten them to it and taken the nine tails away. Fortunately, the research on Jinchuriki did not stop. After the Six Shadows Conference allocated the two tails, they immediately launched the Jinchuriki cultivation plan. To become a Jinchuriki, one must have immense chakra and extraordinary willpower, and coincidentally, the second Raikage possessed both of these traits. With a strong belief in wanting to redeem himself, he managed to master the power of the tailed beast in a very short time. Of course, since he had not yet fully communicated with the two tails. The second Raikage was not yet a perfect Jinchuriki. He could only temporarily borrow the power of the tailed beast to enter the complete tailed beast mode. But if too much time passed, he could very well be overtaken by the tailed beast's will, leading to a rampage, somewhat similar to the original empty wooden man. But that was enough. Swish, the two tails opened its massive mouth, red and blue chakra rapidly coalescing to form a black chakra ball. In an instant, an invisible force tore through everything around. Even the yellow sand on the ground shifted towards the core of the ball. The Sunday felt the terrifying pressure that could shake mountains and topple cities. His face changed, knowing that the barrier could not withstand this blow, hurriedly warning. Everyone be careful. Bomb-tailed beast bomb. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village below only saw the black-tailed beast bomb falling from the sky, like a meteor crashing down onto the barrier. Boom! The barrier immediately rippled, creaking under the pressure of the terrifying chakra, and then began to develop numerous cracks. While the tailed beast bomb erupted with blinding brilliance at that moment. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose above Thundercloud City, and the raging aftershocks even toppled countless hidden cloud ninjas below. From above, the entire city wall exploded in an instant, and the next moment, it was buried under the rising dust, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Inside and outside Thundercloud City, there was almost complete silence. Many people's heads were still buzzing. But upon seeing the city wall that had almost collapsed halfway, they couldn't help but erupt into enthusiastic cheers. So powerful. The boss is mighty. Ha! Let them taste the power of the tailed beast. Did you see that? This is the strength of our Hidden Cloud Village ninjas. Ahead, the two tails stood proudly, its face displaying a human-like arrogance. The disparity from the six villages' grand competition and the repression it had felt during this time had finally received some relief. This is just the beginning. The two tails waved its two massive tails like dragons in the air, its gaze crossing miles, looking towards the direction of Thundercloud City. Uchiha Enko, next it's your turn. Whoosh! Just as the second Raikage was still lamenting, a sharp scream suddenly echoed from the half-collapsed city wall. The Hidden Cloud ninjas who were about to go up to clean up the aftermath saw a purple beam of light appear amidst the swirling dust. The light beam pierced through the boundless flying dust, creating a circular vortex, and in an instant, it crossed a distance of 100 meters, shooting directly in front of the two tails. Although the chakra cannon was not a true laser in the literal sense, its speed was close to that of light. At such a close distance, even Hashirama would not dare to say he could dodge it. The light beam struck the two tails' chest, not exploding immediately, but directly lifting the massive tailed beast into the air, flipping it over and sending it flying for hundreds of meters, until it drew a diagonal line in the air and crashed into the ground far away. Boom! Finally, the dragon vein chakra exploded with a thunderous roar, instantly erupting into a massive cloud of flames. The two tails at the center of the explosion was directly engulfed by the fire. The situation reversed in an instant, leaving most people stunned, their expressions shifting from excitement to bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Hoo! Yuzuki Hiten gasped for breath, standing before a Uchiha cannon that was glowing red. Looking at the distant land still billowing with thick smoke, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Do we take it down? But soon, that glimmer of hope turned into despair again. Crash! A figure emerged from the thick black smoke and strode towards the city wall. His once tied-back black hair was now completely disheveled, and his clothes were burned away, revealing bronze skin marked with many charred scars and blood clots. The confident demeanor he had at the beginning was completely gone, and his breathing was somewhat ragged. If it weren't for the tailed beast form absorbing most of the damage, that last hit would have left him severely injured, if not dead. No wonder Raikage City fell so quickly. With this weapon, there might not be a city in the world that can withstand it. If you can come at me again, I'll consider myself unlucky. If not, then it's my turn. As the words fell, the second Raikage stomped the ground, violently accelerating in place. His body was enveloped in lightning, and from a distance, he looked like a fierce tiger rushing through the forest, charging towards Uzuki Hiten on the city. Uzuki Hiten's expression changed, but his reaction was quick, almost simultaneously. He drew the sword at his waist. As the leader of the Uzuki clan, Uzuki Hiten's swordsmanship was naturally exceptional. He thrust out his sword, and the ethereal sound of the blade rang out, enveloping the speeding second Raikage with dazzling sword light. Oof! The second Raikage scoffed disdainfully, allowing the sword light to pierce his lightning armor. It merely penetrated an inch before being completely blocked by the armor, while the second Raikage took the opportunity to throw a punch directly at Uzuki Hiten's chest, seeing that he couldn't break through the defense. Uzuki Hiten quickly withdrew his sword to defend, holding it horizontally in front of him. The second Raikage's fist struck like a heavy cannon, slamming into the sword's spine. Uzuki Hiten twisted the sword's body to try to dissipate the force, but as soon as he moved his wrist, several bolts of lightning spread from the long sword to his body. As the lightning surged, his body stiffened suddenly, and his movements froze for a moment. Bang! The long sword was violently forced back against his chest, and both the thunder and force crashed down on Uzuki Hiten. Uzuki Hiten's face instantly flushed red, his chest visibly caving in, and he, along with the sword, was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. Kill! Seeing their leader had secured the city wall, the remaining ninjas of Yunin Village immediately charged forward, surging onto the city wall like a tidal wave, engaging the remaining defending forces in battle. Although the defenders had a numerical advantage, their combat power was significantly inferior to that of the ninjas, and they began to collapse entirely after just one exchange. The second Raikage saw that his men were fine below and pressed forward again, aiming to take down the leader first. However, just as he charged halfway, a dull sound of wind broke through his ears, and a glance out of the corner of his eye revealed a shadow barreling towards him in a mountain-leaning posture. Bang! The two collided mid-air, instantly creating a shockwave, and then they shot off in opposite directions. Crash! The second Raikage firmly planted his feet on the ground, stabilizing himself, and looked at the unexpected guest before him with a hint of interest. The Takaguri clan. Huh? This could be interesting. I'll crush you. Chapter 184. The last bloom of the bone flower in the ruins, smoke billowed like dust. The second Raikage stood tall on the ground, lightning flickering around him, his eyes cold. He had heard about the Takaguri clan long ago, a family born for battle. If he wasn't mistaken, you must be the current leader of the Takaguri clan, Takuma, right? Not far away. Takuma's face was pale with an unhealthy hue, yet his demeanor was quite excited. Facing the overwhelming power radiating from the second Raikage, he showed no signs of fear. It's me, what do you want? I'm somewhat interested in your clan. You're not my opponent, but I can give you a chance. Bring your clan to join Yunin Village, and I'll spare your life. Swish! In response, a bone spike shot towards him, stopped just a few centimeters from his face as the second Raikage raised his hand. What a pity. If you want to fight, just fight. Don't waste words. Heh. The second Raikage tossed aside the bone spike, leaning forward and taking large strides. Thud, thud, thud. His steps quickened, gradually transforming into a raging thunder. At a distance of over 50 meters, he stomped down hard, launching himself into the air, fists raised in a powerful stance as he hammered down. Huh! His roar was like thunder from a clear sky, and all that could be seen was a flash of lightning as his fists reached above Takuma's head. Takuma couldn't keep up with the second Raikage's speed, but he always fought straightforwardly, using brute force whenever possible. His right hand clenched into a fist, several bone spikes protruding from the back of his fist, and he too punched out. Boom! The two fists collided. Although Takuma had a natural advantage in close combat, the disparity in raw strength was too great. They only held for a moment before the descending fist still smashed onto Takuma's shoulder. Boom! The ground beneath them instantly caved in, and Takuma's expression stiffened as if a mountain pressed down on him. His legs weakened, and he was forced to kneel. The second Raikage pinned Takuma down with one fist, pressing firmly on his shoulder to prevent him from rising. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. I'll give you another chance to live. Will you submit? Takuma, pressed to the ground, had his already pale face turn red from the pressure, yet he maintained a defiant expression, his lips moving slightly to spit out two words. Just this? Then you can die. As the words fell, the second Raikage kicked out, his speed like lightning, striking Takuma's chest with a muffled thud. The second Raikage had intended to shatter Takuma's chest directly, but he didn't expect his bone density to be extraordinarily high. Even with all his strength, he couldn't break Takuma's bones, and instead, he felt a numbing sensation in his toes from the recoil. Bang! The terrifying force exploded at the chest, ripping apart Takuma's clothes and leaving a bruise on his chest. Takuma grunted, but as if he felt no pain at all. He suddenly opened his arms and seized the second Raikage's leg, twisting it with all his might. The second Raikage frowned. Although his lightning armor protected him, his leg wouldn't be easily broken, but being subjected to such violent treatment was definitely uncomfortable. He raised his fist, intending to smash Takuma's head directly. Swish! At that moment, a light and agile sword sound rang out in the air. Uzuki Hiten did not choose to watch from the sidelines. Instead, he was waiting for the best opportunity. He knew his attacks were unlikely to break through defenses, so this sword strike concentrated most of his chakra and was the strongest sword he had ever wielded. Moonshadow Swelt Technique. Break the heavens. The pale sword aura condensed into a beam, although it didn't have the terrifying momentum of his father's. The power contained still made the second Raikage's eyes narrow. With his legs held by Takuma, unable to move, the second Raikage unhesitatingly raised his hand to grasp the incoming long sword. Swish! The 3-foot-long sword suddenly halted, but the sword aura showed no sign of stopping, continuing to pierce towards his face. Crack! The sword aura cut through the lightning armor's defense, and at the last moment, the second Raikage abruptly turned his head, the sword aura grazing his cheek and leaving a deep gash. On the day of Uzuki, Tion swiftly turned the sword handle, attempting to crush the palm of the second-generation Raikage, while below, Takuma suddenly exerted force, desperately trying to lift the second-generation Raikage's legs. Their sudden explosion was an attack that caught him off guard, but as the future Raikage, the second-generation Raikage's reflexes and physique far exceeded theirs. He forcefully swung the long sword, taking Uzuki Tion along with it, and hurled them both towards Takuma below. By the time Uzuki Tion realized something was wrong and wanted to abandon the sword, it was too late. He crashed into Takuma, and both of them flew backward, landing in the ruins. Takuma struggled to get up from the ground, but before he could steady himself, a large amount of fresh blood suddenly gushed from his mouth, dripping down the corner and pooling on the ground, his aura also becoming a bit wilted. How did you get out? Enhong asked me to keep an eye on you. Uzuki Tion propped himself up with the sword, forcing himself to stand. His head buzzed from the heavy blow, knowing that it would be difficult for him to survive today, and he didn't mind chatting a bit with Takuma, whom he wasn't very familiar with before dying. You go. Find a boss. Huh? What did you say? Uzuki Tion was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Cough, cough. Takuma wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly straightening his body. You go. Tell the boss my clan will be entrusted to him, and thank him for me. You. Uzuki Tion pouted, momentarily unable to speak. Opposite him, the second-generation Raikage touched the wound on his face, his tone dripping with undisguised killing intent. Humph, do you think I would let you leave alive? Hee hee, you are indeed somewhat capable, but you are not worthy of being my boss. Takuma scoffed, taking out a box from his pocket and opening it to reveal a blue pill. This is... Uzuki Tion's eyes widened in recognition. He immediately recognized the pill. After the Yin village occupied the territory of the Land of Waterfalls, the hero's water naturally fell into their hands, and after the modification by the Clan of Medicine, this hero's pill was developed. The hero's pill no longer consumes the user's lifespan. Instead, it forcibly burns the user's chakra to exchange for a short burst of power. After the effect wears off, the user will directly fall unconscious, resembling a castrated version of the 8 gates of opening. But on the battlefield, taking this pill is essentially a form of suicide. The second-generation Raikage coldly said, struggling to the death, do you think taking a pill can change the outcome of death? Ridiculous. Takuma held the pill without any hesitation and swallowed it whole. Who? Just moments after taking the pill, Takuma's breathing became heavy, his complexion rapidly turning red, veins bulging on his forehead, and his aura began to rise sharply, with the rubble beneath his feet moving as if blown by an invisible wind, creating rings of shockwaves. Boom! In the next second, the second-generation Raikage suddenly erupted, his muscles bulging, his right fist raised and pulled back, delivering a powerful punch. As the punch was thrown, the rubble on the ground was instantly scattered by the wind generated, leaving a deep groove. But what he didn't expect was that Takuma had no intention of dodging. He charged directly forward, attempting to clash with him head-on, seeking death. Boom! The full-force punch slammed into Takuma's chest. Even though his bones were as hard as iron, the punch still left an imprint on his chest, producing a deafening thud. Takuma fell into a complete frenzy after taking a punch. He suddenly pressed his head against the second-generation Raikage's arm, wrapping his arms around his waist, emitting a beast-like low growl as he pushed forward recklessly. Crash! The second-generation Raikage body could withstand the impact, but the rubble beneath him prevented him from gaining traction, and he was pushed rapidly backward like a wild bull until his back crashed against the city wall. Takuma's eyes turned crimson. Countless bone spikes erupted from his body, drilling inch by inch into the Raijin armor. Once pierced through the armor, he would definitely turn the second-generation Raikage into a hedgehog. The second-generation Raikage realized something was wrong and bent his right arm downward to elbow strike, each blow hitting solidly against Takuma's back. Even if he couldn't crush his bones, he could directly shatter his internal organs. Let go of me. Boom, boom, boom. After just a few strikes, Takuma's 7 orifices bled profusely, blood flowing like a river, yet he still held him tightly against the wall. Go! Takuma's blood-curdling roar startled Yuzuki Tian awake from his daze. He gritted his teeth and took one last look at Takuma before quickly fleeing outward. The surrounding cloud-hidden village ninjas wanted to intervene, but AJ Nin-level ninja's desperate breakout was already difficult to stop, and with a group of guard assisting, they could only watch him break free from encirclement. On the other side, the two continued to grapple. Several bone spikes had even touched the second-generation Raikage skin, drawing out streaks of blood. And Takuma's back had long been smashed to bits, his willpower reaching its limit, and his body severely overdrawn, gradually starting to weaken. Die for me. The second-generation Raikage seized the opportunity, suddenly performing a knee strike into Takuma's chest, delivering a force comparable to a dragon constrictor that directly shook Takuma's organs out of place, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood foam. And his hands lost strength and went limp. Boom! Finally, another punch struck Takuma's face. Bloodied, Takuma's half-face caved inward, as if struck by an iron hammer, and he was sent flying to the ground, creating a long groove in the ruins until he crashed into a nearby Uchiha cannon, seemingly turned into a pile of mush. Hoo-hoo! The second-generation Raikage stood in place, panting heavily. He initially thought that reclaiming a thundercloud city would not take much effort, but after a battle, although he had not suffered serious injuries, he was covered in wounds, and his face was disfigured, making him look extremely battered. At this point in the fight, the battlefield situation had completely stabilized. The Land of Fire was not a match for the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village, and with the main commander having fled, they immediately gave up resistance. Some ran while others surrendered, leaving only the cleanup of the battlefield. Sir, are you all right? As the storm gradually calmed, several trusted ninjas gathered around the second-generation Raikage, who waved his hand and said softly, I'm fine. Have someone clean up the battlefield, and also recover that weapon to see if we can research a replica or find a countermeasure. At this point, the second-generation Raikage glanced at Takuma's body lying on the ground, fell silent for a moment, then said, bury this guy. Somewhere. Understood. The pain in his body seemed to gradually fade away, as Takuma felt as if he had entered a world filled with pure white. Scenes from the past flickered in front of him like a film, and in a daze, it seemed like everything had happened yesterday. To be honest, there were very few moments in Takuma's life worth remembering. Since becoming the leader of the Takagari clan, he had led his clan members into battles without any purpose, simply to satisfy the bloodthirsty and warlike instincts of his body. At that time, almost every family hated their clan, viewing them as a tumor. Of course, Takuma didn't care about the opinions of outsiders. Whether he gained recognition from others meant nothing to him. Until that day, he met the only person who accepted them, who later became the leader of their clan. Takuma knew he wasn't very intelligent, but he wasn't completely foolish either. He understood that Yenhong initially only viewed them as a tool in his hands, but Takuma didn't mind. Killing was still killing. At least they had found a sense of belonging, no longer drifting in this world as wandering souls, even if it was as a tool for murder. However, the reality was somewhat different from what he had imagined. After truly joining the Hidden Flame Village, they were not summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. Instead, they were treated similarly to other families. At that moment, he also understood that they were not simply being used as tools, but were regarded as human beings. Yes, regarded as a person. This feeling seemed quite good. Hey, come help out, this guy is really heavy. A young man shouted to his companion. Wait a minute, let's get this thing called Uchiha cannon down first. Ouch, why is this thing so hot? It won't explode, will it? Everyone, be careful. These guys, really. Seeing no one come to help him, the young man had no choice but to continue moving the corpses alone. Just as he lowered his head, he saw the corpse beneath him suddenly open its eyes. Hiss, not good. This guy isn't fully dead. Before he could finish the word dead, a bone spike had already pierced through his throat, emerging from the back of his neck. What's going on? The sudden noise caught the attention of the others. Turning around, they saw a monster with disheveled hair, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, and half of its face caved in, standing before them like a ghost from the depths of hell. What kind of monster is this? Don't be afraid. He is almost dead. We have so many people. What are we afraid of? He. Bamboo Hemp let out a sinister laugh, struggling to pull a bone out from his palm, bending over and stumbling towards them. Swish, those left behind to clean up the battlefield were basically the weakest lackeys. Seeing such a horrifying scene, they couldn't muster the courage to fight. Bamboo Hemp dragged his broken body through them, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. When the second Raikage and other high-ranking members heard the commotion and rushed over, they saw several corpses sprawled on the ground, while Bamboo Hemp was weakly lying on the Uchiha cannon, which was still not completely cooled down, now covered in purple patterns. Not good. Retreat. With just one glance. The second Raikage felt a deep pang of dread in his heart, and, without any hesitation, began to retreat. The Uchiha cannon, if used twice in a short period, would explode. Watching the people from the hidden cloud village flee in panic, Bamboo Hemp felt as if he had returned to that night. With Yenhong's passionate declaration ringing in his ears and the imposing black Susanoo before him. Boss, thank you. Boom! On the ruined battlefield. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, a dazzling purple fireball engulfing the ground, incinerating those who were slow to escape in an instant. The flames soared into the sky, resembling a brilliant purple flower. Description: an unexpected rebirth brings Tianfeng to the era of the Hokage and the Warring States, becoming the brother of Madara and Izuna, and from then on, he rises to fame in the ninja world under the name of Uchiha Yenhong. To prevent the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's extermination from happening again, Yenhong helps the Uchiha refuse the alliance with Senju, separating from the Land of Fire to establish the 6th ninja village, embarking on a path of unifying the ninja world as a king. Uchiha Madara: my third brother is invincible in the world. Uchiha Izuna: with my third brother, everything is worry-free.